to prove that human-beast hybrids are the ultimate existence. Without hesitation, I transmigrated into a pitch-black little snake. Yet as soon as I opened my eyes, then came a cursing voice. Useless trash. That Thunderlight leopard is only 2 minor realms higher than you. You can't even beat this? You made me lose all face in front of everyone. Then came a vicious kick straight to my Achilles heel. It almost sent me straight to my next reincarnation. After merging with the original owner's memories, I look at the girl in front of me. A glint of sinister light flashed in his eyes. This is a world where everyone commands mystical beasts. Humans gain cultivation feedback through contracted spirit beasts. The original owner was an ordinary 3rd-tier black armored serpent. The woman ranting and raving before me is none other than Master Lin Ruoyu. Ever since the original owner was contracted by Lin Ruoyu, those days were like being thrown into a living hell. Every day is intense training. If not completed, no food will be given to the original owner. Basically, it's like starving 9 times every 3 days. Finally broke through to the ordinary 3rd level. Yet Lin Ruoyu, to prove herself as the favored daughter of heaven, he insisted on confronting an ordinary 5th-tier Thunderlight Panther himself. The disparity in cultivation realms compounded by chronic malnutrition. After just a few rounds, the original protagonist was defeated. Having lost the match, Lin Ruoyu felt humiliated. They dragged the original protagonist directly to the creek and gave him a vicious beating. The original host had already sustained considerable injuries in the battle. After a savage beating by Lin Ruoyu, he immediately reincarnated. That's why I crossed over into this body. Stuck with such an owner. The original person's luck was truly awful. I sighed silently in my heart. You useless piece of trash, go die in a corner. Lin Ruoyu snorted coldly. Then he kicked me hard to the side with one foot. I let out a muffled groan, blood gushing from my mouth. Damn woman, I won't let you get away with this. Watching Lin Ruoyu's retreating figure, murderous intent flashed in my eyes. If one day I can become strong, the first one to take care of will be Lin Ruoyu. Ding! Host eligibility detected. The ultimate Devour Evolution System has been activated. Hearing the prompt sound in my mind, I froze for a moment. This is the golden finger coming through. Overjoyed upon realization. Host, Qingxue. Race, Black Armored Serpent. Realm, Ordinary Rank 3 severely wounded. Talent. Thick armor level 1 significantly increases scale defense. Evolution points, 30%. System, do you have a newbie gift pack? Or is there any way to heal my injuries? I quickly asked in my heart. This body had already suffered a fatal injury. The energy infused into the body during the recent transmigration was completely depleted by that kick and without immediate treatment. Don't mention Devour Evolution. You might kick the bucket any minute now. Yet after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from the system. Only saw one task panel. Beginner's mission, survive successfully. Reward, Black Dragon Bloodline. Seeing this task, my heart sank. What a beginner's task. It seems there's no hope for the system anymore. Am I really going to die just after crossing over? Just as I was pondering how to survive, a clear and crisp flute sound reached my ears. It's her. I followed the sound of the flute and looked. I recognized her at first glance. Qingxue, one of the 2 brightest pearls of Wugao alongside Lin Ruoyu in Jinling. If Lin Ruoyu was the kind of vibrant, spirited girl, Qingxue was the epitome of an aloof goddess. Her skin was as smooth as congealed fat, with long hair cascading down to her waist. The cold eyes naturally carried a touch of distance and indifference. Seeing the visitor, a bad premonition suddenly welled up in my heart. Why is she here? Don't tell me she's here to kick someone when they're down? In the original body's memories, Qingxue's popularity had always overshadowed Lin Ruoyu's. Therefore, Lin Ruoyu constantly targeted Qingxue. And I, as Lin Ruoyu's former spiritual beast, if detected by Qingxue, it's hard to avoid kicking someone when they're down. Lin Ruoyu's spirit beast? Is this being abandoned? Qingxue looked at me with a hint of surprise in her eyes. How did she get here? You wouldn't really dare to attack me, would you? I watched Qingxue warily. If she dared lay a finger on me, I'd bite Qingxue even if it kills me. There was only a sharp clang. The flute in Qingxue's hand instantly transformed into a long sword. At the sight of this, my eyes widened instantly. Who in their right mind would hide a sword inside a flute? And the other person's demeanor clearly intended to make a move against me. I clenched my teeth, about to rise and resist, only to find I couldn't muster the slightest strength. Watching Qingxue getting closer and closer to him, I closed my eyes in despair. Is it really going to end like this just after being reborn? Yet after waiting for a long time, the imagined deadly strike with a single sword thrust did not occur. I gradually opened my eyes. Qingxue stood tall with her sword in hand, eyes fixed intently on the stream. What is she doing? A hint of confusion flashed in my eyes, following Long Qingxue's gaze. Around the small stream, there was nothing but weeds and trees. No other people or spirit beasts were present. Yet Long Qingxue's gaze remained fixed intently on the stream, as if wary of some creature. But I'm not in the mood to fret over nothing right now. Due to excessive blood loss, my consciousness was starting to blur. Suddenly, an annoying gurgling sound came from the stream. What's that sound? Can't you just let me die in peace? I turned towards the sound, but the next moment, a turtle measuring nearly half a meter in size burst out of the water. Big-mouthed turtle. Realm, ordinary 2nd stage. Talent, Giant-Maw grade bite force gains a certain enhancement. The mouth area significantly enlarges. Ordinary 2nd tier ferocious beasts? Jinling Military Academy is heavily guarded. How could a fierce beast sneak into the academy? My heart leaped into my throat again. It's over. Am I really about to be eaten like a spicy strip by this little turtle? Finally found you. Long Qingxue's gaze sharpened. A chilling aura instantly permeated the surroundings. Tiny ice crystals began forming on the blade of her sword. All this happened in just an instant. The giant turtle was sliced into several pieces by Long Qingxue. A piece of meat happened to fall right in front of me. Great opportunity. I immediately gave it my all, quickly swallowing the scraps of meat before my eyes. Devoured the Giant-Maw Turtle's minced flesh, evolution points +4. Comfortable. The moment the minced meat entered the stomach, I suddenly felt a warm current flowing through my body. The pain in my body had also subsided a little. If only it were possible to devour the entire giant turtle. Maybe you can survive. I look at the remaining fragments. Drool involuntarily dribbles from the corner of the mouth. But Long Qingxue was nearby. I didn't dare to openly and brazenly devour it. If she just casually stabs me with her sword, I'm done for. Am I truly not gifted in beast taming after all? Long Qingxue let out a soft sigh. A hint of disappointment flickered in his eyes. The Giant-Maw Turtle was actually the spirit beast she intended to contract. But her talent for beast taming was truly abysmal. The bloodline of the snapping turtle is the lowest rank. Anyone with even a hint of beast taming talent can form a contract. Long Qingxue failed every time she tried to form a contract. In a moment of carelessness, let this giant turtle escape into the stream. To prevent harming others. It can only be slain. Long Qingxue sighed and left the place without another word. Seeing this, I was slightly taken aback. This tortoise shell could fetch at least several hundred dasha coins. Long Qingxue actually rejected all of it. Could she be the young lady of some noble family? Though doubts lingered in my heart. But I can't afford to care about that now. After confirming that Long Qingxue had gone far away, I didn't hesitate to wolf it down. Soon, the half-meter-long giant snapping turtle was completely devoured by A.O. Ping. As an ordinary 3rd-tier black-armored snake, A.O. Ping measured over 2 meters in length. Devouring a half-meter-long Giant-Maw Turtle was no big deal for him. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner quest. Reward, Black Dragon Bloodline. As the system notification sounded, the wounds on A.O. Ping's body healed at a visible speed. His once scarred form was now covered in jet black dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, A.O. Ping's body surged from 2 meters to over 4 meters in length. Dragon horns unique to the Dragon clan sprouted from his head, while dragon claws evolved on his abdomen. Feeling his new form, A.O. Ping instinctively wanted to roar in triumph to celebrate his transformation. But remembering he was still within Jinling Martial University's territory, A.O. Ping suppressed his excitement and temporarily hid within the stream. Jinling Martial Arts University teamed with powerful practitioners. Platinum tier instructors were countless, and diamond tier experts were far from rare. Rumor had it the university's chancellor was even a lord tier powerhouse. If they discovered him, being imprisoned as a spirit beast would be the lesser evil. The real fear was that they might mistake him for a ferocious beast from the wild and slay him on the spot. In that case, he truly wouldn't even have a place to cry. Given the current situation, A.O. Ping could only wait until nightfall to sneak out of Jinling Martial Arts University. Only by escaping to the mountains or the ocean could he truly unleash his full potential. As for that Lin Ruoyu, she was currently sheltered within Jinling Martial Arts Academy under the protection of her instructors. Once A.O. Ping grew powerful enough, she would be the very first one he would kill. Upon entering the stream, A.O. Ping eagerly checked his interface. Host, A.O. Ping. Race, Black Dragon. Bloodline, Black Dragon Bloodline. Realm, Ordinary Tier 3. Talents, Flame Body A rank talent. Black dragons possess innate flame control, reducing all fire-based attacks against the host by 70%. Thick armor F rank talent. Evolution points, 128,300. Besides gaining 128 evolution points, I've successfully fused with the Black Dragon Bloodline. I just don't know what specific realm my strength can reach after all. Black dragons are legendary dragons, and their combat power naturally far surpasses that of beasts of the same realm. Ao Ping mused inwardly, already scheming his escape plan from Jinling Martial University. Soon, night fell. The bright moonlight spilled over the stream, and Ao Ping suddenly opened his eyes. It's time to escape this godforsaken place. Chapter 3, Study Materials. Above the stream, Ao Ping cautiously poked his head out, eyes darting around to survey his surroundings. His current form was still in its juvenile stage. Though he didn't know how large he would grow upon reaching adulthood, Ao Ping guessed it wouldn't be less than 100 meters. After all, the blood of a black dragon flowed within him, calling 100 meters modest would be an understatement. Dark night, high winds, silent and deserted, the perfect chance to escape. Ao Ping thought to himself. After confirming no one was nearby, he prepared to flee Jinling Martial University. Since acquiring the Black Dragon bloodline, Ao Ping had gained not only incredible speed in water but also the ability to fly through the air. However, the daytime crowds made open flight impossible. Brother Wang, you're so annoying, must we do this in a place like this? A soft, girlish voice suddenly reached Ao Ping's ears. This place is way more thrilling than a room. This young master just loves that kind of excitement. What's going on? Ao Ping, who had just been about to break the surface, halted abruptly and looked toward the sound. In the small grove nearby, a man and a woman were deep in conversation. Seriously? People actually come to the woods for thrills this late at night? Ao Ping was speechless. To be safe, he had no choice but to remain hidden in the stream. He'd wait until the two left before escaping Jinling Martial University. 2 hours passed, punctuated by sounds too explicit to repeat. Damn it, it's been forever. Why aren't those two done yet? Is that guy a stud horse or something? Ao Ping cursed inwardly. If they kept this up, would he even be able to escape today? Thankfully, the frantic moaning finally ceased not long after. Ao Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally over. Now it's time for me to escape Jinling Martial Arts Academy. But to his shock, the pair who had been in the grove moments ago now appeared by the stream. Worse still, they settled beside a large boulder to continue their intimate exchange. Are these two trying to get themselves killed? Ao Ping could no longer contain his frustration. He desperately wanted to swallow them whole and make a swift escape. But at only 4 meters long, swallowing them both quickly was unrealistic. No matter which one he devoured first, the other would surely flee. Just as Ao Ping debated whether to wait longer, he suddenly spotted a golden eagle circling above the stream. Thunderclap Eagle. Master, Wang Tian. Bloodline, Thunder God Eagle bloodline extremely diluted. Rank, Ordinary 5th tier. Talents, Thunder Whirlwind D rank talent summons a hurricane formed from thunder to attack enemies. Lightning Strike E rank talent greatly increases movement speed, emits lightning while flying, can attack enemies mid-flight. Mind Perception E rank talent enhances perception and sharpens senses. This guy coming out into the wild is bad enough, but seeking thrills while letting his spirit beast roam free? Ao Ping's brow furrowed. With this ordinary 5th tier Thunderclap Eagle protecting them, his chances of eliminating these two grew even slimmer. If they battled until dawn, wouldn't he have to wait another day? A murderous intent flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. These two were like a toad clinging to his foot, not biting, but utterly disgusting. The Thunderclap Eagle, which had been circling overhead, seemed to sense something and swiftly flew toward Wang Tian's direction. Could this damn bird have spotted me? Ao Ping thought, instantly growing wary. He had indeed let a sliver of murderous intent slip earlier, but he'd reined it in immediately. Surely the Thunderclap Eagle couldn't have detected it so easily? Truthfully, he couldn't be entirely blamed. Even someone with the strongest nerves would lose their composure when dealing with Wang Tian and his partner. It had been 3 hours already, and these two were still going strong. Even study materials averaged only a little over 2 hours. Damn it, you dead bird. Can't you see I'm busy? Don't ruin my mood over here. Wang Tian glared at the Thunderclap Eagle, thoroughly annoyed. The perfect atmosphere had vanished in an instant. Thunder Eagle flapped his wings frantically, then fixed a wary stare on the nearby stream. Whoever's hiding there, get your ass out here now if you know what's good for you. Wang Tian finally noticed the Thunderclap Eagle's unusual behavior, quickly pulling up his pants and following its gaze. Not coming out, huh? Then I'll force you out. Wang Ping snorted coldly, immediately commanding the Thunderclap Eagle to unleash its thunder whirl. He was the esteemed eldest son of the Wang family who in all of Jinling dared oppose the Wang clan? Dare to peek at his study materials with another woman? This young master would gouge out his eyes. Wang Tian hadn't considered the possibility of a ferocious beast. After all, Jinling Martial University was heavily guarded. It was impossible for such a creature to slip in. The next instant, the Thunderclap Eagle flapped its wings rapidly, unleashing several thunder whirlwinds that slammed toward Ao Ping in the stream. So I've been spotted? Ao Ping frowned slightly, immediately bursting out of the water. He opened his gaping maw and lunged at the Thunderclap Eagle. Since he'd been discovered, he'd have to finish this quickly. Taking down this thunderclap eagle first meant the remaining two opponents would be no threat at all. What the hell is this thing? I've never seen a creature like this before, Wang Tian murmured, his eyes filled with confusion. Though Water Blue Star harbored all manner of spirit beasts, dragonkin had never appeared. A creature like Ao Ping, neither serpent nor serpent, was utterly absent from Wang Tian's knowledge, no matter how thoroughly he'd scoured every tome. Brother Wang, should we call for help from our mentor? The woman looked at Ao Ping in terror, swallowing nervously. Its sheer size was indeed enough to make one's heart race at a single glance. What's there to fear? My thunderclap eagle is a standard 5th tier spirit beast. This creature looks like a mere 3rd tier at best, just a bit larger than usual, and it's already intimidating you? If you dare seek help from the mentor without permission, you'll face the Wang family's retribution. Wang Tian snorted coldly. As the esteemed eldest son of the Wang family, if word leaked out about him seeking thrills with another woman in the dead of night, how could he possibly maintain his standing within the academy? Thunderclap eagle, capture that snake-like creature alive. This young master wants to see what kind of beast it truly is. Wang Tian commanded. Hearing this, the thunderbolt eagle immediately flapped its wings, unleashing more thunderous whirlwinds toward Ao Ping. Perfect opportunity to test the might of the flame body, Ao Ping thought inwardly, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The moment the thunder coils touched the flames, they were engulfed by raging fire. Thunder Eagle never imagined the flames of an ordinary 3rd tier spirit beast could possess such astonishing power. The thunderclap eagle scrambled to evade, but its wings still brushed the scorching flames. Countless feathers were incinerated, and the beast could barely maintain its balance in the air. Perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Ao Ping opened his gaping maw and charged toward the thunderclap eagle. Though a common 5th tier spirit beast, the thunderclap eagle was only about 2 meters in size. If Ao Ping could swallow it whole, he could escape afterward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ao Ping had held back earlier to avoid alerting the target. Now that he'd been discovered, he'd seize the benefit and flee immediately. Prolonging the situation risked detection by the academy's patrolling instructors. As for those 2 humans by the stream, as long as they didn't interfere, sparing their lives was no big deal. Chapter 4, City Walls. Thunderclap eagle, get out of the way! Wang Tian shouted urgently. But the thunderclap eagle could barely hover steadily in the air now, let alone evade Ao Ping's attack. Too late. Ao Ping snorted coldly. The next second, the 2-meter-wide thunderclap eagle was swallowed whole into his belly. Devoured thunderclap eagle common tier 5, evolution points plus 375. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. Fusing with the Black Dragon bloodline truly makes a difference. I effortlessly defeated a common tier 5 thunderclap eagle. Devouring it granted nearly 400 evolution points, enough to upgrade me to common tier 4. The commotion from my battle with the thunderclap eagle must have caught the attention of the academy instructors. I need to get out of here fast. Ao Ping thought to himself before swiftly fleeing Jinling Martial University. Thank goodness, that beast is finally gone, the woman sighed in relief after Ao Ping departed. Smack! Just as the woman savored her narrow escape, a searing pain suddenly shot across her face. What's so great about that? That thunderclap eagle was bought for me at great expense by my father, and now it's been devoured by some unknown ferocious beast. It's all your fault, you. If you hadn't seduced me, I wouldn't have come here tonight looking for thrills. And my thunder eagle wouldn't have been devoured by that beast. Wang Tian slapped the woman across the face. Unsatisfied, he raised his hand to strike again. Who are you people? What are you doing here? A stern voice cut off Wang Tian's movement. Wang Tian frowned slightly, turning toward the source of the voice. The next second, a black tiger over 10 meters long appeared before him. Perched atop its head stood a rugged-looking man. Great, Instructor Zhao. A ferocious beast just attacked us and devoured my spirit beast, the thunderclap eagle. It fled northward. Wang Tian pointed toward the north of Jinling Martial University and hurriedly explained. Oof. I never imagined a ferocious beast could slip into Jinling Martial University. I'll see just what kind of beast it is. No sooner had Zhao Tianlai finished speaking than the shadowy black tiger beneath his feet swiftly pursued the direction Ao Ping had fled. Brother Wang, that beast clearly fled south. Why? Before the woman could finish her sentence, Wang Tian grabbed her by the throat. If you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. If you dare breathe a word of today's events, not only will you die, but your family will meet the same fate. Wang Tian's voice was icy, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I won't say a word. Please, spare me, the woman gasped. You can get lost. Wang Tian snorted coldly, finally releasing his grip. He swiftly pulled out his phone and called his father, quickly recounting the incident he'd just encountered. Moments later, Wang Tian hung up. Oof. To kill a 5th-tier thunderclap eagle with only 3rd-tier cultivation. That beast must possess incredibly powerful bloodlines. If we can capture it as a spirit beast, our Wang family's strength will surely rise to new heights. Wang Tian glanced in the direction Ao Ping had fled, a cold smile curling his lips. His father was a platinum-tier powerhouse with him on the case, capturing that beast was guaranteed. Meanwhile, Ao Ping, fleeing Jinling Martial University, remained utterly unaware that he had already drawn the attention of Wang Tian and the entire Wang family. Finally out of Jinling Martial University's territory. I must escape Jinling City as soon as possible, Ao Ping thought to himself. Although he had successfully escaped the university grounds, Jinling Martial University was located in the heart of Jinling City. To make it out of the city before dawn, Ao Ping had to hurry. After nearly 2 more hours of travel, Ao Ping finally reached the outermost edge of Jinling City. Once I cross the city wall, I'll be completely free of Jinling. Ao Ping thought to himself, gazing at the nearly 100-meter-high wall before him. Hundreds of years ago, spiritual energy had revived on Waterblue Star, causing all lifeforms to undergo rapid evolution. Humans dubbed these evolved creatures ferocious beasts. Within a mere decade or so, most of the land on Waterblue Star had been overrun by these ferocious beasts. Even a great nation like Xia was unable to completely eradicate them from its territory. To defend against these beasts, humans were forced to build walls around every city. Just as Ao Ping prepared to soar over the wall, he noticed a soldier stationed every 5 meters along its crest. Each soldier carried 2 beast control spheres strapped to their waist. Beast taming spheres were humanity's latest technological breakthrough. With these spheres, beast tamers could contain their spirit beasts within them. After all, some spirit beasts were simply too massive. Without confining them within these spheres, the entire city of Jinling wouldn't be large enough to house them all. To simultaneously command 2 spirit beasts, one must reach the gold rank. This meant that even the weakest soldier on the walls possessed gold-level strength. Looks like flying off these walls is impossible, Ao Ping frowned slightly, momentarily at a loss. Damn it, is there truly no other way out? Ao Ping cursed inwardly. Suddenly, he spotted a large river not far away. Right. If the air route is blocked, I can take the water route. A wave of excitement washed over Ao Ping. He immediately plunged into the river, determined to see if escaping Jinling City via water was possible. Little did Ao Ping know that mere seconds after he entered the river, a group of men in suits arrived at his previous location. Didn't the young master say a ferocious beast with powerful bloodline fled south? We've already combed the entire southern part of Jinling, yet still no sign of it. Could the young master have misremembered? One of the men in suits spoke up. We only need to follow orders. Everyone continue the search. Report immediately if you find any trace of the beast, the middle-aged man in charge said before leading the group to continue their search of the surrounding area. Deep within the river, Ao Ping remained oblivious to the men's conversation, still searching for a way to escape Jinling. As he approached the city walls from the river, he discovered they were blocked by a massive sluice gate. Ao Ping tried burning it with fire and gnawing at it with his teeth, but to no avail. He couldn't even leave a scratch on the gate. Damn it! Is there really no way to escape Jinling? Ao Ping cursed under his breath before finding a slightly more concealed spot to begin his evolution. Waiting idly wasn't an option anyway. He might as well elevate his cultivation to the 4th tier of ordinary realm here. System, I want to evolve. Chapter 5, Mission triggered. Consumed 300 evolution points. Reached ordinary 4th tier. The next second, a warm current surged through Ao Ping's entire body. His stature grew slightly, though he still hadn't broken the 5-meter mark. Ao Ping turned his gaze to the nearby gate, his eyes narrowing as he opened his massive jaws and lunged forward to bite down. The gate remained as solid as a rock, showing no sign of yielding to Ao Ping's attack. No wonder they call this a wall to block ferocious beasts. Probably only platinum tier or higher powerhouses could break through this gate, Ao Ping thought to himself, his mind already racing with plans to escape Jinling. Having barely slept all night due to his escape from Jinling Martial University, Ao Ping gradually drifted into a deep slumber. Dawn had broken, and crowds had already gathered along both banks of the great river. Why is it so noisy this early in the morning? Ao Ping abruptly opened his eyes, his tone tinged with irritation. Glancing toward the river, he saw not only crowds of onlookers lining the banks but also numerous spirit beasts galloping across the water's surface. Is this some kind of competition? Ao Ping frowned slightly. He noticed these spirit beasts weren't attacking each other, it actually resembled swimming competitions from his past life. Detected, spirit beast games underway in Jinling City. Spirit beast slaying quest triggered. Mission requirement, slay 15 spirit beasts. Reward, random talent. With most of the world's territory now occupied by ferocious beasts, these humans aren't diligently cultivating their holding competitions like this? A hint of surprise flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. He hadn't expected to trigger a quest here. Still, this worked to his advantage. Even with the Black Dragon bloodline, he possessed only 2 talents. Acquiring a third would be like adding wings to a tiger. Killing 15 spirit beasts should be easy enough, Ao Ping mused inwardly. But what if the soldiers on the city walls spot me? He had already checked the spiritual beast's cultivation levels on the river through the system. Most were ordinary first-tier or ordinary second-tier spiritual beasts. After all, higher-tier spirit beasts were undoubtedly deployed to the front lines to battle ferocious beasts. Those participating in this event were mostly ornamental spirit beasts lacking combat prowess. The river ran close to the city walls, and Ao Ping's primary concern was being spotted by the soldiers above while hunting. After pondering for a moment, Ao Ping ultimately decided to hunt down 15 spirit beasts. Though he was only at the ordinary 4th tier, his battle with the Thunderclap Eagle the previous night proved he could at least defeat spirit beasts 2 minor tiers above him. Instantly slaying ordinary 1st or 2nd tier spirit beasts would be a mere trifle. Moreover, Ao Ping had no other means to escape Jinling. His only hope lay in the rewards from this mission. If the system rewarded him with an exceptionally powerful talent, there might just be a sliver of hope for escaping Jinling. At worst, I die. It wouldn't be my first time, what's there to fear? Resolved, Ao Ping began approaching the spirit beasts competing on the river surface. After searching for a long time, Ao Ping finally spotted a lone spirit beast. On the river surface, a large horned fish moved slowly forward. Its wise eyes looked as if it hadn't fully woken up yet, completely unaware of the impending danger. Seizing the moment, Ao Ping swallowed it whole. The poor horned fish hadn't even grasped what was happening, just a flash of darkness before it vanished into Ao Ping's stomach. Devoured horned fish common tier 1, evolution points plus 40. The competition was now in its most intense phase. Most spectators' attention was focused on the first and second place contenders, leaving the anomaly unfolding at the rear of the pack entirely unnoticed. Seeing that no one had noticed, Ao Ping grew bolder, devouring several more spirit beasts at the rear of other teams one after another. Gradually, as more and more spirit beasts fell victim to Ao Ping's devouring, some spectators began to sense something was amiss. My big horn is gone. Has anyone seen my big horn? An older woman spoke up first. At first, those nearby paid little heed to her words. But as more and more people reported their spirit beasts missing, panic began to spread through the crowd. My little white is gone too. It was just on the river's surface a moment ago, how could it vanish in the blink of an eye? Unaware of the commotion on the riverbank, Ao Ping continued devouring the spirit beasts on the river surface. In just a few minutes, I've already devoured 10 spirit beasts. Only 5 more to go, and I'll complete the task, Ao Ping thought to himself before charging toward a purple-shelled turtle nearby. Oh no! There's a giant serpent in the river, stealing our spirit beasts. Among the crowd, sharp-eyed individuals witnessed Ao Ping devouring the purple-shelled turtle. As the words left their lips, the entire crowd erupted like ignited firecrackers, collectively condemning the tournament organizers. What the hell is going on here? We brought our spirit beasts to compete in your tournament, and now they're being swallowed by some giant snake? You owe us a proper explanation, shouted the middle-aged woman who first noticed her beast missing. Her words sparked a chorus of agreement, with everyone joining the chorus of condemnation against the tournament organizers. Even some uninformed bystanders joined the chorus, drawn purely by the spectacle, unconcerned with the truth. Everyone, please calm down. We've already dispatched personnel to investigate the situation. Before long, we will provide you all with a satisfactory explanation, a middle-aged man from the tournament organizers said with a forced smile, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This river ran close to the city walls, which were heavily guarded by soldiers. Logically, no ferocious beasts should exist within its waters. If it wasn't a ferocious beast, then it must have been someone's spirit beast. Whether intentional or not, he must make them pay. With an incident like this occurring, the elderly and children of Jinling City would surely be too afraid to participate in such events again. If this matter wasn't handled properly, he might even find himself summoned for a cup of tea with the State Security Bureau. Manager Liu, we've identified the beast responsible for this spirit beast attack. It was a common 4th-tier serpent spirit beast. The walkie-talkie on the middle-aged man's chest suddenly crackled. Capture that spirit beast immediately. Remember, it must be alive. Manager Liu ordered urgently. As long as they brought it back alive, they could trace its owner. After all, every spirit beast in Jinling City was registered with the Security Bureau. Finding the owner was as simple as running a check. Deep within the river, Ao Ping continued hunting for prey. Most spirit beasts at the rear and mid-section of the group had already been devoured by him. To consume more spirit beasts, he would need to move toward the front of the procession. Only one spirit beast remains. Looks like I'll have to venture to the front of the group for this final challenge. Once the task is done, I'll find a place to hide. Ao Ping thought to himself, immediately swimming toward the front of the group. Meanwhile, 2 figures clad in waterproof suits lurked in the shadows, observing a serpentine creature not far away. Spotting Ao Ping heading toward the front of the group, the two exchanged a glance before simultaneously drawing spirit beast orbs from their waists to summon their own creatures. The next second, a 4-meter-long ivory turtle and a 5-meter-long black-striped water python materialized before them. Manager Liu instructed us to capture this spirit beast alive. Chapter 6, could it really take down my black-striped water python in an instant? No sooner had the words left their mouths than the two men mounted their spirit beasts and began pursuing Ao Ping. Strange. Why do I feel something chasing me? Ao Ping halted, glancing warily behind him. As the natural rulers of the seas, the dragon clan possessed an acute sensitivity to changes in water currents. Although Ao Ping possessed a flame-type awakening, it did not hinder his perception of water currents. He was certain that some creature was following him. The next instant, a 5-meter-long black-striped water python materialized before Ao Ping. Perched atop its head was a human clad in waterproof gear. Black-striped water python. Master, Chen Tai. Bloodline, black-striped water python bloodline. Rank, ordinary 8th tier. Talents, water jet, E-rank talent, capable of firing high-speed water jets to attack enemies. Venom, E-rank talent, no longer requires fangs as a medium can actively spit venom from its mouth. Did the tournament organizers finally catch me? Well, it makes sense. After devouring over a dozen spirit beasts, it would be strange if they hadn't noticed. Ao Ping thought to himself, his eyes gleaming with greed while remaining vigilant against the black-striped water python. He was just one spirit beast away from completing his mission. Devouring one more would grant him another talent. But there were no other spirit beasts nearby. Those sprinting ahead were still a considerable distance from Ao Ping. After all, the organizers had noticed him. They would surely send more people to protect the remaining contestants. And who knew if any bronze-level experts were among those guards? Rather than risk devouring another contestant's spirit beast, it would be wiser to kill this black-striped water python right before him. Finally caught up, Chen Tai murmured. Didn't expect you to be so fast, spirit beast. Took me some effort. His black-striped water python was an ordinary 8th-tier spirit beast, yet even at full speed, it had nearly failed to overtake this ordinary 4th-tier creature. Black-striped water python, seize this spirit beast for me. Manager Lu specifically ordered we capture it alive. Chen Tai murmured softly before gliding from the python's head to the side. Glancing back over his shoulder, he thought to himself. That Lu Dun's ivory turtle is painfully slow. It hasn't caught up even after all this time. But that's fine if he doesn't interfere, I can claim all the credit for myself. After waiting a while, the black-striped water python still hadn't attacked Ao Ping. Chen Tai grew puzzled. Glancing at the python, he noticed its entire body trembling violently, as if it had glimpsed some terrifying creature. What's this nonsense? Are you refusing my orders now? Chen Tai snapped at the black-striped water python. He couldn't fathom what had gotten into it today. Why was it acting like it had seen a deity just from encountering this ordinary 4th-tier serpent spirit beast? That's just a trashy 4th-tier trash. I command you to attack immediately. The black-striped water python itself couldn't explain its trembling. Every time it looked at Ao Ping, an inexplicable dread gripped its body. Yet, since its master Chen Tai had given the order, it steeled its nerves and charged toward Ao Ping. Watching the black-striped water python hurtling straight toward him, Ao Ping showed not a trace of fear in his eyes. Immediately, he thought to himself. System, hurry up and level me up. Having just devoured over a dozen ordinary 1st and 2nd-tier spirit beasts, Ao Ping had gained nearly 900 evolution points. Combined with the remaining 203 points from before, this was more than enough for 2 more upgrades. Consumed 400 evolution points. Reached ordinary 5th tier. Consumed 500 evolution points to advance to ordinary 6th tier. The next second, Ao Ping's cultivation level surged directly to ordinary 6th tier, his body rapidly expanding at a visible pace. Within mere seconds, Ao Ping's body surged past 5 meters in length, even slightly larger than an ordinary 8th tier black-striped water python. He was but a hair's breadth away from breaking the 6-meter mark. This spirit beast is incredibly clever, it even knows how to conceal its power. Chen Tai exclaimed in shock. While spirit beasts were more rational than ferocious beasts, they weren't typically intelligent enough to deliberately hide their strength. Despite his surprise, Chen Tai remained completely unflustered. So what if it knows how to conceal its strength? It's still just an ordinary 6th tier spirit beast. Compared to my black-striped water python, it's a full 2 minor realms below. I refuse to believe this spirit beast before me could take down my black-striped water python in an instant. Ao Ping, oblivious to Chen Tai's thoughts, opened his gaping maw as the black-striped water python charged straight at him. Like a black bolt of lightning, he lunged forward to bite the python. In the water, Ao Ping's speed was greatly enhanced. Before the black-striped water python could even react, Ao Ping's jaws clamped down on its neck. Sharp teeth pierced the serpent's body, causing thick blood to spurt out instantly. The next instant, a fierce flame instantly engulfed his teeth. The black-striped water python, already clinging to life by a thread, perished instantly under the scorching flames. After fusing with the black dragon's bloodline, Ao Ping's teeth were nothing like those of ordinary snakes, which only had 3 or 4 functional teeth. His mouth was now filled with numerous razor-sharp teeth, more than enough to effortlessly tear flesh from the black-striped water python's body. After slaying the black-striped water python, Ao Ping immediately began devouring its corpse voraciously. Before long, the python's remains were consumed entirely. Devoured Black Striped Water Python Common Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 671. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Would you like to draw a talent now? Not yet. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, AO Ping decisively declined. After all, there was still a human present before him. At the very least, he had to eliminate the opponent first. If the person activated any emergency signal device they might be carrying, he'd be in serious trouble. Impossible. My black striped water python was just instantly killed by a mere common 6th tier spirit beast? Chen Tai stared in disbelief at the scene before him, momentarily forgetting to flee. Only when he noticed AO Ping's gaze fixed on him did Chen Tai remember to flee. But AO Ping's speed far surpassed Chen Tai's. Within mere seconds, the distance between them had shrunk by more than half. This spirit beast is too fast. Am I really going to die here today? Chen Tai's voice trembled. Had he known this spirit beast was this powerful, he would never have come here. Just as despair gripped Chen Tai, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Chen Tai, why didn't you wait for me? Did you take care of that spirit beast? Lu Dun arrived belatedly, riding an ivory-shelled turtle. Lu Dun, come save me. Chen Tai urgently called out. Lu Dun's arrival kindled a glimmer of hope in his eyes. At the same time, AO Ping also spotted the ivory turtle in the distance. When he saw another human in waterproof gear atop its northern hump, he confirmed this person was also from the competition organizers. Trying to snatch someone from my grasp? Not a chance. AO Ping sneered inwardly, instantly accelerating to an even faster pace. Just as Chen Tai was 3 or 4 meters away from the ivory turtle, AO Ping arrived behind him. In the next instant, AO Ping swung his dragon claw with brutal force, slicing Chen Tai into several pieces. Chapter 7, Fatal Teleportation. This. Lu Dun stared at the scene before him in disbelief, his voice trembling. Chen Tai is dead? Lu Dun stared in horror at the spirit beast that had suddenly appeared. Though it resembled a snake, the horns on its head and the claws on its belly made it abundantly clear to Lu Dun that this was no ordinary serpentine spirit beast. Chen Tai's strength was comparable to his own. Both his ivory turtle and black striped water python were ordinary 8th tier spirit beasts, but in terms of combat prowess, the black striped water python easily outclassed the ivory turtle. This spirit beast before him was merely a common 6th tier creature, yet it had managed to kill Chen Tai, who possessed a common 8th tier spirit beast. Run! We must run fast. Lu Dun muttered, urgently commanding the ivory turtle to flee. AO Ping wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Though AO Ping's soul was human, it was precisely because of this that he would kill both of them without hesitation. He had already devoured over a dozen spirit beasts. Even if the tournament organizers didn't kill him, the owners of those devoured beasts would certainly not let him off. Better to kill them outright than release a tiger back into the wild. The tournament organizers wouldn't immediately notice their deaths, and the time lag would buy him a chance to escape. Watching the ivory turtle flail its stubby legs in flight, AO Ping bit down on its hind leg. With a powerful yank, the turtle's rear limb was torn clean off. Arg! With a faint wail, the one-legged ivory turtle could no longer maintain balance in the water. It could only curl its body inside its shell. You stupid thing! Why did you retreat into your shell? Get out and crawl for me! Lu Dun, outside the shell, panicked upon seeing the tortoise retreat. That dead turtle had its shell for protection, but he had no such armor. Don't worry, AO Ping murmured softly. After I kill you, I'll send this ivory turtle down to keep you company. Though Lu Dun couldn't understand, it didn't stop AO Ping from speaking. No, please don't. I have elderly parents to support and young children to raise. I'm plagued by so many illnesses I suffer from uterine cold. Don't kill me. As AO Ping closed in, Lu Dun's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he began to babble incoherently. AO Ping paid no heed to his pleas, swallowing him whole in one gulp. Devour Human Common Tier 4, Evolution Points plus 287. So many evolution points. I should have devoured that other guy earlier too. Hearing the system's notification, AO Ping already regretted his decision. If given another chance, he would say 3 words to Chen Tai. Swallow you whole. Gazing at the ivory turtle retracting into its shell, AO Ping frowned slightly. This ivory turtle's shell is covered in sharp spikes. It's not easy to sink my teeth into it, AO Ping murmured softly. But soon, his furrowed brow smoothed out. I refuse to believe you can hide in that shell forever. AO Ping murmured, then unleashed a torrent of flames directly at the shell. The moment the flames touched the lake water, a torrent of steam erupted, billowing toward the river surface. Unable to withstand the intense heat, the ivory turtle finally poked its head out from within its shell. Finally out. AO Ping had been watching the ivory turtle intently. The moment it dared to show its head, he struck, snapping it clean off with a single bite. Sure enough, the moment the ivory turtle extended its head, AO Ping bit off its head in one swift motion. Soon after, the headless ivory turtle was completely devoured by AO Ping. Devoured Ivory Turtle Common Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 613. Finally got rid of all these annoying pests. Time to see what rewards the system has for me, Ao Ping thought to himself, already anticipating whether he might draw an S-tier talent. System, I wish to draw a talent, Ao Ping thought aloud. The next second, 3 talent entries appeared before his eyes. 1. Eye of Desire S-rank talent, allows the user to see the deepest desires hidden within any living being. Creatures locked onto by the Eye of Desire will gradually amplify their own inner cravings. 2. Doppelganger C-rank talent, summons an exact duplicate of the host, matching speed, strength, and physique. Lasts only 5 minutes before automatically vanishing. 3. Fatal Teleportation A-rank talent, when receiving fatal damage, the host will not die from the injury. The system will automatically teleport the host to a random location within 30 kilometers. There really is an S-rank talent. And 3 talents at once? Is the system being this generous? Ao Ping stared at the 3 talents before him, his face flushed with excitement. The host may only select one. Upon selection, the other 2 talents will automatically vanish. Damn it! I knew this TIE system wouldn't be this generous. Ao Ping cursed under his breath before beginning to ponder which talent could best extricate him from this peril. A minute later, Ao Ping finally made up his mind. System, I choose the 3rd talent, Fatal Teleportation, Ao Ping mentally commanded. Though the Eye of Desire was an S-rank talent, invaluable for recruiting followers and building a faction, Ao Ping's immediate priority was escaping Jinling. The Eye of Desire offered no practical help in that regard, forcing him to reluctantly abandon it. As for the 2nd talent, if he possessed greater strength or speed, the doppelganger skill could have bought him some time to escape Jinling City. But he was merely an ordinary tier spirit beast. The soldiers on the city walls were all at least gold tier. What use would an additional ordinary tier clone be? Therefore, the doppelganger talent was also out of the question. The 3rd talent, Fatal Teleportation, offered a 30-kilometer range, more than enough to leave Jinling. However, its effectiveness depended heavily on luck. With good luck, he could teleport outside the city limits. With bad luck, teleporting just 1 meter wasn't impossible. Given his current predicament, however, this was the most useful talent available. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Black Dragon. Bloodline, Black Dragon Bloodline. Realm, Ordinary 6th tier. Talents, Flame Body A-rank talent, Fatal Teleportation A-rank talent, Thick Armor F-rank talent. Evolution points, 1771-600. These evolution points came pretty quickly. Before I knew it, I could level up again, Ao Ping murmured softly, immediately choosing to spend skill points to advance. Consumed 600 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Ordinary 7th tier. Consumed 700 evolution points, reached Ordinary Stage 8. Having reached Awakening Stage 8, Ao Ping's body had now surpassed 9 meters in size. As his realm advanced, the scales covering his body grew increasingly lustrous, while his defense and strength also significantly increased. Due to Ao Ping's flames erupting from the riverbed, thick steam now billowed across the water's surface. Ao Ping gazed at the river's surface, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. Hope my luck doesn't run out. Chapter 8, Shallow Pool Star. Along both banks of the Great River, the sight of massive steam billowing from the water drew the attention of many onlookers. Even the tournament organizers were baffled by this phenomenon. Damn it! Chen Tai and Lu Dun have been down there for over 10 minutes. Why haven't we heard anything yet? Manager Lu's voice was frayed with impatience. He was already annoyed enough by the disappearance of the competing spirit beasts, and now this sudden mass of steam on the river's surface. If he couldn't resolve this properly, he'd have to face the security bureau whether he wanted to or not. With that thought, Manager Lu immediately used his walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation with Chen Tai and Lu Dun. But neither Chen Tai nor Lu Dun responded. Could they have met with an accident down there? The thought made Manager Lu's face instantly turn ashen. Losing a spirit beast was something his company could handle, but if lives were lost, it would inevitably alert the security bureau. If the blame ultimately fell on him, losing his job would be the least of his worries. If the security bureau locked him up for months, his life would be ruined. Where are the organizers? You promised 100% safety. Now my spirit beast is gone, you must pay. Meanwhile, spectators lining both banks of the Great River continued to voice their outrage at the event organizers, seemingly oblivious to a dark shadow rapidly surging upward from the riverbed. The next instant, a deafening dragon's roar erupted from the river, its power so immense it caused the water's surface to tremble. Not only did the crowds along the riverbanks hear this roar, but even the soldiers on the city walls caught the dragon's cry. But without orders from their superiors, not a single soldier dared to leave their post. The city walls were the fundamental safeguard of the city. No soldier guarding them could abandon their post without authorization. All matters within the city were to be handled by the security bureau. Without orders from their superiors, even if a massive explosion occurred within the city, the soldiers were not permitted to leave their posts. This was the principle every wall guard had to keep firmly in mind. Therefore, even upon hearing the dragon's roar echoing from within the city, they paid it no mind. Good heavens! What creature could be roaring like that? Could a ferocious beast lurk within this great river? What? A ferocious beast lurking in this river? Everyone, run! A ferocious beast lurks within this river. In an instant, panic swept across both banks of the great river. Many had already called the security bureau. The instant the dragon's roar ended, Ao Ping burst out of the river. Ignoring the ordinary people on both banks, he flew straight toward the city walls. The primary reason he refrained from slaughtering these ordinary people was his fear of being placed on Jinling City's most wanted list. In this era of widespread beast taming, resources were the scarcest commodity. If he dared to indiscriminately slaughter ordinary citizens within Jinling City, he would undoubtedly end up on the city's ferocious beast bounty list. Although most land was now occupied by beasts, countless people still ventured out daily to hunt them. Some had even formed mercenary legions, specializing in hunting beasts listed on the bounty board outside the city. Ao Ping had no desire to live a life of constant fear and evasion. Strange, Ao Ping murmured, puzzled. Why aren't these soldiers reacting? He was already hovering above the city walls. These soldiers were all gold-tier powerhouses. It was impossible they hadn't spotted him. Better they don't notice me. That saves me from using my deadly teleportation skill, Ao Ping thought to himself. If he'd known he could simply fly out, he would have left Jinling City last night. But just as Ao Ping was about to soar over the city walls, a young man in military uniform blocked his path. Blazing speed. Ao Ping thought in shock. He hadn't even seen how the man had appeared before him. The speed was so blindingly fast, it felt as though the man had teleported directly in front of him. Simultaneously, the system displayed the man's information panel. Shallow Pool Star. Realm, Diamond Tier 2. Spirit Beasts, Moon Devouring White Wolf Diamond 7th Tier, Shadow Crow Platinum 9th Tier, Plump Orange Cat Silver 4th Tier. A Diamond Tier powerhouse. Ao Ping's heart leapt with excitement. An opponent of this caliber would surely trigger his fatal teleport effortlessly. You haven't attacked me, so you're clearly not a ferocious beast, Shallow Pool Star stated, his gaze sharpening as the overwhelming pressure of a Diamond Tier powerhouse instantly enveloped Ao Ping. But you trespassed over the city walls. I have the right to execute you on the spot. As the general commanding the southern city walls, he enforced the rule: without a pass, no person or spirit beast could enter or exit Jinling City without authorization. Anyone caught trespassing was subject to summary execution by the military. Break! Qian Qixing murmured softly. The next instant, the overwhelming pressure surged toward Ao Ping. Damn it! Couldn't you just get to the point? This hurts. Ao Ping gritted his teeth. Just as Ao Ping's body was about to be crushed, the system alert finally sounded. Host detected receiving fatal damage. Fatal teleportation triggered. The next instant, Ao Ping vanished from the city wall. Gone? Qingxue wore a look of astonishment. He was merely an ordinary 8th tier spirit beast, yet he managed to escape from her grasp. Interesting, Qian Qixing murmured softly. A spirit beast with spatial talent. Spatial type talents were exceedingly rare. Any spirit beast possessing such a talent was guaranteed to reach at least Diamond Tier in the future. Report this immediately. Inform them a spirit beast with spatial abilities has appeared near Jinling City. Hurry! Shallow Pool Star turned to the soldier beside him. Yes, sir, the soldier replied respectfully, his eyes filled with awe as he looked at Qian Qixing. After all, standing before him was Jinling City's youngest general in recorded history, a powerhouse who had cultivated to Diamond Tier at just 28 years old. Such individuals were few and far between, even nationwide. At that very moment, Ao Ping, who had been teleported away by the deadly instant movement, suddenly opened his eyes. How did I end up teleported into water? A bad feeling settled in Ao Ping's heart. There was no sea near Jinling, at least not within 30 kilometers. Don't tell me I've been teleported back into that massive river again? The thought made Ao Ping quickly scan his surroundings. Only after confirming he wasn't in that same great river did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not that river again. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have anyone to complain to, Ao Ping thought to himself before slowly swimming upward. The water here was a deep inky green, its surface blanketed by a layer of green vegetation. It didn't look like any body of water within Jinling City. Looks like this is an abandoned reservoir. Ao Ping poked his head out, carefully surveying the surroundings. The reservoir wasn't large, no bigger than a football field, and its edges were overgrown with all kinds of vegetation. Seems my luck isn't too shabby after all. Once I'm out of human territory, I can level up faster. Chapter 9, Ice Armored Crocodile. Jinling City, Wang Family Estate. I knew there was a reason I couldn't find that spirit beast anywhere. It was hiding underwater. Wang Tian grumbled. Most crucially, this spirit beast had been at the ordinary 4th tier realm just yesterday. Yet after a single night, its cultivation had surged to the ordinary 8th tier. Even more crucially, it had managed to escape from Qingxue's grasp. Qian Qixing was a Diamond Tier powerhouse. His personal strength alone far surpassed that spirit beast by 1,000-fold. If I could have captured that spirit beast, I might have become a Diamond Tier powerhouse myself, perhaps even reaching Diamond Tier faster than Qingxue. Wang Tian frowned deeply, his expression as sour as if he'd swallowed a bitter pill. Enough. Even Qingxue couldn't capture that spirit beast. Do you really think your ordinary cultivation level could possibly handle it? Wang Badian took a deep drag on his cigar before turning to Wang Tian. Are you certain that girl from the Long family is going to hunt beasts at the abandoned reservoir outside the city today? I'm certain. Father, this information came directly from Long Qingxue's best friend. It's absolutely reliable. Wang Tian declared with unwavering conviction. Excellent. Then today, I shall ensure the Long family is utterly wiped out. Wang Beixian's eyes darkened, a cold smile curling his lips. The Wang and Long families were the twin pillars of Jinling City's elite. Jinling had once been the Long family's personal fiefdom, but 3 years ago, the patriarch and matriarch vanished without a trace. Their power plummeted dramatically, leaving only a platinum-level butler struggling to keep the family afloat. If he could eliminate Long Qingxue outside the city today, the Long family would be extinguished. Once he absorbed the Long family, Jinling City would become the Wang family's personal fiefdom. Meanwhile, Ao Ping was freely devouring ferocious beasts within the reservoir. Devoured Giant Prawn Common Tier 4, Evolution Points plus 276. Devour Unicorn Fish Common Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 418. Devour Filthy Turtle. There really are more beasts outside the city. This rate of gaining evolution points is ridiculously fast. Ao Ping glanced at the system panel and nodded with satisfaction. Less than half an hour after teleporting to the reservoir, his evolution points had already reached a staggering 1760. Time for another evolution, then take care of that ice-armored crocodile I spotted earlier, Ao Ping murmured softly. The ice-armored crocodile was an ordinary 10th tier beast Ao Ping had unexpectedly discovered in the reservoir, measuring about 6 meters in length. Having just teleported in with unhealed wounds, Ao Ping had retreated 3 steps back, choosing instead to devour weaker beasts first. System, upgrade me now. Ao Ping commanded mentally. The next second, the system's notification tone sounded. Consumed 800 evolution points. Reached ordinary 9th tier. Consumed 900 evolution points. Reached ordinary 10th tier. Remaining evolution points, 60. Just as Ao Ping prepared to set out in search of the ice-armored crocodile, a voice reached his ears. Miss, our target this time is a common tier 10 ice-armored crocodile. Are you truly certain you wish to join us in battle? On the reservoir, a man with a simple, honest face pleaded earnestly with the woman before him. 4 companions stood beside him. Uncle Zhao, there's no need to persuade me further. I lack the talent for beast taming. If I want to grow stronger, I can only train my martial arts skills relentlessly. A hint of melancholy flashed in Long Qingxue's eyes. Both her parents were diamond-tier beast masters, yet she herself was a useless failure without any talent for beast taming. I'll face the ferocious beasts myself someday. Might as well train harder now, Long Qingxue sighed inwardly. These past days, she had trained martial arts relentlessly, never slacking off for a moment. Last night, she had even broken through to ordinary 5th tier. The reservoir teemed with fierce beasts, perfect targets for her practice. With Uncle Zhao and the others protecting her, she wouldn't be in danger as long as she avoided bronze-tier beasts. Very well, young miss. Once we successfully hunt the ice-armored crocodile, the remaining beasts will be yours to practice on. Seeing Long Qingxue's determination, Zhao Dahai could only reluctantly agree. Who would have thought Long Qingxue really is a rich kid? From their conversation, it seems they also want to hunt the ice-armor crocodile. Ao Ping overheard Long Qingxue and the others' conversation clearly. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes as he looked at them. Apart from that man called Uncle Zhao, who seems somewhat powerful and has a bronze-tier iron mastodon shrimp, the rest of them aren't much to worry about, Ao Ping thought to himself. Although his strength had reached the ordinary 10th tier, he wasn't prepared to directly confront Long Qingxue and her group just yet. After all, he hadn't witnessed the true power of a bronze-grade spirit beast firsthand and couldn't gauge the iron mastiff prawn's strength. To be safe, he'd wait until they engaged the ice-armor crocodile. Soon, Zhao Dahai and his group released their own spirit beasts. Led by the iron mastiff prawn, the other 4 spirit beasts leapt into the reservoir to search for the ice-armored crocodile. Ao Ping secretly followed behind iron mastiff shrimp and the other spirit beasts. Fearing iron mastiff shrimp might spot him, Ao Ping maintained a distance of 100 meters from them at all times. The reservoir area wasn't large, and iron mastiff prawn quickly located the ice-armored crocodile. This bronze-tier iron mastodon shrimp isn't particularly powerful either, yet it's barely suppressing the ice-armored crocodile. Without the other 4 spirit beasts assisting, the crocodile probably wouldn't have been defeated so quickly, Ao Ping thought to himself, gaining a rough understanding of the iron mastodon shrimp's strength. Though he himself was only a common 10th tier cultivator, his body contained the bloodline of a black dragon. His power naturally far surpassed that of beasts of the same rank. Not only could he handle 1 iron mastiff shrimp, but even 2 more wouldn't stand a chance against him. The ice-armored crocodile, realizing it was no match for the iron mastiff shrimp and the other spirit beasts, immediately swam toward the shore. Little did it know, 5 humans were still waiting for it on the reservoir's edge. The ice-armored crocodile has been successfully lured out. Everyone gather together now and protect the young lady at all costs. Zhao Dahai shouted, swiftly shielding Long Qingxue behind him. The other 4 companions also positioned themselves in front of Long Qingxue. As the Long family's exclusive mercenary group, her safety was their top priority. The ice-armored crocodile hadn't anticipated other creatures waiting for it at the reservoir. But upon seeing that Long Qingxue and the others weren't particularly powerful, it immediately launched its attack. Just as the ice-armored crocodile was about to pounce on Zhao Dahai and the others, Iron Mastiff Shrimp finally arrived, clamping down on the crocodile with its claw. Chapter 10, The Blazing Sun Mercenary Corps. Ha ha ha, well done, Iron Mastiff Shrimp. Zhao Dahai roared with laughter, nodding in satisfaction. The Iron Mastiff prawn's claws could unleash a 1,000-pound force. Once the ice-armored crocodile was clamped, there was absolutely no chance of escape. This ice-armored crocodile is quite powerful, though its cultivation level is a bit low. If it had reached the bronze realm, Iron Mastiff Shrimp wouldn't stand a chance against it. Ao Ping thought to himself. Seeing the battle concluded, he knew it was time for him, the fisherman, to step in. Just as Ao Ping prepared to eliminate Zhao Dahai and his men, a piercing eagle's cry echoed across the reservoir. A fireball over a meter in diameter plummeted from the sky, striking the Iron Mastiff prawn directly. Iron Mastodon Shrimp. Zhao Dahai gasped in shock, utterly unprepared for such a surprise attack. Seeing the Iron Mastiff prawn unharmed, Zhao Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. However, the ice armor crocodile, which had been pinned by the Iron Mastiff prawn, seized the opportunity to escape back into the reservoir. There are actually others here? Ao Ping, watching from within the reservoir, was also surprised. He hadn't expected this small reservoir to attract so many people. Ao Ping looked skyward, where a flaming eagle over 10 meters long was watching Long Qingxue and the others by the reservoir's edge. Blazing Eagle. Master, Bald Tyrant. Bloodline, Flame Eagle Bloodline. Talents, Fire Accumulation D rank talent, allows condensing flames to attack enemies. Farsight E rank talent, greatly enhances vision. A Bronze Tier 2 Spirit Beast? Ao Ping murmured softly. The system panel indicated this Flame Eagle had an owner. Could it be members of another mercenary group trying to seize this ice-armored crocodile? Ao Ping felt a twinge of doubt, continuing to lurk within the reservoir to observe the situation. Sure enough, besides the Bronze Tier 2 Blazing Eagle, 4 more Bronze Tier 1 Spirit Beasts charged out, completely surrounding Long Qingxue and her group. We're the Jinling Long Family Mercenary Group. If you want this ice-armored crocodile, we're willing to hand it over. Please let us leave, Zhao Dahai frowned, warily watching the 5 Spirit Beasts before them. Uncle Zhao, what's going on? Why did 5 Bronze Tier Spirit Beasts suddenly appear? Long Qingxue gripped her long sword tightly. She had only intended to follow Zhao Dahai out of the city to hone her combat skills, never expecting this kind of situation. Don't be afraid, young miss. Judging by their appearance, they're likely from another mercenary group. As long as we don't contest their prey, they won't attack us. Though Zhao Dahai spoke reassuringly, he remained firmly positioned in front of Long Qingxue. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't interfere. But the situation now is that someone has put a price on your heads. A bald man leapt down from a flame eagle, eyeing Long Qingxue and her companions as though they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Miss, run. We'll hold them off. Zhao Dahai shouted, grabbing Long Qingxue and flinging her onto the back of a Dark Moon Cat. Though the Dark Moon Cat was only at the ordinary 8th tier, its speed was the fastest among their 5 spirit beasts. An ordinary Dark Moon Cat thinks it can escape right under our noses? That's a pretty big insult to the Sunblaze mercenary group, the bald tyrant snorted coldly. The flame eagle behind him immediately spat out a fireball, smashing it into the Dark Moon Cat. The Dark Moon Cat couldn't dodge in time. The searing flames instantly engulfed it, and within moments, the creature was reduced to a charred lump. Miss! Zhao Dahai gasped, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. I'm fine, Uncle Zhou. Long Qingxue's beautiful face was smudged with mud. When the Dark Moon Cat dodged the fireball at breakneck speed, she'd been thrown off. Otherwise, she too would have been reduced to a charred lump. Who'd have thought Long Qingxue's luck was this good? She survived that, Ao Ping murmured from the reservoir, then shot a wary glance at the Sunblaze mercenary group. In this situation, anyone but a fool could see the Sunblaze mercenary group had come specifically to assassinate Long Qingxue. Long Qingxue's side only had a bronze tier spirit beast, posing little threat to Ao Ping. In contrast, the Sunblaze mercenaries fielded a full 5 bronze tier spirit beasts. For Ao Ping to eliminate them all would prove quite difficult. Forget it. I'll just hide out in the reservoir for a while. After pondering for a moment, Ao Ping decided it wasn't worth the risk. After all, he had already escaped Jinling City. The wilderness teemed with fierce beasts, and with his system by his side, reaching the bronze tier was merely a matter of time. With that, Ao Ping began swimming deeper into the reservoir. Just then, he suddenly noticed a moving shadow in the distance. Ha! Isn't that the ice-armored crocodile from earlier? Ao Ping's heart leapt with excitement, and he immediately charged toward it. If I can't defeat those bronze-tier spirit beasts, how could I possibly lose to you? At this moment, the ice-armored crocodile remained completely unaware of the approaching danger, swiftly swimming toward its lair. Ao Ping was now only 10 meters away from the ice-armored crocodile, yet he did not rush to attack. The primary reason was its proximity to Long Qingxue and the others. To avoid detection by Long Qingxue and the members of the Blazing Sun mercenary group, Ao Ping decided to swim further away before attacking the ice-armored crocodile. Soon, the ice-armored crocodile returned to its lair. To Ao Ping's surprise, the lair contained 5 or 6 crocodile eggs. An unexpected bonus. Ao Ping's eyes lit up. Since the ice-armored crocodile was being so generous, he wouldn't hesitate to accept its kindness. Twisting his body, Ao Ping swiftly swam toward the ice-armored crocodile's lair. This time, Ao Ping made no effort to conceal his presence. The ice-armored crocodile immediately sensed him. You react quickly enough, but in front of me, whether you spot me or not, your fate remains the same death. Ao Ping opened his gaping maw and bit down on the ice-armored crocodile's neck. Even though the crocodile instantly activated its icy armor. But against Ao Ping's razor-sharp dragon fangs, the ice-armored crocodile's defenses proved utterly futile. Crimson blood instantly dyed the surrounding water red. The ice-armored crocodile struggled feebly at first, but within seconds, all life left its body. Ao Ping swiftly swallowed it whole. Devoured ice-armored crocodile common tier 10, evolution points plus 819. Just over 100 more evolution points to reach the bronze realm. Ao Ping glanced at the 6 crocodile eggs in the nest. Without hesitation, he devoured them all. Consumed 6 ice-armored crocodile eggs. Evolution points plus 180. Enough. System, I'm evolving. Ao Ping commanded instantly. Once he reached the bronze realm. Whether it was Long Qingxue or the Blazing Sun mercenary group, they would become his prey. Consuming 1000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to bronze tier 1. Extracting random talents. Chapter 11, Death Reincarnation. Randomly extracting talents? I never expected the system would grant a random talent upon advancing to the next major realm. Ao Ping couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity. After all, most spirit beasts or ferocious beasts only possess 2 or 3 talents. Only those with exceptional innate talents or powerful bloodlines could possess more than 3. Among spirit beasts, beyond cultivation realm, talents and bloodlines were the most crucial factors. Bloodlines determined a spirit beast's cultivation ceiling. Take Ao Ping's previous bloodline, for instance, it was merely that of an ordinary black-armored snake. Spirit beasts like the black-armored snake could only cultivate up to the bronze realm at best, with a maximum body length not exceeding 10 meters. Talents often determine a spirit beast's strength. At the same cultivation level, those with more and higher level talents are generally more powerful. Of course, exceptions exist, but most spirit beasts follow the rule: more talents mean greater strength. As before, the system randomly selected 3 talents for Ao Ping to choose from. 1. Eye of Desire S-rank talent, enables the user to perceive the deepest desires hidden within any living being. Creatures locked onto by the Eye of Desire will gradually amplify their inner cravings. Why this talent again? Ao Ping frowned slightly. He recalled this Eye of Desire appearing during the previous talent draw, but since his circumstances at the time didn't require it, he hadn't chosen this S-rank talent. Let's look at the other talents first, Ao Ping murmured softly, then turned his attention to the second talent. 2. Black Flame A-rank talent. Transforms flames into black and significantly enhances their power, unaffected by water. This black flame talent isn't bad either. It complements my flame body quite well. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction, surprised that the first 2 talents were of such high quality. Now, Ao Ping couldn't wait to discover what the third talent would be. 3. Necromantic Rebirth SSS rank unique talent, consumes necromantic energy to transform slain enemies into undead minions. Greater energy expenditure upgrades these minions. An SSS-tier unique talent. Ao Ping exclaimed in shock, selecting Necromantic Rebirth without a moment's hesitation. This was an SSS-tier talent. Even a second of hesitation would be disrespectful to such a gift. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Black Dragon. Bloodline, Black Dragon Bloodline. Realm, Bronze Tier 1. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier unique talent, Flame Body A-tier talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier talent, Heavy Armor F-tier talent. Evolution points, 59 5000. Necromantic Power, 0 gains necromantic power per slain creature, determined by the creature's level. Upon reaching the bronze realm, Ao Ping's form surged to 15 meters in height. The horns on his head grew more majestic, and his sharp dragon claws gleamed with a sinister, icy light. Is this the bronze realm? Ao Ping closed his eyes, feeling the transformations within his body. Beyond the physical and strength transformations, Ao Ping discovered a new language had materialized within his mind, the language of beasts. The name suggested it was the language used for communication among spirit beasts, yet Ao Ping had no recollection of spirit beasts ever being able to converse with one another. Could it be that only spirit beasts who reach the bronze realm can speak beast speech? Ao Ping wondered, though something didn't quite add up. He had seen bronze-tier spirit beasts before, whether Zhao Dahai's Iron Mastiff Prawn or the 5 bronze spirit beasts of the Blazing Sun mercenary group. None of them showed signs of communicating with each other. Could it be that I'm the only one who understands this language? Never mind, never mind. Why bother overthinking it? I'll just test it out when I encounter other spirit beasts or ferocious beasts later. Better to try out the effect of the undead rebirth talent first. Ao Ping murmured softly before querying the system. System, how exactly do I use this undead resurrection? Any creature slain by the host may be resurrected through necromantic rebirth. The host need only silently recite the target's name. I see. Then I'll revive that ice-armored crocodile from earlier to test it out. Ao Ping murmured softly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Detecting the host's first use of necromantic reincarnation. A complimentary trial opportunity is granted. Consume 100 points of necromantic power to resurrect the ice-armored crocodile. Common tier 10? Yes. Ao Ping's eyes lit up as he immediately selected to resurrect the ice-armored crocodile. After all, it was free, might as well take advantage of it. The next second, a swirling black mist appeared before Ao Ping. The fog carried an intensely potent aura of necromantic power and energy so formidable it made even Ao Ping wince. Seconds later, the mist dissipated, revealing a 6-meter-long ice-armored crocodile before Ao Ping, none other than the very creature he had just devoured. Truly worthy of an SSS-tier talent, it even preserved the ice-armored crocodile's cultivation realm and innate abilities intact. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. The only difference from before was its eyes, now a lifeless gray, devoid of any emotion, like those of a walking corpse. Not only that, but any creature resurrected through necromantic rebirth would obey Ao Ping's every command without question. This is far more useful than that so-called Eye of Desire, Ao Ping mused inwardly. Want a subordinate? Just kill them and resurrect them yourself. No need to worry about betrayal. He then led the ice armor crocodile toward the reservoir's surface. Having now reached bronze tier level 1, Ao Ping had no reason to fear the Sunblaze mercenary group or Zhao Dahai's Iron Mastiff Shrimp. I've never tasted a bronze tier spirit beast before. It should provide me with quite a few evolution points, Ao Ping murmured softly, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Long Qingxue, Zhao Dahai, and the other Long Family mercenaries were locked in fierce combat with the Blazing Sun mercenary group. Zhao Dahai, you're the last man standing in your mercenary group now. You're going to die sooner or later anyway, why put up this futile resistance? Bald Boss sneered coldly, then turned his gaze to Long Qingxue behind him, a hint of depravity flashing in his eyes. I hear the Dragon family's young miss is Jinling City's famously aloof goddess. If you serve me well, I might even consider sparing your life. Big brother, what about us? We want to taste what this Ice Queen is like too. The other members of the Sunburst mercenary group joined in the jeering. Don't worry, after I've had my share, there'll be plenty left for everyone. The bald thug roared with laughter, utterly dismissing Zhao Dahai before him. Miss, there's not a single good swimmer in the Sunlight mercenary group. I'll have Iron Mastiff escort you to escape via the reservoir. I'll cover your retreat. Zhao Dahai gritted his teeth, forcing back the pain coursing through his body. But, Iron Mastiff Prawn, hurry up and take the young lady out of the reservoir. Zhao Dahai roared, then charged alone toward Bald Tyrant and his men. Iron Mastiff didn't hesitate. He gently clamped his claws around Long Qingxue and immediately plunged into the reservoir, racing away. Trying to escape right under the noses of the Sunblaze mercenary group? Not a chance. Bald Boss snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. You four deal with Zhao Dahai. As for Long Qingxue, I'll capture her myself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bald Boss leapt onto the back of the blazing eagle. Just as he prepared to pursue Long Qingxue, a roar that shook the heavens erupted. Roar! Immediately, a massive black beast over 10 meters long burst violently from the reservoir. Not a single one of you will escape today. Chapter 12, The Pursuit. When did a bronze tier beast appear in this reservoir? Bald Tyrant watched the sudden intruder warily. His own blazing eagle was a bronze tier 2 spirit beast, yet its body was only 11 meters long. This beast before him was merely bronze tier 1, yet its size was a full circle larger than the blazing eagle. So what if it's bigger? Its cultivation level is still 1 tier below my flame eagle. But the most important thing now is to capture Long Qingxue first. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain this to the Wang family. The Bald Tyrant snorted coldly, immediately commanding the flame eagle to soar past Ao Ping and pursue the direction Long Qingxue had fled. Seeing this, Ao Ping twisted his body and lunged at the flame eagle. Ao Ping had chosen not to pursue Long Qingxue for one simple reason: it wasn't worth the cost. After all, Long Qingxue had only one bronze-tier spirit beast, while the Xiaoyang mercenary group possessed a full 5 bronze-tier spirit beasts. Ao Ping knew full well which side offered more evolution points. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Blazing Eagle, spit fireballs and incinerate this beast. Bald Tyrant hadn't expected the beast to attack him first, so he immediately ordered Blazing Eagle to strike Ao Ping. Fire? That's the last thing I fear. Ao Ping sneered coldly. Watching the fireball hurtle toward him, he didn't even bother to defend. Instead, he charged straight through the flames, heading straight for the Flame Eagle and the Bald Tyrant. Just a low IQ beast after all can't even dodge properly. Bald Tyrant sneered at Ao Ping. He'd expected this bronze-tier beast to possess some extraordinary ability, but this was all it had? Just as Bald Tyrant prepared to pursue Long Qingxue again, a pitch-black figure flashed past the corner of his eye. The next second, Bald Tyrant felt darkness engulf his vision, as if his entire being had been swallowed whole by some creature. Devoured Ordinary Tier Human Ordinary 7th Tier. Evolution points plus 481, Death Energy plus 0.7. Not much in terms of strength, but the evolution points are quite generous, Ao Ping murmured softly, then turned his gaze to the Flame Eagle. Now that its master was dead, it was only natural for the spirit beast to be next. Ao Ping now towered over the Flame Eagle by a full size. His sheer strength alone was enough to suppress it, not to mention his innate flame body talent, which reduced fire damage by 70%. Beyond being one realm higher than Ao Ping, what did the Flame Eagle have to win with? Big brother. At that moment, the other members of the Blazing Sun mercenary group had already dealt with Zhao Dahai. When they turned their attention to Bald Boss, they were horrified to discover their leader had been swallowed whole by a bronze tier 1 ferocious beast. Seeing this, the others immediately commanded their spirit beasts to support the Flame Eagle. Though all their spirit beasts were bronze tier, only the water arrow sparrow could effectively support the Flame Eagle from the air. Spirits like the venomous forest python, saber-tooth black tiger, and earth armor bear were utterly incapable of offering the Flame Eagle any substantial aid. Ao Ping first used his dragon claws to pin the Flame Eagle's wings, then lunged forward and bit down on its neck. Sensing mortal danger, the Flame Eagle unleashed a torrent of flames in a desperate attempt to repel Ao Ping. You think such insignificant attacks can repel me? Let me show you what true flames are. Ao Ping sneered coldly. In the next instant, blazing flames erupted from his razor-sharp dragon fangs, engulfing the Flame Eagle in a fierce inferno. The bird let out piercing, agonized screams. No! Water Arrow Sparrow, hurry and support the Flame Eagle, shouted one member of the Sunlight Mercenary group. The Water Arrow Sparrow swiftly flew toward Ao Ping and the Flame Eagle. Just as it reached the reservoir's surface, a 6-meter-long ice-armored crocodile burst from the water, snapping its gaping jaws toward the Water Arrow Sparrow. Squeak! The Water Arrow bird never expected another ferocious beast to ambush it from the reservoir. Facing the ice-armored crocodile's surprise attack, it had no time to dodge and was instantly dragged into the reservoir. Damn it! I never thought this ice-armored crocodile was an accomplice of that black beast. The Water Arrow Sparrow's master urgently called out to it. Though the Water Arrow Sparrow wielded water currents as its weapon, this didn't mean it could breathe underwater. Once submerged, even as a bronze-tier spirit beast, it stood no chance against the ice-armor crocodile. Sure enough, after several calls, the Water Arrow bird still failed to emerge from the reservoir. Its fate seemed sealed. Meanwhile, Ao Ping had successfully devoured the Flame Eagle. Despite its massive 11-meter wingspan, it was devoured in mere moments by Ao Ping's Abyssal Maw. Devoured Flame Hawk Bronze Tier 2, Evolution Points plus 1,573, Necromantic Power plus 20. Devoured Water Arrow Sparrow Bronze Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 1,187, Necromantic Power plus 10. Bronze Tier Spirit Beasts truly deliver substantial evolution points, Ao Ping mused inwardly. What surprised him was that the spirit beasts devoured by the ice-armored crocodile could also grant him evolution points. At this rate, devouring spirit beasts alone was indeed slow. With an assistant, the pace of acquiring evolution points would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Truly, an SSS-tier talent lived up to its name. Its effects were formidable. What should we do? Long Qingxue has already fled far away. That black beast in the sky isn't weak. Should we continue pursuing Long Qingxue? Witnessing the successive deaths of their leader and the Water Arrow Sparrow, some members of the Blazing Sun mercenary group were already beginning to lose heart. Though the Wang family's reward was generous, what good is money if you're dead to spend it? The black beast in the sky was over 10 meters in size. Among the Blazing Sun mercenaries, aside from the Flame Eagle, the Stone Armor Bear was the largest, reaching a staggering 9 meters. Yet this aerial black beast was easily twice the size of 2 Stone Armor Bears combined. The 3 remaining spirit beasts of the Sunblaze mercenaries wouldn't even be enough to fill Ao Ping's teeth. The 3 remaining members who still possessed spirit beasts exchanged glances and immediately scattered in different directions without a word. As for the Sunlight mercenary group member who'd lost his Water Arrow Sparrow, well, he'd just have to fend for himself. Trying to escape? No chance. Ao Ping immediately gave chase. As for the member by the reservoir's edge, Ao Ping didn't even glance his way after all. There were still ice armor crocodiles lurking in the reservoir. Thank goodness that black beast in the sky didn't notice me. The water arrow sparrow's master breathed a sigh of relief after Ao Ping departed. Just as he prepared to flee, the sound of footsteps echoed from the reservoir behind him. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the nearby forest. But 2 legs could never outrun 4. After only a few steps, he vanished entirely into the belly of an ice-armored crocodile. Chapter 13, The Downfall of the Blazing Sun Mercenary Corps. Consumed Ordinary Class Human Ordinary Tier 5, Evolution Points plus 341, Necromantic Power plus 0.5. Ignoring the notification in his mind, Ao Ping was now giving chase to the stone armor bear with all his might. Damn it! Why is this beast only chasing me? Cursed the muscular man riding the stone armor bear. Seeing the beast closing in, the man gritted his teeth and ordered the stone armor bear to halt its flight. Instead, it turned and lunged toward Ao Ping. Damn it, I'm dead either way. Might as well go down fighting. The man roared, his face hardening into a resolute expression. The stone armor bear stared at its master in shock before making a wise decision. What the hell were you thinking, you stupid bear? Shaking me off? No, wait, why did you run? I'm still here. The muscular man lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. His spirit beast, the stone armor bear, had actually abandoned him and fled? Watching the stone armor bear flee in panic, the burly man's hard-won courage evaporated in an instant. He scrambled to his feet and began running. But how could his speed compare to Ao Ping's? Before he could take a few steps, he was swallowed whole by Ao Ping, who moved like a black lightning bolt. The speed was so swift it could be described as melting in the mouth. Devoured Ordinary Human Ordinary Tier 5, Evolution Points plus 351, Death Energy plus 0.5. He brought this on himself, and he even tried to drag his spirit beast along. No wonder the stone armor bear chose to flee alone, Ao Ping chuckled inwardly. Sometimes he couldn't help but admire the peculiar logic of certain people courting death while insisting on dragging their spirit beast along. If such individuals weren't dealt with swiftly, who knew what trouble they'd stir up later? Surprisingly, this stone armor bear is quite clever, Ao Ping thought. But it still can't escape my grasp. Better become my evolution points obediently. His gaze sharpened as he instantly unleashed a jet of flame toward the stone armor bear. The stone armor bear couldn't dodge in time. Before it could even activate its innate stone armor, the searing flames charted black on the outside and cooked it through on the inside. Within 2 minutes, the 9-meter-tall stone-armored bear was completely devoured by Ao Ping. Devoured Stone Armor Bear Bronze Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 1,342, Necromantic Power plus 10. Time to hunt down the rest of the blazing mercenary group, Ao Ping thought to himself before swiftly pursuing the direction the saber-toothed black tiger had fled. Ao Ping had targeted the stone armor bear first precisely because of its sluggish speed. As long as he could swiftly eliminate it. With his superior speed, the other 2 beasts would be unable to outpace him. Moreover, after the ice armor crocodile had devoured the Flaming Sun mercenary group members near the reservoir, Ao Ping ordered it to pursue the venomous forest python. Though the ice armor crocodile was merely a common 10th tier beast, combined with the undead body granted by necromantic rebirth, even if it couldn't kill the venomous forest python, it would certainly delay it until Ao Ping arrived. Thus, the Sunlight mercenary group's petty tricks were useless from the start. Today, the Sunlight mercenary group was destined for total annihilation. Didn't he go after the stone armor bear and Lu Zhuang? Why is he chasing me now? Sun Shan, noticing Ao Ping behind him, immediately ordered the saber-toothed black tiger to run faster. Once he reached the forest, the massive black beast would inevitably be hindered. Then, relying on the saber-toothed black tiger's agility, he was certain he could escape with his life. But imagination was sweet, reality was cruel. Though Ao Ping now took the form of a black dragon, his soul remained human. He instantly saw through Sun Shan's plan. You think hiding in the forest will stop me? Ao Ping sneered coldly. He immediately unleashed a torrent of flames toward the nearby forest, which swiftly ignited the trees. The blaze raged fiercely, spreading faster than the saber-toothed black tiger could flee. Damn it! I never expected this beast to set fire to block my path. Sun Shan cursed inwardly. Surrounded by the raging inferno, Sun Shan momentarily panicked, unsure how to escape. You finally stopped. Now you'll just have to accept your fate. Ao Ping lunged fiercely at Sun Shan and the saber-toothed black tiger. Though some trees blocked his path, the might of the dragon clan wasn't something mere timber could withstand. The moment Ao Ping made contact, the trees shattered into splinters, unable to impede him in the slightest. Though the saber-toothed black tiger was a bronze-tier spirit beast, its size was modest, measuring a mere 6 meters. A single bite was all Ao Ping needed to swallow both the saber-toothed black tiger and Sun Shan whole. Devoured saber-toothed black tiger Bronze Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 1,278, Death Energy plus 10. Devoured Ordinary Human Ordinary Tier 5, Evolution Points plus 345, Necromantic Power plus 0.5. Time to deal with that venomous forest python, Ao Ping murmured softly. Meanwhile, the ice armor crocodile was in full pursuit of the venomous forest python, chasing it all the way to the streets of a nearby abandoned city. The surrounding buildings lay in ruins, many of them overgrown with moss and other vegetation. After all this time, I haven't seen a trace of that black beast. Looks like it didn't come after me after all. Wu Jiang instantly breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at the relentless ice-armored crocodile pursuing him, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. Though merely a common 10th rank, this ice-armored crocodile commanded a hefty bounty on Jinling City's wanted list of full 20,000 great xia coins. His trip out of the city had yielded absolutely nothing. Not only had he failed to complete the task entrusted to him by the Wang family, but the boss who had fed him had also died. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the army. Since that black beast hadn't pursued him, he might as well deal with this ice-armored crocodile and bring it back to Jinling. Handing it over to the military would net him a hefty bounty. If he could get 20,000 great xia coins for it, this trip wouldn't be a loss, it would be a bloody good deal. After all, most of the bounty money they earned from hunting beasts went straight into Bald Boss's pockets. He himself barely got any share, getting 3,000 great xia coins each time they split the loot was already considered a decent haul. Now that Bald Boss was dead, those 20,000 xia coins could all go straight into his own pocket. With that thought, Wu Jiang immediately ordered the venomous forest python to halt. He leaped off its back and landed on solid ground. Venomous forest python, Wu Jiang commanded, take care of this ice-armored crocodile. Once we collect the bounty, I'll treat you to the finest feasts and most exquisite wines. The next instant, the venomous forest python bared its fangs and sank them into the ice armor crocodile's flesh. The ice armor crocodile didn't even bother activating its innate ice armor, allowing the venom to inject into its body. It then opened its gaping maw and lunged at the venomous jungle python, aiming to inflict equal damage. As time dragged on, Wu Jiang began to sense something amiss. His venomous forest python was a bronze-tier spirit beast. The venom within its body was potent enough to instantly kill 3 or 4 ice-armored crocodiles. How was it possible that nearly 2 minutes had passed, and this ice-armored crocodile still seemed completely unaffected? Something's wrong, more than wrong. Realizing the armored crocodile might be peculiar, Wu Jiang urgently commanded the venomous forest python to cease its attack. But the venomous jungle python ignored his command entirely, still clamped its jaws firmly around the ice-armored crocodile. Seeing the venomous jungle python's lack of response, Wu Jiang sensed trouble. His uneasy premonition grew stronger. The next second, Wu Jiang collapsed to the ground in sheer terror. He discovered his spirit beast had suddenly severed its connection with him. Such an occurrence could only mean one thing. The venomous jungle python was dead. Chapter 14, Black Flame Hound. No, impossible. Wu Jiang roared, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he instinctively backed away. There had to be something wrong with this ice-armored crocodile. How could an ordinary grade beast possibly kill a venomous forest python that could fight on par with a bronze grade beast? There had to be something wrong. Gray pupils? Wu Jiang stared at the ice armor crocodile's pupils. Normally, an ice armor crocodile's pupils were blue, and its gaze usually carried an intense killing intent. But this one's pupils were a lifeless gray, devoid of any emotion, its gaze as vacant as a walking corpse. Though he couldn't fathom why its eyes were gray, he had no time to ponder now. The ice-armored crocodile had already broken free from the venomous forest python's coils and was now advancing step by step toward him. No, I have to escape quickly. Wu Jiang's heart raced with terror as he immediately sprinted down the street. The ice-armored crocodile pursued relentlessly, closing the distance between them bit by bit. Unbeknownst to them, countless pairs of blood-red eyes watched from the abandoned buildings lining the street. I can't keep running. I'm exhausted. Wu Jiang was gasping for breath when he stumbled over a broken stone by the roadside. Seeing Wu Jiang suddenly collapse, the ice armor crocodile lunged toward him. Just as Wu Jiang was about to meet his end in the crocodile's jaws, a black figure flashed by like lightning. Wu Jiang, who had been lying on the ground moments before, vanished without a trace, leaving the ice armor crocodile lunging at thin air. Only a crimson trail of blood remained on the street, a stark reminder of Wu Jiang's presence. The ice armor crocodile followed the trail of blood and saw a 4-meter-long black dog glaring at it menacingly, its jaws clamped around Wu Jiang's corpse. Ao Ping's orders were clear: devour both the venomous forest python and the human before it. Thus, the ice armor crocodile would not relinquish Wu Jiang's remains. Roar! The ice armor crocodile roared furiously, instantly opening its gaping maw and lunging at the black dog. The black dog let out a series of low growls. In the next instant, hundreds of black figures burst out from the surrounding buildings, swiftly encircling the ice-armored crocodile. The vast majority of these black dogs were bronze-tier beasts, while a portion had already reached silver tier. Among them stood an enormous black dog, roughly 13 meters long, having attained the gold-tier realm. Unlike the others, every black dog's tail blazed with golden flames except for the golden-ranked beast, whose tail burned with black fire. The surrounding dogs dared not approach it, clearly recognizing this as their leader. The black dog's eyes gleamed with savagery as they all fixed their fierce stares on the ice armor crocodile. It seemed that if the crocodile dared to move, they would instantly pounce and tear it to shreds. The ice-armored crocodile paid them no mind, charging straight toward the black dog clutching Wu Zhang's body. Its mind was fixed on one thing, completing the task its master had assigned. A mere 10th-tier creature dares to act insolently before this king. Minions, tear this ignorant four-legged reptile to shreds. The black dog king snorted coldly, looking down on the ice-armored crocodile with disdain. It had initially assumed these were those disgusting Yuan devouring beasts from the south, only to discover it was merely a weak little reptile. Such trash any random member of his clan would outclass this ordinary 10th-tier reptile. Sure enough, under the black dog's assault, the ice-armored crocodile didn't last even a second before one of the black dogs clamped its jaws firmly around its neck. Soon, more black dogs joined the fray, tearing into the ice-armored crocodile. Even its limbs were torn off by the pack. Just a weak little reptile, the black dog king murmured, preparing to turn away. Such a feeble beast held no interest for him, not even enough to satisfy his hunger. Just as the black dog king turned to leave, it suddenly heard a whimper from one of its pack. The black dog king frowned slightly, looking in the direction of the sound, its pupils abruptly contracting. There, on the street, the ice-armored crocodile whose limbs had been torn off was still alive. Worse, it had clamped its jaws shut around one of the black dogs. No matter how fiercely the other black dogs attacked, the crocodile refused to let go. Not only that, but the crocodile's limbs were regenerating at a visible pace. Within a mere second, its limbs had fully regrown. Interesting, the black dog king snorted coldly, deciding to intervene personally. But I refuse to believe you can resurrect a second time. At that very moment, Ao Ping, who was rushing to the scene, suddenly received news of the ice-armored crocodile's death. Ice armor crocodile has died, automatically regenerating. Looks like trouble's brewing with the ice-armored crocodile. I need to get there fast, Ao Ping frowned slightly. Fortunately, the undead rebirth talent could pinpoint the ice-armored crocodile's location at any time. Otherwise, finding it within such a short time frame would have been quite difficult. Moreover, this wasn't Jinling City. Ferocious beasts could appear at any moment. He had to resolve the ice armor crocodile situation quickly. Soon, relying on the necromantic rebirth's tracking, Ao Ping arrived at the ice-armored crocodile's location. The ice-armored crocodile was currently under siege by over 100 black dogs. These dogs were generally not very large, with the largest one measuring around 13 meters still smaller than Ao Ping. Ao Ping didn't rush to intervene, instead observing the black dog's strength. Golden tier beasts. Ao Ping's heart raced with shock as he eyed the largest black dog with wary caution. Black Flame Hound. Bloodline, Hell Black Flame Hound Bloodline. Realm, Gold Tier 1. Talents, Black Flame Grade A talent, Fierce Fire Grade C talent, greatly increases damage dealt by flames, Flame Fang Grade B talent, sharp teeth formed from condensed flames, capable of inflicting massive damage on enemies, enhanced scent Grade E talent, improves sense of smell. Ao Ping scanned the other beasts, noting the system labeled them all as flamehounds. Their bloodlines were merely flamehound bloodlines, and most were only at the bronze tier. Even so, this pack of flame dogs was beyond Ao Ping's current capabilities. I refuse to believe I can't kill you. Today, this four-legged vermin shall taste the might of black flame. The black flame hound snorted coldly, immediately spewing a jet of pitch-black flame from its maw. This black flame hound can actually speak. Ao Ping's heart jolted with shock. This was the first time he'd encountered a ferocious beast capable of speech. Ao Ping's gaze locked onto the black flame hound, searching for any signs of its unique abilities. Who's there? Come out this instant. The black flame hound suddenly looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Thank goodness my reflexes were quick enough. Otherwise, that black flamehound would have spotted me, Ao Ping thought to himself, breathing a sigh of relief. He was only at the bronze tier 1 level. Even with the bloodline of a black dragon within him, he was no match for a gold tier ferocious beast. With his undead reincarnation talent, his followers would only grow in number. For now, he had no choice but to abandon the ice armor crocodile. He could return to seek revenge on this black flamehound once his strength had grown. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately decided to leave. Strange, the black flamehound murmured. I distinctly sensed another predator watching me just now. Could I have misread the situation? A flicker of confusion crossed the black flamehound's eyes. It sniffed the air, and sure enough, detected an unfamiliar scent. Found you. The black flamehound's eyes flashed with ferocity as it instantly unleashed a jet of black flame toward the abandoned building nearby. Damn it, I've been spotted. Ao Ping's heart raced as he felt the scorching heat of the black flame approaching. He immediately darted to the side to evade it. Chapter 15, Long Qingxue's Shock. Without hesitation, Ao Ping swiftly flew toward the reservoir. Better safe than sorry. As long as he survived, with the system's aid, he was confident he'd return for revenge before long. Detected host harboring vengeful intent. Black Flame Hound extermination mission triggered. Mission requirement, slay the Black Flame Hound within 7 days. Reward, 1 free use of the necromantic rebirth opportunity or 1 random talent. Failure penalty, none. Ao Ping hadn't expected the mission to activate at this moment, but he couldn't spare a thought for it now. For the golden tier black flame hound was relentlessly pursuing him. Just because I glanced at this black flame hound? Does this dumb dog really need to go to all this trouble to chase me? Ao Ping cursed angrily. The black flame hound's speed far surpassed Ao Ping's. Had he not possessed the ability to fly, he would likely have been caught long ago. Even so, the black flame hound didn't relent. It continued its pursuit while spewing black flames, attempting to knock Ao Ping from the sky. How dare you call this king a stupid dog? You damned flying insect. I'll skin you alive and tear you limb from limb. Hearing Ao Ping dare to curse him from the sky, the black flame hound flew into a rage. As the mightiest being in this region, it had never endured such humiliation. Unless it flayed and dismembered this flying insect in the sky today, its rage would never be appeased. This stupid dog actually understands my speech? Ao Ping thought to himself, surmising that the beast speech he had acquired earlier was at work. That was why he and the black flamehound could communicate with each other. Just as Ao Ping and the black flamehound were locked in a standoff, a series of dog barks reached his ears. Damn it! That's the clan's distress signal. Could it be that pack of Yuan devouring beasts from the south attacking again? The black flamehound cursed under its breath, immediately abandoning Ao Ping to rush back and aid its own clan. Looks like there's more than just the black flamehound's faction in those ruins, Ao Ping thought to himself. Even though the black flamehound no longer pursued him, Ao Ping didn't slow down. After all, no one could guarantee there weren't other powerful beasts lurking nearby. Right now, the best course was to get back to the reservoir as soon as possible. Meanwhile, under the protection of Iron Mastiff Prawn, Long Qingxue successfully returned to the Long family estate in Jinling. Young miss, are you alright? Su Dongyao rushed back upon hearing of Long Qingxue's injuries to check on her condition. I'm fine, Uncle Su. It's just Uncle Zhao and the others. Long Qingxue murmured softly. Her gaze flickered with a hint of melancholy as she thought of Zhao Dahai and the others. As long as you're safe, Miss Long, that's the greatest blessing in this misfortune. As for Zhao Dahai and the others, I'll arrange for compensation of 100,000 daxia coins to be sent to each of their families. You needn't blame yourself, young Mississippi. Only after confirming Long Qingxue had sustained only superficial injuries did Su Dongyao finally breathe a sigh of relief. Though Long Qingxue had changed her clothes, her hair remained drenched from the reservoir water. Seeing this, Su Dongyao immediately ordered servants to prepare a bath for her. Only after Long Qingxue had bathed did Su Dongyao inquire about the details of the attack. Humph. The Sunblaze mercenary group dares to target the young miss of the Long family. Rest assured, young miss, I will make them pay dearly. After hearing Long Qingxue's account, a murderous intent flashed in Su Donyao's eyes. He immediately prepared to leave and handle the matter. Wait a moment, Uncle Su. Long Qingxue suddenly called out to Su Dongyao, then produced a photograph and handed it to him. Young miss, what is this? Su Donyao's eyes flashed with confusion. He recognized the girl in the photo. It was the young miss's close friend, Lu Xiu. This girl frequently visited the Long residence with the young miss. Each time she left, Lu Xiu would secretly take something with her. Had she not been the young miss's close friend, Su Dongyao would have long since ended her life with a single sword thrust. Only a handful of people knew I was leaving the city today. Aside from Uncle Zhao and the others, that leaves only you and Lu Xiu, Long Qingxue murmured softly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Miss Long, trust me. I would never betray the Long family or you. Su Dongyao immediately knelt before Long Qingxue, desperate to avoid any misunderstanding. Uncle Su, what are you doing? Long Qingxue startled, hastily helping him up. You've served as our family's steward for nearly 30 years. You raised me from childhood. After my parents vanished, you single-handedly upheld the Long household. How could I ever doubt you? Long Qingxue hastily explained. My suspicions are directed at Lu Xiu for betraying me. That's why I need Uncle Su to investigate who Lu Xiu has been associating with recently. If it turns out Lu Xiu betrayed me, bring her to the Long family immediately. I will make her pay for Uncle Zhao and the others. Understood, Miss Long. I'll investigate her immediately. Su Dongyao nodded and promptly set out to look into Lu Xiu. After Su Dongyao left, a flicker of doubt crossed Long Qingxue's eyes. There was one thing she hadn't chosen to tell Uncle Su. During her escape from the reservoir, she had heard the roar of a ferocious beast and glanced back. It was a creature that resembled a snake yet was not one. Not only could it fly, but it also sported a pair of horns on its head and 4 limbs protruding from its abdomen. This was a ferocious beast she had never encountered before. Not even in books had she seen anything resembling it. As for why the Blazing Sun mercenary group hadn't pursued them, Long Qingxue suspected that the ferocious beast had blocked their path. However, that beast was only at the bronze tier 1 level, certainly no match for the Sunblaze mercenaries. It was likely already eliminated by them, so Long Qingxue didn't mention the incident to Uncle Su. As usual, Qingxue lay in bed flipping through recent news reports. Suddenly, she noticed a beast in yesterday's news that bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she had encountered at the reservoir. She immediately clicked on the article. By the time she finished reading the entire article, Qingxue was utterly stunned. Escaping from General Qianxue with only an ordinary 8th tier cultivation base. Possibly possessing spatial type and 8 talent. Who would have thought this beast possessed such formidable talent? Just yesterday it was at ordinary 8th tier, yet today it's already reached bronze 1st tier? A flicker of disbelief crossed Qingxue's eyes. Comparing the photos in the news, Qingxue could now confirm that the ferocious beast in the report was indeed the one she had encountered at the reservoir. After all, the horns on its head and the 4 limbs protruding from its abdomen were simply too distinctive. The next moment, an impossible thought suddenly surfaced in Qingxue's mind. If that beast truly possessed such terrifying potential, the Sunblaze Mercenary Corps might face total annihilation. Chapter 16, The Man in Black. Night had fallen, and AO Ping had long since returned to the reservoir. System, open the interface, AO Ping commanded mentally. Host, AO Ping. Race, Black Dragon. Bloodline, Black Dragon Bloodline. Realm, Bronze Tier 1. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Heavy Armor F-tier Talent. Evolution Points, 6,957 5,000. Necromantic Power, 52.2. Not bad. This time I gained nearly 7,000 evolution points, more than enough for my upgrade. AO Ping nodded with satisfaction. Though he'd lost an ice-armored crocodile, it was a minor setback. It was a pity the venomous forest python in Wu Jiang had ended up in the bellies of that pack of black dogs. Otherwise, he could have gained another 1,000 or 2 evolution points. Consumed 5,000 evolution points. Reached bronze tier 2. Excellent. My body has now reached 17 meters in length. The dragon race truly is a formidable species. Each evolution brings comprehensive upgrades, whether in size, strength, or speed. Every aspect is enhanced. AO Ping felt the ever-growing power within his body and couldn't help but marvel at the might of the dragon clan. It must be noted that all ferocious beasts follow distinct evolutionary paths. Those specializing in speed tend to remain relatively compact in size. Those that evolved for strength tended to grow larger in size. Only the dragon clan achieves comprehensive enhancement with every evolution, truly a well-rounded warrior. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the western edge of the reservoir, followed by the gurgling of water. A ferocious beast is near the reservoir. AO Ping immediately suppressed his aura and surfaced to assess the situation. Though it was night, this posed no hindrance to him. Sure enough, as soon as he surfaced, AO Ping spotted a herd of beasts approaching the reservoir to drink. Just a herd of ordinary great horned deer, AO Ping thought to himself, studying the herd intently. There were 13 of them in total. The highest ranked among them was merely a common 7th tier, and the largest stood only 4 meters tall. They posed absolutely no threat to AO Ping. Devouring this entire herd would yield a significant number of evolution points, AO Ping thought to himself. Just as he prepared to hunt the deer, AO Ping suddenly noticed a pair of eerie eyes watching the herd from the forest behind them. Seems I'm not the only one eyeing this herd, AO Ping thought warily, fixing his gaze on the eyes in the forest. The next second, the creature's information appeared before AO Ping's eyes. Shadow Fiend. Bloodline, Ordinary Ghost Bloodline. Realm, Ordinary 9th tier. Talents, Invisibility B rank skill, immune to all physical damage but still vulnerable to fire, lightning, etc. Intimidation F rank skill, terrifying appearance causes psychological fear in enemies to some extent. Ghosts exist in the Beastmaster world? AO Ping felt a twinge of doubt, but it quickly dissipated. With spiritual energy now reviving across the world, even animals could evolve into 100-meter behemoths. Some areas that had once been oceans had even transformed into continents after the spiritual energy revival. Scientists worldwide couldn't explain these phenomena, classifying them as supernatural occurrences. Not only that, but these newly emerged continents were home to terrifying beasts. Even diamond-tier powerhouses could end up as mere fodder for these monstrous creatures. Shall we move? AO Ping glanced at the ghost, noticing it had already slipped behind one of the giant horned deer. AO Ping wouldn't stand by and let his prey be snatched away. He immediately charged toward the water's surface and swallowed a giant horned deer whole. Devoured Great Horned Deer Common Tier 5, Evolution Points plus 361, Necromantic Power plus 0.5. The strongest stag, upon spotting AO Ping, let out a piercing cry. The entire herd immediately fled into the forest. The ghost, poised to strike, had its ambush thwarted by AO Ping. It glared at him furiously, seemingly ready to charge and fight to the death. But upon realizing AO Ping was a bronze-tier ferocious beast, the rage vanished from its face. It too fled into the forest with the elk herd. Earlier, when intercepting the saber-toothed black tiger, AO Ping had incinerated a section of trees with his fire breath. This meant the stag herd would need some time to reach the forest. Yet that very interval proved sufficient for AO Ping to devour the entire herd. Soon, one by one, the giant horned deer vanished into AO Ping's belly. Thankfully, I'm immune to physical damage. This beast couldn't harm me, the ghost remarked with schadenfreude as it watched the scene unfold. The next second, AO Ping immediately unleashed a jet of flame at the ghost. Ah! With a piercing scream, the ghost was instantly incinerated by the flames. TSK, ghosts lack physical form, so they can't be devoured and won't grant me evolution points. That's a bit of a bummer, AO Ping murmured softly. Even so, this herd of great horned deer granted AO Ping 3,329 evolution points and 5.6 points of necromantic power. As his cultivation level continued to rise, AO Ping required increasingly more evolution points to advance. Currently only at Bronze Tier 2, the staggering 10,000 evolution points required to reach Bronze Tier 3 loomed ahead. Still 4,000 points short of the next upgrade. The road ahead is long and arduous, AO Ping sighed. It was already late. Today marked AO Ping's second day since arriving here, and he hadn't even gotten a proper night's sleep. This was the perfect opportunity to rest peacefully by the reservoir for the night. Deep within a mountain cave, a 16-meter-long tiger suddenly snapped its eyes open. Its ferocious gaze radiated pure killing intent. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. Who dares? Who dares kill this king's ghostly servant? I'll make sure they die a miserable death. The bloodthirsty mad tiger roared furiously, charging out of the cave to see just who had the audacity to mess with the king. Human? Daring to block this lord's path? Have you no desire to live? The moment the bloodthirsty mad tiger emerged, he saw a man clad in a black robe standing directly before him. Since you seek death, taste the might of this lord. The bloodthirsty mad tiger instantly opened its gaping maw and lunged at the black-robed figure. Already enraged by the death of the ghostly servant, now some random person dared to block its path. He was a formidable Bronze Tier 8th rank being, his veins coursing with the bloodline of the Diamond Tier bloodthirsty Tiger King. Just as the bloodthirsty mad tiger was about to sink its fangs into the black-robed man, an incredibly sharp spider claw shot out from behind him. In an instant, the once arrogant bloodthirsty mad tiger was pierced through the skull by that single strike. Bloodline of the bloodthirsty Tiger King? What splendid experimental material, the cloaked man murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. The next second, 7 more spider claws shot out from behind the cloaked figure, piercing the bloodthirsty mad tiger's body. Let me properly remodel you. I hope you'll become a creation that satisfies me. Chapter 17, Abyssal Faunil. The sky was now tinged with the first light of dawn. AO Ping was already eating breakfast in the reservoir. Devoured dirty fish common tier 4, evolution points plus 232. Necromantic power plus 0.4. After devouring, scaled eel common tier 5, evolution points plus 312. Necromantic power plus 0.5. Devouring. The ferocious beasts in this reservoir are becoming increasingly scarce. In half an hour, I've only gained a measly 2,000 evolution points. AO Ping frowned slightly and immediately decided to convert some higher tier ferocious beasts into undead. The next moment, 7 ordinary 8th tier beasts appeared before AO Ping. Devour every beast you encounter, AO Ping murmured. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 7 beasts swiftly began devouring the other beasts within the reservoir. The next second, AO Ping's mind was filled with intermittent system notifications. Although necromantic reincarnation was an SSS-tier talent, converting slain beasts into undead entities required consuming corresponding amounts of necromantic power. For instance, eliminating a common first-tier beast yielded 0.1 units of necromantic power. Summoning that same beast required 10 times that amount. The advantage was that he could instantly reclaim any recently expended death energy, meaning he could retrieve the 56 points used to summon the beast. As long as you refrain from using necromantic power to enhance their realm or bloodline, your necromantic power will never diminish. Strange, AO Ping murmured, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. I recall there shouldn't be any other powerful beasts in the reservoir. He discovered that one of the undead beasts he had summoned had been killed 3 times in a row. Could there be ordinary 9th or 10th tier beasts lurking in this reservoir? With that thought, AO Ping immediately went to investigate. Before long, he located the undead beast that kept being killed. What kind of beast is this? A flicker of confusion crossed AO Ping's eyes. In the reservoir, a common 7th tier fangtooth eel was viciously tearing into an ordinary 8th tier earth turtle. That very ordinary 8th tier earth turtle was the undead beast AO Ping had summoned. Abyssal tooth eel. Bloodline, tooth eel bloodline. Realm, ordinary 7th tier. Talents, Fang's F rank talent, increases tooth sharpness. Abyssal infected S rank talent, infected by the power of the abyss, it will continuously enhance its strength at the cost of its own life. Only by constantly devouring other creatures can it gain vitality. This beast actually possesses an S rank talent. AO Ping was somewhat astonished. This was the first time he'd encountered a beast with an S rank talent since his rebirth, though this particular talent seemed to come at a heavy cost to its life. Wait, if I slay this Abyssal Fang Zeal and then transform it into a necromantic beast, combining immortality with the power to burn life, wouldn't that make it invincible? A gleam of calculation flashed in Ao Ping's eyes as he resolved to test this theory. Ao Ping opened his gaping maw and swallowed the Abyssal Fawn Eel whole. Devoured Abyssal Fawn Eel Common 7th tier, evolution points plus 565, necromantic power plus 0.7. With a flick of his thoughts, Ao Ping instantly reclaimed the necromantic power expended on the Earth Turtle. The creature instantly crumbled into dust and vanished. In its place emerged an ordinary 7th tier Abyssal Tooth Eel. It actually worked. Ao Ping's heart leapt with joy as he scrutinized the Abyssal Fawn Eel before him. While ordinary necromantic beasts typically carried only a deathly stillness, this Abyssal Tooth Eel radiated an exceptionally sinister aura. Ao Ping paid little heed to this. After all, he had already transformed this Abyssal Fawn Eel into a necromantic beast. It would never betray him. Rather than pondering why it had been infected with abyssal power, he'd focus on harnessing that very power. Who knows? It might even grow into a formidable force for him in the future. Soon, the beasts within the reservoir were devoured entirely by the undead beasts Ao Ping had summoned. This reservoir slaughter netted nearly 4,000 evolution points, plus over 30 points of necromantic power. Not a bad haul, Ao Ping murmured. There weren't many beasts left in the reservoir to begin with, so gaining nearly 4,000 evolution points was already beyond Ao Ping's expectations. Just 1,000 more evolution points and I can level up. Time to hunt beasts elsewhere, Ao Ping mused inwardly. After much deliberation, he finally decided to explore westward from the reservoir. The reservoir's north bordered Jinling City, a direction Ao Ping naturally avoided. The southern city ruins were the domain of that pack of flame dogs. With his current strength, Ao Ping couldn't yet match the power of that golden tier black flame dog, so the south was also off limits. As for the east, Ao Ping had no idea what lay beyond. The primary reason Ao Ping chose to explore westward was because of last night's herd of great horned deer. The giant horned deer herd wasn't particularly strong. In fact, they could be described as quite weak. Yet even such a fragile group had managed to survive in the western forests. This suggested that the beasts in the western forests might not be particularly powerful, making it an ideal hunting ground for Ao Ping. With a flick of his thoughts, Ao Ping immediately withdrew the necromantic power he had just used to summon the necromantic beast. Since he now chose to hunt beasts on land, the aquatic beast he had summoned was naturally useless. It was better to reclaim the necromantic power. Ao Ping currently possessed only 89.4 points of necromantic power, falling 10.6 points short of summoning a bronze-tier necromantic beast. However, Ao Ping felt no urgency. The forest west of the reservoir was quite large, likely harboring dozens or even hundreds of times more beasts than the reservoir itself. He had no need to worry about evolution points or necromantic power. Jinling City, the Wang Family Manor. Please spare me, Qingxue. For the sake of our friendship, let me off this once. Lu Xiyu knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded desperately with Long Qingxue. So you remember we were best friends? Long Qingxue's face remained expressionless. Her gaze held only murderous intent, tinged with a hint of disappointment. They had known each other for years, and Long Qingxue had always regarded Lu Xiyu as her closest friend. She had even confided in her about her training at the abandoned reservoir outside the city. Yet she never imagined Lu Xiyu would betray her whereabouts to the Wang family for a mere million huaxia coins. Ignoring Lu Xiyu's desperate pleas, Long Qingxue's gaze grew icy as she drew the sword at her waist. You can't kill me. The Wang family promised to protect me. If I die, you'll face their vengeance. Seeing Long Qingxue's resolve to kill, Lu Xiyu immediately invoked the Wang family as her shield. The Long family's influence in Jinling had been steadily waning these past years. She refused to believe Long Qingxue would antagonize the Wang family over a few low-level mercenaries. Hearing Lu Xiyu's words, Long Qingxue's movements faltered. Seeing her pause, Lu Xiyu assumed fear of the Wang family had overcome her. She immediately sneered arrogantly, "Since you don't dare strike, release me at once. Otherwise, the Wang family will." Before Lu Xiyu could finish, a flash of steel sliced clean through her throat. "You! How dare you!" Lu Xiyu stared at Long Qingxue in utter shock, his gaze fixed on the blood still clinging to her blade. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Long Qingxue wiped the blood from her sword with disdain, glaring down at Lu Xiyu on the ground. "My Long family has dominated Jinling City for years. What makes you think we would fear the Wang family? Hiring the Blazing Sun mercenaries to ambush the Dragon family's eldest daughter, the Wang family had better think carefully about how they'll bear the brunt of our wrath." Chapter 18, Swift Wind Wolfpack. Today, Jinling Martial University is organizing us freshmen for practical combat training outside the city. "I'll trouble you, Uncle Su, to handle Lu Xiyu's body," Long Qingxue said softly. "Rest assured, Mississippi. I'll handle this properly." Su Daneo nodded, deeply satisfied with Long Qingxue's decisive elimination of Lu Xiyu today. He had initially worried that Long Qingxue's indecisiveness might cause her to soften when Lu Xiyu pleaded for mercy, but now it seemed he had been overly concerned. The Long family was now in decline, and the entire clan rested on his shoulders alone. Su Dongyao remained deeply concerned about the family's future. Fortunately, Long Qingxue's decisive ruthlessness today gave Su Dongyao a glimmer of hope for the Long family. What the family needed now was precisely an heir with such resolute determination. As for the deceased Lu Xiyu, he possessed 100 ways to prove her death had no connection to the Long family. After Fu Bo departed, Long Qingxue habitually scrolled through today's news, only to be startled by a headline about the Sunfire Mercenary Corps. The Sunrise Mercenary Group has been completely wiped out. Long Qingxue stared at her phone screen in disbelief. This was an official report from Jinling authorities. Its authenticity was beyond doubt. Which meant that the ferocious beast at the reservoir had truly slaughtered every member of the Sunblaze Mercenary Group at the Bronze Tier 1 level. Devoured Swiftwind Wolf Common Tier 9, Evolution Points plus 678, Necromantic Power plus 0.9. Devoured Sword Armored Turtle Common Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 581, Necromantic Power plus 0.8. Devoured. The beasts in this forest far outnumber those by the reservoir. In just over 10 minutes, I've gained more than 1,500 evolution points. Reaching the silver tier seems within reach. Ao Ping murmured softly, immediately choosing to expend evolution points for advancement. Consumed 10,000 evolution points. Reached bronze tier 3. Remaining evolution points, 643. My necromantic power has also accumulated to 102 points. It's time to summon a bronze tier necromantic beast, Ao Ping thought to himself. The next second, a 9-meter stone armored bear materialized before him. Among the Blazing Sun Mercenary Corps, the stone armor bear ranked second in strength. Though slightly slower, its power and size made it virtually unmatched within its tier. Devour every creature you see, be it human or beast, leaving no survivors. Ao Ping commanded. The stone armor bear then began hunting beasts throughout the forest. Once my necromantic power grows strong enough, devouring creatures for evolution points will be a task I can delegate to these undead beasts. I'll become a hands-off ruler. Just imagining it feels liberating, Ao Ping mused inwardly, already picturing the day when his command would command the allegiance of all beasts. Yet while the vision was beautiful, reality was brutal. For now, Ao Ping could only diligently devour beasts to bolster his own strength. Arg! A chorus of wolf howls pierced Ao Ping's ears. The next instant, over a dozen swift-wind wolves burst from the forest, surrounding him completely. A pack of swift-wind wolves? Ao Ping stared at the beasts around him, his heart racing. The weakest among them were at least ordinary 8th-tier beasts, with 5 bronze-tier swift-wind wolves present. The most formidable Wolf King had reached the peak of bronze 6th tier. Every one of them glared at Ao Ping with fierce hostility, as if he were their mortal enemy. Could it be because I just devoured one of them? Are they here to avenge that wolf? Ao Ping nodded to himself. Judging by their demeanor, this seemed the only plausible explanation. A dozen minutes prior, he had indeed devoured a swift-wind wolf. If they sought vengeance for that fallen comrade, their ambush made sense. But the largest of these swift-wind wolves barely reached 8 meters in length, with most hovering around 4 or 5 meters. With bodies that small, the idea of them swarming a 17-meter-long black dragon like Ao Ping seemed downright comical. Well, since you're such loyal creatures, I'll graciously grant your wish and reunite you all inside my belly. Ao Ping sighed. The next instant, a searing flame shot toward one of the bronze-tier swift-wind wolves. With a mournful whimper, the wolf was instantly roasted by the flames. The Swiftwind Wolf King, enraged by the sight, let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The remaining Swiftwind wolves swiftly launched their attack on Ao Ping. Unfortunately, whether they bit with their fangs or clawed with their paws, they couldn't break through Ao Ping's defenses. Are these wind wolves just scratching themselves? Or is my defense just too high? Ao Ping couldn't help but laugh aloud. Seeing his pack unable to harm Ao Ping, the Swiftwind Wolf King decided to take matters into his own paws. The Swiftwind Wolf King was a bronze tier 6 ferocious beast. In its eyes, Ao Ping was nothing more than a bronze tier 3 weakling. What good was being big? Against its wolf claws, sheer size meant nothing. The Swiftwind Wolf King lunged forward like lightning, swiping a claw at Ao Ping. A shrill scraping sound echoed as the king finally managed to leave a scratch on Ao Ping's dragon scales. Fine. Since you're all such useless trash, you'll become my evolution points. Ao Ping had no intention of wasting any more time with them. He promptly dispatched them into his stomach to reunite with their bloodkin. Devoured Swiftwind Wolf Bronze Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 4,261, Necromantic Power plus 60. Devoured Swiftwind Wolf Bronze Tier 2, Evolution Points plus 1,661, Necromantic Power plus 20. Devouring. Accompanied by the pleasant system notification chime, the entire Swiftwind Wolf pack vanished into Ao Ping's stomach. Ha 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 ha. This Swiftwind pack is truly a blessing. A mere dozen wolves delivered over 18,000 evolution points and a whopping 167 points of necromantic power. Not only can I advance to Bronze Tier 4, but I can also summon another Bronze Tier necromantic beast. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction, wishing he could encounter more groups like the Swift Wind Wolves. At this thought, Ao Ping's mind drifted to the pack of flame dogs lurking within the city ruins. That place housed over 100 beasts, most of them at the Bronze Tier. If he could devour them all, not only would he complete the mission, but he could gain even more evolution points and necromantic power. Lost in this thought, a series of voices drifted into Ao Ping's ears. Humans are here. Ao Ping hurriedly found a large tree to hide behind. Fortunately, since the revival of spiritual energy, these plants had also been evolving. Some trees could now grow to hundreds, even thousands of meters tall. Finding a tree tall enough to conceal him was effortless. Let me hear why these people came here. Chapter 19, The Trial of Jinling Martial University. Jinling Martial Arts University organized this practical trial for us freshmen. I heard the first place winner gets a platinum-grade spirit beast as a reward. Knowing my own weakness, I naturally wouldn't dare dream of that prize. But that bully Long Qingxue, backed by the Dragon Family, has repeatedly harassed me at school. She even declared I'd inevitably finish last in this trial. If my spirit beast hadn't vanished recently, I wouldn't suffer such torment from her. Brother Xiaoyang, I won't really end up last in this trial, will I? A soft voice reached Ao Ping's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, Ao Ping recognized the speaker at a glance. Lin Ruoyu? No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. It's that. What missing spirit beast? She was the one who heartlessly abandoned it. What a hypocrite, she doesn't even blink when lying. But what exactly is this combat trial? A flicker of confusion crossed Ao Ping's eyes before he turned his gaze back to Lin Ruoyu. Deep within the forest, Lin Ruoyu's eyes held a lonely gaze, the corners already glistening with tears. Her pitifully vulnerable appearance was truly heartbreaking. Beside her stood a man clad in blue robes. Don't worry, Ruoyu. We've been childhood sweethearts with deep bonds. It's just a platinum-grade spirit beast. Since you want it, I'll help you secure first place in this trial, the man in green said, his tone tinged with confidence. Though he was also a freshman, his strength among all newcomers was second to none. No one dared claim the top spot. Looks like this green-robed guy is the childhood sweetheart Lin Ruoyu mentioned. To have a common 10th tier spirit beast at such a young age, no wonder he's so cocky, Ao Ping thought to himself. Li Xiaoyang. Realm, ordinary 8th tier. Spirit beast, blazing sun golden crow, ordinary 10th tier. But the cultivation gained solely from a common 10th tier spirit beast's energy transfer wouldn't be enough for its master to reach common 8th tier. Could this Li Xiaoyang be a dual cultivator of beast taming and martial arts? A flicker of astonishment crossed Ao Ping's eyes. In this world, those daring to cultivate both martial arts and beast taming were geniuses from all corners of the land. Yet, in the end, only the Duke of the Nation, by Tian, achieved mastery in both fields. Over time, fewer dared to pursue both paths. Most chose to become beast tamers, while only those with poor or no beast taming aptitude turned to martial arts cultivation. Long Qingxue was a prime example. If Jinling Martial University dares to send these freshmen outside the city for trials, they must have arranged personnel in secret to protect this group of students. The question is, what level of protection has Jinling Martial University assigned? Ao Ping narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward Lin Ruoyu brimming with murderous intent. As for that Li Xiaoyang, he didn't care. Today, he had finally encountered Lin Ruoyu outside the city. If he couldn't kill her now, once she returned to Jinling City, who knew how long he'd have to wait to avenge that kick? Got it. A cold smile touched Ao Ping's lips as he immediately channeled his necromantic power, summoning another bronze-tier ferocious beast. The next second, a bronze-tier saber-toothed black tiger materialized before Ao Ping. Ao Ping immediately commanded the saber-toothed black tiger to attack Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang. After a moment's thought, he sensed something amiss and hastily added, "Target the woman first." The moment the command was issued, the saber-toothed black tiger instantly charged toward Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang. He needed to gauge what level of protection Jinling University had assigned to these students before deciding whether to target them. If it was truly as Lin Ruoyu had said that all freshmen from Jinling Martial Arts University came here for trials, then even if they were all only ordinary grade, devouring them all would still yield a massive amount of evolution points. Ah! A ferocious beast! A shrill scream pierced the air, shattering Ao Ping's reverie. The saber-toothed black tiger Ao Ping had summoned had already opened its gaping maw. With just 1 meter to go, it could bite off Lin Ruoyu's head. At the critical moment, a spirit beast engulfed in flames suddenly appeared, blocking the fatal strike for Lin Ruoyu. Damn it! Just a hair's breadth away from tearing off that Lin Ruoyu's head. Ao Ping cursed under his breath, then shot a disgusted glance at Li Xiaoyang. Lin Ruoyu wasn't even his girlfriend, why risk his spirit beast's life for her? Besides, the life of the blazing sun golden crow didn't count. Had it ever agreed to sacrifice itself to save this woman's life? Because Li Xiaoyang had summoned the blazing sun golden crow so abruptly, it hadn't even had time to prepare when facing the saber-toothed black tiger. Though the blazing sun golden crow was a common 10th tier spirit beast, but the saber-toothed black tiger was a bronze tier 1 ferocious beast. Such a devastating blow would leave the golden crow with severe, lifelong injuries, even if it survived. The saber-toothed black tiger hadn't anticipated a spirit beast suddenly blocking Lin Ruoyu's path. Bound by Ao Ping's command, it immediately lunged toward her once more. Yet the very next second, a 12-meter-long, two-headed giant tusked boar charged forward, trampling the saber-toothed black tiger underfoot with a single stomp. "Students, are you both okay?" A middle-aged man leapt swiftly off the double-tusked boar, his face filled with concern as he looked at Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang. These two students were under his protection. As a probationary instructor at Jinling Martial University, he knew the university would hold him accountable if anything happened to them. With that thought, he immediately scanned them closely. Seeing no injuries, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Strange," he muttered, glancing at the bronze-tier saber-toothed black tiger. "I clearly drove away all the bronze-tier beasts in the vicinity. Where did this one come from?" To ensure his students' safety, the middle-aged man immediately ordered the two-headed giant-toothed boar to kill the saber-toothed black tiger. A silver-grade spirit beast like the twin-tusked boar should have dispatched a bronze-grade beast with ease. But soon, the middle-aged man realized his mistake and what a colossal blunder it was. That saber-toothed black tiger's skull was crushed by the two-headed giant-tusked boar. How could it still be alive? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. Chapter 20, Slaying a Silver-Rank Spirit Beast. This is a necromantic beast transformed from an SSS-tier talent born with an immortal body. Even if shattered to pieces, a necromantic creature cannot be completely destroyed, Ao Ping thought to himself, glancing warily at the middle-aged mentor. Hu Jun. Realm, Bronze Tier 4. Spirit Beast, two-headed giant tusk boar Silver Tier 2. A Silver Tier 2 Spirit Beast. I'm only at Bronze Tier 3. Acting rashly could be dangerous. At this thought, Ao Ping immediately recalled the 18,000 plus evolution points he had gained from eliminating the Swiftwind Wolf Pack. Without hesitation, Ao Ping resolved to elevate his realm to Bronze Tier 4. Consumed 15,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Tier 4. Remaining evolution points, 4,296. In the next instant, Ao Ping's aura grew even more intense, and his body expanded to 19 meters, just shy of breaking through to 20 meters. "Whoever's hiding there, come out now." Hu Jun suddenly fixed his gaze on a large tree nearby. "Damn it! I was so focused on advancing my realm that I completely forgot to suppress my aura." Ao Ping's heart sank, but he didn't rush to reveal himself. Instead, he urgently commanded the stone armor bearer to hurry over. "You two return to the rendezvous point first. There might be other beasts lurking here," Hu Jun said gravely. Having witnessed the eerie nature of this saber-toothed black tiger, he feared the beast hiding behind the tree might also possess immortality. He possessed a silver-ranked two-headed giant-tusked boar, so his own safety was not a concern. Hu Jun's greatest concern was the safety of Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang. After all, they held the key to his lifelong livelihood. Seeing the beast still refusing to show itself, Hu Jun dared not be careless. He immediately ordered Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang to leave first. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang immediately departed, running toward the assembly point set up by Jinling Martial University. The time should be about right, Ao Ping thought to himself. The next instant, a deafening roar pierced Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang's ears. "Damn it! A bronze-tier stone armor bear!" Hu Jun cursed under his breath, immediately charging toward Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang's direction. First a bronze tier 1 saber-tooth black tiger, now a bronze tier 1 stone armor bear? I distinctly remember driving away all bronze tier beasts in the vicinity. Where on earth did these two beasts come from? Ao Ping wouldn't let Hu Jun come to Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang's aid. He immediately unleashed a jet of flame at Hu Jun. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Hu Jun was instantly reduced to charred remains by the flames. Ao Ping wasted no words, charging forward to swallow Hu Jun whole. Devoured Bronze Tier Human Bronze Tier 4, Evolution Points plus 1,213, Necromantic Power plus 40. The two-headed giant boar, seeing its long-term food source killed, roared furiously and charged straight at Ao Ping. Ao Ping frowned slightly, unwilling to engage the beast head-on. He immediately soared into the air. There should be other instructors from Jinling Martial University nearby. I absolutely cannot get injured here. Ao Ping thought to himself. Though the two-headed giant-tusked boar was a silver-tier spirit beast, it couldn't fly and possessed no innate abilities threatening to Ao Ping. As long as he remained in the air and continuously sprayed flames at the beast, he might just be able to take it down. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately unleashed a torrent of flames at the beast. Simultaneously, freed from the boar's suppression, the saber-toothed black tiger rejoined the fray. However, Ao Ping didn't direct it toward the boar. Instead, he commanded the Black Tiger to join the stone-armored bear in pursuing Lin Ruoyu and Xiaoyang. The stone armor bear was simply too cumbersome. With the saber-toothed Black Tiger's assistance, Lin Ruoyu and Xiaoyang would have no chance of escape this time. Roar! The two-headed giant tusked boar roared furiously. Its inability to strike Ao Ping infuriated it, driving it to pursue him with even greater ferocity. Seems this spirit beast isn't the brightest, Ao Ping chuckled. But it was precisely the two-headed giant tusked boar's low intelligence that gave Ao Ping an opening. Sure enough, after prolonged exposure to the flames, even a silver-grade spirit beast couldn't escape death. Just as the two-headed giant tusked boar sensed something amiss and prepared to flee, Ao Ping suddenly opened his gaping maw and bit down on the wild boar's neck. His sharp dragon fangs pierced the beast's skin with ease. Within mere seconds, the two-headed giant tusked boar breathed its last. This is a huge win. Ao Ping's heart raced with excitement as he surveyed the fallen beast before him. This was a silver-grade spirit beast who knew how many evolution points devouring it would grant him. 3 minutes later, the once mountain-like double-headed giant tusked boar was now nothing but a skeleton. Devoured two-headed giant tusked boar silver tier 2, evolution points plus 10,876, necromantic power plus 200. A single spirit beast provides 10,000 evolution points? This trip has been absolutely worth it. Ao Ping's heart was bursting with joy. Glancing at his system panel, he saw he needed less than 4,000 evolution points for his next upgrade, and his necromantic power had already reached 468.2 points. If he devoured more ferocious beasts today, he might even advance to bronze tier 5. Strange. Why haven't the stone armor bear and the saber-toothed black tiger devoured Lin Ruoyu yet? At their speed, they shouldn't be unable to catch ordinary humans like Lin Ruoyu and Xiaoyang. Ao Ping frowned slightly, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Could another mentor have intervened to save Lin Ruoyu and Xiaoyang? At this thought, Ao Ping couldn't help but sigh. What a pity he hadn't killed that Lin Ruoyu. But it didn't matter. With the system's aid, reaching Lord Tier or even Overlord Tier was merely a matter of time. As long as Lin Ruoyu remained in Jinling City, she wouldn't escape Ao Ping's grasp. I've already killed a mentor from Jinling Martial University. They'll likely react soon. Time to hunt beasts elsewhere, Ao Ping thought to himself, preparing to leave. Yet before Ao Ping could fly far, a deafening tiger's roar pierced his ears. Immediately after, the forest echoed with successive cries of human agony. Could a powerful beast have attacked Jinling Martial University's students? Ao Ping wondered, a thought of opportunistic gain rising in his mind. If a powerful beast truly attacked Jinling Martial University's students, the instructor's attention would surely be focused entirely on that beast. Moreover, his current necromantic power could summon a bronze tier 2 flame eagle. If discovered, he could always use the eagle as a shield. If he could snatch the carcasses of 1 or 2 silver tier spirit beasts, forget bronze tier 5, he might even leap straight to bronze tier 6 today. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately suppressed his aura and swiftly flew toward the source of the tiger's roar. The sound just came from here, but why can't I see anything? Before long, Ao Ping arrived at the location of the tiger's roar. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed discern faint traces of a struggle in the surroundings. The bloodstains on the ground, in particular, confirmed to Ao Ping that a powerful beast had attacked the students of Jinling Martial University. The next instant, Ao Ping's pupils contracted sharply, as if he'd glimpsed some terrifying creature. What the hell is that thing? Chapter 21, Gold-Grade Frankenstein. A tiger's head, a gorilla's body, and 6 spider-like claws protruding from its back. Its massive form stretched over 30 meters. Frankenstein monster. Bloodline, mid-tier Frankenstein's monster. Realm, Gold Tier 1. Talents, Ghoul D rank talent converts slain targets into ghouls for command. Sonic Boom B rank talent, high-speed sonic waves inflict massive damage on enemies. Venomous Spider Silk D rank talent, emits poisonous silk that stuns and poisons enemies. Strength Amplification E rank talent, increases physical strength. A gold tier beast? But its appearance is truly terrifying, as if some twisted individual deliberately assembled it like this. Ao Ping thought to himself, then glanced at a black tiger not far from the Frankenstein monster. Another gold tier beast. Ao Ping was stunned. He immediately checked the black tiger's panel and discovered it had an owner. Looks like this gold tier 3 shadow black tiger is the spirit beast of that Jinling Martial University instructor. But why is it only 18 meters long? Compared to that Frankenstein monster, the size difference is ridiculous, Ao Ping murmured. The next second, a system notification sounded in Ao Ping's mind. Detected, Jinling Martial University is conducting a practical combat trial for new students. Specific task triggered. Mission requirement, devour any 10 humans. Simple mission. Reward, random D grade talent. A mission actually triggered? Looks like I'll have to devour a few more humans this time. But what does simple mean after task? Could there be a difficult version later? Ao Ping pondered inwardly. The next second, another system notification sounded in his mind. Detected a Frankenstein monster in the forest. Specific mission triggered. Mission requirement: devour the chimera. Difficult mission. Quest reward: Heart of the Undead SSS grade item. Is the system this generous? Completing a quest actually rewards an SSS tier item. AO Ping's voice trembled with excitement. Though he didn't know the exact effects of this necromancer's heart, judging by its name, it should be related to his innate talent, necromancer's rebirth. Regardless, this was an SSS grade item, an opportunity not to be missed. The bold thrive, the timid starve. It's just a golden tier 1 Frankenstein monster. For the necromancer's heart, I'll risk it all. AO Ping's eyes burned with determination. Of course, AO Ping wasn't foolish enough to charge headlong into a direct confrontation with the Frankenstein's monster. He needed a plan to get the Jinling Martial University instructors to fight it. AO Ping scanned them briefly. There were only 7 silver tier trainee instructors, but only 2 of their spirit beasts were protecting the Jinling Martial University freshmen. As for the spirit beasts of the other 5 trainee instructors, they were currently locked in a standoff with the Black Tiger against the Frankenstein monster. His gaze then shifted to the Jinling Martial University freshmen. Judging by the number of students present, there were only about 100. As the top university in Jinling City, it was impossible for the freshman class to be so small. This must be only a small portion. The trial grounds for the other freshmen were likely elsewhere. Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang are indeed among them. The thought of Lin Ruoyu stirred murderous intent in AO Ping's eyes once more, though he swiftly suppressed it. The current situation demanded caution. He couldn't risk alerting them prematurely. AO Ping had no choice but to continue concealing his presence. Though he recognized another familiar figure in the crowd, AO Ping paid it no mind. Got it. After pondering for a moment, AO Ping finally devised a plan to provoke the Black Tiger and the Frankenstein's monster into a full-blown fight. With a flick of his thoughts, AO Ping immediately summoned the stone armor bear and the saber-toothed Black Tiger once more, then commanded them to charge toward the freshmen of Jinling Martial University. Roar! The saber-toothed Black Tiger let out a deafening roar. The Jinling Martial University freshmen looked up at the sound and immediately saw the saber-toothed Black Tiger and stone-armored bear charging straight toward them. Oh no! Bronze-tier beasts are charging at us. Mentor, help! One freshman shouted immediately. The 2 trainee instructors tasked with protecting the freshmen immediately commanded their spirit beasts to confront the stone armor bear and the saber-toothed Black Tiger. Those are the spirit beasts belonging to the Blazing Sun mercenary group. Long Qingxue recognized the 2 beasts instantly. They were the ones who had killed Uncle Zhao. She wouldn't mistake them. But didn't the entire Blazing Sun mercenary group perish outside the city? How did their spirit beasts suddenly appear here? No one could answer Long Qingxue's question. The next moment, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the ears of the freshmen. A flaming eagle, over 10 feet in size, had materialized above the Jinling Martial University freshmen without warning. Without hesitation, the blazing eagle unleashed several fireballs toward the students of Jinling Martial University. The Jinling Martial University freshmen scattered in all directions, desperate to survive. Damn it! How did 3 more bronze-grade beasts appear behind us? I explicitly ordered you to drive away all bronze-grade beasts in the vicinity. What the hell were you doing? Zhao Lei erupted in a torrent of curses at the trainee instructor beside him. As the primary supervisor of this trial and the only gold-grade beast master present, he would bear primary responsibility for every student death here. If he didn't eliminate this gold-grade beast immediately, excessive casualties among the freshmen would guarantee his expulsion from Jinling Martial University and severe disciplinary action. All of you, go rescue the students. Leave this gold-grade beast to me. Zhao Lei fixed his gaze on the Frankenstein monster before him. If looks could kill, the creature would have been slain countless times by Zhao Lei's gaze alone. Without hesitation, Zhao Lei commanded Shadow Black Tiger to charge at the Frankenstein monster. Finally, chaos has erupted, AO Ping murmured softly. Everything that had just unfolded was clearly observed by AO Ping. Everything was progressing exactly as planned. What AO Ping hadn't anticipated, however, was just how powerful this Frankenstein monster truly was. Zhao Lei's Shadow Black Tiger was 2 minor realms higher than the Frankenstein monster. Logically, the Shadow Black Tiger should have been able to suppress it. Yet, the current situation showed the Frankenstein monster and the Shadow Black Tiger locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle. Looks like I'll have to complete the human consumption task first, AO Ping thought to himself, then turned his attention to the Flame Eagle. The fireballs the Flame Eagle had just unleashed had reduced many people to charcoal. With the 7 instructors' attention now focused on the Flame Eagle and other undead beasts, it was the perfect opportunity to devour the charcoal scattered across the ground. Consumed Ordinary Tier Creature Ordinary Tier 3, Evolution Points plus 134, Necromantic Power plus 0.3. Devour Ordinary Tier Creature Ordinary Tier 2, Evolution Points plus 84, Necromantic Power plus 0.2. Consumed Common Tier Creature. Soon, AO Ping completed his first task. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Random D-rank talent is being drawn. Chapter 22, Bronze Tier 6. 1. Charm D-rank talent, increases personal charm, boosting attraction to opposite sex creatures by 100%. 2. Earthquake D-rank talent, enables control over ground subsidence. 3. Thick Scales D-rank talent, increases scale thickness, significantly boosting defense. D-rank talents really are useless, AO Ping frowned slightly. With the urgent situation at hand, he had to choose a talent that would help him immediately. Without much deliberation, he selected the D-rank talent Earthfall. The charm talent offered no practical use to AO Ping at this moment. As for Thick Scales, while it could provide some defensive boost, its utility seemed negligible given the current situation. After all, the Frankenstein monster was a gold-tier beast, 2 major realms above AO Ping. Even with increased defense, he couldn't defeat it head-on. As for the Earthfall talent, while lacking offensive power, it could still deliver a decisive blow when used at the right moment. Damn it, why can't I kill this saber-toothed black tiger? Same here. This stone armor bear just won't die. The 2 apprentice mentors watched their spirit beasts struggle against the saber-toothed black tiger and stone-armored bear, their brows furrowed. Their expressions were as if they'd seen a ghost. Even with their limbs crushed or skulls smashed, these beasts refused to die. This was something they had never encountered before, nor had they ever even heard of such a thing. I refuse to believe it. Icefang Python, devour the saber-toothed black tiger. One of the short-haired apprentice instructors refused to accept the impossible. If truly indestructible beasts existed, humanity would have been wiped out long ago. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Icefang Python swallowed the saber-toothed black tiger whole. I knew it. How could an undefeatable beast exist in this world? Once inside the Icefang Python's belly, it'll just turn into nutrients. The apprentice instructor snorted coldly, then turned to his companion. You should also have your spirit beast swallow the stone armor bear. We need to hurry and protect the other students. Upon hearing this, the younger apprentice instructor immediately commanded his spirit beast, the poisonous giant frog, to swallow the stone armor bear. Though the stone armor bear was large, the poisonous giant frog was a silver 6th tier spirit beast, measuring a full 14 meters. With a single open mouth, it could swallow the stone armor bear whole. Where did these 2 idiots come from? How dare they devour my necromantic beast? Don't they fear it crawling out from their spirit beasts' stomachs? AO Ping shook his head, feeling a pang of pity for those 2 spirit beasts. Regardless of the spirit beast, its internal organs were undoubtedly the softest, most defenseless part of its body. Such a death wasn't something just any spirit beast could experience. Strange. Why is another bronze tier beast appearing over there? And it's a species I've never seen before. Is it some kind of snake-crocodile hybrid? The short-haired apprentice instructor glanced at AO Ping, only to discover him secretly feeding on the carcass. He immediately ordered the Icefang Python to attack AO Ping. But after several seconds, the Icefang Python still hadn't launched its attack, leaving the short-haired apprentice instructor puzzled. Turning back, she saw her Icefang Python lying on the ground, belly exposed, looking as if it were on the brink of death. Worse still, its belly was heaving in waves, as if something was struggling to burst forth from within. What's going on? The short-haired apprentice instructor rushed over to investigate. The next instant, a gaping hole erupted from the Icefang Python's body. A blood-soaked saber-tooth black tiger burst out, spraying chunks of flesh onto the short-haired trainee instructor. Ah! The short-haired apprentice instructor screamed before collapsing unconscious on the ground. Not only the Icefang Python, but even the belly of the flaming poison giant frog had been torn open by the stone armor bear, its life now extinguished. This can't be. Ghosts! Ghosts! The young apprentice instructor, utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, felt his legs give way and collapsed on the spot. AO Ping wouldn't let this opportunity slip. In an instant, he devoured them both. Devoured bronze tier creature bronze tier 5, evolution points plus 3,717, necromantic power plus 50. Devoured bronze tier creature bronze tier 4, evolution points plus 3,247, necromantic power plus 40. Another batch of evolution points earned. It won't be long, probably not very long, before I reach silver tier. AO Ping nodded with satisfaction, then scanned his surroundings. Zhao Lei was directing the Shadow Black Tiger in its battle against the Frankenstein's monster. The other 5 trainee mentors, one suppressing the Flame Eagle, the other 4 commanding spirit beasts to rescue Jinling Martial University's freshmen, were completely oblivious to AO Ping's situation. I'll use this chance to devour these 2 silver tier beasts. Even if I can't complete the task for the necromancer's heart, at least this trip won't be wasted. With that thought, AO Ping immediately tore into the corpse of the flaming poison giant frog. To speed up the devouring process, he even had the saber-tooth black tiger and stone armor bear join in gnawing on the 2 spirit beasts. In less than a minute, AO Ping and his beasts had devoured the flaming poison giant frog and the Icefang Python entirely. Devoured flame toxic giant frog silver tier 6, plus 30,000 evolution points, undead power plus 600. Devoured Icefang Python Silver Tier 4, gain 18,000 evolution points, undead power plus 400. Ha 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 ha. A full 30,000 evolution points. High risk, high reward. This saying truly holds true. Without hesitation, Ao Ping immediately expended the evolution points to advance his cultivation realm. Consumed 20,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Tier 5. Consumed 25,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Bronze Tier 6. Remaining evolution points, 27,000. As the system alert sounded, Ao Ping's physique began expanding at a visible rate. Within mere seconds, his form reached a staggering 25 meters, with both strength and speed receiving dramatic enhancements. I feel my current strength is enough to match a silver tier spirit beast. Feeling the boundless power within him, Ao Ping couldn't help but marvel at the might of the dragon bloodline. Merely possessing the Black Dragon bloodline allowed Ao Ping to fight beyond his current realm. If the blood flowing through his veins belonged to an even more ancient dragon lineage, wouldn't he be capable of defeating gold-tier beasts? Roar! A deafening roar echoed across the sky, its terrifying sonic force shattering surrounding trees. That's the sound blast talent of that Frankenstein monster. Surveying the devastated trees, Ao Ping couldn't help but marvel at the might of a gold-grade beast. Influenced by the revival of spiritual energy, these trees had all undergone evolution. Beyond their size, their defensive capabilities and vitality had been greatly enhanced. They weren't something that could be destroyed so easily. It seems the battle between the Shadow Black Tiger and the Frankenstein beast has reached a critical stage. Whether we obtain the necromantic heart hinges on this very moment. Chapter 23, Golden Tier Ferocious Beast secured. Damn it! How can this beast be this powerful? As the Shadow Black Tiger and the Frankenstein monster clashed relentlessly, Zhao Lei could sense the Shadow Black Tiger's condition steadily deteriorating due to its size disadvantage. If this continued, he wouldn't just fail to protect the students, he'd lose his own life here. Just a few bronze-grade beasts. Can't you useless fools handle even this trivial task? Zhao Lei roared in fury, giving the trainee instructors nothing but scornful glances. They couldn't handle anything. Even dealing with a few bronze-tier beasts took them this long. Were the silver-tier spirit beasts in their hands raised on fertilizer? Hearing Zhao Lei's outburst, the trainee instructors left one silver-grade spirit beast to control the Sunfire Eagle, dispatching all others to reinforce Zhao Lei. Only 4? Didn't we bring 8 silver-grade mentors this time? Zhao Lei frowned slightly. Had some of them bailed at this critical moment? Those bronze-tier beasts just wouldn't die no matter how many times we struck them. We had to leave one spirit beast behind to control the situation. As for the 2 trainee instructors assigned to protect the students, we have no idea where they went, Lu Zhuang explained. His spirit beast was a silver-tier 9th-rank blazing centipede, the strongest presence besides Zhao Lei himself. They actually ran off at this critical moment? Wait till I get back, I'll make them pay. Zhao Lei snorted coldly. With 4 silver-tier spirit beasts joining the fray, the Shadow Black Tiger's burden eased considerably. Yet this alone was insufficient to defeat the gold-tier Frankenstein's monster. I never imagined this gold-tier chimera would be so powerful. If I could convert it into a necromantic beast, I'd gain another trump card. Ao Ping, watching from the sky, kept a close eye on the battle in the forest. To kill this chimera, he would need the strength of Zhao Lei and his group. If he could time it right and cause the ground beneath the chimera to collapse, its imbalance would send it tumbling. Seizing that moment, Zhao Lei and the others would surely finish it off. Moreover, as instructors from Jinling Martial University, after dealing with this monstrosity, they would surely go searching for the fleeing students. Even if some remained to guard the creature's corpse, Ao Ping had no reason to fear. His current necromantic power exceeded 2,000 points, more than enough to summon a silver-tier necromantic beast. With the aid of a silver-tier undead beast, dealing with these silver-tier instructors would be a piece of cake. Now, after waiting a long time, Ao Ping finally found the perfect opportunity. He immediately unleashed his earthquake talent on the ground beneath the Frankenstein monster. In an instant, a massive hole 10 meters in diameter appeared. The Frankenstein monster never expected the ground beneath its feet to suddenly collapse. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The 30-meter-tall chimera crashed to the ground, the immense impact sending dust billowing through the forest. Zhao Lei and his companions seized the moment, immediately commanding their respective beasts to attack the chimera. The Shadow Black Tiger seized the moment, snapping its gaping jaws shut around the chimera's neck. The other silver-grade spirit beasts also launched their assaults. Particularly the flame centipede, whose venom combined with its fiery attacks inflicted significant damage. Initially, the spider claws on the creature's back could still swing a few times, but as time passed, the fire centipede's venom gradually took effect, and with the Shadow Black Tiger clamped firmly onto its neck, the chimera fell completely still within minutes. Ha 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 ha! Finally took down this gold-grade beast. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed excitedly. If he could bring this gold-grade beast back to Jinling, it would at least make up for his mistakes. Even if Jinling Martial University expelled him, he'd accept it. As long as they didn't hold him accountable, with his reputation as a gold-grade spirit tamer, he could easily establish a mercenary group and thrive. Lu Zhuang, you stay here to guard the beast's corpse. The rest of you trainee instructors come with me to search for the new students, Zhao Lei commanded loudly, then let out a cold laugh. As for those two fledgling instructors who ran off, I will personally report them to the academy for disciplinary action. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhao Lei led the trainee instructors off to hunt down the fleeing students, leaving behind only Lu Zhuang's flame centipede and the thick-skinned earth boar controlling the flame eagle. Only 2 silver-rank spirit beasts remain now. This gold-rank Frankenstein's monster will soon be mine. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately withdrew the necromantic energy used to summon the flaming eagle and other beasts, channeling all his power into summoning the 2-headed giant tusk boar. The thick-skinned boar that had controlled the flame eagle froze in place, momentarily unsure what to do after watching the eagle dissipate into a cloud of black mist. Glancing around to confirm the flaming eagle was gone, it promptly flopped onto the ground and fell fast asleep. This was precious time to slack off, and the thick-skinned earth boar intended to make the most of it. But the next second, the ground trembled slightly. The thick-skinned earth boar opened its eyes, and the drowsiness coiling around it vanished instantly. A 2-headed boar charged straight at it. The thick-skinned pig scrambled to its feet, but it was too late. The double-headed giant tusked boar rammed it clean off its feet. Next, the 2-headed giant tusked boar charged straight at the flame centipede. Lu Zhuang frowned slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with this boar. But with the 2-headed giant tusked boar closing in rapidly, Lu Zhuang had no time to reminisce. He immediately commanded the flame centipede to intercept the boar. At the same time, Ao Ping, concealed in the shadows, lunged forward. His powerful dragon claws seized the corpse of the Frankenstein monster with an iron grip. The strength of the dragon clan was not something ordinary ferocious beasts could match. Even creatures twice Ao Ping's size were within his grasp. Without hesitation, Ao Ping immediately fled the forest with the Frankenstein's monster's corpse. Zhao Lei and that group of trainee instructors must still be nearby. Delay meant trouble. Ao Ping had only one chance. He had to escape the forest with the Frankenstein monster as quickly as possible to ensure he wasn't caught by the instructors from Jinling Martial University. Damn it! Where did this beast come from? Lu Zhuang never imagined a ferocious beast would come to steal the Frankenstein monster's corpse. By the time he reacted, Ao Ping had already carried the corpse into the sky. It's over. Everything's over. Fear flickered in Lu Zhuang's eyes. The flame centipede couldn't fly and stood no chance of catching up to that flying beast. If Zhao Lei and the others returned to find the gold-grade beast gone, they would undoubtedly pin all the blame on him. No way. I'm only in my 20s. I refuse to spend the rest of my life rotting in prison. Lu Zhuang gritted his teeth, his eyes hardening. He immediately recalled the flaming centipede and fled without looking back. Meanwhile, Ao Ping carried the corpse of the Frankenstein monster, searching for a hiding place. Minutes later, he brought the corpse to a mountain peak. To prevent those instructors from Jinling Martial Academy from tracking us down, I must devour this Frankenstein's monster right now. Gazing at the sown monster, which resembled a small mountain before him, Ao Ping's eyes brimmed with delight. A silver tier 6 flaming poison giant frog had yielded 30,000 evolution points. Devouring this golden tier chimera would surely grant him even more. Chapter 24, Heart of the Dead, Celestial Anomalies. Devoured gold tier ferocious beast medium bloodline chimera, evolution points plus 95,000, necromantic power plus 1,000. Finally devoured that gold tier beast. Ao Ping had exerted considerable effort to devour the corpse of this gold tier beast. But when he heard the notification in his mind, all the effort felt worth it. That's a whopping 90,000 evolution points. Combined with my remaining points, I now possess 120,000 evolution points. Ao Ping was ecstatic. These points were more than enough to elevate his tier to bronze 9. System, upgrade me now. Ao Ping commanded immediately. The next second, the system prompt sounded swiftly. 30,000 evolution points consumed. Realm upgraded to bronze 7th tier. Consumed 35,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to bronze 8th tier. Consumed 40,000 evolution points. Reached bronze tier 9. Remaining evolution points, 17,000. Ao Ping felt his body transform. His stature rapidly expanded, surging from 25 meters to 38 meters in mere seconds. The dragon horns on his forehead grew more formidable, and the dragon scales covering his body shone brilliantly. Particularly striking were the golden scales on his neck, their radiance standing out vividly on Ao Ping's form. Such colossal proportions far surpassed those of silver-tier beasts, and even some gold-tier beasts didn't match Ao Ping's immense size. Just 95,000 more evolution points, and I'll reach silver grade. At this rate, I might actually complete the Black Flame Hound hunt within 7 days. Ao Ping murmured softly, then furrowed his brow, sensing something was missing. The next second, the system notification sounded again in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. The SSS grade item, Death Spirit Heart, has been issued. Ao Ping looked left and right, but saw no sign of the heart of the dead. Where is it? System, you're not pulling my leg. Before he could finish, his heart suddenly gave a violent tremor. He could distinctly feel a mass of black mist raging within his heart. This agonizing pain, is this the price of becoming stronger? Ao Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes already bloodshot. The once crimson heart was gradually turning black, while a deathly black mist began to envelop Ao Ping's body. Plants and trees withered the moment they touched the black mist, while the sun in the sky was gradually swallowed by the darkness. Until the sun was completely swallowed, plunging the world into sudden darkness. Whether it was flames or lamplight, any source of light in that moment emitted an eerie, ghostly green glow. This strange phenomenon lasted a full 3 minutes. When Ao Ping finally came to his senses, the black mist on the sun had dissipated, and the world returned to its former state. So the necromancer's heart is implanted directly into one's body? But that process was excruciatingly painful. Gasping for breath, Ao Ping eagerly inquired about the necromancer's heart's function. Necromancer's heart, SSS grade unique item. Forged from the essence of successive necromancer emperors. When summoning undead, reduces necromantic power consumption by 80%. All necromantic power gained from devouring living beings is doubled. All undead summoned by the host share their vision with the host. The host gains 1 chance per month to resurrect from death. Requires the necromantic rebirth talent to activate effects. Truly worthy of an SSS grade item. Paired with necromantic rebirth, this effect is nothing short of apocalyptic power. Ao Ping stared in disbelief at the necromancer's heart's description. He never imagined the necromancer's heart could grant such astonishing effects. In that moment, all the suffering he'd endured felt insignificant. System, open the interface. Ao Ping commanded mentally. The next second, the system panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Dragonkin. Necromantic clan. Bloodlines, Black Dragon Bloodline, Death Emperor Bloodline. Realm, Bronze Tier 9. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Netherworld Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, a supremely malevolent flame from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, capable of erasing a living being's 7 souls and 6 spirits. Creatures killed by this flame have a chance to automatically convert into undead. Flame Body A rank talent, Fatal Teleportation A rank talent, currently on cooldown, Heavy Armor F rank talent. Evolution points, 17,000 45,000. Necromantic power, 14,000. Who would have thought the necromantic heart could grant me an SS tier talent and 10,000 points of necromantic power? Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at how many evolution points remained until his next upgrade. The forest where Ao Ping resided was vast, home to no fewer than hundreds of thousands of ferocious beasts. At this thought, Ao Ping's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, a thick black mist swirled around him. A 30-meter-tall golden grade beast emerged from the darkness, followed by a horde of undead beasts. The hunt begins here, in this forest. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless undead beasts charged into the forest. Any beast they encountered would inevitably become their prey. Meanwhile, the recent celestial phenomena had plunged all humanity into panic. In the conference room of the Security Bureau headquarters in Jinling City, over a dozen individuals were gathered. Their expressions were grim and solemn. Just now, orders came down from above demanding we control public sentiment at all costs. Does anyone have any sound strategies? Fong Zhenghua frowned deeply. As the head of the Jinling Security Bureau, he faced an urgent crisis. After the celestial phenomenon struck, panic had swept through Jinling's citizens. Higher-ups had immediately ordered him to calm public sentiment within 3 days to prevent escalating panic. Failure to resolve the situation within 3 days would cost him his position. That was why he had urgently convened this meeting, seeking input from his subordinates. But the phenomenon had been utterly terrifying. All light sources had turned an eerie, ghostly green, and even the sun had been swallowed by darkness. Such an occurrence had sent a chill down his own spine, let alone the citizens of the city. The assembly in the conference room was utterly stumped, none offering a solution. Seeing this, Fong Zhenghua sighed. Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of a door opening suddenly echoed through the room. Fong Zhenghua looked toward the sound and his heart leapt with joy. Dean Qin, you're finally here. Chapter 25, The 3-Step Plan. Wonderful, Dean Qin. We've been waiting for you. Fong Zhenghua beamed as he watched the elderly man enter the conference room, immediately ushering him to a seat. Dean Qin was the president of Jinling Martial University and the sole Lord-level spirit tamer in all of Jinling City. Not only that, but it was rumored that powerful figures in the capital backed him. Most importantly, Dean Qin was also his teacher from his youth. Director Fong, you're too kind. May I ask what brings you here today? Qin Ming inquired softly. Fong Zhenghua wasted no time, immediately relaying the instructions from above to Qin Ming. Director Fong, there's no need for concern. I have a method to swiftly calm the public's emotions, Qin Ming replied with a smile. Calming the masses required only 3 steps. The panic among Jinling City's citizens stems solely from their misinterpretation of the celestial phenomenon they had just witnessed. Though the celestial phenomenon had appeared eerie, it had lasted only a few minutes. Therefore, the first step in resolving the situation was for Jinling University of Martial Arts and the Security Bureau to jointly announce that the celestial phenomenon signified light ultimately triumphing over darkness. This alone would be sufficient to reassure the majority of citizens. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough to completely resolve the panic. The second step involves dispatching forces to exterminate the ferocious beasts surrounding Jinling City, and they must achieve a decisive victory. This step primarily serves to validate the first step in the public's eyes, making it the most crucial link. Coincidentally, Jinling Martial Arts University was scheduled to hold its annual grand competition in exactly 2 weeks. The university could broadcast the entire event live, allowing the public to witness a glimpse of hope for the future. This constituted the third step. Qin Ming looked at Fang Zhenghua, relaying the entire 3-step plan before leaving the conference room. Dean Qin truly possesses profound wisdom, Fang Zhenghua thought to himself, then turned to his group of silent subordinates. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and do as Dean Qin said. Fang Zhenghua sighed softly. He was the director of the Jinling City Security Bureau, a diamond-level spirit tamer himself, yet not a single person under him could shoulder any of his burdens. This must be the greatest sorrow in the world. Director, we lack sufficient manpower to clear the surrounding beasts. Then summon the Long and Wang families. Aren't they reputed as Jinling City's 2 major clans? Tell them this, whoever assists the Security Bureau, Fang Zhenghua, will owe them a favor. Devouring Red-Eyed Killer Rabbit Bronze Tier 4, Evolution Points plus 1742, Necromantic Power plus 80. Devouring Abyssal Scythe Claw Wolf Bronze Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 3152, Necromantic Power plus 120. Devouring. With the aid of these necromantic beasts, earning evolution points is incredibly fast. Listening to the continuous system notifications in his mind, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, he could even reach silver rank today. But with so many beasts in the forest, constant system notifications would inevitably become tedious. Just as he considered muting the notifications, one particular alert caught his attention. Another beast with Abyss in its name. Ao Ping frowned slightly, immediately converting the Abyssal Winged Wolf into a necromantic beast. The next second, a 10-meter-tall Abyssal Winged Wolf appeared before Ao Ping. Abyssal Scytheclaw Wolf. Race, Undead. Bloodline, Scytheclaw Wolf Bloodline Platinum Tier Bloodline. Talents, Abyssal Infected S-Tier Talent, Death Struggle C-Tier Talent. When damaged, the Scytheclaw Wolf's speed and attack power increase significantly. Chain/D-Tier Talent, swiftly swings its Scytheclaws to deliver consecutive attacks. Bristly Fur F-Tier Talent, increases defense slightly. So this is the Abyssal Scytheclaw Wolf? Ao Ping appraised the undead beast before him. Unlike other wolf species, the Scytheclaw wolf's forelimbs had evolved into razor-sharp sides. These beasts typically walked on 2 legs and possessed far greater speed than other wolves. Even within the same realm, few beasts could match the Scytheclaw wolf in combat. Moreover, like the Abyssal Fawn Eel encountered earlier, this Scytheclaw wolf emanated not only the deathly aura of the necromantic race but also an intensely malevolent presence. Who would have thought the power of the Abyss could infect even a Scytheclaw wolf? I wonder how these beasts became infected. I'll have to be more careful from now on, can't let myself get infected by that Abyss power, Ao Ping thought to himself. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the air, as if some creature was rapidly approaching him. Ao Ping looked over warily. Although he could now control a golden tier level 1 Frankenstein's monster, his own cultivation level was only at bronze tier level 9. Regardless, it was better to remain vigilant. The next instant, a giant centipede over 10 meters long burst forth, its head bearing a human rider. A flaming venom centipede? Have the people from Jinling Martial Arts University discovered me? Ao Ping scanned the area behind the centipede. Only after confirming no other instructors from Jinling were present did he relax. If it's just him, this will be the perfect test to gauge how strong I'd become. Ao Ping thought to himself. Even if he wasn't a match for this fire-poison centipede, the Frankenstein monster was still nearby. Finally escaped that Frankenstein monster, Lu Zhuang's voice trembled. Only after confirming the creature hadn't pursued did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was certain that the Frankenstein monster had been killed by him and Zhao Lei, so why had it suddenly revived? And what about those ferocious beasts attacking indiscriminately all around? His fire-poisoned centipede had torn them to shreds, yet they still revived. Could it be because of the strange celestial phenomenon earlier? Darkness descending, calamity approaching, was the world truly about to be destroyed? Lu Zhuang had no time to ponder further. Even if the stitched monster hadn't pursued him, it couldn't be far behind. He had to run farther. What the hell is this hybrid snake? Pretty big, but too bad it's only bronze tier 9. Get lost, or don't blame me for wiping you out. Seeing Ao Ping show no reaction, Lu Zhuang immediately commanded the flaming venom centipede to tear the creature apart. Ha! Just some trashy bronze tier 9 trash. Dare to block old man Lu's path? Then get ready to be torn to shreds by the flaming venom centipede. With that, the flaming venom centipede lunged viciously at Ao Ping. Sharp teeth bit down violently on Ao Ping's dragon scales. With a loud crunch, the teeth of the flaming venom centipede snapped clean off. Chapter 26, Stepping into Silver, Triple-Layered Scales. The fire-poisoned centipede's fangs shattered? How is that possible? Lu Zhuang stared in disbelief at the scene, urgently commanding the fire-poisoned centipede to back away. I didn't realize my defense had grown this strong. Ao Ping was also somewhat surprised. The flaming venom centipede was currently at the 9th tier of silver rank. Even if it encountered a 10th tier silver ranked beast, it could still put up a fight. Yet he was only at bronze tier 9. His scales had not only withstood the silver tier 9 fire poison centipede's attack but had even shattered its fangs. That represented a full tier leap in cultivation. Defense has been tested. Now it's time to test its offense. Ao Ping glanced at Lu Zhuang and the flaming venom centipede, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. No! This hybrid snake is strange. Flaming venom centipede, get out of here now! Lu Zhuang urgently commanded. Even if you begged, I wouldn't spare you, Ao Ping sneered inwardly, immediately commanding the Frankenstein monster to block its path. Damn it! How did this Frankenstein monster catch up again? Trapped between a rock and a hard place. I, Lu Zhuang, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, achieved silver rank spirit tamer in my 30s. Must I die here today? No, I cannot die. I am the... Before Lu Zhuang could finish his words, a razor-sharp spider claw pierced through his body. The next instant, he was shoved into the Frankenstein monster's maw. Consumed bronze tier creature bronze tier 10, evolution points plus 5,214. Excellent. Now it's this centipede's turn. Ao Ping bared his razor-sharp fangs and lunged at the flaming venom centipede. A loud crack echoed. The centipede's carapace shattered instantly under Ao Ping's bite, his sharp teeth sinking deep into its flesh. Deprived of its fangs, the fire-poisoned centipede could only scratch at Ao Ping with its hundreds of sharp legs, but this proved futile. The next instant, an eerie green flame erupted from Ao Ping's teeth. The moment it touched the fire-poisoned centipede, it ignited the creature. In a mere second, the venomous centipede was reduced to ashes by the ghostly flames. Killed flame-toxic centipede silver tier 9, evolution points plus 73,000, necromantic power plus 1,800. Who knew slaying beasts with nether ghost flame could yield evolution points? This is quite convenient, saves me from having to devour those beast corpses bite by bite in the future, Ao Ping mused inwardly before checking his system interface. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Dragon Clan, Necromantic Clan. Realm, Bronze Tier 9. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Cooldown, Heavy Armor F-tier Talent. Evolution Points, 113,000 45,000. Necromantic Power, 26,000. My current evolution points are sufficient for Silver Tier advancement. System, upgrade me now. Ao Ping murmured softly. The next instant, the system's notification tone echoed in his ears. 45,000 evolution points consumed. Realm upgraded to Bronze Tier 10. Consumed 50,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Silver Tier 1. Randomly selecting talents. Remaining evolution points, 18,000. Is this what Silver Tier feels like? Aside from my body becoming larger, it seems no different from Bronze Tier. Ao Ping scrutinized his physique. His stature had indeed grown from 38 meters to 45 meters, and his acuity seemed significantly heightened. Beyond the comprehensive boost in strength and speed, however, there appeared to be no other noticeable changes. Best see what talents I can draw first, Ao Ping thought to himself. The next second, 3 random options appeared before him. 1. Blood Claws B-tier talent, condenses unique killing energy onto the claws. Each enemy slain grants a small amount of vitality. 2. Triple Scales B rank talent, gains additional scale armor for greatly enhanced defense. 3. Water Spirit Power A rank talent, gains the power to control water currents, enhancing all abilities while submerged. What a pity no S rank talent this time. Ao Ping felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly snapped back to reality. S-tier talents were exceedingly rare even across the entire Blue Star, and luck was inherently tied to the lottery. One couldn't expect gold every draw. This thought eased Ao Ping's mind considerably, and he proceeded to select his talents. Though Blood Claws was a B rank talent, its attack methods were too limited. It only allowed the use of claws. Ao Ping rarely needed to employ Dragon Claws. Besides, he now possessed the SS-tier talent, Ghostly Inferno. The current Ao Ping had no need for additional offensive methods. Thus, Blood Claws was merely a nice-to-have for Ao Ping, lacking any substantial utility. As for the A-rank talent, Water Spirit Power, Ao Ping held it in even lower regard. As a dragon, the natural ruler of the water, Ao Ping could already enjoy the benefits of water elemental power even without the talent. Thus, there was no need to select it. In that case, I suppose I'll have to settle for triple-scaled armor, Ao Ping murmured softly. Among defensive talents, Ao Ping possessed only the F-rank heavy armor, and defense was precisely his current weakness. Acquiring the triple-scaled armor talent would leave speed as his sole remaining deficiency. Congratulations, host, on acquiring triple scales B-rank talent. As the system notification sounded, a second and third layer of dragon scales instantly grew over Ao Ping's existing scales. Due to the thickening armor, his physique appeared slightly larger. So this is triple-layered scales? Feels like donning a layer of invisible armor, Ao Ping quipped. The next second, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. 2 humans. Having ascended to silver rank, Ao Ping's senses were now several times sharper than before, allowing him to easily perceive events hundreds of meters away. So it's that Lin Ruoyu, Ao Ping sneered inwardly. He'd only intended to test his luck, hoping to see if the undead beasts he'd summoned were pursuing these 2 humans. Then, using the undead heart, he scanned the perspectives of all his undead beasts. Sure enough, he spotted one of them chasing after the 2 humans. At that moment, Lin Ruoyu and Li Xiaoyang were being pursued by a bronze-tier filthy turtle. Filthy turtles were inherently lecherous creatures, with a particular predilection for humans. Once captured by one, their victims regardless of gender would inevitably be tortured into a state of utter insanity. Most filthy turtles were ordinary tier beasts. One that had grown to bronze tier was already considered an elder among filthy turtles, possessing more skills than most adults. Especially for a woman as beautiful as Lin Ruoyu, if captured by a filthy turtle, an endless hell awaited her. For a woman, being defiled by a ferocious beast is more cruel than death itself. After all, the filthy turtle is a formidable beast. Perhaps running too frantically, Lin Ruoyu stumbled over a rock on the ground without noticing. Xiaoyang, save me! Watching the filthy turtle closing in behind her, Lin Ruoyu was filled with terror and immediately called out to Li Xiaoyang for help. She knew full well the Wuwu turtle's power. After all, her family owned an ordinary third-tier Wuwu turtle spirit beast. Chapter 27, Hunt down Lin Ruoyu, avenge that kick! Ruoyu! Li Xiaoyang cried out, dashing to her side without a second thought. You beast! If you've got the guts, come at me! Li Xiaoyang roared, instantly drawing the long spear from his back and thrusting it toward the filthy turtle. Third form of the Crimson Sun Spear technique, Blazing Inferno. Li Xiaoyang bellowed, instantly coating the spear with searing flames. With his reckless fighting style, Li Xiaoyang managed to gain a slight upper hand against the bronze-tier Wuwu turtle in the short term. This Li Xiaoyang is quite impressive, bold and talented. Given time, he could become a legendary powerhouse in this region. What a pity heroes never live long. Through the filthy turtle's vision, Ao Ping witnessed every moment of Li Xiaoyang's heroic rescue of the damsel in distress. Truth be told, for an ordinary 8th-tier cultivator to confront a bronze-tier ferocious beast head-on, Ao Ping couldn't help but admire Li Xiaoyang's sheer audacity. Had Ao Ping not possessed the system or awakened the Black Dragon bloodline, even he wouldn't dare confront a bronze-tier beast head-on at the ordinary 8th-tier level. Ao Ping currently possessed no means to control humans. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have the heart to kill a genius like Li Xiaoyang. Although necromantic reincarnation could resurrect slain creatures, the reborn undead would carry a thick aura of death, making their abnormality immediately apparent. Though most of Blue Star's land was now occupied by beasts, one mustn't underestimate humanity. Ao Ping understood all too well the terrifying potential of mankind. Though humans currently held the disadvantage in their conflict with the beasts, no one could predict what they were secretly developing in the shadows. Should humanity ever create weapons specifically designed to combat the beasts, it would launch a full-scale eradication campaign, likely leaving only docile or weak specimens for domestication. Therefore, planting a mole within the human faction remains absolutely essential. Ruoyu, I can barely hold on. Hurry and help me. Li Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. Confronting a bronze-tier beast head-on was far too risky. Without reinforcements, he would likely perish here. I'm sorry, Xiaoyang. I don't want to die yet. I know you've always liked me since childhood. You'd surely be willing to die to protect me. Lin Ruoyu whispered softly, then fled without looking back. Unbeknownst to her, the direction she escaped was precisely where Ao Ping was stationed. Ruoyu! Li Xiaoyang stared in disbelief at her retreating figure, a sudden sweetness flooding his throat as he coughed up a stream of blood. You never disappoint, Lin Ruoyu. But since you're running straight into my trap, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ao Ping snorted coldly. He still remembered that kick Lin Ruoyu had delivered when he first arrived in this world. Finally escaped. Just a little further, and I'll be completely safe. Lin Ruoyu gasped for breath, her clothes clinging to her skin, slightly transparent with sweat. Lin Ruoyu dared not linger. Just as she prepared to flee again, she froze in place, her eyes filled with terror. Another sludge turtle. When did it appear in front of me? Lin Ruoyu's voice trembled as she frantically scanned her surroundings, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, her entire area was now swarming with sludge turtles. How could there be so many filthy turtles? Who can save me? Lin Ruoyu watched as the filthy turtles closed in relentlessly. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, paralyzed with terror. Lin Ruoyu was only at the ordinary 3rd tier cultivation level. There was no way she could escape from this horde of filthy turtles. Strange, why have they all stopped moving? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Ruoyu's eyes. She noticed that all the filthy turtles had halted 50 meters away from her. Not a single one dared to come within 50 meters of her. Just as Lin Ruoyu was puzzled, a drop of unidentified liquid suddenly landed on her hair. Sticky, Lin Ruoyu murmured, lifting her head to look up. Her pupils instantly contracted, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. In the sky, a monstrous beast over 40 meters long stared intently at her. The liquid from moments ago was its saliva. A silver-ranked beast. Lin Ruoyu was now terrified beyond measure. She could clearly see the murderous intent in its eyes. Long time no see. Ao Ping sneered coldly, grabbing Lin Ruoyu by the collar. Though Lin Ruoyu couldn't understand his words, it didn't stop Ao Ping from mocking her. What's that smell? Ao Ping frowned slightly as a pungent odor suddenly filled the air. Ao Ping glanced at Lin Ruoyu and discovered she had actually wet herself from fear. Ao Ping promptly tossed her to the ground. The thought that he'd just grabbed her with his dragon claws made him feel utterly unclean. He'd intended to thoroughly humiliate Lin Ruoyu before devouring her whole, but now Ao Ping found even the sight of her revolting. You filthy deserves to die. I was going to give you a quick death, but now it seems better to let these filthy turtles handle you, Ao Ping snarled. He immediately ordered the filthy turtles to dispose of Lin Ruoyu before swiftly departing the scene. After all, he had no taste for such spectacles. Not long after Ao Ping departed, the forest echoed with Lin Ruoyu's soft, melodious whispers. Within minutes, Ao Ping received the notification that Lin Ruoyu had been devoured. Strange, Ao Ping thought to himself. According to the system, Xiaoyang should have been devoured by now. Why haven't I received the notification? Could it be that there were too many alerts, causing me to miss it? After all, the entire forest was now filled with the undead beasts he had summoned. The system notifications in his mind came one after another, so occasionally missing one was only natural. With that thought, Ao Ping shifted his focus back to the bronze tier filthy turtle. Fortunately, I can access the memories of undead beasts. Let me see if Xiaoyang was truly devoured, Ao Ping thought to himself, immediately beginning to scan the filthy turtle's memories. To his surprise, Xiaoyang wasn't dead. Even more unexpected was the fact that the person who had rescued Xiaoyang was none other than Long Qingxue. I never imagined Long Qingxue's flute could also attract beasts, Ao Ping frowned slightly. He had seen Long Qingxue's flute before. He knew it could transform into a long sword, but he never imagined it also possessed the ability to attract beasts. It was precisely drawn by the flute's melody that the filthy turtle had been distracted, allowing Xiaoyang to seize the chance and escape. So it seems that flute in Long Qingxue's hands is no ordinary weapon, Ao Ping mused inwardly. To him, as long as Lin Ruoyu was dead, the deaths of others were inconsequential, merely a few fewer evolution points. Apart from the Frankenstein's monster, there were no other gold-tier beasts in this forest. Under the assault of the undead beasts, all the creatures here would eventually become Ao Ping's evolution points. Seeing Long Qingxue's image in Wu Turtle's memories, an idea suddenly struck him. I know how to arrange for an undercover agent to infiltrate human society now. Chapter 28, Despair. Hadn't Long Qingxue always wanted a spirit beast? With so many undead beasts at his disposal, he could simply assign one to her side. Spirit beasts are beasts, and undead beasts are beasts too. As long as they're willing to obey their master, they're good beasts. But an ordinary undead beast couldn't be placed with Long Qingxue. After all, such beasts couldn't advance their own cultivation levels unless one used necromantic power to boost them. The Abyssal Scytheclaw Wolf is decent, but it's already reached bronze tier 6. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare attempt to tame it, they'd likely flee in terror at the sight of its scythe claws. Ao Ping pondered inwardly. After much deliberation, he suddenly recalled a beast he had hunted earlier, one infected by the abyss. The Abyssal Fanged Eel is still at the common tier. Assigning it to guard Long Qingxue would be perfect, Ao Ping murmured softly. Now, he only needed to command the other undead beasts to corner Long Qingxue by the riverbank. At that point, only one path would remain before her, the waterway. To survive, Long Qingxue would have to risk swimming to the opposite bank. At that moment, he would arrange for the Abyssal Fawn Eel to escort her safely across. If Long Qingxue agreed to bring the Abyssal Fawn Eel back to Jinling, the undercover mission would be complete. But if Long Qingxue chose not to take the Abyssal Fawn Eel, then he would step in to kill her himself. After all, trying wouldn't cost him anything. What if it succeeded? With that thought, Ao Ping swiftly scanned the vision fields of all the undead beasts. Finally, within the vision of one such beast, he spotted Long Qingxue and Xiaoyang. Found you at last, Ao Ping murmured softly. He'd worried there were no rivers nearby, but that concern was now moot. He then commanded the surrounding undead beasts to surround Long Qingxue and Xiaoyang. Most of the beasts in this forest had already been hunted down by the undead beasts Ao Ping had summoned. Even the instructors from Jinling Martial University had all perished at the jaws of these undead creatures. Once the task of planting the mole was complete, Ao Ping would finally be ready to fulfill his mission of hunting down the Black Flamehound. Damn it, the beasts are closing in. At this rate, we'll be surrounded. Long Qingxue frowned slightly. Her speed was already limited, and with an injured companion in tow, their escape was slowed considerably. Why did you save me? Li Xiaoyang looked at Long Qingxue with confusion. After this long escape, he realized she wasn't the heartless snake and scorpion that Lin Ruoyu had described. Does saving someone require a reason? Long Qingxue frowned slightly, looking at Li Xiaoyang in puzzlement. In this dire situation, instead of figuring out how to escape, he was pondering why she had saved him. Good heavens, had she saved a fool? As the surrounding beasts grew ever more numerous, Long Qingxue and the others were gradually driven toward the reservoir. Am I destined to die here by this reservoir? Resignation flickered in Long Qingxue's eyes. Just as he prepared to accept his fate, the images of his parents suddenly flashed through his mind. No! I haven't found my parents yet. I absolutely cannot die here. Snapping back to reality, Long Qingxue glanced at the reservoir behind her. With a sudden resolve, she plunged into the water. If luck was on her side, perhaps she could escape back to Jinling City from the reservoir, just as she had before. Jump in quickly. I know a waterway that leads from the reservoir back to Jinling City. With luck, we might both make it back alive. Seeing Li Xiaoyang still hesitating above the reservoir, Long Qingxue urgently called out to him. Those beasts are too close to the reservoir. If they charge over, even jumping in won't save us, Li Xiaoyang whispered softly, then tossed a beast control orb to Long Qingxue. This contains my spirit beast. After I die, I hope you'll treat it well. Are you planning to hold off those beasts alone? Have you no regard for your own life? Long Qingxue was puzzled. This guy actually wanted to sacrifice his life to save her, but why would he save her? I know what you're thinking. Ever since Lin Ruoyu abandoned me, I've had no desire to live. Besides, does saving someone need a reason? Li Xiaoyang gripped his spear tightly, staring down the charging undead beasts without a flicker of fear. He immediately charged into the horde. Seeing this, Long Qingxue could only swim toward the other side of the reservoir, carrying his beast-taming orb. Li Xiaoyang truly possesses extraordinary courage. After you die, I will convert him into a necromancer too. Ao Ping watched the entire scene unfold from the sky. Though he admired Li Xiaoyang, it wasn't enough for Ao Ping to release him back to Jinling. A genius like Li Xiaoyang, once fully developed, might pose a threat to Ao Ping. Had Ao Ping not needed to plant an undercover agent within human society, he would never have chosen to let Long Qingxue go. In less than a minute, Ao Ping received the notification that Li Xiaoyang had been devoured. Consumed common tier creature common 8th tier, evolution points plus 564, necromantic power plus 1.6. Seeing Long Qingxue leap into the reservoir, it was time to command the Abyssal Tooth Eel to escort her safely to the opposite shore. Go, Ao Ping thought inwardly, and don't disappoint me. He immediately shifted his vision to that of the Abyssal Tooth Eel within the reservoir. As the Abyssal Tooth Eel drew nearer, Long Qingxue spotted it. A mere 7th tier beast. Long Qingxue's brows furrowed. Her flute swiftly transformed into a sapphire blue longsword, which she thrust toward the Abyssal Tooth Eel. Her current cultivation was only ordinary 5th tier, but to survive, she would fight with everything she had even if there was only a sliver of hope to escape. Damn it, why is this guy attacking right after meeting? With such intense hostility, even if the Abyssal Fanged Eel wanted to escort him to the other side, it would be beyond its capabilities. Ao Ping urgently commanded the Abyssal Fanged Eel to dodge. Since infiltrating as spy was impossible, it seemed the only option left was to devour Long Qingxue. Just as Ao Ping prepared to command the Abyssal Fawn Eel to devour Long Qingxue, a piercing eagle's cry pierced his ears. A fiery golden crow, its body covered in wounds, suddenly appeared above the reservoir. That's Li Xiaoyang's spirit beast. How did it leave the beast sphere without permission? Could Li Xiaoyang be dead? Long Qingxue thought in shock. Beast-taming spheres were specifically designed to contain these spirit beasts. Unless the master died, no spirit beast could leave the sphere on its own. Gazing at the Abyssal Fawn Eel in the distance, a flicker of despair crossed Long Qingxue's eyes. Was she destined to die here too? Chapter 29, The Might of the Dragon Clan. That blazing sun golden crow appears to be Li Xiaoyang's spirit beast, Ao Ping observed, gazing toward the reservoir above. A brilliant plan instantly formed in his mind. If he could transform the sunbird into an undead beast, bound by Li Xiaoyang's request, Long Qingxue would surely bring it back to Jinling. That would secure his undercover mission. Just as Long Qingxue was about to be devoured, Ao Ping urgently halted the Abyssal Fawn Eel. He then commanded the Abyssal Fawn Eels within the reservoir to attack the sunbird. Though the sunbird's cultivation level surpassed the Abyssal Fawn Eel by 3 minor realms, it was now gravely wounded, its strength reduced to a fraction of its former self. It stood no chance against the Abyssal Fawn Eel. With a splash, the sunbird was dragged into the reservoir by the abyssal tooth eels. Perfect opportunity. Seizing the moment, Ao Ping immediately commanded the other necromantic beasts in the reservoir to devour the sunbird. Within mere seconds, the sunbird was consumed entirely. Devoured Golden Sun Crow Common Tier 10, Evolution Points plus 684, Necromantic Power plus 2. Upon hearing the system notification, Ao Ping immediately transformed the sunbird into a necromantic beast. Oh no, the sunbird has been dragged into the reservoir. Long Qingxue's voice was filled with urgency. The sunbird was unaccustomed to fighting in water and now gravely wounded. Once it fell into the reservoir, its fate would likely be sealed. Li Xiaoyang had died to save her, and this golden crow was his final entrustment before his death. Long Qingxue could not abandon it. Just as Long Qingxue was frantically worrying, a dark shadow rapidly approached her from the reservoir. The next instant, the sunbird burst through the surface, its massive splash blinding Long Qingxue. When she opened her eyes, she found herself firmly grasped by the sunbird. "Weren't you mortally wounded?" Long Qingxue murmured in bewilderment, watching the sunbird soar through the sky with wings spread wide, a sight utterly at odds with the image of a gravely injured creature. You've actually broken through to bronze rank." Feeling the powerful aura emanating from the sunbird, Long Qingxue was stunned yet felt a tinge of relief. Today, it was thanks to the golden crow's breakthrough at the critical moment. Otherwise, she might have met the same fate as Li Xiaoyang and Uncle Zhao, perishing in this reservoir. What Long Qingxue failed to notice, however, was that the sunbird's eyes had now turned an eerie deep gray. With the sunbird here, the matter of planting an undercover agent is finally resolved, Ao Ping murmured softly. Fortunately, he had just expended 500 points of necromantic power to elevate the sunbird's realm to bronze tier 1, otherwise, Long Qingxue would have easily detected something amiss. This marked Ao Ping's first attempt to use necromantic power to elevate a necromantic beast's realm. He had refrained before due to his limited supply of necromantic power and the immense amount required for such an upgrade, a cost he simply couldn't afford. But now, to dispel Long Qingxue's suspicions, Ao Ping had no choice but to upgrade the blazing sun golden crow. After all, a severely wounded spirit beast not only remained unharmed after being attacked by a beast but had all its injuries healed. Anyone witnessing this would find it suspicious. "System, display my interface," Ao Ping commanded mentally. Over an hour had passed since he ordered the necromantic fiends to purge the forest. He wondered how many evolution points he had accumulated by now. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Dragon Clan, Undead Clan. Realm, Silver Tier 1. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Ghostly Flame SS-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Cooling Down, Triple Scaled Armor B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Heavy Armor F-tier Talent. Evolution Points, 1,860,200,000. Necromantic Power, 69,000. Nearly 2 million evolution points in just 1 hour? I'm rich. I'm rich. System, hurry up and upgrade me. I need to level up. Ao Ping immediately chanted. Though the evolution points required after reaching silver rank had risen to 200,000. But the one thing this world had in abundance was ferocious beasts, whether on land, in the sea, or in the sky. Simply put, beasts could survive anywhere humans could conceive of and even in places humans couldn't imagine. Moreover, their reproductive capacity far surpassed that of humans. The saying "cut the grass but leave the roots, and it will grow again with the spring breeze" was vividly demonstrated by these beasts. Consumed 200,000 evolution points. Reached Silver Tier 2. Consumed 300,000 evolution points. Reached Silver Tier 3. Consumed 400,000 evolution points. Reached Silver Tier 4. Consumed 500,000 evolution points. Reached Silver Tier 5. Remaining evolution points 460,000. Advancing 4 minor realms in one go. I feel my strength now surpasses even a gold tier 1 Frankenstein monster. Ao Ping felt the ever-increasing power surging within him, his body now reaching a staggering 78 meters in height. With such colossal proportions, even at merely silver tier 5, Ao Ping visually commanded an overwhelming presence that surpassed even gold tier beasts. Even among beasts specifically evolved for strength and size, none at the silver tier could reach 78 meters. Such a feat had never been recorded even among gold tier beasts. To gauge the true extent of his current power, Ao Ping deliberately summoned a gold-tier Frankenstein monster to serve as his sparring partner. When I first saw this Frankenstein monster, I thought it was quite large. Now it looks like a potato, Ao Ping remarked, staring at the diminutive creature before him, unable to help but marvel at the might of the Dragon Clan. "Attack me with all your might," Ao Ping commanded the Frankenstein monster. Though he was only at the 5th tier of silver rank, Ao Ping had complete faith in his bloodline. As a black dragon, he must embody the pride of the Dragon Clan. If he couldn't even withstand a full power strike from a gold tier 1 beast, it would be a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. Upon receiving Ao Ping's command, the creature's muscles instantly bulged, thick blue veins clearly visible on its arms. Without hesitation, the Frankenstein monster swung its fist toward Ao Ping, its immense force even producing a sonic boom. With a thunderous boom, the creature's fist slammed directly into Ao Ping. Ha! Doesn't feel like much. Ao Ping looked at the Frankenstein's monster in confusion, even suspecting the creature hadn't used its full strength. Yet judging by the sonic boom from that punch, it didn't seem like it had held back. Besides, with his absolute control over the necromantic beast, the creature couldn't possibly defy his will. So it seems my current strength has far surpassed that of the Frankenstein monster. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. After all, the Frankenstein monster possessed strength capable of going toe-to-toe with a gold tier 3 shadow black tiger. This meant Ao Ping's current power could crush gold tier 3 beasts, and even gold tier 5 or 6 beasts held no fear for him. This was the benefit of possessing a formidable bloodline. Ao Ping now understood why dragons had vanished from this world. Had such a formidable race ever appeared on Blue Star, the world would have long been ruled by dragons. Whether sky, land, or sea, all would belong to the dragon race. Chapter 30, You Think You're Worthy? Now that I've tested my strength, it's time for that pack of flame dogs in the ruins to make their exit. Ao Ping hadn't forgotten the venomous forest python carcass that pack of flame dogs had snatched away. Though those evolution points meant little to Ao Ping now, he had been merely bronze tier back then. What infuriated him most was that black flamehound had actually dared to chase him. He was a noble dragon. What kind of spectacle was it for a black dog to chase and bite him? As the saying goes, revenge is a dish best served cold. Today would be the day the black flamehound and its fiery kin met their end. The sun was setting, slowly sinking below the horizon. Hundreds of blaze hounds, led by the black flamehound, had gathered on the ruined streets. Facing them was a large group of elemental devourers. Looks like these black dogs are in trouble, Ao Ping observed from the sky, studying the two opposing forces on the street. Both sides possessed roughly equal overall strength, with their highest combatants both at the gold tier 1 level. But why do these Yuan devourers look so much like cats from my past life? Ao Ping scrutinized the Yuan devourers, then fixed his gaze on the gold tier Yuan devourer. Whether in physique or appearance, these energy-devouring beasts were indistinguishable from the cats of his past life. Energy-devouring beast. Bloodline, golden Yuan devouring beast. Realm, gold tier 1. Talent, reincarnation. A grade talent allows swift revival after death, usable only once per year. Blazing reflexes. B rank talent, dramatically enhances reaction speed, enabling preemptive defense even against surprise attacks by sensing air currents. Frenzied Spine. B rank talent, unique to the Element Devourer clan. When facing powerful foes, the creature arches its spine high to intimidate enemies while drastically increasing speed and reaction time. Wind Speed Claw Strike. E rank talent, inflicts multiple strikes on an enemy within a short time frame. Damn, even their talents are nearly identical. Especially that Frenzied Spine dragon form. They've truly mastered the essence. But judging by the tension between these two factions, it looks like they're about to clash. Once they start fighting, casualties are inevitable. What if some predatory beasts take advantage of the chaos to scavenge the corpses? That would mean losing a portion of my evolution points for nothing. No! To prevent the loss of evolution points, they must all die by my hand. Detected conflict between the Element Devourer tribe and the Flamehound tribe. Mission automatically upgraded. Mission requirement, eliminate the Elemental Devourer clan and the Blazing Hound clan. Reward, random item or random talent. Oh? I didn't expect quests could auto-upgrade. This system's surprisingly intelligent, Ao Ping thought to himself. Previously, eliminating the Flamehound clan rewarded either one free use of the Necromancer reincarnation or a random talent. Now, the free necromantic rebirth opportunity had been replaced with a random item, a decent upgrade. Moreover, Ao Ping now held no fear for these two golden tier beasts. A mission that offered both evolution points and rewards? It was clearly a win-win situation. The northern part of the city is my territory. I didn't come looking for you, yet you disgusting Yuan devouring beasts dare to attack my doorstep? Do you think your lives are too long? The black flamehound looked at the element devourers with utter disdain, not giving them the slightest bit of respect. The Blaze Dog clan had been locked in conflict with the element devourers for nearly half a year. Throughout this period, the Blaze Dogs had consistently emerged victorious more often than not. Thus, the black flamehound had never regarded the element devourers with any seriousness. Had it not been in the critical phase of breaking through to the second tier of gold rank, it would have wiped out this entire pack of element devourers long ago. For years, your Blazing Hound clan has oppressed our Element Devourer clan. Today, we avenge our fallen brothers and sisters. The Element Devourer leader roared, and the beasts behind him charged forward like sharp blades. My loyal ones, slaughter every last one of these accursed Element Devourers today. After this land shall be ours. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black flame dog charged forward, leading his pack in an assault on the Elemental Devourers. Just as the black flame dog and the Essence Devourer leader were about to clash, a dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens instantly captured their attention. You energy devouring beasts actually summoned reinforcements? The black flamehound looked skyward warily, sensing a flicker of fear in that roar. You're the ones who called for reinforcements. Now you dare deframe us. The element devourer leader retorted fiercely, his gaze equally wary as he stared skyward. The next instant, the dusky sky was instantly shrouded by layers of dark clouds. Rolling thunder, fierce winds, and torrential rain followed in quick succession, engulfing the entire ruin as if swallowed by darkness. I'll see what kind of creature dares to play tricks on my turf. The black flamehound snorted coldly, immediately spewing a jet of pitch-black flame toward the sky. Yet the flame vanished like a stone thrown into the sea, failing to make the slightest impact on the sky. This is your second attempt against me. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With these words, a pair of golden pupils emerged from the dark clouds. Instantly, a monstrous black beast nearly 80 meters long burst forth from the storm. It was Ao Ping. As the saying goes, clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. Being of the dragon clan, riding clouds, summoning winds and rains, and commanding thunder and lightning were but the most basic of its abilities. The beasts on the street were as insignificant as ants before Ao Ping. Some of them weren't even as big as a single scale on his dragon body. I thought it was some mighty beast, the black flamehound sneered at Ao Ping. Nothing but a stinking silver tier 5th rank fly. I recall chasing away a bronze tier stinker not long ago looked just like you. Could it be you're here seeking revenge? What good is sheer size? As long as its cultivation base falls short of mine, its bulk is nothing but an empty shell. So this beast is your enemy? Don't blame us for ganging up on you, the Xiaoyang beast leader immediately declared to Ao Ping. Crawling vermin. Since we're both enemies of this black flamehound, why not join forces to eliminate it? Ao Ping looked at the Xiaoyang beast leader, a trace of contempt curling his lips. Cooperate? I am the only true dragon in this world. Do you think you're worthy of partnering with me? Chapter 31, What truly constitutes a beast? Sea tactics. Hearing Ao Ping's words, the Xiaoyang beast leader burst into laughter, his crimson vertical pupils flashing with contempt. True dragon? Never heard of such a thing. You're nothing but a lowly silver-grade beast. Since you refuse to see reason, then shut up. Ao Ping couldn't be bothered to waste words on this arrogant fool. He immediately unleashed a jet of emerald green flame toward the Xiaoyang beast leader. Where the ghostly flames passed, the air itself warped, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Didn't expect you to dodge that. Interesting. Ao Ping was somewhat surprised his talent for lightning-fast reflexes proved somewhat useful. The Xiaoyang beast leader's back now arched high, its fur standing on end. Combined with its massive, 10-meter-plus frame. If this Yuan devouring beast had appeared in his previous life, it would have been a true monster. What a sinister flame. If I hadn't reacted fast, I'd have been burned to death by it. The leader swallowed nervously, eyeing Ao Ping warily. Since you've come seeking revenge on this dead dog, do as you please. After careful consideration, the element devourer leader ultimately chose to back down. This beast calling itself a dragon possessed formidable strength, definitely not a silver-grade beast. It was highly likely to be a gold-grade beast like them, and its cultivation realm was only higher, not lower. They likely awoke a hidden realm talent, which was why they almost took Ao Ping for a silver-grade beast upon seeing him. Anyway, this beast had come looking for trouble with the black flamehounds. Let the two dogs fight each other. When the time was right, the Yuan devourers would reap the benefits. This Meow is truly a genius, the Xiaoyang beast leader gloated inwardly. But the very next second, it was seized by a massive dragon claw. Did I give you permission to leave? Ao Ping fixed his gaze on the Xiaoyang beast leader in his grasp. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant, the leader was crushed to death. Ao Ping now stood a towering 78 meters tall. The Xiaoyang beast leader was smaller than even Ao Ping's dragon claw. Crushing him was as easy as moving a finger. Not a single one of you present today will escape. Ao Ping's voice was not loud, yet it rang clearly in every ferocious beast's ears. You filthy reptile dared ambush me and cost me this year's reincarnation chance. Brothers, kill this vile reptile. The revived Xiaoyang beast leader now seethed with hatred toward Ao Ping, wishing to grind him to dust and scatter his ashes. This reptile speaks with outrageous arrogance, daring to spout such insolence on this king's territory. Minions, attack! The black flame hound roared in fury, and hundreds of blazing hounds surged toward Ao Ping. Judging by how it had just slain the element devourer leader, this flying reptile was likely stronger than himself after all. He couldn't kill the element devourer leader in a single strike. Moreover, this flying reptile bore a grudge against him. He wouldn't let him off. Rather than face retribution later, it was better to team up with the Yuan devourers and eliminate the threat now. Led by the black flamehound and the Xiaoyang beast leader, the two factions once sworn enemies now joined forces against a common foe. Looks like you're trying to gang up on me. Fine, I won't hold back. Ao Ping sneered inwardly. Since these beasts were so ungrateful, he'd show them the true might of a death spirit beast. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as a thick black mist surged around him. Let these ignorant beasts witness what true swarm tactics truly mean. No sooner had the words left his mouth than countless undead beasts, radiating a deathly aura, emerged from the black mist. Even the weakest among them possessed bronze-tier strength. Within mere seconds, the undead beasts had completely surrounded both the Flamehound clan and the Yuan Devourer clan. The pupils of the Elemental Devourer leader and the Black Flamehound contracted sharply. They stared fixedly at the relentless stream of undead beasts pouring from the black mist, their hearts churning with shock. Silver-tier Icefang pythons, silver-tier flame-toxic giant frogs, silver-tier flame-toxic centipedes, over 40 silver-tier beasts in total. Black Flame Dog muttered, his expression darkening to the extreme. The sheer number of these silver-tier beasts surpassed the combined silver-tier forces of both the Blaze Dog clan and the Devouring Beast clan. This can't be possible. The Black Flamehound stared in disbelief at the scene before him as a towering, 30-meter-tall death spirit beast emerged from the black mist. That black reptile can actually summon a gold-grade beast. At the same time, the Essence Devourer leader also noticed the undead beasts surging out of the black mist. The sudden appearance of so many beasts made both the Black Flame Dog and the Element Devourer leader hesitate to act rashly. They could only watch Ao Ping warily. Ao Ping first surveyed the panicked beasts scattered across the street, then shifted his gaze to the surrounding undead beasts poised for action. A cold smile touched the corners of his mouth. Feast time, little ones. No sooner had Ao Ping spoken than all the undead beasts pounced upon the blaze dogs and devouring beasts in the street. There was no fear of death in their eyes, only a ravenous hunger for flesh and blood. Piercing screams rent the sky. Neither the flame dogs nor the element devourers could retain a single intact body under the undead beast's assault. You worthless trash! Cease this at once! Watching his kin fall one by one before his eyes, the Black Flamehound roared in fury. He immediately unleashed several streams of black flames to attack the surrounding undead beasts, then shielded his remaining few kin behind him. Just as the Black Flamehound was rescuing its kin, a thick spider claw pierced its hind leg. Damn it! How dare you ambush me! The Black Flamehound whipped its head around, its pupils suddenly contracting. The moment it recognized the attacker, 5 more spider claws struck in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, countless strands of silk erupted, and within mere seconds, the Black Flamehound was completely entangled in a web. Compared to the Blaze Dog clan, the casualties among the devouring beasts were negligible. The pivotal factor was the Yuan Devourer's innate rebirth ability. We Element Devourers possess 2 full lives. Even if killed, we can resurrect at full strength. How many lives do your minions have to match ours? The Element Devourer leader glared defiantly at Ao Ping. If you don't want your own men to die to the last man, then leave quickly. Is that so? You foolish beast would do well to look around you. Hearing the Xiwan beast leader's words, Ao Ping could scarcely believe his ears. The undead beasts possessed immortal bodies. As long as they themselves didn't die, these undead beasts were invincible. Playing tricks. The Yuan devouring beast snorted coldly, then scanned the surroundings. It was determined to see what kind of trick this beast before it was up to. This can't be. The Xiwan beast leader's voice trembled as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Those undead beasts, whose heads had been torn off or limbs crushed, now stood up again, completely unharmed. Impossible. These beasts aren't even the same species. How could they all possess the gift of resurrection? As more and more element devourers fell to the undead beasts, the element devourer leader began to lose his nerve. Flee! We must flee quickly, the Xiwan beast leader thought frantically, ignoring the deaths of his kin as he fled without looking back. In his mind, as long as he survived, he could rebuild the element devourer clan and restore its glory. All in vain. Ao Ping snorted coldly, immediately spewing a stream of ghostly flames at the leader. With a faint meow, the leader of the element devourers instantly turned to ash. Chapter 32, The Nine Heavens Divine Flame Art. Within a mere half hour, both major factions within these ruins had been devoured by the death spirit fiend beasts. Not a bad haul, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. I gained 430,000 evolution points in total. Combined with the 460,000 points in the system, I now possess 890,000 evolution points. This amount was sufficient for him to break through to the silver 6th tier. The Black Flamehound and the Xiwan beast leader alone had provided him with 200,000 evolution points. If he could encounter more gold tier beasts in the future, it would greatly accelerate his ascent to the gold tier. Unfortunately, most areas near Jinling City had already been thoroughly swept by the city's military forces. Finding 2 gold tier beasts in these ruins was already quite fortunate. If Ao Ping wanted to find other gold tier beasts, he would have to venture further away from Jinling. Hey, system, Ao Ping thought inwardly, I've wiped out the Flamehound and Element Devourer clans. Where's my reward? The next second, the system's notification tone echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Random item selection in progress. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the SSS-tier martial art, 9 Heavens Divine Flame Technique. A martial skill? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Though this martial art was an SSS grade item, neither ferocious beasts nor spirit beasts could cultivate martial arts. He couldn't just hand it to a human. If I transform a human into an undead creature, could this martial skill be used by undead humans? With that thought, Ao Ping immediately decided to summon a human to test it. The next second, a handsome youth materialized before Ao Ping. Were it not for his gray pupils, he would have been the epitome of a cheerful heartthrob. Li Xiaoyang. Realm, Ordinary 8th tier. Martial skill, Crimson Sun Spear Technique Minor Mastery, B rank martial skill. Who am I? Li Xiaoyang looked around in utter bewilderment before fixing his gaze on Ao Ping and immediately knelt. Greetings, Master. You can actually speak. Ao Ping was utterly shocked. This was the first time he'd encountered a speaking undead creature. System, what's going on here? Aren't you going to explain? Ao Ping urgently inquired in his mind. A small fraction of exceptionally gifted beings retain partial self-awareness after becoming undead creatures, yet they remain 100% obedient to their host's commands. Outstanding talent indeed. I never expected the system to rate Li Xiaoyang so highly, Ao Ping mused inwardly. Ao Ping could see Li Xiaoyang was a genius, but he never imagined the system would rate him as exceptionally gifted. Best test whether Li Xiaoyang can cultivate the Nine Heavens Divine Flame Art first. With a flick of his thoughts, the Nine Heavens Divine Flame Art within the system space transformed into specks of starlight and flew toward Li Xiaoyang's mind. Looks like Li Xiaoyang can learn martial arts, Ao Ping thought to himself. After all, the Nine Heavens Divine Flame technique was an SSS-tier martial art. Though Ao Ping didn't know its true power, being classified as SSS-tier meant it was undoubtedly one of the world's rarest treasures. This subordinate thanks the master for the gift. Li Xiaoyang hurriedly expressed his gratitude upon receiving the Nine Heavens Divine Flame technique. Try to see if you can master the Nine Heavens Divine Flame art, Ao Ping asked softly. If Li Xiaoyang could fully master the Nine Heavens Divine Flame technique, he would undoubtedly become a formidable combat asset for Ao Ping in the future. This subordinate will spare no effort. Li Xiaoyang murmured softly, immediately beginning to comprehend the Nine Heavens Divine Flame technique within his mind. Meanwhile, with Long Qingxue's successful escape back to Jinling City, Jinling Martial Arts University had also learned of the events unfolding in the forest. Jinling Martial Arts University, Dean's office. Dean, the idea of those ferocious beasts endlessly resurrecting, as Long Qingxue described, is utterly impossible. She must be lying to us. Why didn't you keep her here for further questioning? Zhou Hua looked at Qin Ming with confusion. As a student of Qin Ming, Dean of Jinling Martial Arts University, he frequently accompanied his mentor in studies and was also a platinum-tier spirit tamer. However, due to his hot-tempered nature, Qin Ming had kept him close, hoping he would learn to temper his impatience. Nothing is impossible in this world. Remember, 100 years ago, humans never imagined animals could evolve to this extent. Qin Ming took a leisurely sip of tea before pulling out a tattered old book. Ancient texts record that during the early stages of the spiritual energy revival, a group of peculiar creatures was discovered near a mass grave. Resurrection was merely the most basic innate ability for this species. Those who discovered them named them the Undead Clan, and their most distinctive feature was their pupils all a lifeless, gray color. Are you suggesting those ferocious beasts in the forest are undead? Zhou Hua furrowed his brow slightly, astonished that truly immortal creatures could exist. This remains unconfirmed for now. If I recall correctly, the Security Bureau will be conducting a joint sweep with the Long and Wang families tomorrow, correct? Qin Ming turned to Zhou Hua and spoke softly. Yes, Director. You will accompany the sweep tomorrow. If it is confirmed that those beasts in the forest are undead, you must inform me immediately. Qin Ming's tone was stern. Rest assured, Dean. Such a minor task is well within my capabilities. It's getting late, I shan't disturb your rest any longer. Zhou Hua replied softly before exiting the dean's office. The return of the undead, disaster is approaching, Qin Ming frowned, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient text. The ancient text recorded that the undead had vanished from the world over 70 years ago. Their reappearance signaled the approach of darkness. There should have been another sentence following this passage, but the ancient text was severely worn, with nearly every page damaged to varying degrees. Qin Ming examined the missing section of the ancient text, discerning two faint characters. Without thinking, he voiced them aloud. Abyss. Chapter 33, The Flame King. The sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn. I only dozed off for a moment, how did it get so bright already? Ao Ping yawned lazily, glancing at Li Xiaoyang still seated cross-legged on the ground with a hint of surprise. Li Xiaoyang actually broke through to ordinary 9th tier. Could he have been practicing martial arts all night? Originally, Ao Ping had been observing whether Li Xiaoyang could cultivate martial arts. Feeling a hint of drowsiness, he decided to doze off for a bit, never expecting to fall asleep completely. Judging by Li Xiaoyang's current progress, mastering martial arts was clearly no problem. The most pressing matter now was to enhance his strength. Through the vision provided by the blazing sun golden crow, he learned that Long Qingxue had just returned to Jinling City yesterday and had already notified Jinling Martial Arts University about the events in the forest. With so many deaths in the forest, the humans wouldn't let it rest, especially Jinling Martial Arts University. They would undoubtedly send even more powerful instructors to deal with him. Hey, system, Ao Ping thought to himself, I gained 420,000 evolution points yesterday, right? Hurry up and level me up. Last night, he'd been so preoccupied with researching whether Li Xiaoyang could cultivate martial arts that he'd completely forgotten to advance his own realm. 600,000 evolution points consumed. Realm upgraded to silver tier 6. Remaining evolution points, 390,000. As the system notification sounded, Ao Ping's physique surged to a staggering 80 meters. His dragon body alone now measured around 6 meters. Ao Ping's current size far exceeded the range of gold-grade beasts. Only a handful of platinum-grade beasts or spirit beasts possessed such colossal dimensions. Your servant greets you, master. Li Xiaoyang, having halted his cultivation, knelt on one knee and paid his respects to Ao Ping. You've already reached the 10th tier of ordinary cultivation so quickly? Ao Ping's tone carried a hint of surprise. Truly a genius recognized by the system, breaking through 2 minor realms in a single night. What a treasure he had found. Ao Ping was thoroughly impressed with Li Xiaoyang's performance. Given time, Li Xiaoyang would surely become his right-hand man. Who's there? Ao Ping abruptly turned toward a dilapidated ruin behind him, yet saw no sign of life. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyang immediately charged toward the dilapidated ruins. Though he hadn't detected any enemy presence, if his master claimed another being lurked within those ruins, then it must be true. Don't be rash, Li Xiaoyang. Stand down for now. Ao Ping frowned deeply and immediately summoned 3 gold-tier necromantic fiends, the Frankenstein monster, the Black Flamehound, and the Element Devourer leader. You 3, go investigate that ruin, Ao Ping ordered in a deep voice. The Dragon clan possessed exceptionally keen senses. Ao Ping was certain that something within the ruins had been watching him. Unfortunately, Ao Ping hadn't caught sight of its form. Otherwise, he could have used the system to confirm its cultivation level. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 3 undead beasts, the Frankenstein monster and the others, charged toward the ruins Ao Ping had indicated. Before they could get within 20 meters of the ruins, 6 thick spider claws shot out from within the debris. Before the Frankenstein monster and the other 2 undead beasts could even react, these spider claws pierced through their heads. Run! We must get out of here fast. Ao Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately grabbed Li Xiaoyang and fled toward the southern part of the ruins. The Frankenstein monster and its companions were all genuine gold-tier beasts. To be killed in a single strike meant their attacker was at least a platinum-tier powerhouse. With Ao Ping's current strength, he stood no chance against a platinum-tier powerhouse. Escape was their only option. Shortly after Ao Ping and Li Xiaoyang departed, a man clad in black robes slowly emerged from the shadows of the ruined building. Watching the Frankenstein's monster and other undead beasts dissolve into black mist, a meaningful smile played at the corners of the cloaked man's mouth. Ha ha ha, this black beast actually controlled my creation. If I could capture it, it would surely become a masterpiece worthy of my satisfaction, the gray-robed man murmured, his voice as jarring as metal scraping. He had never witnessed a silver-grade beast grow to 80 meters in size. That creature must possess an exceptionally powerful bloodline within its body. It must become my creation. A flicker of fanaticism passed through the black-robed man's eyes as he produced a black orb. But before I transform it, I must understand how that beast controls my creations. In shape alone, the black sphere was nearly identical to the beast control spheres of human society, differing only in color, one red, one black. The next instant, a monstrous beast standing 65 meters tall burst forth from the black sphere. Had Ao Ping witnessed this beast, he would have instantly recognized the golden-grade Frankenstein monster he had devoured. Bat wings fused with a black dog's head, a scorpion tail stretching dozens of meters from its rear, and a black bear's body larger than a small mountain. It was the spitting image of that gold-grade chimera. Find that beast from earlier and bring it back, the cloaked man ordered in a deep voice, showing no concern that Ao Ping might escape. After all, the creature before them was one of his proudest creations, the Flame King. Southern Ruins. I've already made it to the Southern Ruins. They probably won't chase me here, Ao Ping thought to himself, surveying his surroundings. This area differed little from the northern ruins. Both were filled with crumbling structures. The only distinction was the large park situated in the southern ruins. Originally, Ao Ping hadn't paid much attention to this park, but he noticed a Yuan Devourer lurking within, stealing glances in his direction. An escapee from the Element Devourer clan? Looks like it's still in its juvenile stage, Ao Ping thought to himself. It was merely an ordinary 5th-tier energy devouring beast cub. Ao Ping ordered Li Xiaoyang to deal with it. This world was inherently cruel. Its entire clan had been wiped out by him. Even if Ao Ping spared it, it couldn't survive in this world. Since it was doomed anyway, he might as well deliver the final blow. Doing so would also earn Ao Ping some evolution points. As you command, Master, Li Xiaoyang murmured softly before swiftly dashing toward the young Yuan Devourer and clamping his hand around its neck. The poor Yuan devouring beast hadn't even entered its spiny back dragon mode before Li Xiaoyang snapped its neck. Of course, Ao Ping wouldn't let Li Xiaoyang devour the Shiwan beast cub's corpse. After all, Ao Ping's soul was human, and he couldn't stomach such a gruesome scene. After casually summoning a ferocious beast to devour the corpse, Ao Ping prepared to depart. The southern ruins were the domain of the Yuan devouring beasts. Most of the local ferocious beasts had been devoured by them, leaving Ao Ping unable to gain many evolution points here. There are still too few beasts here. I need to go elsewhere to gain more evolution points, Ao Ping thought to himself. Just as he was preparing to leave, Ao Ping suddenly sensed a powerful aura steadily drawing nearer. That aura's coming from the northern ruins. Could it be that guy chasing after me? Ao Ping's heart skipped a beat. He immediately scanned the northern ruins and spotted a dark shadow in the sky. The moment the system displayed the creature's information panel before Ao Ping, he turned and fled southward without a second glance. A Platinum Tier 4 Frankenstein's monster? How am I supposed to fight that? Chapter 34, Losing His Cool. Blazing Flame King. Realm, Platinum Tier 4. Bloodline, High Tier Chimera. Talents, Black Flame A grade talent, Poison Flame A grade talent. Flames carry potent toxins. Lava Armor B grade talent forms molten armor over body, automatically counterattacking with flames upon impact. Ultrasonic Waves D grade talent briefly disrupts enemy consciousness. Long Sniffy grade talent greatly enhances nasal olfactory senses. Strength Boost F grade talent. Long Nose E rank talent greatly enhances olfactory senses. Strength Augmentation F rank talent. This Flame King actually possesses 6 innate abilities. Staring at the Flame King's absurdly high number of talents, Ao Ping felt his scalp tingle. The opponent was a full 2 major realms above Ao Ping. Even with the Black Dragon bloodline coursing through his veins, facing an enemy so vastly superior in cultivation, no amount of talent could make a difference. The Flame King's roar echoed from behind, sending a jolt through Ao Ping's body. He froze instantly. Damn it, my consciousness is starting to blur. Ao Ping gritted his teeth, instantly realizing he was under the influence of the Flame King's ultrasonic waves. Though it only affected Ao Ping for 2 seconds, that brief interval was ample time for a Platinum Tier beast to cover a considerable distance. The distance between the Flame King and Ao Ping, which had been over 1,000 meters, had now shrunk to just 100 meters. Damn it, I have to go all out. Ao Ping cursed inwardly. The Flame King was faster than him. Escape was now impossible. To survive, he had to fight to the death. Come with me. The master wishes to see you, the Blazing King's words echoed in Ao Ping's ears, a halting speech sounding like that of a child just learning to talk. The Flame King now stood directly before Ao Ping, its scorpion tail pointed straight at him. It seemed that if Ao Ping dared refuse, the Flame King's scorpion tail would strike him instantly. What if I refuse? Ao Ping murmured, his gaze fixed warily on the Flame King. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Flame King demanded constant vigilance. Moreover, judging by what the Flame King had just said, he served a master. The stitched monster Ao Ping had devoured was likely the creation of this master. The king had likely targeted Ao Ping precisely because he had devoured the stitched creature. If Ao Ping's guess was correct, the Flame King undoubtedly intended to transform him into a monstrosity like himself. Since the Flame King intended to capture him alive, he would certainly refrain from killing him outright. Perhaps this was the very key to breaking the deadlock. As he pondered this, the Flame King's voice echoed once more. Then I shall capture you myself. With that, the Flame King swiftly lashed out with the scorpion tail protruding from his back. The tail struck Ao Ping's dragon scales, instantly producing a piercing sound. With a sharp crack, Ao Ping's scales shattered. Unbelievably fast. I didn't even have time to react, Ao Ping thought in shock. Fortunately, he possessed the triple scale armor talent. Protected by 3 layers of dragon scales, the Flame King's scorpion tail couldn't breach Ao Ping's defenses in the short term. Can't pierce through? A flicker of confusion crossed the Flame King's eyes. He couldn't understand it. The opponent was only at the 6th rank of silver grade, while his own cultivation level was 2 major realms higher. Usually, he could instantly kill silver tier beasts with a single strike. Seeing the physical attack's limited effect, the Flame King immediately switched to using flames against Ao Ping. After all, fire was his true specialty. Savor the power of my venomous flames. Rest assured, I won't kill you outright. The Flame King chuckled sinisterly. His master had ordered him to capture Ao Ping alive, so the Flame King naturally wouldn't kill him. That's why he chose to use poisonous flames against him. You dare to be so arrogant in my presence with your measly A-grade fire talent? Ao Ping laughed. Setting aside the SS-grade Netherworld Ghost Flame, the Black Dragon clan's innate flame body talent alone was enough to nullify most of the Flame King's fire damage. Your flames are pretty weak. They don't even pack a punch. You call yourself the Flame King, yet you can't even produce a decent flame. Ao Ping let the poisonous flames burn across his body, even wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. Though the flames carried potent venom, they couldn't even breach AO Ping's defenses. How could the poison possibly enter his body? You dare mock me. The Flame King's pride was searingly wounded by AO Ping's taunt. His fiery pride was his greatest boast, and now he was being humiliated by a silver-ranked piece of trash. How could the mighty Flame King endure such humiliation? You forced my hand. The Flame King roared, immediately spewing several streams of pitch-black flames toward AO Ping. Bring it on! Let me show you what true flames are. AO Ping's gaze sharpened as the ghostly underworld flames erupted from his mouth. The black flames were instantly consumed upon contact with the ghostly flames. After all, the ghostly flames possessed an SS-tier talent. Compared to the ghostly flames, which shone like a bright moon, the black flames were but faint starlight, utterly incapable of competing. How is this possible? The Flame King stared in disbelief at the scene before him. His prideful flames were inferior to those of a mere silver-grade beast. The Flame King couldn't accept this. His murderous intent toward AO Ping surged rapidly. I will kill you. The Flame King roared furiously, raising his massive bare paw to swipe at AO Ping. At this moment, the Flame King cared not for his master's orders. All he desired was to slay this accursed beast before him. It absolutely refused to tolerate any other beast's flames surpassing those of the flaming Great Saint. Damn it, why is it so enraged now? AO Ping dared not confront it head-on and immediately dodged to the side, but unfortunately, the Flaming King still struck his body. Two sharp cracks rang out consecutively as the Great Flame King's single strike sliced through two layers of AO Ping's triple-layered scales. This is bad, AO Ping frowned deeply. Had he known the beast would fly into such a rage, he never would have used the ghostly flame to undermine its confidence. Chapter 35, Letting Tigers Fight Wolves. Weren't you being so cocky just now? Why aren't you continuing to be cocky now? The Flame King launched relentless attacks at AO Ping, his scorpion tail constantly harassing him from behind. Facing this storm of attacks, AO Ping could only struggle to defend himself. This can't go on, AO Ping thought to himself. Looks like I'll have to resort to the Beast C tactic. The next second, pitch-black mist spread like a tidal wave outward from AO Ping, withering all vegetation in its path. What the hell are you up to? The Flame King frowned, the thick, deathly stillness within the black mist giving it an ominous foreboding. Playing tricks. The Flame King snorted coldly, immediately lashing out with his scorpion tail toward AO Ping's previous position. But unfortunately, AO Ping was no longer where he had been. As the black mist dissipated, the Flame King realized he had been surrounded by a horde of undead beasts. Nothing but a bunch of trash. The strongest among them barely reaches gold tier. Watch this king wipe them out with a single strike. The Flame King shot a contemptuous glance at the soul-devouring beast leader and the black flamehound. But when his gaze fell upon the Frankenstein monster, a flicker of confusion flickered in his eyes. Weren't you that trash the master created not long ago? The Flame King glared at the Frankenstein's monster, demanding, could it be you're in cahoots with that black beast? Hold him off. AO Ping whispered from the sky. In the next instant, tens of thousands of undead beasts surged forth, showing no fear despite the Flaming King's superior cultivation. You think these ants you summoned can stop me? What a delusion! The Flame King roared with contempt, black flames erupting from his mouth. The undead beasts charging at the forefront, including golden tier creatures like the Frankenstein's monster, were instantly engulfed by the black flames. Yet to the Flame King's astonishment, these beasts once reduced to charred skeletons began visibly regenerating flesh at a visible pace. No matter how terrifying the black flame's power became, the Flame King could not kill the surrounding undead beasts. The undead beasts possess immortal bodies. You'll just have to wear them down slowly. AO Ping sneered coldly before swiftly fleeing the area. Though the Flame King was a platinum tier beast, among the undead beasts he had summoned were 3 gold tier undead beasts and over 50 silver tier beasts. While they couldn't defeat the Flame King, holding him back was certainly within their capabilities. You won't escape. You won't escape. The Flame King roared furiously. No sooner had he eliminated one wave of undead beasts than more undead creatures swarmed him. The Flame King could only fix his gaze on AO Ping's receding figure, his scorpion tail lashing wildly as he vented his fury. You won't escape. This king will catch you. Meanwhile, AO Ping had fled deep into a forest. Isn't this the very forest I left behind? When he was being chased by the Flame King, AO Ping hadn't paid attention to which direction he was fleeing. Unexpectedly, after all that running around, he found himself back in the very same forest. That Flame King possesses heightened senses. Staying hidden in the same spot will only get me caught eventually, but running endlessly isn't a solution either. That damn Flame King and its master were such a nuisance. Wasn't it just a golden tier Frankenstein monster? Was it really necessary to send a platinum tier beast after me? Host detected in critical danger. Escape mission activated. Mission objective, completely evade the pursuit of the Flame King within 3 days. Reward, random grade A talent. Ugh, triggering this quest now is useless. That bloke's got a nose like a bloodhound. I wish I could shake off that Flame King for good. Ao Ping grumbled inwardly. Just then, Ao Ping suddenly noticed a large gathering of humans near the reservoir. At a glance, over 100 people had gathered around the reservoir. More than half of them were silver-tier spirit masters, with a few reaching gold tier. The 4 leaders were even platinum-tier spirit masters. The strongest platinum-tier spirit tamer's spirit beast was even a platinum-tier, 9th rank. These are people from Jinling Martial University. Ao Ping fixed his gaze on the strongest platinum-tier spirit tamer, recognizing the university's distinctive instructor robes. Having devoured numerous instructors and students from Jinling Martial University yesterday, it was only natural they'd send people to investigate. These people must have been sent by Jinling City to hunt him down. Ao Ping dared not approach the crowd near the reservoir too closely. After all, his current size was far too conspicuous. There was nowhere left in this forest for Ao Ping to hide. Thus, Ao Ping could only watch the crowd from afar, high in the sky. Perhaps I could lure that Flame King over here and let the city's men fight it to mutual destruction. At this thought, Ao Ping couldn't help but admire his own ingenuity. He had mastered the strategy of pitting one predator against another. Ao Ping swiftly suppressed his aura and cautiously crept toward the reservoir. Finally, he halted about 800 meters from the reservoir. This distance ensured his safety, though he wasn't certain if it would draw the attention of that group of humans. Well, I'll just have to try it and see. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered near the reservoir began arguing. We've searched this forest 3 times. Not even a single bronze-tier beast has been spotted. That Long Qingxue must be lying. Maybe she's responsible for the deaths in this area, so she fabricated stories about limitless beasts to deceive us. Zhou Hua shouted loudly, never having believed in the existence of beasts capable of infinite resurrection. Dean Qin must have lost his mind, choosing to believe Long Qingxue's lies and sending him to this godforsaken place. All this was thanks to that Long Qingxue. Once back in Jinling City, he would track her down and grill her thoroughly. My young lady conducts herself with integrity and honor. Instructor Zhou has insulted the Dragon family's young lady right before our eyes. Is this the caliber of instructors at Jinling Martial University? Hearing slander against the Dragon family's young lady, Su Dongao retorted without restraint. If it weren't for Director Fang Zhenggui of the Security Bureau personally inviting them, the Long family wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. What part of my statement is incorrect? Long Qingxue herself claimed Jinling Martial University's instructors and freshmen perished in this forest. But look for yourself, could a forest lacking even bronze-tier beasts possibly slaughter so many instructors and freshmen? Zhou Hua refused to back down, immediately firing back. Su Dongao, after all, was over 60. Seeing Zhou Hua still chattering on, Su Dongao couldn't be bothered to respond, mentally labeling Zhou Hua as kid. Enough, enough. We came here to clear out the surrounding beasts. Since the task is complete, we can head back now. Sun Bei immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Sun Bei was the deputy director of the Security Bureau and the strongest spirit tamer among them. With Sun Bei stepping in, Zhou Hua snorted coldly and fell silent. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed across the sky, piercing everyone's ears. That's the aura of a silver-grade ferocious beast. By the reservoir, Sun Bei suddenly turned his gaze toward the forest. Chapter 36, only Zhou Hua hasn't graduated. A mere silver-grade beast? Just send any gold-grade spirit tamer to handle it, Zhou Hua waves dismissively, his mind set on returning to Jinling City as quickly as possible. We've already searched this forest 3 times and found not a single silver-grade beast. Now suddenly we detect its aura, don't you find that odd? Sun Bei spoke up. Su Dongao, the Long family steward, instantly sensed something amiss. The lowest ranked present were silver-grade spirit masters. During the beast purge, even the platinum-grade spirit masters among them had participated. If a silver-grade beast existed, they would have definitely detected it. Unless this silver-grade beast was deliberately avoiding them, but if it was already hiding from this group, why would it now roar to attract their attention? Unless it's deliberately luring us over, Su Dongao said gravely. Exactly. I had the same feeling, Sun Bei nodded in satisfaction, surprised to find someone sharp-witted among his group. How much intelligence could a silver-tier beast possibly have? Are you suggesting it's deliberately luring us in, waiting for us to walk straight into a trap set by another beast? Zhou Hua scoffed with a dismissive laugh. Many in the group shared Zhou Hua's skepticism. After all, it was merely a silver-grade beast. They'd already spent the entire day hunting beasts. They longed to return to Jinling City sooner rather than later. No one wanted to linger in this desolate wilderness. I say we just send a gold-tier spirit tamer to handle it. Seeing support for his view, Zhou Hua immediately felt his confidence soar, even preparing to cash in on the favor to return to Jinling City. Is this Zhou Hua really Dean Qin's student? He clearly doesn't hold Deputy Director Zhao in any regard, Su Dongao sneered inwardly. That someone like this could become a student of the Jinling Martial Arts Academy's dean. He must be either a peerless genius or the scion of some powerful family from another region. Zhou Hua, now in his early 30s, had shown some talent in becoming a platinum-tier spirit tamer. Yet compared to a true prodigy, he fell far short. Clearly, Zhou Hua didn't fit the former description. That left only the latter possibility. This Zhou Hua was most likely the scion of another prominent family. Ah, to think our Long family once ruled Jinling City. Alas. Su Danao sighed inwardly before shifting his gaze to Sun Bei. Sun Bei's expression was noticeably grim. As the deputy director of Jinling City's security bureau, he held the same rank as the vice president of Jinling Martial University. Zhou Hua was merely a student of Dean Qin, yet he dared to publicly challenge his authority. No wonder Zhou Hua was the only one among Dean Qin's students who hadn't graduated. In that case, Sun Bei declared in a deep voice, 2 gold-tier spirit masters shall remain to capture that silver-tier beast we encountered earlier. Many in the team now wished to return to Jinling City. A mere silver-grade beast truly wasn't worth wasting more manpower on. Strange. I've nearly shouted myself hoarse, yet there's no sign of movement from the reservoir area? Ao Ping glanced behind him. Not a single spirit beast or spirit tamer was in pursuit. Could they not hear me? That shouldn't be possible. Ao Ping thought to himself. To execute his strategy of luring the tiger to devour the wolf, Ao Ping had already recalled the necromantic beast that had been delaying the Flaming King. The Flaming King was likely already on his way. If the men sent from Jinling City didn't pursue him, wouldn't his plan fall apart? With that thought, Ao Ping hurried toward the reservoir to investigate. Wait, what's with them? They look like they're leaving. Leaving only 2 gold-grade spirit masters behind? Who do they think they're looking down on? Seeing the group about to depart, Ao Ping swiftly drained all his necromantic power, summoning every undead beast he could command. The next instant, a torrent of black mist erupted. Trees in the vicinity withered at a visible pace the moment they touched the dark vapor. Since you look down on me, let my army of undead beasts give you a little taste of what's coming. The black mist spread rapidly, reaching the vicinity of the reservoir within mere seconds. Just as Sun Bei and the others prepared to leave, a piercing scream erupted from the rear of their group. Where did this beast come from? Help me. Sun Bei and the other platinum-tier spirit masters immediately summoned their spirit beasts to investigate the commotion at the rear. When did this black mist appear? Wang Badian asked. As the head of the Jinling Wang family, he too had been invited by Security Bureau Director Fang Zhenggui to assist in the extermination of the ferocious beast. Probably some beastly creature conjuring up ghostly tricks here. Watch me dispel this black fog. Zhou Hua commanded his spirit beast at once. Howling Wind Eagle, unleash a storm to disperse this black mist. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Howling Wind Eagle flapped its wings fiercely. A powerful wind instantly swept across the reservoir's edge. Unfortunately, the black mist showed no sign of dispersing, continuing to encroach upon the living space of Sun Bei and the others. How is this possible? The storm unleashed by the Howling Wind Eagle is powerful enough to form a small tornado, yet it can't disperse this black mist. Zhou Hua was astonished. Refusing to accept this, he prepared to command the Wind Howling Eagle to unleash another storm, but Sun Bei stopped him. Don't be careless. This black mist is likely no ordinary phenomenon, Sun Bei urgently cautioned Zhou Hua. The mist clearly wasn't simple black fog. There was no need to waste the Howling Wind Eagle's energy. Especially the deathly stillness permeating the fog. Even Sun Bei felt a pang of dread. Sun Bei scanned the surroundings warily and swiftly ordered everyone to release their spirit beasts. The 3 men and 3 beasts formed a squad. Yet even so, the surrounding area was still filled with the constant screams of humans, mixed with the agonized cries of creatures. Whether vicious beasts or spirit beasts, it was impossible to tell. Devoured silver-tier creature silver-tier 3, evolution points plus 11,765, necromantic power plus 600. Devouring. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Ao Ping's mood finally lifted considerably. Due to Sun Bei's orders, most of these groups consisted of 3 humans and 3 spirit beasts. While defeating silver-tier spirit masters posed no problem, taking down gold-tier spirit masters remained challenging. Therefore, Ao Ping could only direct the necromantic beast to focus its attacks on the silver-tier spirit masters. Anyway, I won't need these silver-ranked spirit masters to deal with the Flame King. Might as well convert them into my own evolution points, Ao Ping thought to himself. The mist functioned to sever the sensory perceptions of both humans and spirit beasts. Consequently, even platinum-tier spirit masters, deprived of their senses, dared not act rashly. Within mere minutes, every silver-tier spirit tamer dispatched by Jinling City perished at the jaws of the undead beasts. Even several weaker gold-tier spirit masters met their end at the jaws of the Frankenstein beast, Black Flamehound, and the Xiaoyang beast leader. This time I've really hit the jackpot. A whopping 2.57 million evolution points added to my tally. That's even more than what I earned from slaughtering the forest last time. Ao Ping was utterly thrilled. But Ao Ping couldn't celebrate too soon. After all, he still had the troublesome Blazing King to deal with. He certainly didn't want to be chased around by such a nuisance every single day. Time-wise, the Flame King should have arrived by now. Why hasn't he shown up yet? A.O. Ping wondered inwardly. The next second, a sinister, raspy voice echoed in A.O. Ping's ears. I know you're here. Today, you will all die, the Flame King roared furiously. Chapter 37, Dare to disobey my orders again, and I'll kill you. P.S. Sorry, guys, Chapter 36 felt off to me, so I tweaked it a bit. Carrot. Brother, you're finally here. A.O. Ping whipped his head around to see the Flame King rapidly flying toward him. Kill. 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 The Flame King repeated this single word incessantly, his murderous intent toward A.O. Ping reaching its peak. Though his master had tasked him with bringing the target back alive, he was one of the master's most cherished creations. Even if he failed this mission, the master would likely only scold him a few times. He refused to believe his master would sacrifice his prized creation for this ferocious beast. Seeing the Flaming King charging toward him, A.O. Ping quickly dove into the reservoir. Having preemptively used black mist to obscure Sun Bei and the other's vision, A.O. Ping managed to slip into the reservoir unnoticed. However, due to A.O. Ping's massive size, the water level in the reservoir rose slightly. Yet, unless someone examined it closely, the people of Jinling City wouldn't notice. It's time to release the summoned undead beasts, A.O. Ping thought to himself. As the undead beasts vanished, the black mist surrounding the reservoir rapidly dissipated, gradually restoring Sun Bei and the other's vision. That was the aura of a platinum-grade beast. Sun Bei suddenly looked up at the sky after the black mist vanished. Sun Bei wasn't alone. Everyone by the reservoir lifted their heads to gaze upward. The sky had transformed into a sea of fire, deep green, and pitch-black flames intertwining like a scene from the apocalypse. Worse still, a gold-grade spirit tamer also sensed something amiss at that moment. This is bad, Deputy Director Sun. All the silver-grade spirit masters who were with us to eliminate the beasts have vanished. What did you say? Sun Bei immediately scanned his surroundings. The group that had once numbered over 100 now consisted of only a dozen gold-tier spirit masters and the 4 platinum-tier spirit masters themselves. Where could they have gone in just a few minutes? Sun Bei immediately scanned the area with his psychic senses but found no trace of the silver spirit masters. What's there to think about? There's a platinum-grade beast in the sky right above us. Those silver-grade spirit masters must have all been devoured by that beast. Zhou Hua frowned deeply as he spoke. I support young Master Zhou's assessment, Wang Batian chimed in. Only Su Donio sensed something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Although they had heard the roar of a silver-grade beast in the forest before the black mist appeared, a mere silver-grade beast could never have devoured all the silver-grade spirit masters they had brought along in just a few minutes. The only being present capable of slaughtering so many silver spirit masters in such a short time was that platinum-tier beast in the sky. A mere platinum-tier 4 beast dares to slaughter so many of my subordinates right under my nose. If you leave here alive today, I'll write my name backwards. Sun Bei fixed his gaze on the Flaming King in the sky, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Instantly, he released the spirit beast from his beast summoning orb. The next second, a 90-meter-tall black-backed giant ape materialized beside Sun Bei, its forehead bearing a third eye. 3-eyed giant ape. Bloodline, azure-eyed water ape bloodline diluted. Realm, platinum tier 9. Talents, Divine Light S-rank talent, condenses devastatingly powerful divine light to strike enemies at light speed. Battle Dance B rank talent, activates a 5-fold power surge with a 1-day cooldown. Bloodthirsty Fangs B rank talent, restores health by consuming other creatures' blood. Toxin Antibody D rank talent, increases resistance to poisons. Strength Enhancement F rank talent. This 3-eyed giant ape is at platinum tier 9 and possesses an S rank talent. It will surely kill that Flame King. A.O. Ping thought to himself. With this platinum 9th tier 3-eyed giant ape, plus the 3 platinum tier spirit masters who hadn't yet intervened, the Flame King was doomed this time. Take down that beast within 3 minutes, or you won't get a single banana for a month. Sun Bei ordered, enunciating each word deliberately. Most of these silver tier spirit masters were from the security bureau, and those he'd brought along for the beast extermination were all his trusted confidants or friends. Before departure, he had solemnly guaranteed that with him present, this extermination operation would proceed without incident. But now, every single silver-ranked spirit tamer he brought had been devoured by a single ferocious beast. How could he face their families back in Jinling City? Hearing Sun Bei refuse to give it a banana, the 3-eyed giant ape panicked. It leaped up and yanked the Flame King down. Though the Flame King stood 65 meters tall, it dwarfed by a full-size class compared to the 3-eyed giant ape. Coupled with the ape's terrifying strength, yanking the Flame King from the air was child's play. I didn't kill your people. Why are you after me? The Flame King frowned slightly, suddenly realizing he'd been tricked by A.O. Ping. He had deliberately lured himself here, all to have this group of humans deal with him. Facing the 3-eyed giant ape, whose cultivation level surpassed his own by 5 realms, the Flame King had no chance of fighting back. Both Black Flame and Poison Flame inflicted only negligible damage on the 3-eyed giant ape. Yet each punch the 3-eyed giant ape landed on the Flame King was a critical hit. Within moments, the Flame King was beaten to a pulp, his face a bruised and battered mess. Seeing this, Su Dongao and the others immediately commanded their own spirit beasts to assist the three-eyed giant ape, hoping to get a piece of the action. But Sun Bei stopped them all. "This beast is mine alone. I hope you'll all do me this favor." Sun Bei's voice was icy cold, his killing intent almost tangible. It was clear Sun Bei was genuinely enraged this time. Compounding this, Sun Bei was the strongest among them, and the three-eyed giant ape's cultivation level was 5 minor realms higher than that of the beast in the sky. The three-eyed giant ape would find it difficult to lose. Realizing this, Su Dongao and Wang Badian abandoned any thoughts of aiding the three-eyed giant ape. "Humph. This platinum-grade beast was discovered by all of us. Why should you claim all the credit? Howling Wind Eagle, you too must engage the beast in the sky." Zhou Hua snorted coldly, completely oblivious to Sun Bei's expression. Platinum-grade beasts were rare indeed. After all, Jinling City had only a dozen or so platinum-grade spirit masters. If he could eliminate this platinum-grade beast in the sky, he would surely earn Dean Qin's special regard. Perhaps upon his return, Dean Qin would even announce his graduation. He could then leave Jinling City and return to his own clan. With that, the Howling Wind Eagle joined the fray. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Sun Bei clenched his fists. Out of respect for Director Qin's position, Sun Bei had already shown Zhou Hua more than enough tolerance throughout this operation. He, Sun Bei, was the commander-in-chief of this eradication operation. If Zhou Hua still refused to recognize the situation, then don't blame him for not giving Director Qin face. "Howling Wind Eagle, unleash your wind blades upon that platinum-grade beast." Zhou Hua ignored Sun Bei, immediately commanding the Howling Wind Eagle to attack the Flame King. To everyone's astonishment, the Windblade Eagle's attack struck both the Flame King and the three-eyed giant ape simultaneously. "You're asking for death," Sun Bei roared, striding toward Zhou Hua. "Watch this. Or do you dare to?" A sharp slap echoed. A handprint instantly appeared on Zhou Hua's face. "How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Zhou Hua bellowed, about to reveal the name of his powerful family. But Sun Bei's hand was faster, clamping down on Zhou Hua's throat. "Whoever backs you, if you disobey my orders again, I'll kill you right now." Chapter 38, The Necromancer General. "Deputy Director Sun, please calm down." Young Master Zhou was just worried the three-eyed giant ape might get hurt, so Wang Badian hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but Sun Bei cut him off immediately. "Worried my spirit beast might get hurt by a ferocious beast, so you attacked the three-eyed giant ape with wind blades?" Seeing Zhou Hua's eyes roll, Sun Bei snorted coldly before finally releasing his grip. "Damn it! Once we're back in Jinling City, I'll make you regret this." Zhou Hua glared at Sun Bei's retreating figure with a vicious glint in his eyes. He was nothing but the deputy director of Jinling City's security bureau. If his father hadn't insisted he apprentice under Qin Ming, he'd never have stuck around Jinling City. "Young Master Zhou, are you alright?" Wang Badian hurriedly helped Zhou Hua to his feet. While others might not know Zhou Hua's true standing, Wang Badian certainly did. Zhou Hua was a direct descendant of the Zhou family from the capital. His father was a lord-level spirit tamer, standing but a hair's breadth away from becoming a sovereign-level spirit tamer. "Come back to Jinling City with me now. I must make Sun Bei pay." Zhou Hua snorted coldly, immediately taking Wang Badian back to Jinling. Wang Badian has always been arrogant and domineering. Judging by his attitude toward Zhou Hua, the latter must have powerful backing. Deputy Director Sun really acted rashly this time. Watching Zhou Hua and Wang Badian depart, Su Dongao sighed inwardly. Just as the two departed, the battle with the three-eyed giant ape had also concluded. Seeing the blazing Flame King's dog-like head already blown apart, Sun Bei immediately ordered the three-eyed giant ape to hold it down. "Everyone, tidy up. Check the surroundings for any belongings of those silver-ranked spirit masters. If you find any, please collect them so I can give their families closure," Sun Bei said softly, his eyes filled with melancholy. Unfortunately, most of the silver-ranked spirit masters had been swallowed whole by the necromantic fiends. Aside from bloodstains, there were no remains left on the ground. After searching for nearly half an hour, Sun Bei finally led Su Dongao and the remaining gold-tier spirit masters back to Jinling City. "To be cautious, we should wait until nightfall to move again. It's already afternoon anyway," Ao Ping suggested softly. Indeed, teaching people how to do things never works, but showing them how to do things works instantly. Ao Ping certainly didn't want to end up like the Flame King earlier. The Flame King had only intended to capture him, but accidentally bruising its pride had driven it to seek his death. "I must keep a lower profile from now on," Ao Ping thought to himself. After dealing with the Flame King, his mood had lightened considerably. Unnoticed, the moon had already climbed high in the sky. It should be completely safe now. "System, hurry up and level me up." Ao Ping couldn't wait. Had he not feared exposing his aura during the upgrade, Ao Ping would have done it long ago. Consume 700,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Silver 7th tier. Consumed 800,000 evolution points. Realm upgraded to Silver tier 8. Consumed 900,000 evolution points. Reached Silver tier 9. Remaining evolution points 560,000. As the system prompt sounded, Ao Ping's body rapidly swelled. Each pitch black scale grew larger by the second. Within mere seconds, Ao Ping's form reached a staggering 97 meters, and the dragon scale shattered by the Flame King had fully regenerated. System, activate. Ao Ping murmured softly. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Dragon Kin, Undead. Realm, Silver Tier 9. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Ghostly Flame SS-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Triple Scales B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Thick Armor F-tier Talent. Evolution points 560,000 1 million. Necromantic Power 136,000. Strange, why is there a little red dot next to the necromantic power? Ao Ping was puzzled and immediately tapped the red dot. The next second, a system notification sounded in Ao Ping's mind. Li Xiaoyang Common Tier 10 has met the requirements for promotion to Necromancer General. Does the host choose to advance? What exactly is a Necromancer General? Ao Ping wondered inwardly. Whatever. Might as well try advancing first. Li Xiaoyang has been promoted to Necromancer General. Permission to create Necromancer tribes has been granted. Remaining Necromancer General slots, 1. Only 2 slots for Necromancer Generals? Ao Ping frowned slightly, but upon realizing it was Li Xiaoyang who had been promoted, he instantly relaxed. Though Li Xiaoyang was currently only at the ordinary 10th tier, his innate talent combined with the SSS-tier martial art 9 Heaven's Divine Flame technique meant his future combat prowess would be formidable. Granting him a Necromancer General position was certainly not a loss. Thank you, Master, for granting me the position of Necromancer General. Li Xiaoyang's voice suddenly echoed in Ao Ping's ears. Ao Ping startled, quickly looking in the direction of the voice. I didn't summon you. How did you appear? And why did your cultivation level suddenly drop to Bronze Tier 1? Ao Ping frowned slightly. Could this also be an effect of being promoted to Necromancer General? And how did Li Xiaoyang, who was human before, even know about the position of Necromancer General? From the moment my master bestowed upon me the title of Necromancer General, I gained the ability to appear at your side at any time, Li Xiaoyang replied respectfully. As for my cultivation level, that is precisely the second matter I wish to report. After becoming a Necromancer General, I can convert the humans I kill into Necromancer humans. Moreover, all Necromancer humans will return 1% of their respective cultivation levels to me. During the recent ambush against those Silver Tier Spirit Masters, Li Xiaoyang had managed to secure the heads of 3 Silver Tier practitioners, elevating his cultivation to Bronze Tier 1. Seems like being a Necromancer General comes with some pretty sweet perks. No wonder there are only 2 spots for them. Then how did you learn about the position of Necromancer General? Ao Ping pressed further. I have no idea, sir. The information about the Necromancer General was just forced into my mind. I can't explain it, Li Xiaoyang shook his head. Never mind then, Ao Ping murmured softly, his mind already scheming where to go next for some leveling up. Whether it was the reservoir, the forest, or the ruins south of the reservoir, the ferocious beasts there had essentially been wiped out by Ao Ping. To gain evolution points now, he'd have to hunt beasts elsewhere. Then, Ao Ping suddenly recalled a mountain range he'd encountered while fleeing the Flaming King's pursuit that morning. At the time, preoccupied with evading the Flaming King, he hadn't paid it much attention. Now, recalling it, that mountain range was even larger than the reservoir, forest, and ruins combined. Of course, this also meant the mountain range harbored far more ferocious beasts, and the dangers encountered would likely be much greater. But the rougher the waves, the pricier the fish. We're going for that mountain range. Chapter 39, The Sky-Shattering Tooth Turtle. Luoyun Mountain Range. Seems being too big isn't always a good thing. Ao Ping soared above the mountain range, struggling to find a place to land. His current size was too massive to maneuver freely within the mountainous terrain. As my size continues to grow, these mountainous regions are no longer suitable for my development. It seems I'll need to venture into the ocean to hunt fierce beasts in the future, Ao Ping mused inwardly. Compared to land, the oceans undoubtedly harbored a greater abundance of ferocious beasts. Moreover, the vastness of the ocean meant Ao Ping wouldn't have to worry about his size. But since I'm already here, clearing out the beasts in these mountains first before heading to the ocean won't hurt, Ao Ping murmured softly, unconsciously flying toward the heart of the mountain range. Who would have thought there'd be a lake within these mountains? Ao Ping thought to himself. This lake was situated right at the heart of the mountain range and was quite large, at least 5 times the size of the abandoned reservoir. Just as Ao Ping contemplated hunting beasts within the lake, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Fatal Teleportation A rank talent, cooldown complete. The cooldown for Fatal Teleport is finally over. Combined with the Necromancer's heart granting me an extra life, even if I encounter powerful beasts in the lake, I can escape safely. With that thought, Ao Ping plunged into the lake. The moment he entered the water, Ao Ping clearly saw various fish swimming below. As the rulers of the water, dragons possessed exceptional vision. No matter how deep or murky the water, Ao Ping could see everything in the lake with crystal clarity. This is merely the lake's outer reaches, yet it harbors such aquatic beasts. Well then, I won't hold back. Ao Ping thought to himself as he summoned the abyssal tooth eel he had hunted in the reservoir earlier. This fang-tooth eel had already been infected by the power of the abyss. The more it devoured, the stronger its cultivation would become. This was the perfect opportunity to let the abyssal fang-tooth eel consume more ferocious beasts, thereby boosting its level. Receiving the command, the abyssal fang eel immediately charged toward the nearest bronze tier 4 horned grasscarp. The horned grasscarp frowned slightly at the abyssal fang-tooth eel charging straight at it, then swiped it away with a single tail flick. A look of contempt flashed in its eyes, as if it were saying, "What kind of dumb fish is this? I'm a bronze tier 4 ferocious beast. How dare it, with its lowly level, try to devour me? Watch my mighty tail whip you to death." With that, the horned grasscarp swam away with a flourish. Looks like I'll have to summon some reinforcements for the abyssal tooth eel, Ao Ping thought to himself. He could only call upon a higher tier aquatic beast to aid the abyssal tooth eel. Ao Ping hadn't hunted many aquatic beasts. He only possessed 2 silver tier beasts, a silver tier 6 flaming poison giant frog and a silver tier 4 icefang python. These 2 silver tier undead beasts should be sufficient to help the abyssal tooth eel enhance its strength, Ao Ping murmured softly. He then commanded the flaming poison giant frog and the icefang python to follow closely behind the abyssal tooth eel, tasked specifically with eliminating any beasts the eel itself couldn't defeat. The abyssal fang eel then led the flaming poison giant frog and the icy fang python straight toward the horned grasscarp it had just encountered. Devoured horned grasscarp bronze tier 4, evolution points plus 789, necromantic power plus 80. Ignoring the system notification echoing in his mind, Ao Ping swam toward the lake center. Ao Ping had already surveyed the area. Most of the outer regions were populated by ordinary and bronze tier beasts. These beasts were beneath Ao Ping's notice. He might as well let the abyssal fang eel devour them. To find silver tier or gold tier beasts, he'd likely have to reach the lake's central region. Moving swiftly through the water, it took Ao Ping roughly 10 minutes before he finally spotted a silver grade beast. Swift water otter. Bloodline, swift otter bloodline. Realm, silver tier 3. Talents, water whirlpool D rank talent, forms a high-speed vortex to attack enemies. Sharp claws F rank talent, increases claw sharpness. Pretty lucky, only 10 minutes in and I've already encountered a silver tier 3 ferocious beast. Devouring it means I've made my first kill today, Ao Ping murmured softly. This swift water otter was only about 9 meters long, likely one of the more agile beasts. Placed before Ao Ping, it would likely be no larger than the dozens of dragon scales adorning his body. The temperature of the nether ghost flame was too high. Using it in the lake would inevitably raise the water temperature or create large amounts of steam, risking attracting powerful beasts. Ao Ping had no choice but to devour it directly. The swift otter spotted Ao Ping at that moment. Seeing the creature charge toward it with its gaping maw, it was instantly terrified and bolted away. Confusion flickered in the swift otter's eyes. It couldn't fathom why Ao Ping dared to attack here. The Great King had explicitly forbidden aquatic creatures from devouring one another. Wasn't he afraid of the Great King's wrath? Unaware of the otter's thoughts, Ao Ping accelerated upon seeing it flee. Daring to race a dragon in the water? Even if I let you start 30 seconds ahead, you won't escape. Ao Ping thought to himself. Within mere seconds, Ao Ping was closing in on the swift otter. Realizing it couldn't outrun Ao Ping, the swift otter abruptly halted its flight. In an instant, it twisted its body, forming a powerful water vortex to attack Ao Ping. Otter, I'll give it my all. The swift otter's eyes flashed with determination as it charged straight at Ao Ping. Bring it on! Ao Ping thought inwardly, instantly opening his gaping maw to meet the swift otter. The next second, the water vortex and swift otter were swallowed whole by Ao Ping. Devoured swift otter silver tier 4, evolution points plus 11,920, death energy plus 800. This swift otter's pretty smart, huh? Knowing it couldn't escape, it actually charged straight into my mouth. I love beasts that know how to play it safe. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with the swift otter's performance. Just as Ao Ping prepared to devour the other beasts, dozens of silver-grade beasts instantly surrounded him, led by a golden-grade beast. These silver-grade beasts were of vastly different types: fish, shrimp, even turtle-like and snake-like beasts. Leading them was a fanged earthshaker turtle, a colossal creature measuring a full 37 meters. Its shell was covered in menacing spikes, its limbs armed with razor-sharp claws, and most striking of all were its enormous fangs, each stretching nearly 7 meters long. Tusk-tooth earthshaker turtle. Bloodline, fang-toothed earthshaker turtle bloodline. Realm, Golden Tier 6. Talents, Earthquake-rending A rank talent, capable of inducing localized seismic activity and ground fissures. Spiked Carapace B rank talent, significantly enhances shell defense while its sharp spines inflict damage on foes. Fang Charge D rank talent, unleashes blinding speed to ram enemies with tusks. Are you the master of this lake? Ao Ping looked at the leading fanged earthshaker turtle. Chapter 40, The King of Cloud Lake, the Azure-Eyed Blue Shark. Ao Ping surveyed the surrounding silver-grade spirit beasts. Though they appeared to surround him, they merely stood before him. After all, Ao Ping's current size had reached a staggering 97 meters. Not even a dozen silver-grade beasts could encircle him, let alone twice that number. Compared to Ao Ping, the fanged earth-shattering turtle and the silver-grade beasts behind it were as insignificant as ants. In terms of sheer presence alone, the fang-shattering tortoise and its companions were already defeated. This beast's aura is overwhelming. I'm a gold-grade beast myself, yet facing this silver-grade creature, I actually feel a surge of fear, the fanged earthshaker turtle thought inwardly, then forcibly suppressed the dread within. I may not be the ruler of Cloud Lake, but your rampant slaughter of beasts here violates the rules set by the Mare King. You must come with us, the fanged earthshaker turtle declared in a deep voice. Mentioning the Mare King instantly filled the fanged earthshaker turtle with confidence. Its sovereign was a platinum-tier beast and absolute powerhouse within Cloud Lake, and even across the entire mountain range, the Shark King ranked among the mightiest. The Dragon King? Ao Ping exclaimed in shock, his mind racing with speculation about the true identity of this Dragon King. Could it be that the true ruler of Cloud Lake was actually a dragon? Since you've heard of my king's fame, follow me. You've slaughtered beasts at will in Cloud Lake, you must face the Shark King's judgment. Seeing Ao Ping's intense reaction, the sky-shaking Fang's turtle assumed he had heard of the Shark King's fame and felt a surge of pride. So what if he's huge and imposing? Even he trembles at the mere mention of our Merfolk King's name. If the ruler of Cloud Lake truly is a dragon, then I must go and see this so-called Dragon King for myself. Ao Ping thought to himself, immediately following behind the fanged earthshaker turtle. He was a genuine true dragon after all. What did it matter if the other was merely a dragon serpent? The dragon clan was strictly hierarchical. Mixed blood dragons were destined to submit to the purer-blooded true dragons, a rule ingrained in their very bones since birth. Even if the other's cultivation level surpassed his own, this rule could not be broken. Perhaps this time, I might even recruit a dragon as my subordinate, Ao Ping mused inwardly. Guided by the fanged sky-shaking turtle, Ao Ping soon encountered the Zhao King mentioned by the other party. Azure blue scales, sapphire blue pupils, skin as smooth as jade, waist-length hair, and a petite frame barely reaching 1.8 meters. This isn't a dragon at all. It's clearly a mermaid. Ao Ping found himself both amused and exasperated. As a platinum-tier beast, she stood a mere 1.8 meters tall. Could such a high cultivation level really mean all her innate talents were channeled into her looks? But you know what? This mermaid was actually quite beautiful, bearing a resemblance to the mature, alluring woman from her past life. Emerald-eyed blue mermaid. Bloodline, azure-eyed mermaid. Bloodline, Lord tier bloodline. Realm, platinum tier 2. Talents, enchanting melody S-rank talent. The blue-eyed mermaid song awakens the most primal desires within living beings. Those unable to escape this desire will remain under her control forever. Water spirit power, a rank talent. Emerald-eyed seduction, a rank talent. Activating this skill while gazing into any creature's eyes triggers their desires. Forcibly breaking free from the enchantment inflicts significant backlash. An S-rank talent plus 2 A-rank talents. This blue-eyed mermaid won't be easy to deal with, Ao Ping thought, eyeing the creature warily. Why won't you bow before the Shark King? Do you want to die, you brat? The fanged heaven-shaking turtle roared, raising its claw to strike Ao Ping's head. Get lost. Ao Ping's voice was deep and commanding as he fixed his gaze on the fanged earth-shattering turtle. A single glance was enough to stir a fresh wave of terror within the fanged earthshaker turtle. This fear seemed to radiate from its very bones. No matter how hard it tried to suppress it, the dread clung to its heart, refusing to fade. Only when Ao Ping shifted his gaze back to the emerald-eyed blue shark did the fanged earth-shattering turtle regain its composure. You are the Shark King? Ao Ping's gaze locked onto the emerald-eyed blue shark, a hint of lust flickering in his eyes. But quickly, Ao Ping's expression returned to normal. What just happened? Why did I have those thoughts about a merfolk? Ao Ping hastily steadied his mind, forcibly tearing his gaze away from the emerald-eyed blue merfolk's body. What a filthy creature. Since you violated the rules I said, you shall die. The blue-eyed green shark had also noticed the fleeting lust in Ao Ping's eyes. To creatures lusting after her beauty, the emerald-eyed mermaid had long grown accustomed. Her feelings toward them were nothing but disgust. She refused to have any connection with such creatures. As you command, the fanged earthquake turtle murmured, then summoned its courage and charged violently at Ao Ping. Seeking death. Ao Ping growled, his mouth erupting with ghostly flames. Had it been the green-eyed mermaid attacking, Ao Ping might have shown some restraint. But this fanged earthquake turtle was merely a golden 6th-tier beast. How dare it repeatedly attack him? Did it truly believe Ao Ping had no temper? The fanged heaven-shaking turtle never anticipated Ao Ping could unleash such devastating flames underwater. Instantly engulfed by the ghostly flames, it was overwhelmed. A piercing scream echoed as the beast was instantly reduced to a charred, blackened mass. Ao Ping instantly opened his gaping maw and swallowed the fanged sky-shaking turtle whole. Devoured Fanged Heaven-Shaking Turtle Golden Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 188,000, Death Energy plus 12,000. You actually defeated the Fanged Heaven-Shaking Turtle. The emerald-eyed blue shark stared at Ao Ping in shock. The Fanged Sky-Shaking Turtle was a Gold Tier 6 ferocious beast, ranking 4th among her 12 golden warriors. Yet now, it had been defeated without even exchanging a single blow by the Silver Tier ferocious beast before her? This was beyond the capability of an ordinary beast. I apologize for my earlier offense. Might I have the honor of learning more about you? Such as your race. The blue-eyed mermaid's voice was enchanting as she looked at Ao Ping with keen interest. This beast must harbor an extraordinarily powerful bloodline within it. If she could recruit it to her side, what would the loss of a single golden 6th-tier fawn-shaking heavenly turtle matter? No, this is getting out of hand. Ao Ping's breath quickened as he listened to the green mermaid's enchanting voice. Ao Ping's breathing grew unconsciously rapid. He could feel the dragon blood within him boiling, seemingly filled with excitement. The dragon's nature is lustful, it's no joke. With that thought, Ao Ping swiftly soared toward the lake surface. Though Ao Ping had now transmigrated into a ferocious beast, the soul within his body still belonged to a human. The idea of engaging in such acts with a mermaid was utterly unacceptable to him. Though her upper body was stunningly beautiful, with all the right curves, Ao Ping simply couldn't bring himself to do it. The emerald-eyed blue mermaid before him was exceptionally skilled in seduction. Ao Ping feared he might fall victim to her charms again, just as he had moments ago. Just as Ao Ping was about to break the lake's surface, a song drifted into his ears. Damn! My body won't move. Ao Ping thought frantically. The next instant, a pair of flawlessly white hands brushed against Ao Ping's cheeks. Why the rush? Afraid I'll eat you? You still haven't told me what kind of ferocious beast you are. Chapter 41, No Women in His Heart, Sword Drawing Comes Naturally. Feeling the softness of the emerald-eyed mermaid, Ao Ping's gaze grew increasingly hazy, his consciousness fading. My blood is boiling. I can't control myself. Surrender to me, and I'll be the one to accompany you from now on. Watching Ao Ping frozen in place, the green mermaid sneered coldly within. Humph, male creatures are all the same. A filthy beast like him? This king would never waste time with him. A creature driven solely by lust like you is only fit to be my servant for life, the emerald-eyed mermaid sneered. Just as she prepared to lead Ao Ping, her newly subdued subordinate, back to the lake's center, a massive hand suddenly seized her from behind, gripping her body tightly. Impossible. Shouldn't you be lost in my enchanting song? The blue-eyed mermaid stared at Ao Ping in disbelief. Compared to moments before, Ao Ping's eyes had shed a trace of humanity. Driven by desire, only the primal ferocity of dragon instinct remained in his gaze. I am the world's sole true dragon. You dare think I'd serve as your slave? Ao Ping's breath came in ragged gasps as the flames of lust burned ever brighter in his eyes. What true dragon? Let me go. The blue-eyed mermaid, too, noticed the lust in Ao Ping's eyes. Panic seized her heart, and she frantically twisted her body, trying to break free from his grasp. But no matter how hard she struggled, Ao Ping's dragon claws held her like shackles. No amount of strength could free her. She was a Platinum Tier 2 ferocious beast. Across the entire Luoyun Mountains, only that Platinum Tier 2 ice net spider could match her strength. This creature claiming to be a true dragon was merely a Silver Tier 9th rank beast, yet its strength surpassed that of a Platinum Tier ferocious beast like herself. Where are the 12 golden warriors? Seeing she couldn't break free, the blue-eyed green shark immediately called for backup. Damn it! It's all her fault for tempting me. I must kill her. At this moment, Ao Ping's reason was locked in a fierce battle with his desires. The saying dragons are inherently lustful was no joke. Once a dragon's desires were aroused, it was not something ordinary beings could suppress. However, just as Ao Ping was engaged in his mental battle, the 12 golden warriors under the command of the blue-eyed green shark all arrived. They all fixed their predatory gazes on Ao Ping, every one of them golden tier beasts without exception. The most powerful among them was a dual-headed icefire python, already at the 10th tier of gold grade, just a step away from reaching platinum grade. When the beasts saw the blue-eyed green shark tightly bound by Ao Ping, their gazes toward him were filled with intense murderous intent. They were all under the green-eyed mermaid's spell. In their eyes, she was the supreme queen of their existence. You insolent beasts! Release the Shark King at once, the icefire twin-headed python demanded. As the leader of the 12 golden warriors, it was the beast with the greatest hope of mating with the green-eyed shark throughout the entire Cloud Lake. Until it had united with the green-eyed mermaid, no creature had the right to harm her. The 12 golden beasts are all golden-ranked beasts. You, a lowly beast ruled by lust, stand no chance. If you know what's good for you and release me now, I might consider sparing your life. The green-eyed mermaid snorted coldly. With the 12 golden warriors present, the blue-eyed shark's confidence soared instantly. She stared at Ao Ping without a trace of fear. With no woman in your heart, drawing your sword comes naturally. Ao Ping repeated this phrase silently in his mind, forcing himself to stay clear-headed. With so many golden ranked beasts watching him like hawks, he absolutely could not fall into the blue-eyed mermaid's trap. Die! Ao Ping roared with fury, his reason finally triumphing over desire. With a thunderous boom, the blue-eyed green shark's body exploded under Ao Ping's grip, its crimson blood instantly staining the surrounding lake red. You dare slay our great shark king? Even in death, we shall drag you down with us. The Icefire twin-headed python stared in disbelief at the scene, immediately leading the other 10 great Kongs to attack Ao Ping. A mere swarm of ants. Do you truly believe you can take this king's life? Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as a thick black mist swirled around him. Tens of thousands of undead beasts surged forth like a tidal wave. Within mere seconds, the situation at Cloud Lake reversed completely. The Vajras summoned by the emerald-eyed blue shark were instantly surrounded by countless undead beasts. Among Ao Ping's undead beasts now were not just the 3 gold-tier beasts, the Frankenstein's monster, the Black Flamehound, and the soul-devouring beast leader. Counting the several gold-tier spirit masters Ao Ping had devoured yesterday by the reservoir, the number of gold-tier undead beasts reached 7. Silver-grade undead beasts numbered over 500. Bronze-grade and ordinary-grade undead beasts combined amounted to a staggering 10,000. They're nothing but a rabble. The only real threat comes from those 7 gold-tier beasts. We 12 golden warriors are all gold-tier beasts ourselves, and there are over 300 silver-tier beasts within Qingxue Lake. You still stand no chance against us. Just accept your fate and join the Mare King in death. The Icefire twin-headed python snorted coldly, both heads bearing fangs as they lunged toward Ao Ping. Seems you still haven't grasped the reality of the situation. Then I'll be the one to bring you back to your senses. Ao Ping murmured softly. Moving with blinding speed through the water, Ao Ping opened his gaping maw and seized one of the Icefire serpent's heads in a single bite. The other head lashed out furiously at Ao Ping, yet no matter how it attacked, it couldn't pierce through the first layer of his dragon scales. Impossible. I'm a golden tier 10 beast. How can I not even pierce the scales of this silver tier beast? The Icefire twin-headed serpent was instantly shocked, a flicker of confusion crossing its eyes. But Ao Ping gave it no time for confusion, swallowing it whole like a spicy snack. Devoured Icefire twin-headed serpent gold tier 10, evolution points plus 220,000, death energy plus 20,000. Ignoring the notification in his mind, Ao Ping's eyes burned with a hunger for evolution points. His gaze fixed intently on the remaining Kongs as he declared in a deep voice. From this moment on, I want to see no living creature left in Yunzhong Lake. The moment the words left his mouth, a grand slaughter unfolded across the entire Cloud Lake. Soon, the afternoon arrived. The once turquoise Cloud Lake was now completely stained crimson with blood. The matter is nearly settled. It's time to leave Cloud Lake, Ao Ping thought to himself before swimming toward the lake's surface. No other ferocious beasts remained in Cloud Lake now. Even the 12 golden warriors under the blue-eyed green shark had been devoured entirely by the undead beasts Ao Ping had summoned. The once vibrant Cloud Lake had now become a lake of death. System, open the interface. Ao Ping thought, eager to see how many evolution points he had earned. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Dragon Clan, Undead Clan. Realm, Silver Tier 9. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Heavy Armor F-tier Talent. Evolution points, 6.34 million 1 million. Necromantic Power, 225,000. System notice host has unredeemed mission rewards. Seeing the massive amount of evolution points on the system panel, Ao Ping couldn't wait to reach gold tier. System. Hurry up. I need to level up. Chapter 42, Necromantic Dragon. Consumed 1 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Silver Tier 10. Consumed 2 million evolution points. Reached Gold Tier 1. Remaining evolution points, 3.34 million. Host detected at Gold Tier. Proceed with Bloodline regression? Note, all ferocious beasts gain 1 Bloodline regression opportunity upon reaching Gold Tier. Successfully advancing to Lord Tier grants a second regression chance. Reaching Gold Tier actually grants a Bloodline regression opportunity. Ao Ping was instantly overcome with excitement and immediately chose to proceed with the regression. The next second, Ao Ping felt his bloodline undergoing a rapid, earth-shattering transformation within his body. The black dragon blood within my body is rapidly converging toward the necromancer's heart. Ao Ping gritted his teeth. He could distinctly feel the transformation within him. The necromancer's heart and the black dragon bloodline were merging. Each tremor of the necromancer's heart sent a piercing pain through his nerves. System, how long will this regression last? Ao Ping gritted his teeth as he spoke, then fixed his gaze on the interface panel that popped up. Atavism in progress. Current progress, 57%. Seeing only 57% complete, Ao Ping gritted his teeth and endured. After 5 agonizing minutes, the system alert sounded again, and the pain in his body gradually subsided. Congratulations, host. Regression successful. Your current species is undead demon dragon. Finally succeeded? Ao Ping murmured softly, feeling the power surge within him and instantly becoming exhilarated. As a necromantic dragon, Ao Ping's scales were no longer merely black, each now radiated a faint ghostly purple hue. His claws had evolved from 4 to 5, and his body had grown to a staggering 120 meters. Beyond this, Ao Ping gained an additional S-tier talent. Dragon's Might S-rank talent, exclusive to the Dragon Clan. Any scaled creature facing the host will be afflicted with fear. Against beings of lower cultivation than the host, Dragon's Might can even render them frozen in place, unable to move. Counting this S-rank talent, Ao Ping now possessed a full 8 talents. Among these 8 talents, there is 1 SSS-tier talent, 1 SS-tier talent, 1 S-tier talent, and 2 A-tier talents. Across the entire Blue Star, no other creature possessed such terrifying innate talents. If Ao Ping didn't meet an untimely end, even the legendary world-destroying tier would be merely a matter of time for him. Alright, Ao Ping murmured softly, recalling he'd seen unclaimed mission rewards on his information panel. He immediately accessed the system to check. Host has successfully shaken off the Flaming King within 3 days. Would the host like to claim the mission reward? Ah, it's that Flaming King quest from before. Ao Ping murmured. He had assumed he needed to personally eliminate the Flame King to complete the task, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Without hesitation, Ao Ping selected to claim the mission reward. Congratulations on claiming your reward. Randomly drawing an A-grade talent. 1. Emeraldite Seduction, a ranked talent. When activating this skill and making eye contact with any creature, it triggers desire within them. Forcibly breaking free from the enchantment inflicts backlash. 2. Thunder Power, a ranked talent. Grants control over ordinary thunder, allowing the body to transform into lightning. 3. Size Control, a ranked talent. Allows the user to freely increase or decrease their size at will, with the maximum change fixed at tenfold. First talent pass. Merely seeing the name, Ao Ping automatically skipped this talent. He, Ao Ping, was as tough as nails. He'd never become a succubus, not even in death. In the end, Ao Ping could only focus on the last 2 talents. Without much deliberation, he immediately chose the second talent, Thunder Power. While size at will would be incredibly useful for me right now, Thunder Power is just way cooler. After all, practicality was only temporary. Ao Ping would inevitably venture into the vast ocean in the future, where the size at will talent might still hold some value in the mountains and forests. After all, Ao Ping's current massive size made finding hiding spots in the mountains nearly impossible. The size control talent would indeed be helpful there. But once he reached the ocean, its utility would be negligible. Thunder Power, however, is different. This talent will make Ao Ping look cool for a lifetime. At this thought, Ao Ping could hardly wait to experience the sensation of transforming into thunder itself. The next instant, Ao Ping's body transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting across the lake at incredible speed. Within mere seconds, he had circled Yunzhong Lake 5 times. With this thunder power, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. Even diamond tier beasts won't match my reaction speed and agility in the water. Just then, Ao Ping suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the surrounding mountains and forests. A dangerous beast is approaching. Ao Ping frowned slightly, scanning the surrounding mountains and forests with heightened vigilance. Though currently positioned in the lake's center, his hearing had significantly enhanced since reaching gold tier. He was certain creatures were rushing toward him and in considerable numbers. You filthy woman hiding in Cloud Lake, get your ass out here. You've occupied this lake long enough, it's time for a new master to take over. A raspy voice pierced Ao Ping's ears. Following the sound, he saw a blue-backed spider nearly 10 meters long bursting out of the forest. An ice nether spider? I never expected this mountain range to harbor a platinum-grade beast, Ao Ping murmured softly. Surrounding the ice net spider were numerous smaller spiders, each about 4 to 5 meters in size. Unfortunately, only 5 or 6 of them had reached the gold grade level. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ao Ping's eyes. Judging by the tone, this ice nether spider must be an old rival of the emerald-eyed blue shark. If this ice nether spider could stand as a rival to the azure-eyed blue shark, it meant their strengths were likely comparable. Otherwise, 2 such formidable factions wouldn't coexist within these mountains. Back when he was still at silver tier 9, that platinum tier 2 blue-eyed green shark had already been no match for him. Now that he had ascended to gold rank, how could a mere platinum tier 3 ice nether spider possibly stand a chance against him? With these spider beasts covering the mountains and valleys, I should be able to gain a huge amount of evolution points. A flicker of excitement passed through Ao Ping's eyes. Chapter 43, Abyssal Demon General. At that moment, the skies above Cloud Lake were shrouded in a vast spiderweb, teeming with countless spider beasts suspended within its threads. Youngster, what sort of beast are you? I recall the 12 golden warriors of the azure-eyed blue shark didn't include such a monstrous hybrid like you. The ice-shrouded spider sneered at Ao Ping, unfazed by his massive stature. You call this king monstrous? Ao Ping's brow furrowed slightly, and the dragon's might surged from his body. The ordinary and silver-grade spider beasts all trembled and curled up in fear. Even the gold-grade spider beasts felt an involuntary dread welling up within them when confronted by Ao Ping's dragon aura. What's this kid's background? How could he possess such terrifying aura? Even I feel a pang of dread, the ice net spider thought inwardly. As the leader before its subordinates, it absolutely couldn't lose face. Suppressing its fear, it watched Ao Ping on the lake surface with caution. Just as it prepared to strike down Ao Ping, something felt terribly wrong. No! Why has Cloud Lake turned red? And this overwhelming stench of blood everywhere? The ice net spider frowned slightly, then roared in fury. Emerald-eyed blue shark. You, get your ass out here to face me. Unfortunately, Cloud Lake remained utterly silent. Aside from this ferocious beast on the lake's surface, there was no sign of any other beasts. What's going on? Usually, just calling her that whore makes her charge out to fight me to the death. Why no reaction this time? The ice net spider muttered, then turned its gaze to Ao Ping. Could it be that the blue-eyed mermaid and all 12 of the 12 golden warriors had been wiped out by this beast? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This beast before him was merely at the golden tier 1 level. How could it possibly be a match for the blue-eyed green shark? As this thought crossed its mind, the ice net spider attempted to call out to the blue-eyed mermaid once more, only to be interrupted by Ao Ping. No need to search for that green-eyed mermaid. I've already slain her. But if you wish to meet the 12 golden warriors, I can grant you that favor, Ao Ping murmured softly. After all, this ice net spider would soon become his evolution point. Granting it one small wish before its demise posed no problem. The emerald-eyed blue shark is a platinum tier beast. You're merely gold tier first stage. How dare you spout such nonsense here? And the 12 golden warriors are utterly loyal to the emerald-eyed blue shark. You claim you can summon them? I'll see how you manage to bring them before me. Before the ice net spider could finish, a thick black mist swirled over Yunzhou Lake. Through the haze, the shadowy forms of over a dozen beasts could be faintly discerned. That's the aura of the 12 golden warriors. The ice net spider stared at Ao Ping in disbelief. Having battled the azurite shark for nearly decades, the ice-shrouded spider knew the 12 golden warriors' aura intimately. He was utterly certain the figures within the black mist were the 12 golden warriors who served the azurite shark. Your wish has been granted. Now, you may die. The next instant, a brilliant blue bolt of lightning struck down from above the ice net spider's head. A thunderous boom echoed. The thunderbolt exploded upon the ice spider's body. Weaker spider beasts nearby, merely brushing against a sliver of the current, were instantly charred to cinders. Same as always, leave none alive. Ao Ping murmured, and the 12 golden warriors behind him instantly pounced upon the surrounding spider beasts. These spider beasts relied on sheer numbers to win battles, but undead beasts possessed immortal bodies. They neither suffered injuries nor met death. Their swarm tactics posed no threat whatsoever to the 12 golden warriors. No matter how severe the injuries they sustained, the warriors could instantly regenerate. What surprised Ao Ping, however, was that despite the devastating lightning strike, the ice nether spider hadn't died. Though severely wounded, Ao Ping knew it wasn't dead. Not only that, but he sensed its aura steadily growing stronger. Could this ice nether spider have other hidden cards? Ao Ping frowned slightly, watching it warily. So what if it has tricks? It'll need to stay alive to use them. Ao Ping snorted coldly, unleashing his netherworld ghost flame toward the ice nether spider. But to Ao Ping's surprise, a cloud of black mist erupted from the ice nether spider, swallowing even the ghostly flames whole. Could this be the black mist that only appears when I summon a necromantic beast? Ao Ping stared in shock at the dark fog surrounding the ice nether spider. But soon, Ao Ping noticed something amiss. Though this mist resembles the black fog from my necromantic beasts, it lacks their deathly aura. Instead, it carries the essence of the abyss. Ao Ping exclaimed in shock, immediately inspecting the ice nether spider's stats panel. Abyssal Demon General Ice Net Spider. Realm, Platinum Tier 3. Bloodline, Ice Nether Spider Bloodline. Talents, Abyssal Demon General SS-tier talent, direct subordinate of the Abyssal Sovereign, possessing the ability to devour all living beings in the world. Can gain tenfold strength at the cost of vitality, restore vitality by consuming other creatures, and transform surrounding lifeforms into abyssal beings. Frozen Fawn A rank talent, condenses sub-zero ice onto its teeth. Icy Venomous Silk B rank talent, the venom on its silk causes enemies' blood to coagulate. If undetoxified within a day, the victim dies from blood solidification. Abyssal Demon General? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that abyssal power could even infect platinum tier beasts. Moreover, judging by the system's description of the Abyssal Demon General, there existed even more terrifying entities above it, the Abyssal Sovereigns. Though Ao Ping didn't know how the Abyss infected these beasts, the current situation suggested the Abyss could become a formidable adversary on his future path. I never imagined a mere gold-grade beast could push me to this point. This remnant Abyss Demon General's heart was originally meant for the emerald-eyed blue shark. Yet today, it falls upon you, a mere gold-grade beast. Consider yourself honored to die by a demon general's hand. The Ice Ming spider roared furiously, spewing a torrent of abyssal mist from its mouth. Within mere seconds, the beasts enveloped by the mist were assimilated into abyssal creatures identical to Ao Ping. Is this black mist assimilating the surrounding spider beasts? Ao Ping frowned slightly. The next second, a torrent of deathly black mist erupted, followed by countless deathly beasts. Then let this king see, are your abyssal beasts more formidable, or do my necromantic beasts hold the upper hand? Chapter 44, King vs. King. Roar! Ao Ping roared furiously, and the undead beasts behind him immediately charged into the mountains and forests. Though these spider beasts had been assimilated into abyssal creatures, greatly enhancing their power, they lacked the undead resilience of the necromantic race. Even with their increased strength, they remained no match for the necromantic beasts. The Icefire twin-headed python charged ahead, its two ferocious heads simultaneously spewing frost and flames, instantly annihilating a large number of abyssal fiends. These spider beasts couldn't even withstand a single encounter against golden-tier undead beasts like the Icefire twin-headed python. As countless spider beasts perished, the spider webs above Cloud Lake began to plummet, resembling falling clouds to the naked eye. Seems these abyssal beasts aren't so formidable after all. Against my necromantic beasts, they're doomed to perish, Ao Ping thought with a smirk, then fixed his gaze upon the Ice Ming spider. The battle between subordinates had been decided. Now it was time for the kings to face off. 8 cold eyes flashed within the ice net spider's compound vision. Seeing its utterly routed subordinates, it instantly emitted a shrill, piercing screech. Useless trash. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. The ice net spider raised its tail high. In the next instant, a torrent of silk shot forth from its rear. These webs were razor-sharp, capable of easily slicing through the bodies of gold-grade beasts. Those undead beasts closest to the ice net spider were instantly bound by the webs, including 3 gold-grade undead beasts. Just as the ice net spider prepared to ensnare more gold-grade undead beasts, Ao Ping instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing above the ice net spider in the blink of an eye. The ghostly flames from his mouth plummeted down. The ice net spider never anticipated Ao Ping's blinding speed, leaving it utterly unprepared for the ghostly flames descending from above. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the ice net spider was instantly engulfed by the ghostly flames. Why is this flame so powerful? I am an abyssal demon general, I cannot lose. The ice nether spider let out a tortured hiss and plunged into the cloud lake. The ghost flame is the world's most eniline fire. It can even consume a living being's 7 souls and 6 spirits. How could mere lake water extinguish it? Ao Ping sneered inwardly, opening his gaping maw to bite fiercely at the ice nether spider within the cloud lake. Sharp dragon fangs instantly sank into the ice nether spider's body, emerald green blood flowing down the teeth into Ao Ping's throat. I'll drag you down with me even in death. The ice nether spider roared in defiance. Its pitch-black fangs instantly froze solid, lunging viciously toward Ao Ping. 2 sharp snaps echoed. 2 layers of Ao Ping's dragon scales were pierced in one go. Yet when the ice nether spider attacked the 3rd layer, no matter how hard it bit down, it could not break through. Each layer of dragon scales grew progressively harder, with the 3rd layer's defense surpassing the combined strength of the 1st and 2nd layers. Before long, the ice net spider perished in frustration. Seems this abyssal demon general has some real power, breaking through 2 layers of my dragon scales in an instant, Ao Ping thought to himself. Just as he prepared to devour the ice nether spider, Ao Ping suddenly noticed something struggling to burst forth from its abdomen. The next instant, a loud boom echoed as the spider's body violently exploded. A heart shrouded in black mist appeared before Ao Ping's eyes. Such a potent aura of the abyss. Could it be that the ice net spider devoured this very heart to become an abyssal demon general? Ao Ping examined the heart before him. Ao Ping was certain the ice nether spider hadn't been a nether abyss demon general when it first appeared. It had only evolved into one when cornered by his thunderbolts. This abyss demon general's heart is still beating? I wonder if my abyss death spirit beasts could gain power by devouring it. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately summoned the Abyss Scythe Claw Wolf and the Abyss Sharp-Tooth Eel before him. Just as Ao Ping pondered which beast should consume the heart, it flew of its own accord toward the Abyssal Fong Eel. What's going on? Did this heart choose its master? A flicker of confusion crossed Ao Ping's eyes. Though he couldn't fathom why the heart favored the Abyssal Tooth Eel, he still commanded the creature to devour it. After all, it was food for his undead beast. As long as it boosted its power, it didn't matter which of them consumed it. Moreover, with the aid of the Icefang Python and the Flame-Tongue Bullfrog, the Abyssal Fongtooth Eel had already devoured numerous beasts, elevating its cultivation to Bronze Tier 3. The Abyssal Fongtooth Eel eyed the heart before it, a flicker of greed crossing its eyes. Upon receiving Ao Ping's command to devour it, it swallowed the heart whole in one gulp. Meanwhile, Ao Ping was intently observing the changes in the Abyssal Tooth Eel. For the first dozen seconds after swallowing, the Abyssal Fongtooth Eel showed no obvious changes. But as time gradually passed, the Abyssal Fongtooth Eel suddenly began to tremble violently, its body swelling at a visible rate. Within mere seconds, the Abyssal Toothiel's body reached a terrifying 14 meters in length. What astonished Ao Ping most was that tiny limbs had sprouted from the eel's abdomen, while fleshy growths began to emerge on its head. Could this Abyssal Tooth eel harbor dragon blood within its veins? Ao Ping exclaimed in shock, immediately checking the creature's system panel. Abyssal Necrotic Water Serpent. Bloodline, Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent Bloodline. Realm, Bronze Tier 3. Talents, Abyssal Demon General SS Rank Talent, Water Spirit Power A Rank Talent, Extremine Dead Water A Rank Talent transforms surrounding water into Extremine Dead Water, allowing the user to control it freely. Rage B Rank Talent briefly unleashes double 1 strength, 2-hour cooldown. A single Abyssal Demon General's heart can evolve a ferocious beast into a dragon? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly, still somewhat astonished by the effects of this Abyssal Demon General. Send one over for this king to see, Ao Ping murmured softly. He now needed to determine the current level of the Abyssal Necromantic Water Dragon. After all, dragons had their own hierarchy, broadly divided into subterranean dragons and flying dragons. Submerged dragons, also known as walking dragons, were, as the name implied, dragons incapable of flight and confined to walking on land. Any creature newly transformed into a dragon was classified as a submerged dragon. Only upon becoming a dragon could they briefly ride wind and rain for flight far inferior to true dragons like Ao Ping, who soared freely through the skies. Successfully transforming into a dragon required luck, effort, and innate talent none could be lacking. Upon receiving Ao Ping's command, the Abyssal Death Spirit Water Serpent furrowed its brow slightly, puzzled by the meaning of fly. It could only perform a couple of token jumps. It seems that Abyssal Demon General's heart can only evolve the Abyssal Tooth Eel into a submerged dragon, Ao Ping mused inwardly. Just as he prepared to take stock of today's harvest, a deep chuckle reached his ears. The next instant, a figure cloaked in black materialized above Yunzhong Lake. Ha ha ha, I've finally found you. Who would have thought this ferocious beast would be so clever as to use the people of Jinling City to deal with my artwork? Though you caused me to lose a piece, I bear you no ill will, for you will soon replace the Flame King as my next creation. Chapter 45, Wu Jiuchuan. Ao Ping followed the voice and saw the cloaked figure's eyes glowing crimson. His teeth gleamed like razor-sharp blades, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The way he looked at Ao Ping was as if he were appraising a rare work of art. Wu Jiuchuan. Realm, Diamond Tier 3. Spirit Beasts, Holy Sovereign Diamond 8th Tier, Yellow Sand King Platinum 10th Tier. A Diamond Tier powerhouse. Ao Ping's pupils contracted sharply as he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, fleeing toward the exit of the Yunluo Mountains. He had only escaped the Flaming King a day ago, yet his master had already tracked him down. Were these two dogs or something? Their noses were incredibly sharp. Ao Ping cursed inwardly, accelerating his escape. Within mere seconds, he had covered several kilometers. Strange. Why isn't that black-robed man pursuing me? Ao Ping glanced back, only to find the figure hadn't followed. Good riddance. Once I reach the ocean, I doubt he can follow me there. Ao Ping thought to himself. Just as he was about to escape the Yunluo Mountains, a violent wind suddenly swept up around him, carrying vast amounts of yellow sand. How could there be yellow sand in the forest? Ao Ping frowned slightly, hesitating to advance recklessly. Could this be caused by the black-robed man's spirit beast? Ao Ping hesitated to charge through the sandstorm. After all, the Sandstorm King was a Platinum Tier, 10th rank ferocious beast. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Ao Ping wouldn't gamble with his life. We'll have to find another way out, Ao Ping murmured softly, swiftly flying off in another direction. But no matter where Ao Ping flew, that wall of sand always blocked his path. The entire Yunluo mountain range seemed shrouded beneath the yellow dust. Damn it, looks like that Wu Jiuchuan is dead set on dragging me back this time. Ao Ping frowned, scanning his surroundings warily for any sign of the Sand King. His only hope now rested on his fatal teleportation talent. Though Ao Ping possessed one resurrection opportunity, it would always return him to the exact spot where he fell. Wu Jiuchuan was a Diamond Tier 3 powerhouse, not to mention he commanded a Diamond Tier 8 Spirit Beast Sovereign. Ao Ping, merely a Gold Tier 1, stood no chance against them even if he summoned all his undead beasts. The highest tiered among them would only be Gold Tier. They might delay the Sand King, but to a Diamond Tier powerhouse, Gold Tier beasts were indistinguishable from ordinary ones, all easily dispatched with a single strike. If he couldn't escape Wu Jiuchuan's grasp, even resurrecting 10,000 times would be futile. As time passed, Ao Ping noticed the yellow sand slowly contracting, shrinking the area he could move within. Eventually, the only place not covered by the sand was this cloud lake. The sand has stopped contracting. Ao Ping frowned slightly, unsure of Wu Jiuchuan and the Sand King's true intentions. As he pondered, a torrent of sand suddenly rained down upon the lake. Within mere minutes, the entire lake was filled to the brim with sand. Had Ao Ping not reacted swiftly, he would likely have been buried alive beneath this cloud lake. If you want to fight, then fight. What kind of trickery is this? Ao Ping roared, his dragon-like cry causing the surrounding sand to tremble slightly. Not bad. A beast with guts, I like that. A deep voice echoed from within the yellow storm. The next instant, the 78-meter-tall Sand King emerged from the dunes, wielding a colossal wolf tooth club over 100 meters long. Wu Jiuquan now stood atop the Sand King's head, surveying Ao Ping. What a majestic and formidable beast! Divine craftsmanship, truly divine craftsmanship! Wu Jiuquan exclaimed excitedly. Its colossal frame, thick limbs capable of soaring through the skies even without wings, and especially those massive twin horns on its head, utterly captivated Wu Jiuquan. Since childhood, he had been obsessed with all manner of formidable and majestic beasts. In his quest to find one that truly satisfied him, he had scoured the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, despite his exhaustive search, Wu Jiuquan had never found a beast that met his standards. No matter the beast, they all had flaws to some degree. Wu Jiuquan craved a beast utterly without blemish. Thus, Wu Jiuquan began stitching together various beasts. To date, he had created hundreds of monstrous hybrids, yet only 4 had met his standards. They were the Flame King, the Sand King, the Sacred Lord, and himself. He had long believed no beast in this world could ever meet his standards until he discovered Ao Ping in the forest. This beast before him was unlike any he had ever seen, with no records of its kind even in ancient texts. Whether in physique, strength, or innate abilities, Ao Ping far surpassed beasts of its tier. Even those of full realm above it could be effortlessly annihilated by Ao Ping. If I could reshape it, it would surely become the most satisfying creation of my life. Wu Jiuquan gazed greedily at Ao Ping. The next instant, a pair of pitch-black wings materialized behind him. A docile beast cannot yield an exceptional creation. Therefore, Sand King, you must exert your full strength, just avoid inflicting fatal wounds, Wu Jiuquan commanded as he soared above Cloud Lake. If this beast could endure even a single minute under the Yellow Sand King's assault, it would be worthy of consuming his finest materials for its transformation. As you command, Master, King Yellow Sand murmured, his voice tinged with a sharp edge. Yellow Sand King. Bloodline, high-tier spliced beast. Realm, Platinum Tier 10. Talents, Sand God's Might S rank talent, summons vast quantities of sand to inflict massive area of effect damage, controlling tens of thousands of miles of sand for personal use. Sand Wolf Hammer a rank talent, a formidable weapon formed from condensed sand, its size adaptable to the host's will. Shadow of Yellow Sand S rank talent, when activated, any attack within 5 minutes creates a shadow duplicate to inflict secondary damage on enemies. Damn it! How am I supposed to use Fatal Teleport to escape if I don't inflict lethal damage? Ao Ping cursed inwardly, swiftly checking his system interface. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Golden Tier 1. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, Dragon Might S-tier Talent, Thunderous Power A-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Heavy Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution Points, 6.17 M5M. Necromantic Power, 279,000. These evolution points will only get me to Gold Tier 2, but every bit helps, Ao Ping thought to himself. Thankfully, hunting those spider beasts had provided him with a large amount of evolution points, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to level up once. Triggering Fatal Teleport required him to suffer fatal damage. With Wu Jiuquan's orders, the Sand King would certainly not unleash his full power. Only by displaying his full strength would he command the Sand King's attention, compelling him to counter with commensurate power. If he couldn't trigger Fatal Teleportation until the very end, then so be it, he'd fight to the death. Ao Ping had no desire to become one of those hideous stitched monsters, he thought to himself. System, upgrade me now. Chapter 46, Heaven's Justice. Consumed 5 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Golden Tier 2. As the system notification sounded, Ao Ping's form swelled once more, swiftly reaching 125 meters in height. In terms of physique, Ao Ping was nearly twice the size of the Yellow Sand King. Unfortunately, the gap between their realms was too vast, otherwise, Ao Ping might have leveraged his size advantage to secure victory. And on-the-spot power-up? That's rather interesting. But before the Sand King, all that is futile. Come on, let me see just how much combat power you can unleash. Wu Jiuquan declared in a deep voice, his eyes fixed intently on the battle between Ao Ping and the Sand King. The Yellow Sand King grinned savagely, swinging his steel pitchfork, his gaze toward Ao Ping brimming with contempt. So what if he'd reached Golden Tier 2? He himself was a Platinum Tier 10 high-grade chimera. If he couldn't take down his opponent within a minute, he'd write his name backwards. Kid, normally trash like you wouldn't be worthy of facing me. But by my master's orders, I'll only beat you half to death within a minute. You're nothing but a stitched-together rat. Not even 10 minutes would be enough for you to take me down. Ao Ping sneered coldly. If he could provoke the Yellow Sand King, his chances of escaping via Fatal Teleport would skyrocket. You think I'm some fool like the Flame King? Provocation won't work on me. The Sand King snorted coldly, immediately swinging his wolf tooth club at Ao Ping. Since Wu Jiuquan had ordered him not to kill Ao Ping, the Yellow Sand King only used 10% of his strength. After all, he was a platinum tier beast. Against a mere gold tier beast, even 10% of his strength was excessive. Unaware of the Yellow Sand King's calculations, Ao Ping faced the incoming club with utmost vigilance. He swiftly transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting behind the Yellow Sand King. Blazing speed! King Yellow Sand exclaimed in surprise, instantly reacting to swing his club backward. Ao Ping hadn't anticipated the Yellow Sand King's lightning-fast reflexes. The 100-meter-long wolf tooth club instantly struck his body. Even with the protection of his triple-layered scales, Ao Ping suffered significant damage. The area struck by the club was now a bloody mess. Triple-layered scales shattered in a single blow? This Yellow Sand King is far more formidable than the Flame King. Ao Ping thought inwardly. As the wolf tooth club swung toward him again, he swiftly gathered a vast amount of ghostly flames in his mouth. Roar! Accompanied by a dragon's roar, the ghostly flames surged forth like a tidal wave. In that instant, the entire cloud lake transformed into a sinister, eerie green. Even the surrounding yellow sand, illuminated by the ghostly flames, couldn't obscure their brilliant glow. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as the Yellow Sand King was instantly engulfed by the ghostly flames. The yellow sand within me is actually being annihilated? How could such a powerful flame exist in this world? The Yellow Sand King stared in disbelief at his own body disintegrating. This is the maximum amount I can unleash at once. Even if the opponent is a platinum tier beast, they'd suffer significant damage at the very least, Ao Ping thought to himself. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a shrill, piercing laugh echoed into his ears. Ha 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 ha! Eerie ghost flames. All light is swallowed by this eerie green fire. I've finally found you. You are the very culprit who caused the recent celestial anomalies. Who would have thought the target our organization has been searching for with all its might would be hiding in this tiny city of Jinling? Wu Zhouchuan's voice trembled, his gaze upon Ao Ping as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Such a ferocious beast is utterly unique in this world. Not even across the entire Blue Star would a second creature like him exist. Such a beast must not be defiled by those within the organization. Wu Zhouchuan thought to himself. He then retracted the Yellow Sand King back into the Black Beast summoning orb and turned to Ao Ping, his voice deep and solemn. I know you can understand me. Tell me, what race of beast are you? Dragon. Ao Ping eyed Wu Zhouan warily. Though he had no idea what Wu Zhouan was up to now, the man's current demeanor suggested no immediate threat. After all, his earlier attack had only inflicted some damage on the Yellow Sand King, not enough to kill it. However, since Wu Zhouchuan had voluntarily recalled the Yellow Sand King, Ao Ping surmised that the other party would not strike him in the near future. To withstand the Platinum 10th tier Yellow Sand King at merely Gold 2nd tier, the Dragon Clan truly is an immensely powerful race, Wu Zhouchuan chuckled, his gaze toward Ao Ping tinged with reluctance. Originally, he had intended to reshape Ao Ping into a creation that satisfied him. The man was a target the organization was searching for with all its might. If they discovered he had transformed the organization's target into a monstrosity, they would certainly not let him off the hook. Moreover, he held a genuine fondness for the dragon race. They were the only species on Blue Star he hadn't altered, yet they were the only ones who truly satisfied him. Rather than letting the organization's people capture him for experimentation, it was better to set him free. After all, he wanted to see if, decades from now, a new species might emerge to astonish the world. Why is this guy staring at me with such reluctance? Does he actually like human life? Ao Ping thought to himself. If that were truly the case, he'd rather die. Wu Zhouchuan snapped his fingers, and the surrounding yellow sand instantly dissipated. Ao Ping frowned, baffled by Wu Zhouchuan's meaning. Take my advice, don't stay on land any longer. If you want to live, head for the ocean. An organization called Tianli is searching for you. Don't try to fight them, you'd only meet your end. Wu Zhouchuan's voice was grave as he prepared to leave. Is he letting me go? Could this be a trap? Ao Ping frowned slightly, hesitating to make a move. His gaze remained fixed on Wu Zhouchuan. The next moment, Wu Zhouchuan suddenly remembered something and turned back. Remember yesterday's reservoir? I know you possess the power to resurrect ferocious beasts, so I left a gift for you there. With that, Wu Zhouchuan flapped his wings and departed from the Yunluo Mountains. Chapter 47, The Meeting. Jinling City, Security Bureau Conference Room. The atmosphere in the conference room had fallen into a deathly silence. Present were prominent figures from Jinling City, most of them wearing expressions of confusion. This emergency meeting had been convened by Feng Zhanghua. Attendees included not only high-ranking officials from the Security Bureau, but also Qin, Dean of Jinling Martial University, Su Dongyao of the Long Family, Wang Battalion of the Wang Family, and even a general dispatched by the military. Feng Zhanghua scanned each person in the room. When his gaze fell upon Zhou Hua standing behind Dean Qin, a flicker of disgust crossed his eyes. I've gathered you all here today to announce something, Feng Zhanghua said softly, not rushing to reveal it. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Su Dongyao in the conference room. I'll handle this announcement, Su Dongyao said, rising immediately with understanding. Deputy Director Sun was ambushed by a cloaked figure while returning to Jinling City yesterday. Not only was the platinum-grade beast he hunted lost, but Deputy Director Sun and over a dozen golden-tier spirit masters all perished heroically. The word sent shockwaves through the entire room. As Deputy Director of the Security Bureau and a platinum-tier spirit tamer, Sun Bei possessed the three-eyed giant ape, a spirit beast capable of matching platinum-tier beasts at the 10th rank. Unless a diamond-tier powerhouse personally intervened, no one could possibly kill Sun Bei. You're lying. Sun Bei was a platinum-tier spirit tamer. What kind of black-robed figure could possibly be strong enough to kill him? In my opinion, you must have coveted that platinum-tier beast's corpse and ambushed Deputy Director Sun Bei. Otherwise, with so many dead, why are you the only one left alive? Zhou Hua immediately challenged. He admitted he disliked Sun Bei and had indeed considered causing trouble for him before, but he wasn't foolish enough to attempt murdering the Deputy Director of the Security Bureau in Jinling City. Sun Bei and Fang Zhenghua were brothers-in-arms who had shared life and death experiences, bound by over a decade of friendship. Although Sun Bei's death appeared unrelated to him, if Su Dongyao blamed his premature departure for the incident, Fang Zhenghua would surely hold a grudge against him. Rather than risk Su Dongyao pinning the blame on him, it was better to take the initiative and seize control of the situation. Though backed by the Zhou family, he needn't fear diamond-tier Fang Zhenghua, but Fang Zhenghua wasn't without his own connections either. Don't forget that Dean Qin was also Fang Zhenghua's teacher. Although he was also a student of Qin Ming, his ability to study under Qin Ming was entirely due to his father's connections. Fang Zhenghua, however, was one of Qin Ming's most prized disciples. If the Zhou family made a move against Fang Zhenghua, Qin Ming would almost certainly intervene on his behalf. Why are you so agitated? Could it be that you have a guilty conscience? Su Dongyao murmured. Having lived over 60 years, he certainly wouldn't fall into such a low-level self-incriminating trap. Besides, hadn't Zhou Hua considered why Fang Zhenghua had sent him to deliver the news of Sun Bei's death? Any clear-eyed observer could see Fang Zhenghua had already sided with him. For Zhou Hua to fail to recognize this was sheer stupidity. Young Master Zhou makes a valid point. It must be your long family coveting the platinum-grade beast's corpse that drove you to kill Deputy Director Sun Bei. Otherwise, how could we possibly believe your empty accusations? Wang Badian retorted. Everyone, is this not true? He and Zhou Hua were now in the same boat. Zhou Hua had the Zhou family backing him, so Fang Zhenghua might spare him, but Wang Badian was different. He was merely a platinum-tier spirit tamer, with all his assets tied up in Jinling City and no powerful backers. He had no choice but to follow Zhou Hua down this path to the bitter end. Has the Wang family head left his brain at home? My spirit beast, Frostflame Sword Ghost, possesses spatial-type talents, Su Dongyao sneered coldly, offering Wang Badian no courtesy whatsoever. After all, the Wang family had recently sent mercenaries to assassinate the eldest daughter of the Long family. Who do you call having their head in the clouds? Wang Badian roared. Enough! This is a meeting room, not a marketplace. I have my own conclusions regarding Deputy Director Sun's sacrifice. Now, let's focus on the important matters at hand. Fang Zhenghua's voice was stern as he shot Zhou Hua and Wang Badian a look of disgust. Seeing this, Wang Badian had no choice but to shut up and return to his seat. In truth, Fang Zhenghua understood that Sun Wu's death had little to do with Zhou Hua or Wang Badian. But if they hadn't left without authorization, Sun Bei wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. More important matters? Losing a deputy director in Jinling City, could anything possibly be more important than that? Qian Qixing thought to himself. The military representative attending the meeting was none other than the general commanding the southern city walls. Everyone present shared this sentiment. After all, Jinling City had just lost over a dozen gold-tier spirit masters and one platinum-tier spirit master. It was well known that Jinling City itself had only a handful of platinum-tier masters. The black-robed assailant who attacked Deputy Director Sun is a member of the Heavenly Justice Organization, codenamed Suturer, Fang Zhenghua stated softly. A Heavens Will member? Director Fang, this is a matter of utmost gravity. Are you certain the assailant belongs to the Heavens Will organization? Qian Qixing abruptly stood up. The Heavens Will organization was one of the most dangerous groups within the Great Xia Nation. Its members had all claimed countless lives, and their average strength reached diamond tier. It was rumored that the leader of the Heavens Will organization was a lord-level powerhouse. In recent years, however, the Heavenly Justice Organization had been relatively quiet, posing no threat to the Great Xia Nation. If Deputy Director Sun Bei was indeed killed by someone from the Heavenly Justice Organization, the nature of this incident would be entirely different. I can vouch for this. I saw it with my own eyes that Cloaked Man grew a pair of wings and 4 sets of spider claws from his back. Most crucially, the beast summoning orb he used was black. Su Dongyao murmured softly. Recalling that day's ordeal, Su Dongyao still felt a pang of dread. Had his spirit beast not possessed spatial abilities, he likely would have met his end there. The Black Beast Taming Sphere is indeed standard equipment for the Tianli organization, Qin Ming interjected. But the most significant aspect is the emergence of wings and spider-like claws on human bodies. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, only the suturers within the Tianli organization possessed the capability to achieve such transformations. He too was somewhat surprised to find members of the Tianli organization appearing in Jinling City. As the most authoritative voice in the conference room, Qin Ming's confirmation solidified the conclusion: the black-clad assailant who attacked Deputy Director Sun was indeed a stitcher from the Tianli organization. This matter is of grave importance. I must report to the military first. Gentlemen, I must excuse myself. Shen Qixing frowned and swiftly exited the conference room. This matter is settled. I should return to the academy now. The grand competition at Jinling Martial University begins in 1 week. Director Fong, please do not forget. Qin Ming spoke softly before leading Zhou Hua out of the conference room. Soon, only Fong Zhanghua remained in the conference room. Fong Zhanghua pulled a photograph from his breast pocket, a picture of himself with Sun Bei. Rest assured, brother Sunday. One day, I will avenge you. Chapter 48, The Hero. Meanwhile, Ao Ping had arrived near the reservoir as instructed by Wu Zhouchuan. Strange. What's Wu Zhouchuan playing at? There's no gift near this reservoir. He can't be deliberately tricking me, can he? Ao Ping wondered. Since Wu Zhouchuan had chosen to spare him, the words he spoke before leaving were most likely genuine. But he'd already searched the entire reservoir area. Where could Wu Zhouchuan's gift be? Could it be inside the reservoir? With that thought, Ao Ping immediately entered the reservoir and indeed found the gift Wu Zhouchuan had mentioned. So that bastard Wu Zhouchuan left me the corpse of a platinum tier, 9th rank ferocious beast. But why does this beast look so familiar? Ao Ping thought to himself, feeling he had seen this beast somewhere before. Never mind. If he couldn't remember, he wouldn't dwell on it. Better to devour this platinum tier, 9th rank ferocious beast first. The next second, Ao Ping eagerly devoured the beast's corpse. Devoured 3-eyed giant ape platinum 9th tier, evolution points plus 1,282,000, death energy plus 180,000. Only 1.282 million evolution points? Ao Ping frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed. He had expected a platinum 9th tier beast to yield at least 3 or 4 million evolution points. 1.28 million points wouldn't even be enough for Ao Ping to level up. Looks like I'll need to slaughter a lot more beasts to get significant evolution points, Ao Ping thought to himself, glancing at the time. The sun was about to set. Once darkness fell, Ao Ping planned to slip into the ocean under cover of night. After all, if the welcome gift Wu Zhouchuan mentioned was real, then the Heavenly Justice Organization he warned him about must be real too. Ao Ping suspected Wu Zhouchuan was a member of that Heavenly Justice Organization. How else would he know they were conducting a full-scale manhunt for him? As for why the other party had spared him, Ao Ping himself had no idea. Soon, night fell. Ao Ping suddenly burst out of the reservoir and swiftly flew eastward. The Great Xia Kingdom lay at the easternmost edge of the Yashan continent. To reach the ocean, Ao Ping had no choice but to head east. Jinling City was situated in the Jiangnan region, and Ao Ping's current location wasn't too far from the ocean. At his current speed, he could reach the sea in 2 or 3 hours at most. Time ticked by second as Ao Ping soared over countless ruined cities. Finally, the ocean came into view not far ahead. After flying non-stop for 2.5 hours, I'm finally almost at the sea, Ao Ping exclaimed excitedly. The number of ferocious beasts within the ocean was dozens, even hundreds of times greater than those on land. Moreover, since the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to revive, numerous islands had materialized out of thin air within the ocean. Without exception, these islands were home to vast numbers of high-level ferocious beasts, including many species unseen on the mainland. My dear evolution points, prepare to welcome your king. Ao Ping thought to himself, accelerating his flight toward the ocean. Just as Ao Ping was about to enter the ocean, he suddenly noticed a large flock of poison arrow seagulls circling above a nearby beach. There are a full 13 gold tier beasts among this flock. Ao Ping exclaimed in shock. Though no platinum tier beasts were present, converting them all into evolution points would still yield a substantial gain. Even before entering the ocean, Ao Ping could spot gold tier beasts everywhere. Once he was in the sea, wouldn't platinum tier beasts be commonplace? Anyway, there's still some time before dawn. Might as well devour these poison arrow seagulls first. Who knows, it might help me break through to gold tier 3. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately summoned a large number of flying undead beasts. The flying beasts Ao Ping encountered were relatively few in number, and their cultivation levels were generally low, with the highest being a silver tier, 7th stage Thunder Falcon. But Ao Ping didn't expect them to handle the golden tier poison arrow seagulls. Their job was simply to clear out the silver tier and bronze tier stragglers. So that's why a flock of poison arrow seagulls gathered here. There are survivors. But judging by the looks of it, these humans seem to be kept captive by the seagulls. Ao Ping frowned slightly. The humans wore tattered, filthy clothes, each clutching a bucket of yellowish food. Ao Ping stared intently and instantly recognized the contents of the buckets. French fries? Seems even after evolving, these seagulls still can't shake their love for fries, Ao Ping murmured. Taking advantage of the poison arrow seagull's preoccupation with eating, Ao Ping immediately charged toward them with the Thunder Falcon and his other undead beasts. Devoured Poison Arrow Seagull Silver Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 26,392, Necromantic Power plus 1,200. Devour Poison Arrow Seagull Bronze Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 6,392, Necromantic Power plus 160. Devouring. Within mere seconds, countless poison arrow seagulls met their end in the jaws of the undead beasts. By the time the golden tier poison arrow seagulls realized something was amiss, their numbers had already dwindled to half their original size. A mere second-tier golden great vermin dares to ambush our clan while we 13 brothers feast. All of you, stop eating fries immediately. Exterminate these intruders. The poison arrow seagull king eyed Ao Ping with contempt. Though Ao Ping was massive, his size held no advantage against the sheer power disparity. The king's disdain deepened when he spotted the motley crew of minions trailing behind Ao Ping. He couldn't fathom how a mere second-tier golden-rank stinking insect, accompanied by a motley crew of beasts, dared to invade the territory of the 13 protectors. Young 13, young 12, the poison arrow seagull king murmured to the two poison arrow seagulls behind him, I recall you both recently broke through to gold tier 2. This vermin makes perfect practice. Don't disappoint me. Rest assured, big brother. Brother 13 and I will make sure this stinking bugger learns the might of the 13 protectors. The 12th ranked seagull declared confidently, immediately taking off toward Ao Ping alongside the other poison arrow seagull. Sending only 2 gold tier 2 beasts to deal with me? That's a bit of an insult, isn't it? Ao Ping frowned slightly, watching the 2 poison arrow seagulls flying toward him with little enthusiasm. Beasts of this caliber? Ao Ping could devour both in a single gulp. The next second, Ao Ping's gaze sharpened. His body instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging fiercely toward the 2 poison arrow seagulls. With a single gulp, Ao Ping swallowed both golden second-tier poison arrow seagulls whole. Under the cloak of night, the electric currents coursing through Ao Ping's body seemed to become the only light in the world. To the humans enslaved by the poison arrow seagulls, witnessing this scene was like beholding a celestial deity. These poison arrow seagulls had forced them to make French fries day and night. Many had already died suddenly from the labor. This remote region lay far from human cities. Unless the Great Xia Empire deployed troops to exterminate the beasts, these people could only slowly await death under the poison arrow seagulls' dark tyranny. In their eyes, whoever dared to slay the poison arrow seagulls would be their hero. Chapter 49, Embrace the Glorious Evolution. The poison arrow seagull king stared at Ao Ping in shock, his eyes instantly filling with rage. The murder of his brother was an unforgivable offense. He was a golden tier 10 ferocious beast, just one step away from reaching platinum tier, a top tier powerhouse on this beach. And now this beast dared to kill his 2 brothers right before his eyes. If he failed to eliminate this damned reptile today, how could he ever hold his head high among his kind again? How could he ever reign supreme on this beach? Boy, state your name. I do not kill nameless fools. The poison arrow seagull king looked down on Ao Ping with disdain, unimpressed by his size. So what if he was big? In this world where strength reigns supreme, sheer size alone solved nothing. You're not worthy of knowing my true name. All you need to know is that you'll die by the Black Dragon's hand, Ao Ping murmured softly. What the hell is a Black Dragon? Never heard of it. But a mere second-tier golden reptile dares to threaten my life? Today, I'll slaughter you to honor the souls of my 2 brothers. With that, the poison arrow seagull king charged at Ao Ping, feathers from its wings instantly transforming into poisonous arrows that shot toward him. The sound of clanging metal echoed through the air. The poison arrow seagull king's poison darts couldn't penetrate Ao Ping's defenses. How could a mere gold tier 2 trash block my poison arrows? A hint of surprise flashed in the poison arrow seagull king's eyes. Its poison arrows could easily pierce the defenses of golden tier beasts, yet this black dragon before it had taken so many of its arrows and seemed completely unscathed? You feeble, feathered creature dare call yourself a poison arrow? Trash like you? I could take you down effortlessly without even lifting a finger, Ao Ping murmured, his gaze sharpening as a surge of aura erupted from his body. Roar! Accompanied by this earth-shaking dragon's roar, a powerful pressure surged forth. The flock of poison arrow seagulls instantly found themselves unable to breathe, lacking even the courage to move. Even the golden 10th rank poison arrow seagull king, under this terrifying dragon's might, could only see endless fear in its eyes. Spare me! The 13 protectors swear allegiance. The poison arrow sea eagle king instantly recognized the opponent's terrifying might. The sheer aura of this black dragon alone crushed any will to resist. Yet the only response was another earth-shattering dragon's roar. The poison arrow seagull king was a golden 10th tier ferocious beast. Devouring it would grant Ao Ping hundreds of thousands of evolution points. Therefore, even if it begged Ao Ping for mercy, Ao Ping would show it no mercy. The next instant, Ao Ping transformed into a jet black bolt of lightning, charging toward the poison arrow seagull king. In a single gulp, he swallowed the poison arrow seagull king and the other golden tier poison arrow seagulls surrounding it. As the saying goes, the first roar heralds my arrival, the second roar signals your departure. Devoured poison arrow seagull king golden tier 10, evolution points plus 316,000, necromantic power plus 20,000. Devoured poison arrow seagull gold tier 6, evolution points plus 188,000, necromantic power plus 12,000. Devouring. Slaughter every poison arrow seagull in the vicinity, leave not a single one alive. Ao Ping murmured. The undead beasts behind him instantly launched a fierce assault on the poison arrow seagulls. Under the suppression of the dragon's might, the seagulls dared not resist, allowing themselves to be devoured by the undead beasts. Within mere minutes, all nearby poison arrow seagulls became Ao Ping's evolution points. System, open the interface. Host, Ao Ping. Race, necromantic dragon. Realm, golden tier 2. Talents, necromantic rebirth SSS-tier unique talent, ghostly flame SS-tier talent, dragon's might S-tier talent, thunderous power A-tier talent, flaming body A-tier talent, fatal teleportation A-tier talent, triple scaled armor B-tier talent, ground collapse D-tier talent, thick armor F-rank talent. Evolution points 5.71 million 7 million. Necromantic power 225,000. Still so many evolution points short? Ao Ping frowned slightly. It seemed he must enter the ocean swiftly to rapidly advance his cultivation realm. As the natural rulers of the ocean, combined with his thunder power, Ao Ping's combat effectiveness in water could be said to multiply exponentially. Great news! Those poison arrow seagulls are gone, we're saved, exclaimed a burly man with a kind face amidst the crowd. At these words, the humans who had been held captive by the poison arrow seagulls erupted into excited cheers. They were all ordinary people kidnapped from other small cities by the poison arrow seagulls, specifically to be turned into French fries for the creatures to eat. Located near the ocean, the elites of those small cities cared nothing for their survival. Initially, military forces had been dispatched to rescue them, but unfortunately, all rescue attempts had failed. After 3 failed attempts, the military never came to rescue them again, as if they had been abandoned. Almost forgot there's a group of caged commoners on the beach. Upon hearing the crowd's cheers, Ao Ping immediately flew toward them. After all, even a mosquito is still meat. Looking down at the humans below, who appeared as insignificant as ants, Ao Ping would have completely overlooked them had he not been paying close attention. At the same time, the crowd on the ground noticed Ao Ping approaching from the sky. Their earlier cheers and excitement vanished instantly. Though Ao Ping had saved them, he remained a ferocious beast, and an enormous one at that. Even if he didn't attack them, his mere presence hovering overhead was enough to terrify a portion of the crowd. Just as Ao Ping prepared to command his undead beast to devour them, a familiar voice reached his ears. Master, may I handle these ordinary people? Ao Ping looked in the direction of the voice and saw a cloud of black mist suddenly appear on the ground. Immediately after, Xiaoyang stepped out from within the mist. Bronze tier 5. Not bad progress, Ao Ping murmured, satisfied with Xiaoyang's advancement speed. In just a few short days, Xiaoyang had advanced from an ordinary 8th tier to bronze 5th tier, an exceptionally rapid pace for a human. Yet compared to Ao Ping, Xiaoyang's progress was negligible. After all, Ao Ping had ascended from ordinary 3rd tier to golden 2nd tier in just 1 week. Across the entire blue star, no other creature could match Ao Ping's ascent speed. As for who deserved the credit, Ao Ping remained silent. In that case, these men are yours as a reward. As long as you don't release them, you may do with them as you please, Ao Ping said softly. These prisoners were of little use to him anyway. Since Xiaoyang desired them, why not grant them as a reward? After all, Xiaoyang was his first necromancer general and currently the only sentient being among all the undead creatures. It was only natural for Ao Ping to show him special consideration. Thank you for your bounty, master. Xiaoyang murmured softly before walking toward the person closest to him. The closest person to Xiaoyang happened to be the same simple-minded man who had cheered first. You, what are you doing? Watching Xiaoyang steadily approach, fear flickered in the simple man's eyes. He instinctively tried to flee toward the back of the crowd, but before he could escape, Xiaoyang grabbed his head with one hand. Xiaoyang's gaze sharpened as a torrent of black mist surged from his palm into the man's mind. Embrace your glorious evolution. Chapter 50, Entering the Sea. As time ticked by, the simple man's pupils shifted from black to a lifeless gray, his consciousness gradually fading. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Murder, murder. Run for your lives. Murder. Witnessing this scene, the crowd scattered in panic. Xiaoyang's gaze sharpened as a thick black mist instantly swirled around him, giving way to the appearance of 100 undead humanoids. Bring them all back. Not a single one must escape, Xiaoyang murmured, his eyes devoid of emotion. From the moment he became a necromantic being, his existence had been solely to protect Ao Ping. As for emotions, such burdens were unnecessary for the necromantic clan. Soon, the undead humans summoned by Xiaoyang had captured all the humans. Li Xiaoyang repeated his earlier actions, injecting the black mist into each human body one by one. Ao Ping watched the scene with keen interest, somewhat anticipating what Li Xiaoyang would do next. After waiting about 10 minutes, Li Xiaoyang still made no further moves. Ao Ping frowned slightly, about to ask Li Xiaoyang, when the humans, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly stood up and shouted toward Ao Ping. "Greetings, Master." Ao Ping remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the humans then addressed Li Xiaoyang in unison, "Greetings, General." So Li Xiaoyang has transformed them into undead humans, Ao Ping thought to himself. The next moment, his attention was drawn to a peculiar undead human amidst the crowd. What happened to me? Lu Dezhuang surveyed his surroundings in disbelief, his mind a blank. He couldn't recall a single thing that had transpired moments before. Lu Dezhuang was the very first human Li Xiaoyang had infused with the undead black mist. Another undead human with rationality? Ao Ping was somewhat surprised. According to the system's previous explanation, undead beings who retained rationality were bound to possess extraordinary talents in certain areas. If this simple-minded man possessed spiritual intelligence, he must have some extraordinary abilities. With that thought, Ao Ping scrutinized Lu Dezhuang closely. Aside from his imposing stature, nothing else seemed particularly remarkable. Wait. Large stature? Could it be that this fellow possessed extraordinary talent in physical cultivation? Too bad I don't have any physical cultivation techniques for him right now. I'll have to find some for him to practice later, Ao Ping thought to himself. The immediate priority was to enter the ocean and hunt fierce beasts as quickly as possible. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he return to this continent. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately dismissed the summoned aerial death spirit beast and plunged swiftly into the sea. The ocean truly is different from those rivers. This is the feeling of freedom. The moment Ao Ping entered the ocean, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over his entire body. Even the blood within his veins seemed to surge with excitement. It felt as though he had returned to a homeland he hadn't visited in ages. But what thrilled Ao Ping most were the vast, swarming hordes of sea beasts surrounding him. To Ao Ping, these creatures were walking evolution points. Without hesitation, Ao Ping summoned all his aquatic undead beasts. Since incorporating the emerald-eyed blue shark forces from Cloud Lake, Ao Ping's aquatic undead creatures had greatly increased in number. He had even acquired 12 golden-tier aquatic undead beasts. What surprised Ao Ping most was that the three-eyed giant ape gifted to him by Wu Jiuquan was also remarkably adept at swimming. After all, the three-eyed giant ape carried the bloodline of the azurite water ape, itself a formidable and extremely rare oceanic creature capable of reaching dominator-level power. Moreover, undead beasts made no distinction between freshwater or marine creatures. Regardless of what creature they were in life, once transformed into undead beasts, the surrounding natural environment had almost negligible influence on them. "My most loyal warriors, slaughter to your heart's content," commanded Ao Ping. The three-eyed giant ape, Abyssal Fong eel, 12 golden warriors, and other undead beasts suddenly lunged at the surrounding sea beasts. Crimson blood instantly spread through the ocean. Many carnivorous beasts, drawn by the scent of blood, rushed toward Ao Ping's location. This was merely the ocean's outer periphery. In such shallow waters, there weren't many formidable sea creatures. Encountering 4 or 5 platinum-tier beasts would already be a stroke of luck for Ao Ping. The truly formidable beasts mostly inhabited the deep sea, so Ao Ping wasn't worried about encountering such powerful creatures. Even if his luck turned sour and he encountered a diamond-tier predator, Ao Ping needn't fear it. After all, the ocean was the domain of the Dragon Clan. With his massive frame, blazing speed, and the soul-devouring ghost flames that could incinerate anything, Ao Ping still held a decent chance of slaying a diamond-tier beast provided it was only in its first or second stage. Devoured purple skin sees snake silver tier 6, evolution points plus 31,000, death energy plus 1,200. Devouring. Listening to the continuous system notifications echoing in his mind, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, within an hour, I'll ascend from gold tier 2 to gold tier 3. Ao Ping thought to himself, instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning to devour the surrounding oceanic undead beasts alongside the other undead creatures. Not long after Ao Ping departed, a frost giant shrimp of the 8th tier of gold arrived at the spot where Ao Ping had just been. What's gotten into these vermin today? Daring to riot on the Frog King's turf. The frost giant prawn surveyed the ferocious undead beasts surrounding it, then raised its claws to unleash several bursts of freezing beams. Those struck by the freezing beams instantly froze solid, turning into ice sculptures. This was the undead beasts' only weakness. Though they possessed immortal bodies, they could be bound by sealing spells and barriers like enchanted wards. Unless Ao Ping actively released them, they would remain sealed or trapped within barriers for eternity. Meanwhile, the fanged Earthshaker turtle among the 12 golden warriors spotted the sudden appearance of the frostbite prawn. It instantly opened its gaping maw and charged toward its opponent. Just a gold tier 6 turtle, the frostbite prawn sneered at the fanged Earthshaker, a flicker of malice in its eyes. "I'm gold tier 8. I'll say this once, this is the Frog King's domain. All rebels will be executed without mercy. Chapter 51, The Three Tyrants Alliance. The fang-toothed Earthshaker turtle couldn't comprehend the words. Raising its fangs, it charged headlong at the frostbite prawn. A mere gold tier 6 beast dares to defy me? Die. The frost shrimp raised its right claw, instantly firing a freezing beam at the fanged Earthshaker turtle. The fanged sky-shaking turtle froze instantly, transformed into an ice sculpture. With a 2-tier gap in cultivation, do you think you can withstand this strike? The frost shrimp snorted coldly before bellowing. Your leader is dead. Surrender and you shall live. Unfortunately, none of the surrounding undead beasts paid the frost shrimp any mind, continuing to devour the ocean beasts around them with relentless fury. Hey! Are any of you even listening to me? Can't you see your leader's already been killed by me? Furious and humiliated, the frost shrimp raised its massive claws, aiming them at the surrounding undead beasts. Just as the frost giant prawn prepared to freeze all the undead beasts into ice sculptures, a massive hand struck from behind, gripping the frost giant prawn with an iron hold. Which bastard dares ambush me? I'm under the Frog King's command. Attack me, and you'll face his wrath, the frost shrimp roared, turning to glare behind him. However, the moment it turned and saw the attacker's face, it sucked in a sharp breath. Platinum tier. It was a colossal beast nearly 100 meters long, the platinum 9th rank 3-eyed giant ape. Its sharp fangs, thick fur, and especially the third eye on its forehead sent a chill down frost prawn's spine at the mere sight. Compared to the 3-eyed giant ape, the frost shrimp's 24-meter frame was barely enough to fill a gap in its teeth. The frost prawn was now terrified beyond measure, its tail curled up in fear. This was merely the ocean's outer reaches. How could a platinum tier beast appear here? Even the Frog King it spoke of was only at platinum tier level 8, yet this 3-eyed giant ape before it surpassed the Frog King by an entire minor realm. Honorable 3-eyed ape king, I didn't know they were your subordinates. I serve under the Frog King. I beg you, for his sake, to spare me. Knowing defeat was certain, the frost giant prawn immediately invoked the Frog King as its protector. The Frog King and this 3-eyed giant ape both belonged to the platinum tier. Though the Frog King was one minor tier below, he had 2 other platinum tier beasts as allies. Virtually every beast king inhabiting the nearby seas showed the Frog King some measure of deference. The 3-eyed giant ape cared not a whit. In one bite, it tore off the frost giant prawn's claw. Don't kill me. If you kill me, the entire Trihegemon Alliance will hunt you down. Even as a platinum tier beast at the 9th rank, you won't escape death. The frost giant shrimp, writhing in agony and foaming at the mouth, immediately brandished the might of the entire Trihegemon Alliance to threaten the 3-eyed giant ape. A loud crack echoed. The 3-eyed giant ape's palm struck the frost giant shrimp's forehead blade, its immense force snapping the blade clean off. As the 3-eyed giant ape's tusks drew ever closer, the frost shrimp seemed to accept its fate. It closed its eyes serenely, awaiting death's arrival. Stop! Just as the 3-eyed giant ape was about to snap off the frost giant prawn's head, a deep voice echoed in its ears. Could someone have come to save me? The frost shrimp abruptly opened its eyes, gazing hopefully toward the source of the voice. When the frost giant shrimp saw the other's colossal form, easily 130 meters tall, its heart swelled with joy. But upon realizing the other's cultivation level was only gold tier 2, that hopeful heart shattered instantly. What good was sheer size? To this platinum 9th tier 3-eyed giant ape, killing a gold 2nd tier beast was as easy as crushing an ant. Seems I'm truly going to die here, the frost giant prawn sighed inwardly, waiting quietly for death to arrive. After a dozen seconds passed, the frost prawn felt a twinge of confusion. Strange. Have I already died? Why do I feel no pain at all? Just as the frost prawn pondered this, the deep voice echoed in its ears once more. If you keep pretending to be dead, I'll finish you off right now. Gazing at the frost giant shrimp lying before him like a dead dog, Aoping frowned slightly. He had actually noticed the situation with the 3-eyed giant ape long ago. But when Aoping saw that the opponent was only at the 8th tier of the Golden Realm, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. After all, it was just a matter of the 3-eyed giant ape landing a single punch. What truly caught Aoping's attention was the name 3 Tyrants Alliance uttered by the frost shrimp. The name clearly belonged to some kind of faction, and Aoping needed to ascertain its strength. If the 3 Tyrants Alliance was founded by diamond tier beasts, Aoping would head to other seas to hunt them down. But if it was merely founded by a group of platinum tier beasts, Aoping wouldn't mind converting them all into evolution points. I'm still alive? Hearing Aoping's words, the frost giant shrimp abruptly opened its eyes wide. It then looked at Aoping and the 3-eyed giant ape behind him, its heart instantly filled with shock. This platinum tier, 9th rank 3-eyed giant ape was actually willing to obey the commands of a mere gold tier, 2nd rank ferocious beast. Tell this king everything you know about the 3 Tyrants Alliance. Otherwise, die. Aoping's gaze sharpened, and terrifying dragon might instantly envelop the frost shrimp. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Aoping, the frost prawn swiftly revealed all information concerning the 3 Tyrants Alliance. An alliance formed by 3 platinum tier beasts? Looks like I've found my source of evolution points, Aoping thought to himself. According to the Frost Giant Prawns account, the Tri-Dominion Alliance comprised 3 platinum-tier ferocious beasts, the 3-headed venomous python, the 3-legged poisonous frog, and the 3-winged flying fish. Among them, the 3-headed fierce python possessed the highest cultivation level, reaching platinum-tier stage 9 strength. The 3-legged poison frog had attained platinum-tier stage 8, slightly inferior to the python. As for the 3-winged flying fish, it was the weakest among them, only at platinum-tier 6. Moreover, according to the Frost Shrimp, these 3 platinum-tier beasts all dwell within their own territories. This meant that within the area Ao Ping currently occupied, only the 3-legged poison frog's faction was present. "Lead this king to meet the so-called Frog King," Ao Ping murmured softly. With the 3-eyed giant ape by his side, Ao Ping had no reason to fear the 3-legged poison frog. "Yes, I'll take you there immediately." Hearing Ao Ping request to meet the Frog King himself, Frost Shrimp chuckled inwardly, a hint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Although he had relayed all the information about the 3 Tyrants' alliance to Ao Ping, there was one crucial detail he had withheld. A few days prior, the Frog King had discovered a gravely wounded diamond-tier beast in a deep-sea trench. The Frog King had attempted to devour it. But even a starving camel is bigger than a horse. With the Frog King's strength, it was still difficult to devour it whole. He had no choice but to summon the 3-winged flying fish to share the spoils. And today, the 3-winged flying fish had just arrived in the Frog King's territory. "Humph! Damned 3-eyed giant ape! Damned black reptile! How dare you shatter my magnificent sword! Prepare to be torn apart by the Frog King and the Fish King." Chapter 52, The Bloodline of the 3-Legged Golden Toad. Guided by the Frost Giant Shrimp, Ao Ping swiftly entered the core territory of the 3-legged poison frog. As for the 3-eyed giant ape and other undead beasts, Ao Ping continued to command them to hunt ferocious creatures in the ocean. After all, Ao Ping could summon them back to his side at any moment. It was better for them to earn more evolution points for him while he searched for the 3-legged poison frog. System, open the interface, Ao Ping thought inwardly. Host, Ao Ping. Race, undead demon dragon. Realm, golden tier 2. Talents, necromantic rebirth SSS-tier unique talent, nether ghost flame SS-tier talent, dragon's might S-tier talent, thunderous power A-tier talent, flaming body A-tier talent, fatal teleportation A-tier talent, triple scaled armor B-tier talent, ground collapse D-tier talent, thick armor F-rank talent. Evolution points, 8.91 million 7 million. Necromantic power, 299,000. When Ao Ping saw the evolution points on the system panel, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer abundance of oceanic beasts. It had only been an hour since he'd entered the sea, yet he'd already accumulated 8.9 million evolution points. System, hurry up and upgrade me. Ao Ping commanded mentally. The next second, Ao Ping's aura intensified, and his body swelled to 142 meters in mere seconds. Consumed 7 million evolution points. Reached golden tier 3 remaining evolution points, 1,910,000. So what if you broke through to gold tier 3? Once you meet the Frog King, you'll all be in for a world of trouble, the Frost Giant Prawn sneered inwardly. Shortly after Ao Ping and the Frost Prawn entered the core area, a 38-meter-long megalodon suddenly charged forth, blocking their path. Frost Prawn? Who is that beast behind you? Don't you know you can't bring beasts into the Frog King's cave without permission? The giant-toothed sea snake watched Ao Ping and Frost Prawn warily. If they dared take another step forward, it would instantly tear both beasts to shreds. Act first, report later. Permission granted by the Frog King. The Frog King's cave is the domain of the 3-legged poison frog. Except for commanders personally appointed by the 3-legged poison frog, no other beasts may enter. Sea Serpent Commander, hear me out. This isn't what you think. It was this beast that forced me. I'm utterly loyal to the Frog King. I'd die before betraying him. Frost Prawn scrambled to explain, terrified the other might tear him apart on the spot. A mere platinum tier 2 beast dares block this king's path? Ao Ping's voice was deep and ominous. Before Frost Prawn could finish, Ao Ping transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking the Sea Serpent Commander. In the next instant, a crimson pool of blood spread through the sea. The once menacing beast now fueled Ao Ping's evolution. Within the water, Ao Ping's power was amplified in every way. Platinum tier 1-2 beasts like that Sea Serpent Commander were utterly incapable of posing any threat to him. Devoured Giant Tooth Sea Serpent Platinum tier 2, evolution points plus 367,000, death energy plus 40,000. The Sea Serpent Commander was instantly killed by a gold tier 3 beast? The Frost Prawn stared at Ao Ping in disbelief. Recalling his earlier words, Frost Prawn was now gripped by utter terror. It had assumed Ao Ping possessed little combat prowess, relying solely on some form of control-type talent to command obedience from that Platinum tier 9 beast. Never did it expect Ao Ping's strength to reach the level where he could instantly kill a Platinum tier 2 beast. You could have lived a little longer, Ao Ping said gravely, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. But now it seems your time has come. No, don't kill me. I'm sorry. I'll swear allegiance to you. Even in death, I'll never betray you. The frost giant prawn's voice trembled, unable to meet Ao Ping's gaze. If that is your choice, then die. Only the undead clan will maintain eternal loyalty to this king. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ao Ping swallowed the frost prawn whole. Time to test my combat prowess in water, Ao Ping murmured softly. Though dragons ruled the seas, he'd never truly fought underwater. The three-legged poison frog would serve as the perfect test subject. Roar! Three-legged poison frog! Scram out here before me! Ao Ping roared furiously, his terrifying dragon aura instantly radiating outward from him. Weaker sea beasts near Ao Ping, upon hearing this dragon's roar that echoed across the heavens, instantly exploded, their blood staining vast stretches of the ocean red in that instant. Even silver and gold grade beasts, sensing this terrifying dragon's might, cowered on the ground in fear. I'll see who dares to cause trouble on this king's territory. The next instant, Ao Ping sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching his location, accompanied by the auras of other beasts converging from all directions. Roughly counting, about 8 platinum-tier beasts were heading toward Ao Ping. Seems the three-legged poison king commands more than one platinum-tier beast, Ao Ping thought to himself. Even though the three-legged poison king had reached platinum-tier level 9, it was impossible for him to command so many platinum-tier beasts simultaneously unless the three-legged poison frog possessed a control-type talent. The next instant, a 58-meter-long purple-skinned frog with only 3 legs appeared before Ao Ping. Within mere seconds, every platinum-tier commander under the three-legged poison frog's command converged upon the scene. So that's who it was, just a third-tier gold-grade mongrel snake. Where's that giant-toothed sea snake? Isn't this its territory? How did it let a third-tier gold-grade mongrel slip in? The three-legged poison frog shot Ao Ping a dismissive glance, not giving him a second thought. Yet what puzzled him was the complete absence of the giant-toothed sea snake anywhere nearby. Could its control magic have failed, allowing that creature to escape? The three-legged poison frog wondered inwardly. No wonder so many platinum-tier beasts swear allegiance to you. So you carry a faint trace of the three-legged golden toad's bloodline. Must be frustrating wielding that half-baked golden spirit art, huh? Ao Ping glanced at the three-legged poison frog stats panel and suddenly understood. The three-legged toad clan possessed an innate talent for controlling living creatures, the golden spirit art. Normally, golden spirit arts could control creatures one major realm above the caster. However, the three-legged poison frog possessed only a trace of three-legged golden toad blood. The awakened golden spirit art was merely half-baked, capable only of controlling beasts of lower realms. Even against a beast one minor realm higher, this three-legged poisonous frog couldn't exert control. Hearing the words golden spirit art, the three-legged poisonous frog stared at Ao Ping in shock, its eyes filled with suspicion. I've never shared this information with any other creature. Not even diamond-tier beasts can detect the three-legged golden toad's innate power within me. How did you, a mere gold tier 3 hybrid snake, learn of it? Chapter 53, Dragon Soaring Mystic Thunder. Though somewhat surprised, the three-legged poison frog still dismissed Ao Ping. Regardless of how you learned this, today you won't escape my grasp. A flash of murderous intent flickered in the three-legged poison frog's eyes. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a jet of dark purple venom that shot toward Ao Ping like a dagger. Its venom possessed extreme corrosiveness, capable of dissolving the scales of platinum tier 1-2 beasts, let alone a gold tier 2 beast. Facing the incoming venom, Ao Ping's eyes revealed a trace of disdain as he allowed the corrosive liquid to eat away at his own scales. Ha 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 ha! You foolhardy creature! Daring to block my venom head-on? Just wait until you're completely eroded away. The three-legged poison frog cackled triumphantly. He had assumed Ao Ping possessed some extraordinary ability, never expecting the man to attempt to withstand his venom with his bare flesh. Who did he think he was? Nothing more than a third-tier golden hybrid snake, yet he actually thought he possessed the bloodline of a top-tier ferocious beast? Yet the next second, the toad's smile froze solid. A ghostly green flame erupted from the venom that had been corroding Ao Ping's scales. The venom dissipated the instant it touched the flame. What stunned the three-legged poison frog even more was that despite the venom's corrosive attack, Ao Ping's scales remained perfectly intact, as if the substance that had just splashed onto him wasn't venom, but sugar water. If that's all you've got, then today, you won't be leaving your territory alive. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ao Ping's eyes as the dragon's might within him erupted. Quick! All of you, attack together. Tear this bastard snake to shreds. The three-legged poisonous frog retreated in panic. Feeling the terrifying dragon aura emanating from his opponent, his body began to tremble slightly. With that, the 8 platinum-grade beasts surrounding them charged toward Ao Ping. Among them were the massive cyan flame giant crab, the two-headed giant tooth shark, and even the venomous sea urchin covered in sharp spines. Bring it on! A flash of lightning gleamed in Ao Ping's eyes. With a thunderous roar, he instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. Reappearing above the two-headed giant toothy shark, his massive dragon claws seized both of its heads with deadly grip. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as he instantly tore the creature's body apart along its two heads. The next second, he devoured the corpse of the two-headed megalodon in his grasp. Devoured two-headed megalodon platinum tier 4, evolution points plus 450,000, necromantic power plus 80,000. I never expected a mere gold tier 3 to slay a platinum tier 4 double-headed megalodon. Your bloodline must be exceptionally formidable. When you're utterly exhausted, prepare to be controlled by this king's golden spirit art. A flash of greed flickered in the three-legged poison frog's eyes. It should have realized sooner how could a mere gold tier 3 beast possess such colossal size. How could it withstand his venom? And how could it slay a platinum tier 4 beast in the blink of an eye? There was only one explanation. That the beast before him was no mere hybrid snake. Its bloodline must be exceptionally formidable, perhaps even comparable to the bloodlines of the supreme terrors lurking in the deepest ocean depths. You, a mangy toad with impure blood, dare to control this king? Utterly delusional. Ao Ping snorted coldly as vast thunderous energy gathered upon his dragon horns, the lightning blazing with blinding light. The three-legged poison frog and the other platinum-grade beasts were blinded by the blinding light, unable to open their eyes. Dragon soaring mystic thunder. Ao Ping roared. A colossal dragon, forged from thunder itself, erupted from the sky. The surrounding platinum-grade commanders were instantly reduced to charred husks upon contact with the thunder dragon. This can't be. How could a gold-grade beast possess such overwhelming power? The three-legged giant frog dared not meet the thunder's blinding radiance. The sheer terror radiating from the thunder dragon alone was enough to send shivers down its spine. Run! This beast was utterly terrifying. It had to flee immediately. Fear filled the three-legged poisonous frog's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it summoned every ounce of strength to flee this place. You think you can escape from this king? Ao Ping snorted coldly, immediately commanding the thunder dragon to attack the three-legged poison frog. Ah! The thunder dragon sliced through the sea, striking the three-legged poison frog directly. The frog convulsed violently from the thunder's power, its poison sacs bursting open across its body. How is this possible? The three-legged poison frog stared at its charred body, a glimmer of reluctance flickering in its eyes. So you were telling the truth all along. I was nothing but a frog in a well. At that moment, the three-legged poison frog's life force rapidly drained away. Unable to maintain its balance in the water, it slowly sank toward the ocean floor. Who knew the technique I created would be this powerful? Observing the three-legged poison frog clinging to its last breath, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. This dragon-soaring mystic thunder technique was unleashed through his dragon horns, while the thunder dragon's form was specifically modified by Ao Ping. After all, a thunder dragon was far more majestic than ordinary lightning. What Ao Ping hadn't anticipated was that his current strength could actually kill a platinum-tier beast in a single strike. By this logic, conquering the entire Three Tyrants Alliance would be a mere trifle for Ao Ping. Glancing at the surrounding beast corpses, Ao Ping chose not to devour them himself. Instead, he summoned the Abyssal Death Spirit Water Serpent. These beasts' corpses are all yours, Ao Ping murmured softly. Whether he consumed them himself or the Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent devoured them, Ao Ping would gain evolution points and necromantic power either way. The Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent could elevate its realm by devouring these beasts. Handing over all the carcasses for it to consume would be the perfect way to bolster its strength. Yes. The Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent nodded, then swiftly began devouring the surrounding beast corpses. The Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent can actually speak? Could this also be due to that Abyssal Demon General's heart? A hint of surprise flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. Including this Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent, there were only 3 rational necromantic beasts in total. Devoured Crimson Flame Giant Crab Platinum Tier 3, evolution points plus 370,000, necromantic power plus 60,000. Devoured Venomous Sea Urchin Platinum Tier 2, evolution points plus 290,000, necromantic power plus 40,000. Devour. Listening to the constant notifications echoing in his mind, Ao Ping immediately opened his system panel. Beyond checking his current evolution points, Ao Ping was most eager to discover whether the Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent could be crowned a necromantic general. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Golden Tier 3. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghostflame SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-tier Talent, Thunderous Power A-tier Talent, Flaming Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution points, 11.42 million 9 million. Necromantic power, 299,000. Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent meets Necromancer general requirements. When Ao Ping saw the small red dot on the necromantic power gauge, his heart leapt with joy. It actually works. Chapter 54, The Icy Dragon. System, appoint the Abyssal Necromantic Water Serpent as Necromancer General, Ao Ping commanded mentally. Although Lu Dazhuang also qualified to be appointed a Necromancer General, Ao Ping currently lacks suitable martial arts techniques for Lu Dazhuang to cultivate. Moreover, as things stood, The abyssal necromantic water serpent utterly outclassed Lu Dazhuang in every way. Thus, this necromantic general position was perfectly suited for the abyssal necromantic water serpent. Abyssal necromancer water serpent has been promoted to necromancer general. Granted authority to command necromancer aquatic forces. As the system notification sounded, the abyssal necromantic water serpent, which had been devouring the carcass of a ferocious beast, trembled violently. Roar! The abyssal necromantic water serpent roared furiously as its form grew at a visible pace, its cultivation level skyrocketing like a rocket. Within mere seconds, its cultivation level leapt from bronze tier 5 to silver tier 2. Its body stretched to a staggering 37 meters, its scales transforming into flawless white. Its once slender limbs thickened into massive, muscular limbs, while the two protrusions atop its head transformed into a pair of sharp, horn-like spikes. These horn spikes were the defining feature of a true dragon. Thank you, Master, for bestowing upon me the title of Necromancer General. The abyssal necromancer water serpent immediately bowed in gratitude. Very well. From this day forward, you shall be this king's second necromancer general. I bestow upon you the name, Cold Ice. A.O. Ping murmured softly. Now covered entirely in white scales, the name Hanbing was indeed fitting. Hanbing commanded the undead aquatic forces. Any marine creature he devoured would nourish his cultivation. Combined with his recent consumption of so many platinum tier beasts, his direct advancement to silver tier 2 was understandable to A.O. Ping. What puzzled A.O. Ping, however, was that his own cultivation level had automatically advanced from gold tier stage 3 to gold tier stage 4. System, what's going on? A.O. Ping frowned slightly and immediately queried the system. When the Necromancer General advances his realm, he can fully transfer the cultivation gains to the host. Then why didn't my cultivation level change when Li Xiaoyang upgraded? A.O. Ping pressed further. Li Xiaoyang's cultivation base was too low at the time. The returned cultivation was insufficient to aid the host's advancement. I see. Hearing the system's explanation, A.O. Ping finally understood. He then refocused his attention on the system interface. System, upgrade me first, A.O. Ping thought inwardly. Consumed 11 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Golden Tier 5. Remaining evolution points 420,000. With the system's notification chime, A.O. Ping's body surged to a staggering 158 meters. Such colossal proportions far exceeded the limits of platinum tier beasts. Even most diamond tier beasts couldn't attain such immense size. Meanwhile, hidden within a patch of aquatic vegetation nearby, a flying fish with 3 pairs of fins lurked. That gold tier beast is truly formidable. It actually eliminated the 3-legged poison frog and so many platinum tier beasts, the 3-winged flying fish thought to itself. I must report this to the boss. With that thought, the 3-winged flying fish swiftly flapped its body and swam northward, leaving ripples in its wake as it moved through the surrounding seawater. At that very moment, A.O. Ping suddenly sensed a faint disturbance in the surrounding currents. More beasts. A.O. Ping thought, instantly vanishing like a bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, A.O. Ping had already arrived amidst the seaweed, his dragon claws now clutching a platinum 6th tier 3-winged flying fish. No, don't kill me. I wasn't with that 3-legged poison frog, the 3-winged flying fish begged desperately. The 3-winged flying fish had witnessed A.O. Ping's thunderous strike that had killed the 3-legged poisonous frog and those platinum tier ferocious beasts. Facing such overwhelming power, it didn't even have the courage to resist. Nonsense. Would the Fish King of the 3 Tyrants Alliance not recognize the Frog King? Do you think this king is so easily fooled? A.O. Ping sneered coldly. Had he not known the 3 founders of the Tri-Dominion Alliance, he might well have been deceived by this 3-winged flying fish. Even if the 3-winged flying fish truly wasn't allied with the 3-legged poison frog, A.O. Ping wouldn't pass up such a gift of evolution points. Evolution points? A.O. Ping never turned them down. Just as A.O. Ping prepared to sample the flavor of a flying fish with 3 pairs of fins, the 3-winged flying fish suddenly spoke. Don't kill me. I'll trade my life for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hearing the 3-winged flying fish's plea, A.O. Ping abandoned his immediate plan to devour it. Tell this king the secret you speak of, and I may spare your life, A.O. Ping murmured softly. Do you take me for a fool? What if? The 3-finned flying fish sneered coldly, but before it could finish, an excruciating pain shot through its body. You have no standing to bargain with this king, A.O. Ping declared gravely, tearing off one of the 3-winged flying fish's fins. I said I might spare your life. Refuse, and I'll end it now. I'll tell you. There's a diamond tier beast lurking in this area. Feeling death's shadow loom, the 3-winged flying fish blurted out. A diamond tier beast. A.O. Ping's pupils contracted sharply, doubting the truth of the 3-winged flying fish's claim. This was merely the ocean's outer reaches. How could a diamond tier beast possibly dwell here, especially within the 3-legged poison frog's territory? If a diamond tier beast truly existed here, not even 1,000 dares would convince the 3-legged poison frog to claim this sea as its own. You dare deceive this king? A.O. Ping's brows knitted tightly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Instantly, he tore off one of the three-winged flying fish's fins. Arg! Another piercing scream echoed as the three-winged flying fish, now stripped of two fins, was left utterly helpless. I truly wasn't lying to you. Seeing the three-winged flying fish still insist on the presence of a diamond-tier ferocious beast, Ao Ping frowned slightly and decided to let the creature lead him to find it first. Lead this king there. If there is no diamond-level beast here, I will make you wish you were dead. Ao Ping snorted coldly before releasing the three-winged flying fish. Guided by the three-winged flying fish, Ao Ping soon arrived at a bottomless ocean trench. Chapter 55, The Bloodthirsty Octopus. The ocean trench stretched across the seabed like the gaping maw of an abyss. The water within was an endless black, and even if Ao Ping entered, the space felt not the slightest bit cramped. Water black, abyss deep, these four words truly live up to their reputation. Ao Ping gazed into the trench. Though the Dragon Clan's vision was greatly enhanced underwater, it did not extend his maximum viewing distance. Are you certain there's a gravely wounded diamond-tier beast within this trench? Ao Ping turned to the three-winged flying fish. What if this three-winged flying fish was deceiving him? What if the diamond-tier beast within the trench wasn't injured at all? If he rashly entered the trench, wouldn't he be wasting a precious fatal teleportation opportunity here? My lord, I personally witnessed a gravely wounded diamond-tier beast within this trench. The three-legged poison frog sent me here specifically to confront this severely injured diamond-tier beast together, the three-winged flying fish hastily explained. Just as Ao Ping was weighing the truth of the three-winged flying fish's words, a terrifying roar erupted from within the trench. Roar! The sheer pressure carried within that roar made even Ao Ping feel a twinge of apprehension. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his mind. Abnormalities detected within the Dragonbone Trench. Dragonbone Trench exploration mission triggered. Mission conditions: investigate the anomaly within the Dragonbone Trench within 2 hours. Mission reward: random S rank skill. The system is generous. Completing this mission actually rewards an S-rank talent directly. A hint of surprise flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. It had been some time since the system last triggered a mission for him, and he hadn't expected one to activate right beside the Dragonbone Trench. Even the system says there's something unusual in this trench. Combined with that roar we just heard, it seems the trench might hold more than just a diamond-tier beast, Ao Ping mused inwardly before turning his gaze to the three-winged flying fish. Since you've witnessed the diamond-tier beasts within this trench, tell me what tier and type of diamond-tier beasts dwell there? The power gap between diamond-tier and platinum-tier beasts was like heaven and earth. If it were only at the first or second tier, Ao Ping might stand a chance. But if it surpassed that realm, his odds of victory were virtually zero. Though I have seen the diamond-grade beast, it was shrouded in black mist. I have no idea what species it belongs to, the three-winged flying fish replied cautiously. You don't know? Ao Ping frowned slightly. Just as he was about to tear off another fin, the three-winged flying fish hurriedly continued, terrified that Ao Ping might strip away its last two pairs of fins. But I know its cultivation level is roughly diamond 8th tier. However, it's currently severely injured, so its strength should only be around diamond 2nd tier now. You're lucky to be alive, Ao Ping snorted coldly before summoning the three-eyed giant ape. Platinum, a platinum 9th tier beast. Feeling the three-eyed giant ape's aura, the three-winged flying fish recoiled in terror. Ao Ping paid no heed to the three-winged flying fish, immediately commanding the three-eyed giant ape to investigate the ocean trench. Upon receiving the command, the three-eyed giant ape plunged into the Dragonbone Trench. Ao Ping observed the trench's interior through shared vision. Within mere minutes, the three-eyed giant ape had descended over 7,000 meters, yet still found no trace of the diamond-grade ferocious beast. What puzzled Ao Ping even more was that since the three-eyed giant ape entered the Dragonbone Trench, it hadn't encountered a single beast. Your Majesty! This is bad. Just as Ao Ping was about to order the three-eyed giant ape to continue diving deeper, the voice of the three-winged flying fish suddenly rang out. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ao Ping snapped back into focus, his gaze toward the three-winged flying fish tinged with murderous intent. Your Majesty, a monstrous beast is charging toward us from the north. The three-winged flying fish stared northward in terror, its voice trembling. Ao Ping frowned slightly, following the three-winged flying fish's gaze. In the northern reaches of the Dragonbone Trench, a colossal octopus, a full 80 meters in length, was rapidly swimming toward them. Isn't this the outer edge of the ocean? How did another diamond-tier beast appear here? Ao Ping's brow furrowed deeply. Only when he glanced at the creature's panel did his expression ease considerably. Bloodthirsty Octopus Diamond Tier 1. Bloodline, Bloodthirsty Octopus Bloodline. Talents: Limb Regeneration Grade A talent, greatly enhances recovery. Severed tentacles regrow within short time frames. Bloodthirsty Flesh Grade A talent, activating this slowly drains sanity while granting immense strength. Each enemy slain restores a small amount of vitality. Ink Mist B rank talent, sprays copious amounts of ink, drastically reducing an opponent's vision and potentially causing temporary blindness. Fortunately, this bloodthirsty octopus was only at the Diamond Tier 1 level. For the sake of the S-class talent, AO Ping was determined to complete this mission no matter what. Ha ha ha, I wondered who it could be. The Fish King of the Tri-Dominion Alliance, appearing before me so rashly. Are you eager to be devoured? A savage gleam flashed in the bloodthirsty octopus's eyes, its gaze toward the three-winged flying fish tinged with greed. As for AO Ping, the bloodthirsty octopus merely glanced at him before dismissing him entirely. He was merely a fifth-tier golden hybrid snake. What good was sheer size? This king could crush such a gold fifth-tier ant with one hand. After all, beneath diamond rank, all are mere ants. Bloodthirsty octopus. You've actually broken through to diamond tier. The three-winged flying fish's pupils contracted sharply upon recognizing its opponent. The bloodthirsty octopus and the Three Tyrants Alliance had always been at odds, constantly vying for territory. Previously, the bloodthirsty octopus was only at platinum tier 10, and he, the Frog King, and the Python King could still hold their own against it. But now that the bloodthirsty octopus had successfully entered the diamond tier, forget about him. The three-winged flying fish, even if all the beasts of the Three Tyrants Alliance joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against a diamond tier beast. The three-winged flying fish instinctively glanced at AO Ping. He knew the other's strength capable of crushing the platinum 8th tier three-legged poison frog. His true power likely hovered around platinum 10th tier. If it fled now, AO Ping's strength alone could buy it enough time to escape. With that thought, the three-winged flying fish hesitated not a moment, swiftly flapping its wings to flee. Trying to run? The bloodthirsty octopus snorted coldly, its four tentacles swiftly snatching at the three-winged flying fish. Having lost a pair of fins to AO Ping, the three-winged flying fish's speed was drastically reduced. Within mere seconds, it was seized by the bloodthirsty octopus's tentacles. Ha ha ha, relax. You won't escape my grasp. I'll devour you first, then hunt down that toad, and finally send your boss, the three-headed vicious python, down to keep you company. The bloodthirsty octopus cackled, preparing to swallow the three-winged flying fish whole. The next instant, a thunderous crack echoed, and the bloodthirsty octopus's tentacles were instantly severed by the lightning strike. My food is something a piece of trash like you can covet? Chapter 56, Slaying the Diamond-Ranked Ferocious Beast. Who dares ambush me? The bloodthirsty octopus roared, then turned to AO Ping beside him. Could this be your doing? At that moment, AO Ping's eyes flashed with electric sparks, and ghostly flames erupted from his mouth. Under the ghostly flames' glow, the surrounding seawater instantly turned an eerie, ghostly green. A mere gold-tier beast. Little skill, yet quite the spectacle. The bloodthirsty octopus snorted coldly, its tentacles previously severed by lightning now fully restored. Since you're so ignorant of your own mortality, I'll show you the difference between gold grade and diamond grade. The bloodthirsty octopus glanced at the ghostly flames with disdain. The next instant, a torrent of ink spewed from the bloodthirsty octopus's mouth. The moment the ink met the ghost flame, it rapidly dispersed into a thick black mist. Within seconds, the sky above the dragon bone trench was shrouded in the inky fog, while the ghost flame continued its charge toward the bloodthirsty octopus. Such intense flames! The bloodthirsty octopus frowned slightly. Only when the ghost flame reached its vicinity did it sense the terrifying energy contained within. Without hesitation, the bloodthirsty octopus dodged the ghostly flames, but one of its tentacles was still engulfed by the flames. Watching the tentacle rapidly disintegrate, the bloodthirsty octopus swiftly severed the limb tainted by the ghostly flames to prevent the fire from spreading throughout its body. Trivial trick, AO Ping snorted coldly, his form instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning, darting swiftly through the ink-black mist. In the blink of an eye, AO Ping appeared behind the bloodthirsty octopus. Just as he prepared to sink his teeth into the bloodthirsty octopus's head, unexpectedly, one of its tentacles had already wrapped around AO Ping's tail. Simultaneously, other tentacles coiled around him one after another. Damn it! When did these tentacles get me? AO Ping's heart jolted. He immediately prepared to transform into lightning to break free. Trying to escape by transforming into lightning? I won't give you that chance, the bloodthirsty octopus sneered coldly. With a sudden, powerful thrust, it slammed AO Ping onto the ground. A loud crack echoed. The immense impact shattered the first layer of AO Ping's dragon scales. Though I don't know why you're immune to my ink, you seem far too confident in your own strength, the bloodthirsty octopus sneered, swinging its tentacles before lashing out at AO Ping. Just as the tentacle was about to strike AO Ping, a massive three-eyed giant ape burst out of the ocean trench, grabbing the bloodthirsty octopus's tentacle. AO Ping seized the moment, transforming into lightning to swiftly distance himself from the bloodthirsty octopus. I never expected a diamond-tier beast to be this powerful. I was careless this time, AO Ping frowned. He had believed his strength was sufficient to match a diamond-tier beast, but now it was clear the gap between gold-tier and diamond-tier beasts was far too great. Over recent days, whether facing gold-tier or platinum-tier beasts, AO Ping had crushed his opponents with overwhelming force. This success had led him to mistakenly believe he could stand against a diamond-tier beast. Fortunately, the three-eyed giant ape had burst out of the trench in time to intercept the bloodthirsty octopus's attack. Otherwise, his deadly teleportation might have cost him his life right here. I didn't expect you to have a platinum tier level 9 beast as an ally. But diamond tier beasts aren't something platinum tier can match. The bloodthirsty octopus roared, its 8 tentacles instantly coiling around the three-eyed giant ape's body. The three-eyed giant ape refused to back down, baring its fangs to bite at the bloodthirsty octopus's tentacles. Unfortunately, no matter how fiercely it tore, it couldn't sever the creature's limbs. The three-eyed giant ape is no match for the bloodthirsty octopus. To defeat it, I must rely on the nether ghost flame. But the opponent isn't stupid, it won't just stand there and take my nether ghost flame head-on, Ao Ping thought to himself. The netherworld ghost flame was Ao Ping's most potent innate attack. Glancing at the ground beneath the bloodthirsty octopus's feet, he suddenly conceived a plan. Emerge, my most loyal soldiers. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as a vast horde of undead creatures surged forth from the surrounding area. I didn't expect you to possess summoning abilities as well. But these low-level beasts pose no threat to me. Once I devour this three-eyed giant ape, you'll be next. The bloodthirsty octopus glanced disdainfully at the undead beasts surrounding it. To it, only the three-eyed giant ape before it posed any real threat. The other beasts were utterly insignificant. Of course I know they're no match for you. Their purpose is simply to keep you occupied. Ao Ping sneered inwardly. In the next instant, countless undead beasts charged toward the bloodthirsty octopus in relentless waves. Within mere seconds, its body was completely swamped by a dense swarm of undead creatures. Ao Ping had given the undead beasts only one task, to use their sheer weight to pin the bloodthirsty octopus firmly to the ground. What the hell are you trying to do? The bloodthirsty octopus bellowed in confusion, utterly baffled by Ao Ping's scheme. Now enveloped by a swarm of undead beasts, though they couldn't harm it, a faint sense of unease began to stir within its mind. Time for you to taste the power of the netherworld ghost flame. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as he immediately gathered a massive amount of the netherworld ghost flame in his mouth. Your minions are all over my body right now. Are you planning to wipe them out too? The bloodthirsty octopus instantly saw through Ao Ping's intent. As the ghost flame in his mouth grew denser, the octopus began to panic. It had already witnessed the flame's destructive power earlier. If this fire engulfed its entire body, survival would be impossible. Without hesitation, the bloodthirsty octopus plunged into its bloodlust state, its power surging exponentially in that instant. Yet even so, its strength remained insufficient to shake the horde of undead beasts pressing down upon it. Don't you see your master is preparing to destroy you all? Is such a master truly worth your lives? Release me now, and we can all survive, the bloodthirsty octopus cried out, attempting to persuade the ferocious beasts to leave its body. Yet the beasts seemed deaf to its pleas, maintaining their iron grip. Netherworld ghost flame. With a furious roar, a torrent of ghostly flames erupted, engulfing both the bloodthirsty octopus and the undead beasts. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the bloodthirsty octopus's body visibly withered under the scorching flames of the nether ghost fire. As for Ao Ping's undead beasts, possessing immortal bodies, they would never perish as long as their master survived. Watching the bloodthirsty octopus reduced to charcoal, Ao Ping immediately began devouring it. Devouring bloodthirsty octopus diamond tier 1 evolution points plus 2.37 million, necromantic power plus 200,000. Chapter 57, The Wrathful Rock Snake Turtle. Hearing the system's notification, Ao Ping finally exhaled in relief. High risk, high reward. Though the battle had been perilous, it had rewarded him with a diamond tier necromantic beast. With this diamond tier 1 bloodthirsty octopus, no other beast in these shallow waters could threaten Ao Ping. Ao Ping scanned his surroundings, only to find no trace of the 3-winged flying fish near the dragon bone trench. Clearly, they had slipped away while he was battling the bloodthirsty octopus. You can run, but you can't hide. Once I uncover the secrets of this dragon bone trench, the 3 Tyrants Alliance will be the first to fall. Ao Ping sneered coldly before diving directly into the trench. The system-issued mission granted him only 2 hours. Having already expended part of that time battling the bloodthirsty octopus, completing the task within the deadline meant Ao Ping had to enter the trench personally. Moreover, he now had the bloodthirsty octopus protecting him. Even if he couldn't defeat it, the creature could buy him time to escape. Soon, Ao Ping reached the depths of the dragon bone trench. I've descended over 10,000 meters, and this trench still shows no end. Ao Ping frowned slightly. With the current world experiencing a revival of spiritual energy, it wasn't just animals or plants that were affected, even the seawater had been influenced by the spiritual energy. The pressure in seawater is significantly greater than before due to the spiritual energy. Below 10,000 meters, only beasts of platinum grade or higher can withstand the pressure. After descending another 5,000 meters, Ao Ping finally sensed the faint aura of a diamond grade beast. Looks like it's nearby, Ao Ping thought to himself, immediately beginning to search the surrounding area. Who would have thought such a massive cavern existed within this trench? Ao Ping gazed at the opening in the stone wall. The entrance alone stood a full 100 meters tall. Judging by its shape, the cavern appeared to have been forcibly excavated by some monstrous beast. Frowning deeply, Ao Ping summoned the bloodthirsty octopus to scout ahead. After penetrating nearly 100 meters into the cavern, Xiaoyang finally spotted a colossal creature over 100 meters long. An ominous aura emanated faintly from its body. Rage Rock Snake Turtle. Realm, Diamond 8th tier severely wounded. Bloodline, Raging Rock Serpent Turtle Bloodline. Talents, Wrathful Rock Serpent S rank talent, summons an ancient serpent formed from rock. Abyssal Young Spirit A rank talent, a precursor to becoming an abyssal creature, slowly consuming one's sanity until reduced to a mindless, devouring husk. Earth Spirit Power A rank talent, possesses the power to manipulate earth and rock. Rock Armor Shield B rank talent, greatly enhances the defensive capabilities of the turtle shell. Is this the diamond tier fiend from the Dragon Bone Trench? Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly. After reviewing the Raging Rock Serpent Turtle's stats, his frown deepened. Abyssal power can infect even diamond tier beasts. Xiaoyang watched the Raging Rock Snake Turtle in the cave warily, hesitating to approach. Though severely wounded now, the Raging Rock Snake Turtle remained a diamond tier, stage 8 ferocious beast. If it detected him and delivered a sudden, fatal blow with its claw, all his hard work to end the deadly teleportation would be wasted. I'll have to send the bloodthirsty octopus to scout first, Xiaoyang thought to himself, immediately commanding the creature to continue swimming deeper into the cavern. Watching the bloodthirsty octopus draw ever closer to the Raging Rock Snake Turtle, Xiaoyang dared not let his guard slip for a moment. Only when the bloodthirsty octopus reached the rock snake turtle's side and the beast still showed no reaction did Xiaoyang prepare to investigate. But in the next instant, a furious roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The Raging Rock Snake Turtle suddenly lunged, snapping its gaping maw shut around the bloodthirsty octopus's head. A torrent of ink erupted from the octopus's head, plunging the entire cave into instant darkness. Thank goodness I sent the bloodthirsty octopus ahead to scout, Xiaoyang thought to himself, sucking in a sharp breath. Why wasn't the system quest completing yet? Did it mean he had to take down this Raging Rock Snake Turtle himself to finish the mission? The thought made Xiaoyang seriously consider abandoning the mission. He'd just witnessed the fierce rock snake turtle's power firsthand. Even a diamond tier 1 beast couldn't withstand a single blow from it, let alone someone like him, who was only at the golden tier 5 level. Just as Xiaoyang prepared to leave, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the cavern. Damn it! The Abyss's influence is growing stronger and stronger. If this continues, I'll eventually become nothing more than a mindless beast, existing only to devour. If I can't stop the Abyss, this world is doomed. Was that the voice of the Raging Rock Snake Turtle? Judging by its words, it seemed to possess some understanding of the Abyss. The Abyss was the force Xiaoyang currently feared most. Even the Abyss Demon General from last time had instilled a sense of apprehension in him. Though Xiaoyang had yet to encounter an Abyss Lord, a being above the Demon General, the title alone suggested that any creature worthy of being called an Abyss Lord must at least reach Diamond tier. Strange. I bit that bloodthirsty octopus's head clean off, yet it still hasn't died. Inside the cavern, the bloodthirsty snake turtle stared in bewilderment at the writhing octopus. The head it had just torn off was regenerating at a visible pace. When the Rage Rock Turtle saw the lifeless gray pupils of the bloodthirsty octopus, it was utterly shocked. This bloodthirsty octopus is actually undead. At the same time, Xiaoyang, eavesdropping at the cave entrance, felt his heart surge with shock. This Ratstone tortoise actually recognized the undead clan. Bearing the power of the Abyss and knowing of the undead clan's existence, what on earth is this Raging Rock Snake Turtle? Xiaoyang frowned deeply. This angry rock snake turtle must know more about the necromancers and the Abyss. He must find a way to extract more information about the Abyss from it. Xiaoyang's knowledge of the Abyss was practically non-existent. Even the necromancers he had summoned himself, he only understood superficially. If he could learn more about the Abyss or the necromancers, it might prove useful someday. How many years have passed? The necromancers, vanished for nearly a century, have finally reappeared. The angry rock snake turtle's voice trembled with excitement. In the angry rock snake turtle's mind, only two races could stand against the Abyss, the long-vanished undead and the legendary dragon clan. Turtle-like creatures typically possessed long lifespans, and the Raging Rock Snake Turtle had existed since the era of spiritual energy revival. It had survived on Blue Star for nearly 500 years. Yet due to its poor cultivation talent, even after 5 centuries, it had only reached Diamond 8th tier. Yet precisely because it had lived so long, the passage of time had allowed it to witness humanity's rise and fall, the epic struggle between the necromancers and the Abyss, and even catch a glimpse of the legendary dragon clan. Chapter 58, The One True Dragon. Re-emerged? Hearing the angry rock snake turtle's words, Xiaoyang's frown deepened. From its words, it seemed the undead clan had once thrived on Blue Star in ancient times. Xiaoyang knew full well the undead clan's formidable power, their innate ability to never die, placed them at the very apex of the food chain. Logically, no creature in this world should pose a threat to the undead clan. Could it be? As Xiaoyang pondered, he suddenly sensed the currents within the ocean trench surging rapidly. Other ferocious beasts are approaching. Xiaoyang exclaimed in shock. They were a full 15,000 meters below the surface. Any creature surviving here must be at least Diamond tier. If dragons weren't born rulers of the water, Ao Ping's gold tier cultivation would have long since been crushed into paper by the ocean's pressure. The beasts in the trench seemed to be moving toward the cave. Sensing the current's direction, Ao Ping's brow furrowed as he prepared to dash toward the cave exit. He couldn't afford to be discovered yet. If trapped inside the cave, his only escape would be to rely on his deadly teleportation ability. Just as Ao Ping was about to burst through the opening, a massive serpent head blocked the cave's exit, its jaws clutching the corpse of a diamond-tier beast. Damn it! Now I'm truly trapped in this cave. Ao Ping cursed inwardly. What shocked him even more was that he couldn't see the information panel for this giant snake. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as the ghostly flames in his mouth instantly surged toward the rock serpent. Though the chances of forcing it back were slim, sitting idly waiting for death wasn't Ao Ping's style. At the very least, he had to try. This can't be. Ao Ping stared at the rock serpent in disbelief. The ghostly flames had no effect whatsoever. Hiss. The rock serpent roared in fury, enraged by Ao Ping's earlier action. Just as it prepared to attack, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly echoed from within the cavern. "Furious rock serpent, cease your attack." At these words, the colossal serpent halted its advance toward Ao Ping as obediently as a well-trained puppy. That must be the voice of the wrathful rock serpent tortoise within the cave, Ao Ping thought to himself, puzzled as to why it would save him. "Young friend, do not be nervous. I am a peace-loving beast. However, I have matters I wish to verify with you. Please come into the cave for a discussion," the angry rock snake turtle spoke, a hint of excitement in its tone. But Ao Ping harbored deep skepticism toward the angry rock snake turtle's words. After all, when it had just bitten through the bloodthirsty octopus's brain, it hadn't exactly seemed like a peace-loving creature. Seeing Ao Ping hesitate to enter the cave, the angry rock snake turtle likely guessed the reason and immediately explained, "Earlier, I was influenced by the power of the abyss, which led to the accidental injury of that bloodthirsty octopus. Now, I can barely suppress the abyss power. You may rest assured, young friend." Well, since I've been discovered anyway, I might as well see what this angry rock snake turtle is up to. With my life-saving talent of fatal teleportation, I've got nothing to fear from perishing here, Ao Ping thought to himself as he swam straight into the cave steps. I never imagined the interior of this cave would be so vast. Ao Ping surveyed his surroundings in astonishment. The space here was easily 4 or 5 times larger than the entrance. Even if Ao Ping and the furious rock serpent from the entrance entered together, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit cramped. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Young friend, you have courage, the angry rock snake turtle stared intently at Ao Ping, as if recalling something. Xuanwu? Ao Ping looked in the direction of the voice. When he clearly saw the appearance of the angry rock snake turtle, he instinctively recognized it as the Xuanwu from the novels of his previous life. After all, the black tortoise and this angry rock snake turtle belonged to the same species. Not only that, but the angry rock snake turtle's head bore the same distinctive protrusions as the black tortoise. It was precisely because of this that Ao Ping had mistaken it for Xuanwu. "Oh? I never imagined you'd heard of a divine beast like Xuanwu, little one." A flicker of surprise crossed the angry rock snake turtle's eyes as it looked at the twin horns atop Ao Ping's head, finding them strangely familiar. As for how Ao Ping could withstand over 10,000 meters of water pressure at the gold tier level, the angry rock snake turtle attributed it to some special talent, allowing him to venture into the deep sea at that stage. After all, the vast world held countless wonders. Having lived over 500 years, it had long grown accustomed to such peculiar gifts. "I just happened to hear about it from some humans," Ao Ping casually made up an excuse. After all, he couldn't very well tell the other creature he was a transmigrator. "Ha ha ha ha. You little rascal can't even make up a decent lie. If you'd said that 400 years ago, I might have believed you. But now, most human lands are overrun by beasts. Ancient texts documenting these creatures were destroyed during the Great War between the undead and the abyss. If the world managed to preserve even 1 or 2 fragments, that would be remarkable. Humans who recognize divine beasts like the black tortoise are as rare as hen's teeth. You can't seriously claim that just any human you happen to meet happens to be one of those rare few." The angry rock snake tortoise shook its head, laughing helplessly. 400 years ago? Could this angry rock snake turtle have lived for a full 4 centuries? And from what he said, it seems the necromancers and the abyss waged war hundreds of years ago. Ao Ping was stunned. This angry rock snake turtle surely knew more about the undead clan and the abyss. "Enough. Since you won't speak, this old one won't press you. There's only one thing I wish to know." The angry rock snake tortoise's tone turned grave instantly, its gaze fixed intently on Ao Ping. "What is your relationship with that crimson flame dragon in the Endless Sea?" "The Endless Sea? The crimson flame dragon?" A hint of confusion flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. Though he'd never heard of the Endless Sea or the crimson flame dragon, the angry rock snake turtle wouldn't ask such a question without reason. Could the angry rock snake turtle possibly suspect he was the descendant of that crimson flame dragon? "I've never heard of this crimson flame dragon you speak of," Ao Ping shook his head. "Then it's truly strange. If you're not its descendant, how could you possess such a massive form at the 5th tier of gold rank? And why do you bear twin horns atop your head, nearly identical to those of the Crimson Flame Dragon? The angry rock snake turtle demanded, then seemed to recall something. Could you be the illegitimate child of the Crimson Flame Dragon out there? Just as the angry rock snake turtle was admiring its own cleverness, Ao Ping's reply sent a jolt through it. How dare you compare me to a mere dragon? I am the only true dragon in this world. Chapter 59, The Abyssal Demon General, the Raging Rock Snake Turtle. The cave fell instantly silent at these words. The dragon clan is shrouded in mystery. Even across the entire Blue Star, creatures that know of the dragon clan are few and far between. How could a mere golden grade beast know anything about the dragon clan? The angry rock snake turtle thought to itself, instinctively glancing at the twin horns on Ao Ping's head. Earlier, the angry rock snake turtle had mistaken the Crimson Flame Dragon for a true dragon. Only later did it realize that while the Crimson Flame Dragon bore a striking resemblance to the dragons it knew, it lacked the heart-stopping aura of a true dragon. And even the Crimson Flame Dragon had never heard of the dragon clan. How could this golden grade beast know? Could it be? Impossible. The dragon clan has always been shrouded in mystery, and their numbers are exceedingly scarce. In all my years, I've only ever seen one true dragon. The angry rock snake turtle frowned deeply, then turned his gaze to Ao Ping. The dragon clan can emit a unique aura of authority. If you wish for this old man to believe you, you must present corresponding proof. A special aura? Could it be dragon might? Ao Ping wondered inwardly. The only known special aura associated with the dragon clan seemed to be dragon might. Seeing Ao Ping frozen in place, the angry rock snake turtle shook his head. This kind of pretending to be something he wasn't was quite displeasing to him. Since you are not a dragon. Before the angry rock snake turtle could finish, a heart-stopping pressure instantly engulfed its entire body, causing even its bloodline to tremble faintly. No mistake. This is it. This is the same pressure I sensed back then. The angry rock snake turtle stared at Ao Ping in disbelief. You truly are of the dragon clan. If the dragon clan were to emerge into the world, even without the necromancers, they alone could stand against the abyss. The angry rock snake turtle nodded with satisfaction. Though Ao Ping's current cultivation was relatively weak, the combat prowess of the dragon clan was exceptionally formidable. Even the weakest dragon could defeat enemies 2 minor realms above them, while those with exceptional talent and pure bloodlines could slay foes an entire major realm above. The undead? You mean it? Ao Ping murmured softly. The next instant, a shroud of deathly black mist enveloped the cave. When the mist dissipated, the 3-eyed giant ape stood within the cavern. Gray eyes. You can actually summon the undead clan. Rage Rock Tortoise's voice trembled as he stared in shock at the 3-eyed giant ape. Merely being a dragon was enough to astound the angry rock snake turtle. Yet here was a being capable of summoning the undead clan, a feat only those above the rank of undead general could achieve. Could he be a necromancer king? The angry rock snake turtle wondered inwardly. As for the necromancer emperor, a rank above necromancer king, the angry rock snake turtle dared not even imagine it. A dragon combined with a necromancer emperor, if both titles resided within a single being, barring premature demise, it would inevitably reach world-destroying tier. It might even transcend that tier, becoming a god to all living creatures on Blue Star. Though the Lord of the Abyss was awakening, if this black dragon before him matured, even the Lord of the Abyss would stand no chance against it. Little one. The angry rock snake turtle's words trailed off as its body suddenly convulsed, the black mist enveloping it growing increasingly dense. Damn it! Why is the abyssal power erupting now? The wrathful rock snake turtle thought, immediately summoning its cultivation realm to suppress the abyssal force. Such potent abyssal power. Ao Ping frowned slightly. Could it be that before he even began questioning it about the abyss, the angry rock snake turtle was already being consumed by the abyssal power? Quick, run! I can't hold it back any longer, the angry rock snake turtle gritted out. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the abyss power completely consumed its consciousness. Damn it! It really has been assimilated. I must escape this place immediately. Ao Ping cursed inwardly, instantly morphing into lightning to flee the cave. To prevent the angry rock snake turtle from chasing after him, he immediately summoned lightning bolts to strike the surrounding cave walls. With a thunderous roar, the rocks above the entrance began to collapse. Within mere seconds, the entire opening was blocked by debris. That should keep the raging rock snake turtle from breaking through, Ao Ping thought to himself. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a furious roar suddenly echoed from the collapsed cave. Could the raging rock snake turtle really break through this? Ao Ping wondered, swiftly swimming toward the sea surface. Seconds after Ao Ping departed, a 100-meter-long colossal serpent burst through the rubble-blocked entrance and charged after him. The Fury Rock Snake Turtle followed close behind. Though a turtle-type beast, its speed had increased dramatically after reaching Diamond Tier. It was only a matter of time before both the Fury Rock Giant Snake and the Fury Rock Snake Turtle caught up to Ao Ping. Damn it, they're so fast! Ao Ping cursed inwardly as he watched the relentless pursuit of the Raging Rock Serpent and Raging Rock Turtle behind him, immediately accelerating his own speed. If not for the S-rank talent reward from the system, he wouldn't have dared provoke this diamond tier, 8th rank ferocious beast even if it cost him his life. Just as Ao Ping was within the final 500 meters of the trench exit, the stone walls at the entrance suddenly began to converge. That's the earth spirit power of the Raging Rock Turtle. Ao Ping frowned slightly. He was already pushing his speed to the absolute limit, but it was still far too slow to escape before the entrance sealed shut. Soon, the trench entrance was completely sealed by the Raging Rock Snake Turtle, plunging the entire Dragon Bone Trench into utter darkness. Looks like I'll have to fight to the death. Ao Ping's brow furrowed deeply as he immediately summoned a vast horde of aquatic undead beasts. As the black mist of death dissipated, bloodthirsty octopuses, 3-eyed giant apes, 12 golden warriors, and other aquatic undead beasts swiftly positioned themselves in front of Ao Ping. Devour! Devour! The Raging Rock Snake Turtle radiated the power of the abyss, its mouth incessantly repeating the single word devour. Another Abyssal Demon General. Ao Ping examined the Raging Rock Snake Turtle's stats panel. The original Abyssal Young Spirit had transformed into an Abyssal Demon General, even its name changing to Abyssal Demon General Raging Rock Snake Turtle. A single diamond tier 8th rank Abyssal Raging Rock Snake Turtle was already a formidable foe. Now, with the addition of the Raging Rock Giant Serpent, whose power was comparable to the turtle's, Ao Ping's chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Delicious food, I must eat. The Abyssal Raging Rock Turtle roared, its eyes brimming with greed as it stared at the newly materialized undead creatures. In the next instant, the Abyssal Raging Rock Snake Turtle opened its gaping maw and lunged at the surrounding undead beasts. As for the Raging Rock Serpent, though it didn't need to devour beasts, it too launched fierce attacks on the surrounding undead beasts at the Abyssal Raging Rock Tortoise's command. Among the undead beasts Ao Ping had summoned, the highest tiered was the diamond tier bloodthirsty octopus. Aside from it and the 3-eyed giant ape, which could barely withstand a few blows from the Abyssal Rage Rock Snake Turtle or the Rage Rock Serpent, the rest of the undead beasts were essentially one-shot kills. What stunned Ao Ping even more was that the undead beasts devoured by the Abyssal Demon General, Raging Rock Snake Turtle were resurrecting at a rate more than twice as slow as usual. Is this the true power of an Abyssal Demon General? To actually slow the resurrection speed of undead beasts? Ao Ping frowned deeply and immediately dismissed the summoned undead beasts. Compared to the Abyssal Demon General Raging Rock Snake Turtle before him, the Ice Nether Spider encountered in the Luoyun Mountains last time was nothing short of a disgrace to the Abyssal Demon Generals. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself this time. Chapter 60, Shadow Dragon's Nether Thunder. The Abyssal Raging Rock Tortoise stomped its feet in rage upon seeing all its food vanish. There's still one left. I will eat it, the Abyssal Raging Rock Turtle growled, then charged straight at Ao Ping. Since Ao Ping was the only remaining prey in the trench, the Abyssal Raging Rock Snake Turtle saw no need to command the Abyssal Giant Serpent to join the attack. Taste my newest technique, Spectral Dragon's Nether Thunder. Ao Ping roared, gathering vast amounts of ghostly netherfire and thunderous energy within his mouth. This technique had just occurred to him. The ghostly flames were the essence of purine darkness, while the thunderous energy, though not the epitome of Yang, still contained a significant amount of fierce Yang power. The fusion of these two opposing forces was bound to unleash even greater destructive power. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, a shadowy green colossal dragon, enveloped in thunderous energy and ghostly flames, instantly charged toward the Abyssal Rock Snake Turtle. The moment they collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted in all directions, shattering the surrounding sea trench walls with their residual force. Even the nearby Raging Rock Serpent and Ao Ping were sent flying by the sheer force of the shockwaves. I never imagined merging these two energies would consume all my strength. Ao Ping grimaced, gasping for breath. With his current strength, he could only use the Shadow Dragon's Nether Thunder once. Forcing a second use would likely pose a direct threat to Ao Ping's life. But judging by the Abyssal Raging Rock Serpent Turtle's state, it doesn't seem to be faring much better, Ao Ping thought to himself. The Abyssal Raging Rock Serpent Turtle was now engulfed in the ghostly flames of the netherworld. As the blazing fire consumed its body, crackling sounds of lightning echoed, as if relentlessly lashing out at its form. Rock shield armor, the Abyssal Fury Rock Turtle roared. Instantly, its surface was encased in a layer of rock, forming a formidable stone armor. Yet even so, under the terrifying destructive force of the Ghost Dragon's Nether Thunder, the rock armor on its body was gradually shattering. Seeing this, the Raging Rock Serpent instantly opened its gaping maw and charged toward Ao Ping. The Raging Rock Serpent's strength was comparable to the Abyssal Raging Rock Turtle's, but in terms of raw attack power, the serpent far surpassed its turtle counterpart. Damn it! My strength is completely depleted, there's no way I can dodge this strike. Ao Ping's heart raced with terror. As the Raging Rock Serpent charged straight toward him, there was absolutely no chance of evasion. The next instant, the fierce rock serpent bared fangs formed from solidified rock and sank its jaws into Ao Ping's body. The rock in its jaws was incredibly hard, far surpassing ordinary stone. When formed into fangs, its sharpness reached another level. Combined with the fierce rock serpent's astonishing strength, breaking through Ao Ping's defenses was no challenge at all. With a sudden crack, Ao Ping's 3 layers of dragon scales were shattered bit by bit. Only when the fangs pierced his flesh, allowing dragon blood to flow from the wound into the serpent's mouth, did it finally release its grip. Strange. Why did the raging rock serpent let go? Ao Ping frowned deeply. The relentless pain coursing through his body kept his nerves on edge, leaving him no room for complacency. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the voice of the raging rock serpent turtle echoed once more. Looks like I'll have to use that fatal teleportation now. What a waste of that S-rank talent. Who knows when I'll get another mission with such generous rewards, Ao Ping thought to himself. Anyway, Ao Ping no longer had the strength to flee. With his fatal teleportation talent to protect him, whether he could kill the abyssal raging rock serpent turtle or not no longer mattered. Little one. Upon hearing the abyssal rage rock turtle's words, Ao Ping abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing them. Did I just hear that wrong? Why did the abyssal fury rock snake turtle call out to me? Ao Ping looked at the creature warily. Could this be a ploy to lure him in? Just as Ao Ping's attention wavered, the raging rock serpent charged toward him once more. So it was a bluff after all. Ao Ping gritted his teeth. His strength was now completely depleted, leaving him utterly powerless against the raging rock serpent. He could only close his eyes and wait silently for the fatal teleportation to activate. The sound of rock shattering echoed in Ao Ping's ears, as if the serpent were carving away at the stone. Though he had no idea what the raging rock serpent was up to, Ao Ping suspected he'd soon hear the system's notification sound. Yet seconds passed, and no notification sounded in his mind, only the relentless crackling of shattering rock. Ao Ping frowned slightly and instinctively opened his eyes, only to find the raging rock serpent chiseling some kind of writing onto the stone wall of the ocean trench. That's beast language. Ao Ping recognized the script on the rock wall instantly. The abyss approaches? Just as Ao Ping prepared to scan the rest of the inscription, the angry rock snake turtle's voice interrupted his thoughts. Young one, you are the only hope to defeat the abyss. Whether you agree or not, as a being of blue star, you must shoulder the heavy burden of opposing the abyss, the raging rock serpent turtle said weakly. Having witnessed the power of the dark dragon's thunderbolt, it was even more certain that Ao Ping would one day defeat the abyss. To gravely wound a diamond tier beast at the peak of the golden 5th tier, such astonishing talent could surely conquer the abyss. The specifics are already inscribed on the stone wall by the angry rock giant serpent. After my death, you may devour my body. And the angry rock giant serpent gritted his teeth. He could feel his life force rapidly fading and had to settle all matters before his demise. After my death, the raging rock serpent will persist for 3 more days. You must make full use of this time. It can assist you greatly. Remember, do not venture into the deep sea. The moment the words left his mouth, the life of the abyssal raging rock serpent turtle ended completely. With the death of the abyssal raging rock serpent turtle, several system notifications sounded consecutively in Ao Ping's mind. Watching the lifeless creature slowly sink toward the ocean floor, Ao Ping sighed inwardly. Creatures of the abyss like this, driven solely by slaughter, even if I didn't strike first, those greedy abyssal beings would surely come for me. Though we've only just met, I accept your request. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ao Ping began devouring the corpse of the abyssal wrathrock snake turtle. Consumed, Abyssal Demon General Raging Rock Snake Turtle Diamond Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 13.87 million, Necromantic Power plus 1.6 million. System, open the information panel, Ao Ping commanded mentally. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Gold Tier 5. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-tier Talent, Thunderous Power A-tier Talent, Flame Body A-tier Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-tier Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-tier Talent, Ground Collapse D-tier Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution Points, 14.49 million 13 million. Necromantic Power, 1,988,000. Notification, 2 unread messages red dots. Chapter 61, Hear the Roar of Thunder. Ao Ping didn't rush to level up. Instead, he first clicked the conspicuous red dot on the interface. Only after the red dot vanished did he satisfiedly review the system notification. Dragon Bone Trench Exploration Mission completed. Would the host like to claim the system mission? This was a random S-rank reward, he'd nearly forgotten about it. Thankfully the system had reminded him. Accept. Ao Ping thought, and 3 random S-rank talents instantly appeared in his mind. 1. Eye of Desire S-rank talent, enables the user to perceive the deepest desires hidden within any living being. Creatures locked onto by the Eye of Desire will gradually amplify their inner cravings. Why is this thing popping up again? What a pain. Ao Ping frowned slightly and immediately looked at the second talent. 2. Annihilation Black Thunder S-rank talent, a unique thunderbolt possessing terrifying destructive power. This talent's actually decent, far better than that Eye of Desire nonsense. AO Ping nodded in satisfaction before continuing to the next talent. 3. Steel Rock CLS rank talent, consumes energy to activate a sealing technique, capable of temporarily immobilizing even stronger creatures. Sealing magic isn't bad either. It'd suit that wrathful rock snake turtle perfectly. But for me personally, Annihilation Black Thunder feels like a better fit, AO Ping thought to himself before decisively choosing Annihilation Black Thunder. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the S-rank talent, Annihilation Black Lightning. As the system notification sounded, AO Ping instantly transformed into a jet black bolt of lightning. The rocks lining the trench shattered into fragments the moment they touched him. Truly worthy of an S-rank talent. Combined with the Thunder Power talent, the power of the Annihilation Black Lightning has increased significantly, AO Ping thought to himself, immediately turning his attention to the next notification on his interface. Detected host triggering an ultra-hard abyss mission. Do you accept? This is a long-term mission with extreme danger, posing a risk of death. Failure will result in severe penalties. However, successful completion will yield substantial, high-quality system rewards. Frowning at the message on the interface, AO Ping hesitated. This was the first time he'd encountered such a mission. Staring at the accept and decline options on the panel, AO Ping chose accept without hesitation. Though his knowledge of the abyss was limited, recent encounters with its creatures had taught him they were mindless devourers, monsters that attacked without provocation. Given that, accepting this mission was the better choice. Completing it would grant him system rewards to enhance his strength. Once accepted, this mission cannot be abandoned. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Confirm. AO Ping declared immediately. The moment the words left his mouth, the plain task window was instantly engulfed in black mist, and the original black text turned a vivid crimson. Abyss Extermination Mission activated, completion, 0%. Task 1, eliminate the Titan Abyss Lord. Location, Jinling City. 10 days remaining until the Titan Abyss Lord awakens. Reward, random SS-tier talent. Failure penalty, randomly revoke 1 talent. Bloodline purity decreases by 50%. Upon reading the failure penalty, AO Ping could no longer sit still. Randomly losing 1 talent was a penalty he could accept, but a 50% drop in bloodline purity would drastically reduce his overall combat strength. With bloodline purity halved, he wouldn't stand a chance against platinum tier beasts, let alone diamond tier ones. I never imagined the failure penalty would be this severe. I must level up quickly, AO Ping thought to himself. Meanwhile, the raging rock serpent beside him finished carving into the stone wall. AO Ping studied the beast language etched there, his brow furrowing slightly. Beneath Jinling City lies a slumbering abyssal lord, AO Ping read aloud, word by word. Seeing the words, Jinling City, AO Ping instantly connected them to the Titan Abyssal Lord from the system quest. The Abyssal Lord mentioned by the raging rock serpent is likely the Titan Abyssal Lord, AO Ping thought to himself before continuing his reading. According to the beast language inscribed by the raging rock serpent, before each Abyss Lord's awakening, 2 elite-level Abyss generals would arrive to greet the Abyss Lord's birth. The 2 elite Abyssal generals of that Titan Abyssal Lord were stationed in the White Bone Cave within the White Bone Sea and the Witch. Why does it stop right at the second Abyssal Demon General's location? AO Ping frowned slightly, glancing at the raging rock serpent beside him. Hearing this, the raging rock serpent immediately flicked its tail and continued writing. The master died before finishing his words. Seeing this, AO Ping could only let it go. System, level me up first, AO Ping thought inwardly. With only 10 days left before the Titan Abyssal Lord's revival, he had to push his cultivation to the limit within this period. Even the Abyss Demon Generals could delay the Undead Fiend's revival. AO Ping couldn't predict what impact the Abyss Lord might have on them. Consumed 13 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Golden Tier 6. Not bad. My size has surpassed 178 meters. With my current strength, I can easily slay Platinum tier beasts without even using the Annihilation Black Thunder or the Netherworld Ghost Flame. But to take down a Diamond tier beast, that might still require some effort, AO Ping thought to himself. Since his last encounter with the bloodthirsty octopus, AO Ping had come to understand what it meant when they said, below Diamond rank, all are mere ants. The gap between Diamond tier and Platinum tier beasts was like heaven and earth. Were it not for the undead beast's infinite resurrection ability, the three-eyed giant ape likely wouldn't have lasted even a few exchanges against the bloodthirsty octopus. Although the Titan Abyss Lord hasn't awakened yet, I can start by taking down his 2 elite Abyss generals. With the raging rock serpent set to dissipate in 3 days, if I can locate that elite Abyssal Demon General in the Bone Cave within that time frame, the serpent might just help me take him down. With this thought, AO Ping immediately prepared to surge out of the Dragon Bone Trench. After all, time waits for no one, and the time allotted to him was running dangerously short. Meanwhile, a vast swarm of oceanic beasts had already gathered above the Dragon Bone Trench. Third brother, you were the one who said the bloodthirsty octopus was attacking. That's why I brought the brothers all this way to help. We've been searching for half an hour now, and I haven't seen a single shadow of a beast, let alone the bloodthirsty octopus. Third brother. You didn't come here just to mock me, did you? The three-headed venomous serpent growled, his tone laced with anger. Strange. I distinctly remember there being a massive ocean trench here before. The three-winged flying fish looked perplexed. He had just led a golden-grade beast into this trench searching for a diamond-grade beast. Only 3 or 4 hours had passed. How could such a massive trench vanish without a trace? Big brother, don't worry. The bloodthirsty octopus must be nearby. He's probably hiding. Let's keep searching, the three-winged flying fish hurriedly explained. The next moment, the 3 giant pythons suddenly heard a crackling electrical hum. Strange? Where's that electrical hum coming from below? The three-headed venomous serpent frowned slightly. Boss, there's no static down here. Did you mishear it? Three-winged flying fish questioned, having heard nothing. The three-headed fierce serpent didn't respond, its gaze fixed intently on the ground. As a platinum tier level 9 beast, its senses far surpassed those of creatures like the three-winged flying fish. It could confirm with absolute certainty that an immensely powerful thunderous force was rapidly approaching from beneath the earth. As time ticked by, the crackling grew louder, becoming audible even to the three-winged flying fish and other sea beasts. The next instant, the ground beneath the three-headed venomous python and the three-winged flying fish shattered. A piercing electrical hum, like the shrieks of 1,000 birds, erupted as pitch-black lightning burst forth. A terrifying dragon's aura instantly enveloped all the sea beasts present. Above the trench, a deathly silence descended, broken only by the piercing screech of thunder. You ants! Hear the thunder's roar. Chapter 62, This fire burns everything. You weren't killed by that bloodthirsty octopus? The three-winged flying fish recognized Ao Ping instantly, immediately ducking behind the three-headed vicious python, his voice betraying unmistakable terror. A mere gold tier 6th rank beast has you scared this badly? If a bloodthirsty octopus had charged out just now, you'd have been scared to death on the spot. Hey, third, how come I never knew you were such a coward before? The central serpent head of the three-headed fierce python flickered its crimson tongue, its 3 pairs of vertical pupils brimming with contempt. Though the other was vastly larger in size, it remained merely a gold tier level 6 beast utterly incomparable to itself. As for the 100-meter-long raging rock serpent beside it, though the three-headed serpent couldn't gauge its cultivation level, any creature associating with a gold tier beast was likely just a minor player. This monstrous beast has actually broken through to gold tier 6. The bloodthirsty octopus wouldn't let such a beast go. The only possibility is that the bloodthirsty octopus has already fallen to this beast. Plus, it just burst out of the ocean trench. The critically wounded diamond tier beast down there has likely met a gruesome end too, the three-winged flying fish thought to itself. He had witnessed firsthand how this beast, at merely gold tier 5, had slaughtered the 3-legged poison frog. With that precedent, the three-winged flying fish dared not treat Ao Ping as an ordinary beast. Moreover, the creature could summon other beasts to aid itself. Big brother is only platinum tier 9. Even if all the beasts of the 3 Tyrants Alliance join forces, they might not stand a chance against this beast. No, I must escape this place quickly. The three-winged flying fish glanced left and right. Only after confirming all the beast's attention was fixed on Ao Ping did it quietly flap its tail fin and flee. Meanwhile, the three-winged flying fish's big brother remained oblivious to his subordinate's escape, continuing to taunt Ao Ping. Boy, don't think your size makes me afraid to touch you. The 3 heads of the three-headed venomous serpent opened their gaping maws simultaneously. The venom dripping from their fangs turned the surrounding seawater purple. Vanish from my sight this instant, and I might spare your worthless life. Vanish? A flash of lightning flickered in Ao Ping's eyes. His 100-meter-long body instantly transformed into a jet-black bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Your wish is granted. A cold voice exploded above the 3-headed serpent's head. Its 3 pairs of snake eyes contracted simultaneously. Before it could react, a black shadow streaked toward it like a falling star. Ao Ping's gaping maw snapped open, its gleaming white fangs coiled with threads of lightning, biting viciously toward the 3-headed serpent's head. Blazing speed. The 3-headed serpent's heart raced with terror, darting aside at once. Even so, its right head was seized by Ao Ping's jaws. Tear. Accompanied by the 3-headed serpent's agonized screams, its right head was torn clean off, blood spurting forth like ink. Arg! I'll kill you. Third brother. We'll go together. The 3-headed serpent roared, calling out to the 3-winged flying fish. But when it turned around, the 3-winged flying fish was already nowhere to be seen. Deserting in battle. Don't let me catch you, or I'll have you cut into 1,000 pieces. The 3-headed serpent seethed with hatred toward the 3-winged flying fish, immediately ordering its subordinates nearby. Bring me the great king's treasure. The 3-headed serpent roared, and the giant crab beside him promptly handed over a deep blue crystal. What is this? Ao Ping frowned slightly, hesitating to act rashly. He sensed immense energy contained within the crystal so powerful it even made him wary. Ao Ping instinctively looked toward the raging rock serpent. After all, it had followed the raging rock turtle for many years. Perhaps it recognized this azure crystal. Unfortunately, the raging rock serpent shook its head, indicating it had never seen such a sapphire blue crystal either. Boy! You will pay for your actions. The vertical pupils of the three-headed vicious python glowed with murderous intent. The next instant, a dense blue energy began drifting from the crystal, swiftly flowing toward the three-headed fierce python's mouth. Within mere seconds, the three-headed serpent's body surged from 74 meters to 125 meters. Its aura intensified more than threefold. What astonished Ao Ping even more was that the three heads the serpent had lost heads he had bitten off were now regenerating. This thing is forcibly absorbing the crystal's energy. Ao Ping's brows furrowed as he watched the three-headed serpent's aura grow stronger. He immediately decided to strike first. Silent black thunder. Ao Ping roared furiously. Countless jet-black lightning bolts erupted between his dragon horns, instantly engulfing the entire sea in a blinding black light. The water boiled violently, and the bodies of the sea beasts closest to Ao Ping were instantly charred and carbonized. Though this form lasts but 3 minutes, it's ample to eliminate a worthless gold 6th tier like you, the three-headed serpent murmured. Having absorbed the energy from the crystal stone, the three-headed ferocious serpent's speed increased dramatically. Not only that, but a special power now coursed through its veins. As the annihilating black thunder approached, the three-headed serpent showed no fear. Its body instantly became encased in extreme ice, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet to zero. The entire sea surface froze solid in an instant. This is the power of the ice vein, the three-headed serpent roared furiously. A terrifying icy force erupted from its body, instantly condensing a massive amount of ice crystals that surged toward the black thunder of oblivion. A deafening explosion echoed as countless shards of ice sprayed in all directions. These ice crystals can actually withstand my silent black thunder? Ao Ping frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that azure crystal to grant the three-headed serpent such formidable power. But even if it blocked the annihilation black thunder, so what? Fire is my true specialty. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as ghostly flames instantly ignited around him. Bathed in their light, even the azure blue extreme ice took on a faint greenish blue hue. I'll warn you once, extreme ice is useless against my flames. Ghostly flames flickered at Ao Ping's lips, poised to erupt at any moment. This fire nothing can withstand its burn. Chapter 63, The Extreme Ice Evolution Stone. The extreme ice shield rapidly melted under the corrosive influence of the ghostly flames, even causing the surrounding seawater to boil. The oceanic beasts of the Three Tyrants Alliance couldn't endure such intense heat. All those below gold rank perished instantly, while the rest desperately fled from Ao Ping. Ao Ping naturally noticed the fleeing beasts and was about to summon his undead creatures to pursue them when a cloud of black mist appeared beside him. Master, leave the fleeing beasts to me, Han Bing declared in a deep voice. Very well, those sea beasts are yours to deal with. Remember, not a single one is to be spared. Ao Ping commanded, his gaze fixed on Han Bing beside him. Han Bing obeys. Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, a vast horde of marine undead beasts materialized under Han Bing's command, launching a relentless pursuit of the fleeing Tri-Dominion Alliance members. How can a gold-grade beast possess such scorching flames? The three-headed venomous serpent's vertical pupils revealed shock as it watched its extreme ice shield steadily melt. But do you truly believe your flames alone can slay this king here? As long as this crystal remains in my grasp, I stand invincible. The three-headed serpent snorted coldly, frantically absorbing the crystal's energy. How dare he forcefully absorb the crystal's power? Doesn't he fear his body will explode? Ao Ping thought to himself, simultaneously growing more certain that the deep blue crystal was an exceptionally rare treasure. To witness the crystal's divine power before death you can consider your life fulfilled. The three-headed serpent sneered, a trace of scorn flickering in its vertical pupils as an even more intense surge of extreme ice power erupted from its body. The extreme ice shield, which had been steadily melting away, now began to rapidly coalesce. Go forth, extreme ice serpent emperor, the three-headed serpent roared, its vertical pupils blazing with savage intent. The extreme ice serpent emperor, solidified from the power of extreme ice, lunged fiercely toward Ao Ping. Wherever it passed, the boiling sea froze instantly, and even the ghostly flames of the underworld dimmed under its suppression. It can actually suppress SS-grade nether ghost fire. Ao Ping's brows furrowed as nether ghost fire and silent black thunder rapidly gathered within his dragon horns. Spectral dragon's nether thunder. Ao Ping roared. In the next instant, a massive azure black dragon, interwoven with ghostly flames and annihilating black thunder, burst forth. Even before Ao Ping possessed the annihilation black thunder, this technique had been sufficient to gravely wound the diamond 8th tier abyssal rage rock snake turtle. Now, with both his cultivation realm and innate divine abilities fully upgraded, even the three-headed vicious python, aided by crystals, faced certain death. Boom! The ghost dragon's nether thunder collided with the extreme ice serpent emperor, instantly stirring up towering waves across the entire sea. The terrifying shockwave swept through the surrounding sea beasts and undead creatures. After only a few seconds of stalemate, the ghost dragon's nether thunder completely overwhelmed the extreme ice serpent emperor. This can't be possible. The three-headed fiendish python watched in horror as its full power strike caused the extreme ice python emperor's body to rapidly shatter. Impossible. I possess the power of the crystal stone within me. How could I be defeated? The three-headed serpent stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, immediately attempting to draw more energy from the crystal stone. Seeking your own demise, Ao Ping thought with a cold sneer. All living beings have a limit to the energy they can absorb. Once that limit is exceeded, the consequences range from mental confusion to explosive death. The energy the three-headed serpent had just expended to unleash the extreme ice serpent emperor was already its limit. Now, daring to forcibly absorb more from the crystal, it would surely explode within seconds. No, this is a platinum tier, 9th rank ferocious beast. It's worth a significant number of evolution points. I can't just let it go to waste like this. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately summoned the Abyssal Fury Rock Snake Turtle to devour the three-headed fiend serpent. Had unleashing the Ghost Dragon's Nether Thunder not drained him of so much energy, he would have swallowed the three-headed beast whole long ago. Diamond. 8th tier diamond. Seeing the Abyssal Wrathrock Snake Turtle charging straight toward it, terror flashed in the three-headed vicious python's eyes. It immediately clamped down on the crystal stone, desperate to flee. As long as I have the crystal, I can still hold my ground in the ocean, the three-headed fiend serpent thought to itself. But it underestimated the speed of a diamond-tier beast. While speed was indeed a weakness for turtle-type beasts, even that weakness far surpassed that of ordinary platinum-tier beasts when facing a diamond-tier opponent. Within mere seconds, the three-headed serpent was overtaken by the Abyssal Fury Rock Turtle. No, don't, spare me. With a piercing shriek, the Abyssal Fury Rock Turtle swiftly swallowed the three-headed vicious serpent whole. Devoured three-headed ferocious python platinum tier 9, evolution points plus 1,303,000, death energy plus 180,000. Something's wrong. Where did that deep blue crystal go? Could the Abyssal Fury Rock Snake Turtle have swallowed it? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly, unable to find any trace of the deep blue crystal nearby. He distinctly remembered the crystal being held in the three-headed vicious python's mouth the entire time. How could it have vanished? Could it have been accidentally swallowed by the Abyssal Fury Rock Snake Turtle? Just as Ao Ping was lost in thought, a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Devouring Extreme Ice Evolution Stone SS Grade Item, evolution points plus 100 million. How much? That crystal was actually an SS grade item. And it just gave me 100 million evolution points. Ao Ping was utterly stunned. Judging by the system prompt, the deep blue crystal had indeed been devoured. What Ao Ping hadn't anticipated was that this tiny crystal was worth a staggering 100 million evolution points. Yet Ao Ping was puzzled. If the Abyssal Rage Rock Turtle had devoured that extreme ice evolution crystal, why hadn't it undergone any special transformation? Could it be that the absorbed energy had been fed back to him instead? After pondering for a while without reaching any conclusions, Ao Ping decided to stop worrying about the Abyssal Fury Rock Snake Turtle. As long as he could obtain evolution points, why bother with all that? System, upgrade me now. I need to level up. Ao Ping exclaimed excitedly. This was 100 million evolution points more than he had ever consumed in total. Consumed 15 million evolution points. Reached Golden Tier 7. Consumed 17 million evolution points. Reached Golden Rank 8. Consumed. As the system prompts sounded one after another, Ao Ping's aura surged relentlessly, his physique swelling at a visible pace. Consumed 23 million evolution points. Reached Golden Tier 10. Remaining evolution points, 19.878 million. Within mere seconds, Ao Ping's form had reached a terrifying 230 meters. Not even a single diamond tier ferocious beast possessed a stature capable of rivaling his. If Ao Ping possessed a talent for concealing his aura, his mere presence would strike fear into 98% of the beasts on Blue Star. The ocean's periphery is vast, it can't possibly be ruled solely by the Three Tyrants Alliance. While we purge the surrounding factions, we might also search for traces of that bone cave. As Ao Ping pondered this, a white figure swiftly swam toward him. Chapter 64, Enemies Meet Unexpectedly. Reporting to the Master, all the oceanic beasts that escaped earlier have been exterminated, Han Bing said respectfully. At this moment, Han Bing's entire body was pure white. Horns resembling those of a dragon had even sprouted from his head, his once slender limbs had grown thicker, and his body had expanded to 31 meters in length. Strange. How did your cultivation suddenly reach Silver Tier 9? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Han Bing with puzzlement. The next moment, Han Bing's information panel appeared before Ao Ping's eyes. Necromancer General Han Bing. Race, Extreme Ice Dragon. Realm, Silver Tier 9. Talents, part of Extreme Ice SSS-tier talent, freely controls extreme ice power, greatly increases ice elemental damage, can even control enemy ice elemental attacks, but cannot control ice elemental talents of SS tier or higher. Abyssal Infection S-Rank Talent Extreme Ice Dragon Soar S-Rank Talent summons Extreme Ice Dragons to fight in one stead. Number increases with realm. Currently summons 3 Extreme Ice Scales. B-Rank Talent. Scales formed from Extreme Ice greatly enhance defense and have a chance to inflict frostbite on enemies. First, 1 billion evolution points fell from the sky. Now even my subordinates are getting a full upgrade? Just as AO Ping was feeling excited, he noticed the Arctic Ice Heart on the cold ice information panel and instinctively linked it to that azure crystal. He recalled that crystal was called the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone. Could it be that the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone had just been swallowed by Han Bing? Han Bing, did you just swallow a sapphire blue crystal? AO Ping urgently inquired. Yes, master. On our way back, I happened to see a sapphire blue crystal sinking toward the ocean floor. I sensed immense power contained within it. I intended to retrieve it for you, master. But the moment I held it in my mouth, the crystal dissolved into energy and entered my body. It seemed to fuse with me. Please punish me, master. Han Bing bowed his head hastily, looking like a child who had done something wrong. Hearing Han Bing's words, AO Ping frowned slightly. Back then, the 3-headed vicious serpent had escaped while holding the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone in its mouth, yet the Evolution Stone hadn't transformed into energy and entered its body. However, Han Bing was a necromantic beast he had summoned himself and moreover, his necromantic general. Therefore, it was impossible for it to deceive him. Could it be because Han Bing is also an abyssal creature? AO Ping frowned slightly. Abyssal creatures could devour any living being and transform their flesh and blood into their own energy. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that when Han Bing held the Extreme Ice Evolution Crystal, it automatically converted into energy. After pondering, this seemed the only plausible explanation. Without dwelling further, AO Ping turned his gaze to Han Bing. You said the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone fused with you. Did you feel anything unusual? Han Bing's original cultivation level was Silver 5th tier, yet the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone was an SS grade item. The energy it provided couldn't possibly have only elevated him to Silver 9th tier. I can now harness the power of the Evolution Crystal to transcend my own limitations, Han Bing murmured softly, as potent extreme ice energy immediately surged around him. This Evolution Stone actually allows a being to transcend its species' limitations. AO Ping was utterly astonished upon witnessing Han Bing's transformation. His scales, once flawlessly white, now glowed like pristine snow under the extreme ice energy's embrace. Her once gray pupils had transformed into a deep azure blue. Most crucially, harnessing the power of the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone, Han Bing had evolved directly from a dragon-like creature into a true dragon. How long can you sustain this state? AO Ping murmured softly. Having evolved into a true dragon, Han Bing's combat prowess would undoubtedly surge dramatically. If utilized wisely, Han Bing might even become one of AO Ping's trump cards. I can maintain this for 10 minutes at present. That's sufficient. Return to your normal state for now. AO Ping nodded with satisfaction. AO Ping had originally estimated Han Bing could only sustain it for 5 minutes. The fact that it had doubled that duration was already beyond his expectations. Today, AO Ping not only gained 100 million evolution points but also successfully wiped out the entire Three Tyrants alliance. The only regret was that the 3-winged flying fish had escaped once again. You can run, but you can't hide. As long as it remains in the ocean, sooner or later, it will fall back into my hands, AO Ping murmured softly before turning his thoughts to his next move. The immediate priority was to eliminate the 2 elite Abyssal generals before the Titan Abyss Lord could be resurrected. The only lead regarding the elite Abyssal demon generals pointed to a place called the White Bone Cave and the White Bone Sea. But how vast were the oceans of Blue Star? The seas were countless, and who could possibly know the location of the White Bone Sea? However, since the Titan Abyss Lord awoke in Jinling, those 2 elite Abyss generals likely wouldn't be too far from the city. As for this so-called White Bone Sea, it likely wasn't far from AO Ping, perhaps even nearby. With this thought, AO Ping immediately swam northward. The angry rock snake turtle had warned him not to venture into the deep sea regions, and the east was precisely such a zone. Naturally, AO Ping would not swim eastward. That left AO Ping with only 2 options, north or south. Since it was a matter of chance either way, he chose to swim north. Devouring Rock Crab Golden Tier 2, Evolution Points plus 140,000, Necromantic Power plus 400. Devouring Seashell Crab Golden Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 110,000, Necromantic Power plus 200. Devouring Giant Claw Crab Gold Tier 6. Who knew the northern part of the Tri-Dominion Alliance had so many crabs? Could this be crab territory? AO Ping surveyed his surroundings. Though he didn't know the name of this sea area, judging by the abundant underwater rocks, it certainly seemed ideal for crab survival. His gaze then shifted to Han Bing, who was relentlessly devouring crabs nearby. In just 1 hour, Han Bing had already consumed over 300 crabs. Though Han Bing was currently only at the 9th tier of silver rank, his SS grade talent had elevated his strength to a level capable of defeating beasts at the 2nd tier of gold rank, or even the 3rd tier. As AO Ping swam steadily northward, a familiar figure came into view. When Ao Ping recognized it as a three-fin flying fish with only 2 pairs of fins, a cold smile touched his lips. What a small world. Chapter 65, The White Bone Sea. The three-fin flying fish remained utterly unaware of the approaching danger, continuing to flap its tail as it swam northward. Let's see how far it can run, Ao Ping thought to himself, his form instantly transforming into a black thunderbolt as he shot toward the distant three-winged flying fish. In the blink of an eye, Ao Ping materialized behind the three-winged flying fish. Strange, why do I feel a chill on my back? It seems some creature is trying to ambush me, the three-winged flying fish thought to itself, though it wasn't overly concerned. It immediately glanced behind. After all, he was a platinum 6th tier ferocious beast. Though this area belonged to the sea crab clan, it wasn't deep within their territory. Most sea crab beasts here were only gold tier. He wanted to see which blind sea crab dared to ambush him. It's you. The three-winged flying fish's pupils dilated violently. Recognizing the figure behind him, it swiftly flapped its tail and fled. Trying to run? Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as he instantly lashed out with his dragon claw, reaching for the three-winged flying fish. The flying fish's scales were as thin as paper against the dragon claws. Ao Ping didn't even exert much force, the sharp claws easily pierced through the creature's body. This is the territory of the sea crab clan, the three-winged flying fish screamed in agony. If you dare slaughter here with impunity, the clan chief will not let you off. That doesn't preclude killing you, Ao Ping murmured softly, swiftly opening his gaping maw to devour the three-winged flying fish. Ao Ping remembered the incident in the Dragon Bone Trench all too well. Since the creature had dared to use him as a weapon against the bloodthirsty octopus, it should bear the corresponding consequences. Devoured three-winged flying fish platinum tier 6, evolution points plus 680,000, necromantic power plus 12,000. Just then, Ao Ping suddenly sensed distinct ripples in the water currents. Another creature is approaching, Ao Ping frowned slightly, immediately turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. The next second, a 25-meter-long rock crab sped toward Ao Ping. Are you two the reinforcements sent by the Three Tyrants Alliance? The rock crab's excitement cooled instantly upon realizing Ao Ping was only at gold tier 10. Despite its terrifying size, that cultivation level was far too low. The rock crab sighed inwardly before shifting its gaze to the raging rock serpent beside Ao Ping. This colossal serpent is quite formidable, even I cannot discern its cultivation level. It seems this rock serpent is the leader of this reinforcement force. Since the raging rock serpent was an Ao Ping summoned creature, he could only keep it by his side. Platinum 5th tier? Ao Ping scrutinized the rock crab before him. Its entire body was composed of stone, especially its 2 massive claws, which resembled huge boulders. Is this thing even edible? Why are you staring at me like that? I just asked you a question. Struck dumb? The rock crab barked, shooting Ao Ping a contemptuous look. The beasts of the White Bone Sea are launching a massive assault on our shallow bay sea. Our clan chief, a diamond tier 3 powerhouse, was still wounded by those beasts. If you're not reinforcements sent by the Three Tyrants Alliance, then get the hell out of here. Bone Sea. Ao Ping thought, stunned. This was truly effortless. He never imagined that in less than a day, Ao Ping would uncover information about the White Bone Sea. Originally, Ao Ping had intended to devour the creature whole, but now it seemed wiser to spare the rock crab's life. We're not reinforcements from the Three Tyrants Alliance, Ao Ping said softly. But if the enemy is from the White Bone Sea, perhaps I can help you. You're merely a gold-grade ferocious beast. What could you possibly offer us? The rock crab sneered coldly. By evolving you into a higher species, of course. But first, you must answer a few questions. Ao Ping's voice grew solemn, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes as he swung his dragon claws. 2 silver flashes erupted as the razor-sharp dragon claws sliced through the rock crab's arms. In the next instant, both massive stone claws were severed from its body. The rock crab let out a wretched howl of agony. It hadn't even seen Ao Ping's movements. Shut up! Ao Ping's gaze sharpened, and terrifying dragon might instantly descended upon the rock crab. Only then did the rock crab force back its pain, gazing at Ao Ping in terror. Where is the White Bone Sea? Ao Ping asked softly. The White Bone Sea lies at the boundary between the shallow and deep sea zones, just east of the shallow bay sea, the rock crab hurriedly replied. Then do you know the White Bone Cave? Ao Ping pressed. The White Bones Cave? The rock crab stammered, clearly having no idea where it was. Ao Ping could tell the creature had no clue about the cave's exact location. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. Knowing the location of the White Bone Sea was sufficient for now. Later, he would summon more ferocious beasts to conduct a thorough search. He was certain he would find the White Bone Cave. Devoured rock crab platinum tier 5, evolution points plus 560,000, necromantic power plus 10,000. As long as I can devour the sea crab clan, I'll not only expand my army of undead beasts, but the evolution points gained will be enough to propel me into platinum rank. Ao Ping thought to himself, then glanced at his information panel. Host, Ao Ping. Race, necromantic dragon. Realm, Gold Tier 10. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether Ghost Flame SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-rank Talent, Annihilation Black Thunder S-rank Talent, Thunderous Power A-rank Talent, Flaming Body A-rank Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-rank Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-rank Talent, Ground Collapse D-rank Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution Points, 22.347 million 25 million. Necromantic Power, 2.488 million. Only a little over 2 million evolution points left? Ao Ping thought to himself. Judging by this, he only needed to devour all the surrounding crab beasts to obtain enough evolution points to reach platinum rank. In that case, a gleam of determination flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. Instantly, a thick black mist of deathly aura swirled around him, and countless death beasts surged forth from the darkness. Time to host another feast. That rock crab bastard went to meet the reinforcements from the Three Tyrants Alliance. Why is it taking so long? The beasts of the White Bone Sea are about to launch their next attack. A colossal crab beast, measuring a full 78 meters, stared intently at the approaching horde of beasts in the distance. Tribe Chief, we've been fighting the White Bone Sea beasts for a week now. Our tribe has suffered heavy casualties. This shallow bay sea isn't just our territory. Why should we alone bear the brunt of the White Bone Sea's assault? The flame giant crab snorted coldly. Though the crab clan ruled the shallow bay sea, the Three Tyrants Alliance and the bloodthirsty octopus wielded considerable influence there as well. Days ago, they sent envoys to the Three Tyrants Alliance and the bloodthirsty octopus's territories seeking aid. The Trihegemon Alliance verbally agreed to support our crab clan, yet they've delayed sending reinforcements. As for that bloodthirsty octopus, it outright refused. It claimed to be at a critical juncture in advancing to diamond rank. How long has it been stuck at platinum tier 10? Who would believe that now? Moreover, the beasts of the White Bone Sea seemed affected by some unknown force, their bodies shrouded in a heart-stopping black mist. Worse still, they appeared impervious to damage during combat. No matter how badly wounded, they fight relentlessly. In just 1 week, the Crab Clan had already lost over a dozen Platinum Tier members, including a Diamond Tier 1 deputy clan chief. This is the ancestral homeland of our Crab Clan, passed down through generations. We absolutely cannot surrender it. Even if the Three Tyrants Alliance and the bloodthirsty octopus refuse to send reinforcements, we will defend our ancestral lands to the death, declared the Crab Clan chieftain in a deep voice, his brow furrowed as he watched the approaching horde of beasts in the distance. They're about to launch another assault. Chapter 66, You have chosen your own path to death. If need be, we'll fight them to the death. Even in death, the Crab Clan shall only fall upon our ancestral lands, another frost giant crab declared, its eyes showing no trace of fear. Let's fight. Notify all clan members to prepare for a final stand. Today, our Crab Clan will settle the score with the bastards of the White Bone Sea, declared the Crab Clan chieftain in a deep voice, as countless black patterns instantly appeared on his body. This was the Sea Crab Clan's unique innate ability, burning their own life force to elevate their realm. Unless absolutely necessary, the Sea Crab Clan would never resort to using this power. But to confront the ferocious beasts of the White Bone Sea, they had no choice but to activate it. Just as the Crab Clan chief prepared to lead his people against the Bone Sea's beasts, a panicked golden rank crab rushed before him. No, chief. The rock crab has returned. So they've returned. Why the panic? The clan chief frowned slightly, sensing an ominous foreboding. Other beasts returned with him. Countless clan members have already been devoured by the beasts the rock crab brought back. Bull. The rock crab is utterly loyal to our clan. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I'll tear you to pieces right now. The flaming giant crab's massive claws blazed with fiery flames, poised to strike the golden great crab at any moment. Fiery crab, calm down. When will you ever learn to control your temper? Frost crab hurriedly restrained fiery crab before turning to face the golden great sea crab. I'm absolutely certain. I saw rock crab leading other beasts devour our kin with my own eyes. Frost crab scrutinized the golden great crab closely. The creature didn't appear to be lying. But both he and Blaze knew the rock crab's loyalty to the Crab Clan. Could the rock crab truly have betrayed them? Frost, Blaze. You two go to the rear to investigate. If the rock crab has truly betrayed the clan, execute him on the spot, the Sea Crab Clan chief declared in a deep voice. The rest of the clan will follow me to settle the score with the beasts of the White Bone Sea. The White Bone Sea is a realm of rival factions, none willing to submit to another. Yet today, they stand united, a rare sight indeed for such a coordinated assault on another sea. Above the shallow bay sea, a woman with eyes as serene as water and hair cascading like a waterfall raised an eyebrow. She scanned the impending clash between the Sea Crab Clan and the White Bone Sea with keen interest. Brother Quan, what do you think? The woman turned to the dark-robed man beside her, her gaze carrying a hint of allure. Wu Jiuan frowned slightly, glancing at Lu Yurong beside him with a flash of disgust in his eyes. These matters concern us not. We need only fulfill the task assigned to us by the organization. That three-headed venomous serpent from the Tri-Dominion Alliance isn't going to vanish into thin air. With the combined might of two diamond tier beast masters like us, do you really think it could escape? That extreme ice evolution stone in its grasp will be ours sooner or later. Lu Yurong waved dismissively, her mind entirely focused on the cricket fighting tournament unfolding beneath the waves. Oof. If that's how you feel, then you can stay here by yourself. Wu Jiuquan snorted coldly before soaring toward the Three Tyrants Alliance. Remember to come back soon, Brother Quan, Lu Yurong murmured softly, not forgetting to blow him a kiss. Though accustomed to it, Wu Jiuquan still found it nauseating. If the organization hadn't paired him with Lu Yurong, he'd never willingly spend time with such an imperfect creature. I wonder if that ferocious beast in the Yunluo Mountains heeded my advice to head to the ocean depths. How I longed to admire its perfect form once more. Meanwhile, Ao Ping had also gained a massive influx of evolution points by devouring the Sea Crab clan. System, hurry up and level me up, Ao Ping thought urgently, his impatience to reach platinum tier palpable. Consumed 25 million evolution points. Reached platinum tier 1. Remaining evolution points, 123,000. Feeling the power within him surge several-fold, Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction. Having reached platinum tier, he now possessed the strength to at least stand his ground against diamond tier beasts. Not only that, Ao Ping's stature had reached a terrifying 280 meters larger than some lord tier beasts. Randomly selecting talents. Another new talent. Hope my luck isn't too bad this time. 1. Alchemy B tier talent, transforms stones into pure, unadulterated gold. 2. Ancestral regression A rank bloodline. Forcibly activates one's bloodline to temporarily boost combat power. 3. Breath concealment B rank talent, suppresses one's aura to hide cultivation level, though detectable by foes 2 major realms above. Finally, upon seeing these 3 talents on the interface, Ao Ping's eyes flashed with intensity. Without hesitation, he selected the Conceal Presence talent. This was precisely the talent Ao Ping needed most at this moment. Given Ao Ping's current size, if not for the constraints of his cultivation level, his sheer 280-meter stature alone would be enough to strike fear into most beasts on Blue Star. Finally, he wouldn't have to endure that life where every time a ferocious beast spotted him, he'd be mocked as a mere gold-tier beast. With this concealment talent, his size advantage would be maximized. 2 platinum-tier beasts are approaching my position. Ao Ping thought to himself. Since reaching platinum tier, Ao Ping had gained immense enhancements across all aspects. His aquatic acuity now rivaled that of high-tier diamond-class beasts. Rock! You actually betrayed the clan. I'll kill you with my own hands. A furious roar pierced Ao Ping's ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a blue and a red giant sea crab joining forces to attack his undead beast, the rock crab. 1 platinum tier level 8, 1 platinum tier level 9. To deploy 2 platinum tier high-level beasts to reinforce the rear while engaged in combat with the Whitebone Sea, it seems the crab clan truly reigns supreme in these shallow bay waters, Ao Ping mused inwardly. As a gold tier cultivator, Ao Ping had never feared platinum tier beasts. Now that he had ascended to platinum tier himself, dealing with these 2 platinum tier beasts was as easy as drinking water. Impressive, truly formidable beasts. No wonder you betrayed your clan, you've already pledged allegiance to another faction. At that moment, the blazing giant crab noticed Ao Ping nearby. After all, with its nearly 300-meter frame, it was nearly impossible for it not to attract the attention of other creatures. Nearly 2 ants. Become my evolution points obediently, and I shall bring eternal glory to the Sea Crab clan. Ao Ping murmured softly. In the next instant, he transformed into a black bolt of lightning, appearing above the flaming giant crab in a flash. Blazing speed. The flame giant crab was utterly stunned, unable to even catch a clear glimpse of Ao Ping. In the blink of an eye, Ao Ping opened his gaping maw and bit down fiercely on the flame giant crab's body. A massive burst of crab roe erupted, instantly staining the surrounding seawater a golden yellow. Blazing flame. The frost crab cried out, immediately conjuring several ice spikes to pierce Ao Ping. But just as the spikes were about to strike Ao Ping, their swift momentum halted abruptly. A pure white figure stood before them. To ambush my master, you have chosen your own path to death. Chapter 67, The Thunderous Lightning Eel. The frost giant crab stared in disbelief at the scene before it. Realizing it had lost control of the icicles, it was utterly shocked. Why can't I control the ice spikes anymore? Refusing to accept defeat, the frost giant crab immediately summoned more ice spikes to pierce Ao Ping and Han Bing. Yet, without exception, they all halted before Han Bing. What was even more unbelievable was that those stationary ice spikes now shot back toward the frost giant crab itself. Enjoy playing with ice? Then have these spikes back. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Han Bing's eyes as he instantly commanded the spikes to pierce the frost crab. Seeing this, the frost giant crab instantly gathered a thick layer of ice crystals to cover its body, bolstering its defenses. Han Bing was only at the 9th rank of silver, and even with the aid of the extreme ice heart, he still struggled to inflict damage on the frost giant crab, a creature of the 8th rank of platinum. A mere silver tier beast dares to think it can breach my defenses. Before the frost crab could finish, a massive black shadow loomed overhead. The next instant, the over 100-meter-long raging rock serpent charged forward. With a single tail strike, it shattered the frost crystals covering the frost crab's armor, flinging the creature 100 meters away. With just that one strike, the frost crab was left clinging to its last breath. Han Bing seized the opportunity to swiftly devour the frost crab's body. Meanwhile, A.O. Ping had already consumed the flame crab entirely. Devoured Blazing Crab Platinum Tier 9, Evolution Points plus 1,331,000, Necromantic Power plus 180,000. Devoured Frost Crab Platinum Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 1,183,000, Necromantic Power plus 160,000. With the demise of these two Platinum Tier beasts, the rear guard of the Crab Clan was utterly devoid of any formidable opposition. Within a mere hour, A.O. Ping's undead beasts had pushed forward to the front lines of the battle between the White Bone Sea and the Crab Clan. Is this the full might of the Crab Clan? A.O. Ping surveyed the Crab Clan's army. Their strongest was a Diamond Tier 3 Dark Crab, alongside a Diamond Tier 1 Giant Claw Crab. As for Platinum Tier Sea Crabs, there were over 30. Gold Tier and Silver Tier Sea Crabs were countless. The Crab Clan truly lives up to its reputation as the rulers of the Shallow Bay Sea. These beasts alone could dominate the entire region, A.O. Ping thought to himself. But when he saw the White Bone Sea's forces, his brow furrowed. They're all abyssal creatures. A.O. Ping thought to himself. At the head of the White Bone Sea's army stood a Diamond Tier 5 Abyssal Mad Thunder Eel, flanked by two Diamond Tier 3 Abyssal creatures. Abyssal Demon General Frenzied Thunder Eel. Bloodline, Frenzied Thunder Eel Bloodline. Realm, Diamond Tier 5. Talents, Abyssal Demon General SS Rank Talent, Thunder Domain S Rank Talent doubles lightning damage within domain and grants random control over lightning, allows flight within domain. Lightning Scales B Rank Talent scales protected by thunder power attacks have a chance to paralyze enemies. Judging from the information panel, this leading Abyssal Thunder Eel wasn't the elite Abyssal Demon General A.O. Ping sought. The White Bone Sea's massive assault on Shallow Bay is clearly preparing for the arrival of Jinling City's Titan Abyssal Lord, A.O. Ping mused inwardly. Unfortunately, that elite Abyssal Demon General isn't among their ranks. Though the White Bone Sea's forces were formidable, A.O. Ping's army of undead beasts was no less formidable. The Raging Rock Turtle and Raging Rock Serpent alone had reached Diamond Tier 8. Add to that the bloodthirsty octopus and A.O. Ping himself. With 4 Diamond Tier combatants alone, no single faction present could stand against A.O. Ping unless the Crab Clan and the White Bone Sea forces joined forces. Bad news, Chief. Our rear has been breached, we're surrounded. Deputy Chief Giant Crab of the Crab Clan urgently sought the Dark Crab's counsel upon spotting the threat. This is Heaven's will to destroy our Crab Clan. Dark Crab sighed helplessly. Even as the clan chief, he found himself at a loss in this dire predicament, trapped between two powerful enemies. Setting aside the White Bone Sea's forces for now, the ferocious beast army behind them alone was enough to annihilate the Crab Clan. After all, the leader of that ferocious beast army behind them was nearly 3 times his own size. Dark Crab had already reached the Diamond 3rd Tier realm. Though he couldn't sense its exact cultivation level, judging by its size, that black serpentine beast was at least Diamond Peak or even higher, possibly Lord Tier. Clan Chief, what should we do? Please say something. Hearing the giant crab's anxious voice, the Dark Crab steeled his resolve. The Crab Clan would rather die fighting than live in cowardly submission. Issue the final command to all clan members: this battle, fight to the death. This battle, fight to the death. This battle, fight to the death. In an instant, the entire battlefield echoed with the Crab Clan's roaring fury. Perhaps steeled by their resolve to die fighting, the Crab Clan's combat prowess seemed to surge beyond its previous limits. They even dared to launch proactive assaults against A.O. Ping's undead hordes and the ferocious beasts of the Bone Sea. It seems the Crab Clan is prepared to fight to the death. But compared to the Crab Clan and the beasts of the Bone Sea, I'm more curious about that colossal serpentine beast nearly 300 meters long. Lu Yuron's brow furrowed slightly. A creature of such colossal proportions must be at least a lord-level beast. Yet Lu Yuron was no easily frightened soul. Lord's tier beasts were exceedingly rare. Even within their own organization, there were only 2 such powerful beings. Moreover, this was merely the outer reaches of the ocean. How could a Lord tier beast possibly appear here? What puzzled him, however, was that she, a formidable Diamond Tier powerhouse, could not discern the beast's cultivation level. Could it possess a talent for concealing its aura, or is this truly the extent of its power? Lu Yuron pondered inwardly, growing even more curious about the outcome of this battle. This battle seems to be getting more interesting. Chapter 68, Since you've come, you won't be leaving. Though the Sea Crab Clan fought with a death-defying resolve, neither the necromantic fiends nor the abyssal beasts were foes ordinary races could hope to match. Such a desperate, all-or-nothing fighting style might work against other creatures, but it was utterly insignificant against the necromantic fiends and abyssal beings. Meanwhile, the Crab Clan's deputy leader, Giant Claw Crab, led 12 Platinum Tier crab generals to completely surround A.O. Ping. The other necromantic fiends were engaged by the rest of the Crab Clan. Ao Ping refrained from summoning his diamond-tier beasts, the wrathful rock snake turtle and the bloodthirsty octopus. After all, his ambitions extended far beyond merely devouring the Crab Clan. The abyssal beasts of the White Bone Sea were also within his sights. With the Crab Clan caught between the undead beast army and the abyssal beasts, releasing the diamond-tier raging rock snake turtle prematurely risked the thunderbolt eel of the White Bone Sea fleeing in terror. Only when the undead beast army truly clashed with the abyssal creatures would Ao Ping summon the raging rock snake turtle and the bloodthirsty octopus. My Crab Clan has never wronged you. Why have you led these beasts to slaughter us? The giant claw crab demanded first. In his memory, he had never encountered a creature like Ao Ping before. If peace could be made instead of war, that would be ideal. The law of the jungle, do I need to teach you that? Your clan's weakness is your original sin. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. Having just ascended to platinum rank, he saw this diamond-tier giant claw crab as the perfect test of his newfound power. In that case, don't blame us for overwhelming you with numbers, the giant clawed crab declared gravely. Behind it, 12 platinum-tier sea crabs immediately charged toward Ao Ping. You're nothing but a bunch of ants. You can't even see this king's shadow. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as he instantly transformed into a black bolt of lightning, darting forward. Everything around him seemed to slow down. To Ao Ping's eyes, the crab's movements were as sluggish as a turtle's. In a mere second, all 12 platinum-tier sea crabs were devoured by Ao Ping. These crabs were mostly around platinum tier 4-5. Now, Ao Ping didn't even need extra movements, he could instantly kill these platinum tier sea crabs with a single bite. Devoured Coral Sea Crab Platinum Tier 5, Evolution Points plus 650,000, Necromantic Power plus 100,000. Devouring 4-Clawed Sea Crab Platinum Tier 6, Evolution Points plus 780,000, Necromantic Power plus 120,000. Devouring 12 Platinum Tier Sea Crabs, and he wiped them out in a single strike. The giant clawed sea crab was utterly stunned. Though it could handle 12 platinum tier beasts itself, obliterating all 12 platinum tier sea crabs within a single second was utterly unheard of. Yet the giant claw crab did not flee. Instantly, black patterns swirled across its body. Even in death, I won't let you off easy, the giant claw crab roared, immediately swinging its massive claws toward Ao Ping. The next second, a black bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly piercing the sea surface and striking the giant crab's claw directly. A deafening explosion echoed. The giant crab's pride and joy, its massive claws were instantly shattered into pieces. What terrifying thunder power! A single strike shattered my claws. The giant crab was utterly horrified. From that single blow alone, it knew it was no match for the black serpent before it. Can I now shatter the defenses of a diamond-tier beast with a single strike? I wonder how strong my own defenses have become, Ao Ping mused inwardly before turning his gaze back to the giant clawed sea crab. Old creature, you still have one giant claw left, don't you? I'll let you have one more strike. How about it? Hearing Ao Ping's words, the giant clawed crab's heart leapt with joy. Since you're so eager to prove yourself, don't blame this old man for being ruthless. The giant clawed crab immediately swung its powerful claws toward Ao Ping. Die, boy. A gleam of cunning flashed in the giant clawed crab's eyes. Its claws were powerful enough to pierce the defenses of a diamond tier 2 beast. Even a diamond tier 3 beast wouldn't dare meet them head on. It was eager to see how this black serpent before it would withstand its attack. At the same time, due to Ao Ping's immense size, the giant crab could only redirect its attack toward his dragon claws. A thunderous clang echoed through the air. The giant clawed crab's pupils dilated in shock as it stared in disbelief at the perfectly intact scales covering Ao Ping's dragon claws. What terrifying defense! My attack couldn't even leave a scratch. It seems your attacks cannot breach my defenses. Since that is the case, then die obediently. Ao Ping murmured softly, lunging forward to bite into the giant clawed crab's body. Devoured Giant Claw Crab Diamond Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 2.41 million, Necromantic Power plus 200,000. At the same moment, the clan leader of the crab tribe, the Dark Giant Crab, met its end in the jaws of the Mad Thunder Eel. Under the dual assault of the necrotic ferocious beast army and the abyssal creature army, the crab clan was swiftly devoured to the last. The crab clan is dealt with. Next up is the abyssal beast army dispatched by the White Bone Sea, Ao Ping thought to himself, then turned his gaze to the abyssal creature army's commander, the Thunderbolt Eel. Boy, though I know not why you aided us against the crab clan, the beasts you lead give this demon general a most unpleasant feeling. Thus, even for your assistance, I shall not spare you. In his view, Ao Ping's assault on the crab clan stemmed solely from fear of his abyssal horde, a desperate ploy to curry favor and secure his own survival. Thunderbolt Eel swept his gaze over the army of undead beasts behind Ao Ping, and a wave of visceral loathing instantly washed over him. A mere abyssal demon general dares to claim this king aided you? A flicker of contempt crossed Ao Ping's eyes. Since you've come, you won't be leaving. Hearing this, the Thunderbolt Eel burst into laughter. Your army doesn't even have a single diamond tier beast, yet you dare claim you can wipe us out? Besides this demon general, there are 3 other diamond tier powerhouses in my ranks. Are you still half asleep, unable to tell strength from weakness? At these words, not only the Thunderbolt Electric Eel, but several other diamond tier beasts within the Abyssal army burst into laughter. Yet, in the very next second, a vast black mist suddenly swirled around Ao Ping. From within the darkness emerged a colossal, over 100-meter-long raging rock snake turtle and a bloodthirsty octopus, both gliding through the fog. Thunderbolt Eel frowned slightly, unsure what Ao Ping was up to. But the moment he sensed the aura of these 2 beasts, terror surged within him. 2 diamond tier beasts. One of them has even reached the diamond 8th tier. The Thunderbolt Electric Eel was only a diamond tier 5 no match for that raging rock snake turtle. But the one in the White Bone Cave had issued a death order. The shallow bay sea must be secured within a week. You. And you. The 2 of you come with me to deal with that diamond tier level 8 old turtle. The Thunderbolt Electric Eel turned to the Abyssal Slither Snake and the Abyssal Sonic Lobster beside him, then commanded the remaining diamond tier beasts. You take on that diamond tier 1 bloodthirsty octopus. Eliminate it as swiftly as possible. Once it's down, come support us immediately. Fortunately, his side had 4 diamond tier beasts. Thunderbolt Eel himself, plus 2 diamond tier level 3 beasts, should be enough to stall the diamond tier level 8 Rage Rock Turtle. Rest assured, General. I'll settle this within 3 minutes, the Abyssal Sea Spider declared confidently. As a diamond tier 3 beast, dealing with a mere diamond tier 1 bloodthirsty octopus should be child's play. If you think I only have 2 diamond tier beasts, you're in for a surprise, Ao Ping sneered coldly. His gaze sharpened as one after another, Necromancer Crab emerged from the black mist. Thunderbolt Eel watched the undead beasts emerge from the darkness and couldn't help but gasp. Especially when he recognized the appearance of those sea crabs, his heart was struck by a tidal wave of shock. Dark Giant Crab, chieftain of the Crab Clan. You can actually resurrect fallen beasts. Chapter 69, A Resounding Victory. Thunderbolt Eel instantly recognized the beasts emerging from the black mist, all familiar faces from the Crab Clan. With the addition of the Crab Clan's 2 diamond tier powerhouses, the number of diamond tier beasts on both sides had reached equilibrium. This situation is beyond our ability to handle. We must seek aid from the one within the White Bone Cave. Thunderbolt Eel frowned deeply, his voice grave. Thunder Realm. In the next instant, a torrent of thunder erupted around the Thunderbolt Eel. Countless bolts of lightning enveloped its form, thick abyssal energy clinging to the thunder as it roared across the ocean. I've already relayed the distress signal to him. If we can hold them off for just 5 minutes, once the one in the White Bone Cave arrives, even an 8th tier diamond level beast will meet its end in the northwest. A ruthless gleam flashed in Thunderbolt Eel's eyes. If he could devour every beast in the shallow bay sea, armed with this unparalleled abyssal power, given enough time, he might even ascend to Lord Tier. You dare relay intelligence in my presence? Do you truly believe I cannot discern it? Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as the silent black thunder shot forth from between his dragon horns, striking directly at the Thunder Eel's thunder domain. Wherever the black thunder of oblivion passed, no thunder dared approach it. Damn it! Why won't this thunder power obey my command? The mad Thunder Eel cursed inwardly. Seeing the annihilating black thunder hurtling toward it, it swiftly coiled its tail around a nearby beast to shield itself. What terrifying black lightning! A platinum tier beast couldn't even withstand a single strike. Watching the beast obliterated by the annihilation black lightning, the Thunder Eel's frown deepened. You dare not even meet my attack head-on, yet you had the audacity to claim you could hold me off for 5 minutes? Ao Ping shot a contemptuous glance at the mad Thunder Eel. After all, it was merely a diamond tier beast of the 5th rank. On his side, besides the diamond tier, 8th rank raging rock snake turtle, there was also a raging rock giant snake whose combat prowess rivaled that of a diamond tier, 8th rank beast. Forget 5 minutes, this lord's undead army could devour the Thunderbolt Eel and all the diamond tier beasts around it within 2 minutes. Attack! The moment the words left his mouth, countless undead beasts charged toward the abyssal creatures swarming the White Bone Sea. As a diamond tier beast and Ao Ping's strongest current combatant, the raging rock snake turtle naturally shouldered the responsibility of confronting the Thunderbolt Electric Eel. It instantly opened its gaping maw and lunged at the eel. They only have 1 diamond tier beast. If we stall for 5 minutes, we can turn the tide, the Thunderbolt Electric Eel bellowed, immediately summoning a bolt of thunder to strike the raging rock snake turtle. Unfortunately, the entire body of the raging rock snake turtle was composed of raging rock. This rock was far harder than ordinary stone, rendering the thunderous lightning eel's attacks utterly ineffective against it. After all, ground-type creatures are immune to electric-type damage. Truly worthy of a diamond tier beast of the tortoise kind, its defense is terrifying, the Thunder Eel thought to itself. Since that's the case, I'll use speed to win and toy with you at my leisure. But imagination is sweet, reality is cruel. The next instant, a dark shadow flashed past, and the Thunderbolt Eel suddenly felt excruciating pain throughout its body. What? Where did this giant snake come from? Let go of me, you bastard. Staring at the raging rock serpent clamped tightly onto its body, the Thunderbolt Eel unleashed its full thunderous power. To dare touch the electric eel's body directly, this giant snake must be seeking death. Countless bolts of thunder surged into the raging rock serpent's body, and the thunderbolt electric eel roared with laughter. Die, you demonic general! Yet the raging rock serpent showed no reaction whatsoever, still clamped tightly onto its body. How is this possible? Still no. Before the thunderbolt electric eel could finish speaking, the raging rock serpent's gaping maw had already clamped down on its neck. No matter how fiercely the thunderbolt electric eel struggled, the raging rock serpent refused to release its grip. Under the dual assault of the raging rock serpent and the raging rock giant snake, the diamond 5th tier thunder eel was swiftly devoured. General Thunderbolt Eel is dead? How long has it been? Not even a minute passed before these two beasts devoured him. The abyssal sea spider stared in horror at the raging rock turtle and the raging rock serpent. The white bone sea had dispatched a full 4 diamond tier ferocious beasts to seize the shallow bay sea 4 abyssal demon generals, no less. The most formidable among them was the thunderbolt eel. Yet even it couldn't last a minute against these two beasts before them, let alone these diamond tier 3 nobodies. With that realization, the remaining 3 diamond tier abyssal generals fled the shallow bay sea without hesitation. Abyssal generals possessed intelligence. Without a superior force compelling them, they had no desire to throw their lives away. Ao Ping naturally wouldn't let them escape. Devouring them all would yield a substantial amount of evolution points. To command an 8th tier diamond rage rock turtle and a 8th tier diamond rage serpent, it seems a formidable beast has emerged in the shallow bay sea. Lu Yurong watched Ao Ping with keen interest. But at that very moment, Ao Ping abruptly lifted his head to stare at the sea surface. Could I have misread the situation? Ao Ping frowned slightly, scanning the empty sea surface where not a single creature remained. Such keen perception. We owe this to you, Little Blue. Lu Yurong glanced at the deep blue liquid clinging to her body. Had Little Blue not reacted swiftly to envelop her within its body, she would likely have been detected by that black serpentine beast. Little Blue was Lu Yurong's spirit beast, a lifeform formed from condensed water elements. Any creature enveloped by Little Blue would merge completely with it. Simply put, Lu Yurong had become water, which is why Ao Ping hadn't detected her. Meanwhile, the battle's outcome unfolded exactly as Ao Ping had predicted. The diamond tier beasts didn't even last 2 minutes before being completely devoured by the raging rock snake turtle and the raging rock giant snake. Naturally, the devouring was entirely handled by the raging rock snake tortoise. The raging rock giant serpent only controlled its prey, as it wasn't Ao Ping's own undead beast and thus couldn't grant him evolution points. Devouring Abyss Demon General Thunderbolt Electric Eel Diamond Tier 5, evolution points plus 8.67 million, necromantic power plus 1 million. Devouring Abyss Demon General Abyssal Sea Spider Diamond Tier 3, evolution points plus 5.89 million, necromantic power plus 600,000. Devouring. 4 diamond tier beasts have provided me with 27.83 million evolution points. Ao Ping thought to himself. Combined with the necromantic fiends voraciously devouring the abyssal hordes of the White Bone Sea, the accumulated evolution points were now sufficient to reach Platinum Tier 2. Just as Ao Ping prepared to upgrade, a familiar aura swept in from the direction of the 3 Tyrants Alliance. That's Wu Jiuchuan. Chapter 70, Abyssal Bone Serpent. Upon seeing Wu Jiuchuan, Lu Yurong immediately stepped out from within Xiaolan's body. Brother Quan, I'm right here. How many times have I told you not to call me Brother Quan? Wu Jiuchuan snorted coldly at Lu Yurong, waving toward him, unwilling to utter another word. Brother Quan, did you get that extreme ice evolution stone? Lu Yurong seemed oblivious, continuing to call him Brother Quan as if she hadn't heard him. The 3 Tyrants Alliance has been wiped out. Brother Quan, you're a diamond tier powerhouse. Of course I know the 3 Tyrants Alliance was no match for you. I'm asking about the whereabouts of the extreme ice evolution stone, Lu Yurong chuckled softly. I didn't destroy the 3 Tyrants Alliance. When I reached their territory, I found no trace of any beasts left in their entire domain. Wu Jiuchuan shook his head. He had initially assumed the 3 Tyrants Alliance had been wiped out by the Sea Crab Clan. However, the Sea Crab Clan was currently occupied fighting the ferocious beasts of the White Bone Sea and simply couldn't spare the manpower to confront the 3 Tyrants Alliance. Moreover, this locust-like invasion of slaughter was entirely unlike the Crab Clan style. It bore a striking resemblance to the dragon lurking within the Yunluo Mountains. The mere thought of Ao Ping's perfect physique sent a surge of excitement through Wu Jiuchuan. Searching for the extreme ice evolution stone is a mission personally ordered by the chieftain. The priestess has already revealed its location through divination. If we return empty-handed, we'll surely face the chieftain's punishment. Lu Yurong's expression darkened instantly. She knew the leader's methods all too well. If they failed to bring back the disease evolution crystal today, the leader would punish her severely. You don't need to tell me that. Wu Jiuchuan's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. If he ever found out who had taken the extreme ice evolution stone, he would tear them to pieces. A person just materialized out of the sea? Ao Ping frowned deeply. Judging by his demeanor, Wu Jiuchuan was clearly allied with that suddenly appearing woman. A member of the Heavenly Justice Organization? Why would they be here? Ao Ping fixed his gaze on the woman. The next second, the woman's information panel appeared before Ao Ping. Lu Yurong. Realm, Diamond Tier 1. Spirit Beast, Water Elemental Diamond Tier 9. A Diamond Tier 9 powerhouse. Ao Ping glanced warily at Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong. His primary enemy was the elite Abyss Demon General approaching. It was best not to complicate matters further. At the same time, Wu Jiuchuan also noticed Ao Ping at the bottom of the sea. It's him! Wu Jiuchuan's eyes lit up, gazing at Ao Ping as if he were a priceless treasure. I never imagined that after only a day or two apart, it would ascend to platinum tier so swiftly. With such terrifying cultivation speed and a flawless physique, I absolutely adore it, Wu Jiuchuan murmured inwardly. The ocean was vast, yet here in the shallow Bay Sea, he unexpectedly encountered the Black Dragon from the Yunluo Mountains once more. Was this fate? If only I could make it my spirit beast. Brother Quan, are you even listening? Lu Yurong's voice snapped Wu Jiuan back to reality. What is it? Wu Jiuchuan frowned slightly, his distaste for Lu Yurong deepening. I was wondering if we should search the surrounding waters again? Lu Yurong looked at Wu Jiuchuan with confusion. Strange. What was wrong with Wu Jiuchuan today? Why was he so distracted? He'd never acted like this before. Following Wu Jiuchuan's gaze, Lu Yurong's lips curved into a smile. Brother Quan, you wouldn't happen to have your eye on that black serpent, would you? Having worked with Wu Jiuchuan for years, Lu Yurong knew he enjoyed capturing ferocious beasts to craft his so-called artworks. What black snake? This is a dragon. The most perfect dragon on Blue Star. Wu Jiuchuan roared, his killing intent erupting instantly. Don't dare compare it to some lowly snake and drag down the dragon status. Alright, Brother Quan, don't get so worked up. Dragon, is that good enough? Lu Yurong hadn't expected Wu Jiuan's reaction to be so intense. After all these years of working together, this was the first time she'd ever seen him direct such murderous intent at her. Damn old geezer, how dare he yell at me? Does he really think I'm made of dough? Of course, Lu Yurong could only think this in her mind. She dared not utter it aloud. Although her spirit beast, the water elemental spirit, had reached the Diamond 9th tier realm, Wu Jiuchuan's Saint Lord had also broken through to Diamond 9th tier yesterday. Even his Yellow Wind King had ascended to Diamond tier 1 yesterday. Combined with Wu Jiuchuan's own Diamond tier strength, engaging him would guarantee nothing but a beating. Seeing neither of them seemed inclined to attack him, Ao Ping felt a slight sense of relief. Yet the very next second, Ao Ping's body jerked violently as he abruptly turned his gaze eastward. A terrifyingly powerful beast is heading this way. Ao Ping stared fixedly eastward as a creature radiating the power of the abyss rapidly swam toward him. It wasn't just Ao Ping. Though Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong reacted a few seconds later, they too sensed a powerful aura drawing near. That aura. Could it be a Lord-level beast? A trace of gravity flashed across Lu Yurong's beautiful face. No, its aura is powerful, but it hasn't reached the standards of a Lord-level beast yet. It should be a Diamond 10th tier beast, likely already halfway to Lord level. Wu Jiuchuan's expression was grave. Under normal circumstances, he would never provoke a Diamond tier 10th stage beast. But times had changed. Wu Jiuchuan's gaze slowly shifted toward Ao Ping at the bottom of the sea. The Saint Lord's realm was only one tier below that of the beast. If Wu Jiuchuan insisted on fleeing, a Diamond tier 10th stage beast wouldn't be able to stop him. Yet the Black Dragon before him was merely Platinum tier 1. No matter how swift it might be, it couldn't possibly outpace a Diamond tier 10 beast. This was the only ferocious beast he had ever encountered in his life that possessed such a perfect physique without needing his own modifications. He absolutely could not let that Diamond tier beast destroy the Black Dragon. Though Lu Yurong wanted to flee, Wu Jiuchuan was the mission leader. He hadn't ordered a retreat, and if she fled on her own, the leader would surely punish her. With that thought, Lu Yurong gritted her teeth and stayed put. Soon, the source of that terrifying aura finally revealed itself. 100-meter-long skeletal serpent, stripped of all flesh and shrouded in black abyssal energy, loomed before Ao Ping. You dare slaughter my subordinates? What audacity! The abyssal bone serpent's eyes blazed with murderous intent as its gaze swept over every living being present, including Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong. Chapter 71, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline, Holy Sovereign. The bone serpent's overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon every living being present. Is this the pressure of a Diamond tier 10th rank ferocious beast? Ao Ping frowned deeply, immediately checking the creature's information panel. Elite Abyssal Demon General Abyssal Bone Python. Race, Abyssal Bone Python Bloodline. Realm, Diamond tier 10. Talents, Abyssal Demon General SS-tier talent, Bone Fire S-tier talent, one of the rarest flames in existence. Its temperature is extremely low, yet it inflicts immense soul damage upon living beings. Skeletal Armor S-tier talent forms an exceptionally sturdy set of armor based on its own attributes. 2S rank talents truly befitting an elite Abyssal Demon General. Merely as a capable lieutenant, his realm has reached Diamond tier 10. That Titan Abyssal Lord still slumbering in Jinling City must have already attained the sovereign tier. Quan. Brother Quan, shouldn't we leave now? With that Black Serpent, Black Dragon and the ferocious beasts behind it, we might buy ourselves some time to escape. Lu Yurong was already backing out. This was a beast on the verge of Lord tier, and the aura emanating from this bone python made her deeply uneasy, even fearful. We can't leave. I sense an icy chill emanating from this beast. The extreme ice evolution stone might be within it. If you think you can withstand the wrath of the leader, then go ahead. Wu Zhouchuan snorted coldly, immediately drawing the black beast control orb from his waist. The next instant, a lizardman creature emerged from the ocean, deep green in color and a massive 105 meters in size. Judging by Wu Zhouchuan's stance, it seems he's preparing to take on that abyssal bone python? Ao Ping's heart leapt with excitement. The Saint Lord was a diamond tier beast of the 9th rank. If he could join the fight, their chances of defeating this abyssal bone serpent would increase dramatically. Holy Lord. Race, Ultimate Chimera Bloodline, Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline. Realm, Diamond Tier 9. Talents, 12 Divine Powers SS Talent, unactivated requires Evolution Stone to activate. Inferno Roar's rank talent channels massive flames into a devastating pillar of fire accompanied by a powerful sonic blast. Flame Body A rank talent. Ao Ping's gaze immediately locked onto the words Pseudo-Dragon Bloodline. Who would have thought Wu Zhouchuan could create a ferocious beast containing a trace of dragon bloodline? Though merely pseudo-dragon, it's already an exceptionally formidable bloodline on this blue star, Ao Ping mused inwardly. With even a trace of dragon blood within the saint's body, he might not defeat this abyssal bone serpent before him, but at the very least, the outcome would be a stalemate. In a certain sense, Wu Zhouchuan was a rare genius. Seeing Wu Zhouchuan show no sign of retreating, Lu Yurong gritted her teeth and stayed put. So that's why I couldn't spot that woman earlier. She was hidden by a water elemental spirit, Ao Ping remarked, fixing his gaze on Lu Yurong and the water elemental spirit beside her. A complete lineup of water elemental talents. Water elemental spirits were relatively rare creatures, and their race was quite respectable. Yet compared to the Holy Sovereign, the gap was simply too vast. 2 Diamond Tier Level 9 beasts, a Diamond Tier Level 8 turtle, and a giant serpent comparable to Diamond Tier Level 8. Possessing so many Diamond Tier beasts explains why you dared attack this demon general's subordinates. The abyssal bone python sneered inwardly, a trace of contempt flickering in its icy eyes. Having reached Diamond Tier 10th rank, he stood but a hair's breadth from Lord Tier. With the abyss's power bolstering him, these beasts before him were utterly insignificant. They were merely nourishment for his growth. Strange. What's the deal with this black serpent? This demon general can't even discern its cultivation level. A flicker of confusion crossed the abyssal demon general's eyes. Such an enormous form, could this beast's cultivation have already reached the lord level? No, I must test it. The abyssal bone python's gaze sharpened, unleashing an even more overwhelming aura that instantly bore down upon Ao Ping. Ao Ping naturally sensed the test. After all, the bone serpent was merely a serpentine beast, while the dragon clan were the ancestral lineage of all serpentine beasts. You dare challenge this king's might? Then taste the true fury of a dragon's power. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as dragon-infused might surged forth. Feeling this terrifying aura, the abyssal bone serpent sucked in a sharp breath. His aura isn't particularly intense, yet why does it instill such profound dread within me? The abyssal bone serpent watched Ao Ping warily. Ordinary beasts could never instill such dread in it. This black serpent before it had likely already stepped into the sovereign-level realm. But seizing the shallow bay sea was its primary path to becoming a sovereign, and it wasn't without its own trump cards. If truly cornered, it possessed the power to slay even a lord-level beast. At the same time, Wu Zhouchuan and Lu Yurong were both startled by Ao Ping's dragon aura. Who would have thought this fellow's aura could be so terrifying? Even a Diamond 9th rank Saint Lord felt a hint of dread. Wu Zhouchuan, sharing a telepathic bond with the Saint Master, could naturally sense the fear within her heart. As for Lu Yurong's water elemental spirit, it felt the same. The moment the dragon's aura manifested, the water elemental spirit was overcome by an overwhelming sense of dread. As an ancient true dragon possessing pure black dragon blood, Ao Ping was born the ruler of the waters. It was only natural that he could instill fear in a Saint Lord with impure dragon blood and a water elemental spirit composed entirely of water. Abyssal generals can slow the resurrection time of undead beasts, but if they can't be killed outright, they'll grind you down. They'll wear you down until you die right here. With this thought, Ao Ping immediately commanded the Ratstone Snake Tortoise and other undead beasts to charge at the abyssal bone python. We should join the fray too. If the extreme ice evolution stone truly lies in its grasp, eliminating this bone serpent will allow us to return and report our success, Wu Zhouchuan declared gravely. He immediately charged toward the abyssal bone serpent alongside the Holy Lord, with Lu Yurong and the water elemental spirit following close behind. Let the undead beasts and Wu Zhouchuan's group wear down the abyssal bone serpent for a while. It's not too late to act once it's weakened, Ao Ping thought to himself, then stood quietly watching from the sidelines. Though the undead beasts were numerous, only the Raging Rock Snake Turtle and the Raging Rock Serpent truly made an impact. The rest possessed low cultivation levels the moment they touched the Abyssal Bone Serpent, they were incinerated by its bone flames. Moreover, the undead beast slain by an elite Abyssal demon general like the Abyssal Bone Python took a full second to resurrect. Typically, undead beasts revived instantly. Without the Holy Lord as the primary combat force, the three beasts, the Raging Rock Snake Tortoise, the Raging Rock Giant Serpent, and the Water Elemental Spirit, would be utterly incapable of opposing the Abyssal Bone Python. The Saint Lord truly lives up to possessing a trace of dragon blood to fight this Abyssal Bone Serpent to a standstill, Ao Ping thought to himself. With the Water Elemental and the Raging Rock Snake Turtle providing support, this Diamond 10th tier Abyssal Bone Python was now actually at a disadvantage. Damn it! You forced my hand. The Abyssal Bone Serpent roared, instantly coalescing a silver-white skeletal frame around itself that repelled the Holy Lord and the other beasts. Simultaneously, a surge of energy erupted from its head, rapidly integrating into its body and causing its aura to skyrocket. Ao Ping immediately looked toward the Abyssal Bone Serpent's head, his pupils instantly contracting. Another evolution stone has appeared. Chapter 72, Bone Spirit Fire Python. Ao Ping stared in disbelief at the Abyssal Bone Serpent's head, where a jet black crystal was embedded. Apart from the color difference, the crystal on the Abyssal Bone Python's head was nearly identical to the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone. Could this be the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone the priest mentioned? But the color seems off. Lu Yurong frowned deeply. Sensing the Abyssal Bone Python's rapidly intensifying aura, she hurriedly turned to Wu Jiushuan. Its aura has already broken through to the Lord level. This kind of ferocious beast is beyond our capabilities. Even if we retreat, I believe the leader won't blame us. Wu Jiushuan paid Lu Yurong no mind. He'd been with the organization for over a decade. He knew the leader's temperament inside out. If retreating now truly drew no punishment, Lu Yurong would have bolted long ago. Why would she still be here waiting for his retreat order? This is planning to use herself as a shield, Wu Jiushuan snorted coldly, then focused his attention entirely on the Abyssal Bone Python. The Abyssal Bone Serpent was now engulfed in a swirling white flame. Its aura was bitterly cold, unlike the scorching heat of ordinary fire. Yet this frigid flame sent a dangerous chill through Wu Jiushuan. But for Ao Ping, who possessed the system, every change in the Abyssal Bone Python was crystal clear. Elite Abyssal Demon General Bone Spirit Fire Serpent. Race, Abyssal Bone Python Bloodline. Realm, Lord Tier 1. Talents, Abyssal Demon General SS-tier Talent, Bone Spirit Cold Flame SS-tier Talent, one of the world's extraordinary flames, capable of inflicting both burn and frostbite damage simultaneously, Nether Skeleton SS-tier Talent. The third power, Nether Skeleton, can shield you from all damage. 2 SS-tier Talents. Seems the Abyssal Bone Python's head-shaped evolution stone is significantly higher grade than the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone, Ao Ping mused inwardly. The Extreme Ice Evolution Stone had only granted him a mere 100 million evolution points. If he consumed this superior evolution stone, he could gain at least 500 million evolution points. But now the Abyssal Bone Serpent has reached Lord Tier. Killing it won't be easy. Ao Ping frowned deeply. Just as he pondered how to slay this Abyssal Bone Serpent, a furious roar shattered his thoughts. To have driven this demon general to such a corner, you truly have reason to be proud. Yet it is a pity your lives shall end at this very moment. The Abyssal Bone Serpent hissed, unleashing a torrent of bone spirit cold flames from its maw. The surrounding seawater froze at a visible speed, so rapid that even the diamond tier powerhouses Wu Jiushuan and Lu Yurong couldn't react in time. Within mere seconds, Wu Jiushuan and Lu Yurong's spirit beasts, along with vast swaths of the surrounding undead beasts, were all frozen solid into ice sculptures. Truly worthy of an SS-grade flame. Such power befits the bone spirit's cold fire. I wonder how it compares to my own netherworld ghost flame, which is stronger. Ao Ping's eyes sharpened as an eerie green flame erupted around him, blazing like hellfire itself. The temperature of the netherworld ghost flame was astonishingly high. The surrounding extreme ice began melting the instant it touched the flame, freeing the frozen undead beasts and Wu Jiushuan and his companions. Impossible. How could a mere black reptile possess such terrifying flames? The bone spirit fire serpent's body trembled violently, sensing a soul-shaking dread. Could this eerie green flame actually shatter a creature's soul? Twisting its massive body, the bone spirit fire serpent opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Ao Ping. The bone spirit fire serpent had now reached the first rank of Lord, a power that commanded respect even in the depths of the ocean. It refused to believe that, having absorbed the power of the netherworld evolutionary stone and wielding the terrifying might of a first-rank Lord, it still couldn't kill this black serpent before it. Looks like I'll have to go all out. Ao Ping gritted his teeth. Fortunately, he now possessed enough evolution points to advance a level, so he immediately commanded the system to upgrade him. 30 million evolution points consumed. Realm upgraded to Platinum Tier 2. Remaining evolution points, 124,000. Taste the might of the Nether Dragon's Dark Thunder. Ao Ping roared furiously, unleashing a true dragon forged from ghostly flames and annihilating black thunderbolts that burst forth from between his horns. The bone spirit fire python immediately countered by spewing its bone-chilling cold flames against the shadow dragon's nether thunder. The two utterly contrasting forces collided explosively beneath the sea, erupting in a deafening roar. The seabed cracked under the violent energy shockwave, countless fragments of rock sucked into the vortex and instantly reduced to dust. The mere shockwaves from the collision hurled the surrounding undead beasts hundreds of meters away. Even diamond-tier cultivators Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong were knocked back dozens of meters by the terrifying blast. It's merely a dead sea serpent. How dare you act so brazenly before a true dragon? Ao Ping gritted his teeth, channeling energy relentlessly toward his dragon horns. Break! Roar! Accompanied by a furious roar, the ghost dragon's nether thunder instantly suppressed the bone spirit's cold fire and charged toward the bone spirit fire serpent at breakneck speed. Damn it, the bone spirit fire serpent cursed inwardly, immediately summoning its third power, the nether skeleton. Like the bone spirit cold fire, the nether skeleton possessed SS grade innate power. Suppressing the bone spirit cold fire would undoubtedly drain the opponent's energy. He refused to believe the nether dragon thunder still had enough power to pierce through his skeleton. A thunderous boom echoed. The ghost dragon nether thunder slammed into the nether skeleton frame, sending another shockwave rippling across the ocean floor. The undead beasts that had just swum back were once again hurled hundreds of meters away. Ha 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 ha. The nether skeleton truly lives up to its name as absolute defense. Once the nether dragon thunder ends, you'll be waiting for death. The bone spirit fire serpent burst into laughter. Yet the next second, the sound of cracking bones echoed through the void. The bone spirit fire python's laughter abruptly froze, replaced by sheer terror etched across its face. This can't be possible. Watching the nether skeleton shatter piece by piece, the bone spirit fire serpent finally felt a flicker of fear. No! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the nether skeleton shattered violently. The nether dragon thunder struck the bone spirit fire python with pinpoint accuracy. In just a single second, the bone spirit fire python, a lord tier creature, lost its life completely. I finally won. Ao Ping forced himself upright, struggling to look at Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong. The dark dragon's thunder had drained him of all his strength, but Wu Jiuchuan and the others were still here. He absolutely could not collapse now. Chapter 73, The Death of Lu Yurong. Who would have thought that the Black Dragon, which once required every ounce of strength to confront the Yellow Wind King, could now even defeat a lord-level beast? Wu Jiuchuan stared at Ao Ping in disbelief. He could see the dragon was already at the end of his strength, barely holding on. Brother Quan, this Black Dragon is severely weakened now. If we can bring back both it and that abyssal bone python, the leader will surely reward us. Lu Yurong exclaimed excitedly. One was a black dragon powerful enough to defeat a lord-level beast, while the other held an evolutionary stone and the corpse of a lord-level beast. Bringing back either one would earn us the leader's reward. Who would have thought these two beasts would fight each other to the death, leaving me, the fisherman, to reap the rewards? Quan, what are you hesitating about? This isn't like you. I'm here to lend a hand. Seeing Wu Jiuchuan's indecision, Lu Yurong immediately commanded the water elemental to conjure a water prison, preparing to confine Ao Ping. Damn it, my power is depleted. I have no strength left. Watching the water prison rise around him, Ao Ping sensed trouble. Just as the water prison was about to trap Ao Ping, the water that had been solidifying rapidly crystallized into ice. That skull serpent isn't dead? Lu Yurong gasped, watching the prison freeze solid. She urgently commanded the water elemental to retreat. The next instant, a pure white figure stood before Ao Ping. Han Bing is here. If you want to take my master, you'll have to step over my dead body. Han Bing glared at Wu Jiuchuan and Lu Yurong with murderous intent, a gun-wielding youth standing atop its head. And me, Li Xiaoyang. Unless both of us are dead, you'll never take our master. Li Xiaoyang stood gun in hand, its tip ablaze with 9 heavens flames, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Not only that, the raging rock snake tortoise and other undead beasts swiftly positioned themselves in front of Ao Ping, each displaying a resolute, death-defying stance. They're merely a pack of low-tier beasts. Aside from that ratstone tortoise and that giant serpent posing some trouble, the rest are nothing but ants. Lu Yurong snorted coldly before turning to Wu Jiuchuan. Brother Quan, with you and me teaming up, there isn't a single beast here that can stand against us for even a single round. As long as... Retreat. Brother Quan, what did you say? Lu Yurong stared at Wu Jiuchuan in disbelief. Wu Jiuchuan, do you know what you're saying? The glory was right before her eyes. If she could just subdue this black dragon, bring back the evolution stone and the bone python's corpse to the organization, the leader would surely reward her handsomely. The duck was already roasted and practically in his mouth. How could he let it fly away now? What the hell is Wu Jiuchuan trying to do? Ao Ping's eyes flashed with confusion. Truthfully, when he heard Wu Jiuchuan call for retreat, he too was stunned. After all, he was practically a done deal. The combat prowess it had just displayed was enough to make even a lord-level powerhouse envious after all. Who wouldn't want to contract such a formidable beast? I'm the one in charge of this mission. I said retreat. Are you going to defy my orders? Wu Jiuquan's voice was deep and commanding, his spider claws already twitching with anticipation behind him. This is a gift of glory delivered right to our doorstep. Since you won't claim it, I'll take it. Lu Yurong snorted coldly, immediately commanding the water elemental to slaughter these undead beasts. Little Blue, kill them. Before Lu Yurong could finish her words, a sudden chill pierced her chest. Looking down, she saw her own chest pierced by several spider claws. Wu Jiuquan, how dare you? Lu Yurong stared at him in disbelief. She never imagined Wu Jiuquan would dare kill her. Didn't he know that infighting among members was the organization's most taboo act? Such an act, if discovered, would amount to betraying the entire Tianli organization and would result in a lifetime of pursuit by the organization. You have no right to touch it, and neither does the organization. Anyone who dares lay a finger on an artwork I, Wu Jiuquan, have set my sights on will meet the same fate. Wu Jiuquan's gaze was icy. Had Lu Yurong agreed to retreat with him, he might have spared her life. But since she chose death, he wouldn't mind sending her on her way. Master! The water elemental cried out, immediately manipulating water currents to attack Wu Jiuquan. Yet before the water elemental could strike, the Holy Lord had materialized behind it. With a roar of the flame demon, the water elemental vaporized instantly. Wu Jiuquan turned his gaze to Ao Ping, who lay exhausted on the ocean floor. He hoisted Lu Yurong's lifeless body and slowly made his way toward Ao Ping. Han Bing and Li Xiaoyang, witnessing this, immediately commanded the necromantic fiends to intercept him. Yet a voice cut through the air, forcibly halting the beast's advance. Hold! Ao Ping commanded in a deep voice. Back in the Yunluo Mountains, Wu Jiuquan had spared him once, even kindly warning him and gifting him the corpse of a platinum 9th tier 3-eyed giant ape. For some reason, Ao Ping always sensed that Wu Jiuquan harbored no ill will toward him. The way Wu Jiuquan looked at him always felt like he was gazing at his own precious treasure. I'll see what Wu Jiuquan is really up to, Ao Ping thought to himself, watching as Wu Jiuquan drew closer. His mind was filled with confusion. This is the corpse of a diamond tier powerhouse. Devour it. It will aid your recovery, Wu Jiuquan said in a deep voice, his tone tinged with excitement. This was the first time he had observed Ao Ping from such close proximity. Those majestic dragon horns, the powerful limbs, the flawless physique, every feature perfectly aligned with Wu Jiuquan's aesthetic standards. This was the ferocious beast he had spent most of his life searching for. No! Such a perfect creature should not be called a ferocious beast. I, Wu Jiuquan, shall call it a divine beast. The ancient divine beast, the Black Dragon. Ao Ping stared at the corpse tossed before his mouth. Without hesitation, he swallowed Lu Yurong whole. By the same token, Ao Ping was now gravely wounded. If Wu Jiuquan truly intended to kill him, there was no need to eliminate his companion. Wouldn't it be far more advantageous to team up with Lu Yurong and ambush him together? Consumed Diamond Tier Human Diamond 9th rank. Evolution points plus 15.19 million. Necromantic power plus 1.8 million. As the system notification sounded, a warm current instantly surged through Ao Ping's body, beginning to repair his damaged form. My injuries are finally healing, Ao Ping thought inwardly. Yet the very next moment, he suddenly sensed something caressing his dragon scales. He quickly looked down to find Wu Jiuquan stroking his dragon scales. Ao Ping frowned slightly and twisted his body away. He disliked being touched by other creatures. The sensation felt odd, making him seem like someone's pet. Were it not for Wu Jiuquan having saved him multiple times, Ao Ping would have devoured him long ago. Wu Jiuquan watched Ao Ping's departing form with reluctance. This was his first time touching Ao Ping's body. Truly the world's most perfect work of art, even the texture of its dragon scales is flawless. Wu Jiuquan was overcome with excitement, his body trembling slightly. Ao Ping frowned slightly before plucking a dragon scale from his own body and tossing it to Wu Jiuquan. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. Consider this dragon scale my token of introduction, Ao Ping thought to himself. Since his rebirth, Ao Ping had indeed slain many. Yet he was a dragon who repaid kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Wu Jiuquan's assistance had been immense, and Ao Ping was not the sort to repay kindness with betrayal. Chapter 74, Diamond Tier 3. Devoured Bone Spirit Fire Python Lords Tier 1, Evolution Points plus 78.9 million, Necromantic Power plus 2 million. Devouring the Nether Evolution Stone SS Grade Item, Evolution Points plus 500 million. Devouring. It took 10 minutes, but I've finally devoured every ferocious beast present. Ao Ping nodded with satisfaction, surveying today's evolution points. A dozen minutes earlier, Wu Jiuquan had departed in a flurry of excitement after receiving his dragon scale. Ao Ping couldn't fathom why a single dragon scale could excite him so much, but judging by his delighted expression, Wu Jiuquan would likely treasure the scale he'd given him like a precious artifact. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Platinum Tier 2. Talents: Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether God's Ghost Flame SSS-tier Talent, Silent Nether Thunder SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-rank Talent, Thunderous Power A-rank Talent, Flaming Body A-rank Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-rank Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-rank Talent, Earthquake D-rank Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution Points: 635 million 38 million. Necromantic Power: 12.948 million. I'm rich. I'm rich. Who would have thought that Nether Evolution Stone could grant me 500 million evolution points? Most importantly, after devouring the Nether Evolution Stone, Silent Black Thunder evolved into the even more powerful SS-tier talent, Silent Divine Thunder, while Nether Ghostfire upgraded to the SSS-tier talent, Nether Divine Ghostfire. Staring at the dazzling numbers on the system panel, AO Ping hesitated not a moment. He immediately consumed the evolution points to advance his cultivation realm. Consumed 38 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Platinum Tier 3. Consumed 42 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Platinum Tier 4. Consumed. Accompanied by the system prompts echoing in his mind, AO Ping's aura and physique steadily surged upward. Only when the system prompt ceased did AO Ping's physique stop changing. Consumed 70 million evolution points. Reached Diamond Tier 1. Is this what Diamond Tier feels like? No wonder they say the gap between Platinum Tier and Diamond Tier beasts is like a chasm. Feeling the boundless power surging within him, AO Ping sensed that his strength had increased at least several dozen times over compared to before. Even his physique had reached a terrifying 600 meters. If AO Ping so desired, he could effortlessly unleash tidal waves hundreds, even thousands of meters high. Too bad the raging rock snake turtle never revealed the location of the second elite abyss demon general before dying. Blue Star is so vast with only the word which to go on. How long would it take him to find the other abyss demon general? AO Ping shook his head. If I can't find him, I can't find him. Anyway, when the Titan Abyssal Lord awakens, the other elite Abyssal Demon General will be present too. Better to gather more evolution points in the ocean now. Once the Titan Abyssal Lord awakens, we'll head straight to Jinling City and wipe them all out. Soon, less than a day remained before the Titan's awakening. At that moment, the full moon hung high in the sky. Throughout this period, AO Ping hunted ferocious beasts at the ocean's edge. Upon reaching each new sea region, he would thoroughly purge the local forces. The raging rock serpent, its 3-day deadline fulfilled, had vanished into the ocean. The fury rock serpent turtle had once warned him against venturing into the deep sea. Though AO Ping didn't know the reason, the fact that the fury serpent turtle had spoken thus suggested something terrifying lurked in the depths. Moreover, the injuries the raging rock serpent turtle bore when they first met were likely inflicted by creatures dwelling in the deep sea. After all, the outer reaches of this ocean were home to beasts no higher than Diamond Tier 5, while the raging rock serpent turtle was a Diamond Tier 8 beast. No creature in the outer ocean could possibly harm it. AO Ping was the type to heed advice, so he had never ventured into the deep sea to hunt beasts. This meant that over the past few days, AO Ping had only advanced 2 minor realms, barely climbing from Diamond Tier 1 to Diamond Tier 3. Yet he was already quite satisfied with this pace. Consider that some beasts never reach Diamond rank in their entire lives, and even Diamond Tier beasts require years of accumulation to advance a single minor realm. How long had AO Ping been in this world? Barely a month, yet he had surged from an ordinary Tier 3 to his current Diamond Tier 3. His body size had surged from a mere 2 or 3 meters to a staggering 623 meters, a growth rate that could only be described as astonishing. No other ferocious beast on Blue Star could match AO Ping's ascent. As for Han Bing and Li Xiaoyang, after several days of training, Han Bing had reached Gold Tier 6. Activating the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone would likely bring his true strength to around Platinum Tier 2. Li Xiaoyang, aided by the 9 Heavens Divine Flame technique, has also successfully reached the 5th tier of the Gold rank, with his true strength likely around the 1st tier of the Platinum rank. It must be said that the 9 Heavens Divine Flame technique truly lived up to its SSS grade martial art reputation. Combined with Li Xiaoyang's innate talent, his cultivation speed shot skyward like a rocket. As for the other 2 abyssal creatures transformed into necromantic fiends, the abyssal Wrathrock Snake Turtle had reached Diamond Tier 10 by devouring other fiends. As for the abyssal Scytheclaw Wolf, its combat effectiveness in water was too low, and AO Ping had long since forgotten about it in the corner. With just 1 day left, it's the perfect opportunity to see what's happening in Jinling City now. AO Ping suddenly remembered he had planted an undercover agent near Long Qingxue. Since he was returning to Jinling City tomorrow, he wondered if anything significant had happened there recently. No sooner had the words left his mouth than AO Ping switched his shared vision to the perspective of the Blazing Sun Golden Crow. Is the Blazing Sun Golden Crow in the sky? AO Ping scanned the surroundings. Aside from white clouds, there was nothing else nearby. Strange? Why is the sunbird here? Didn't I send it to infiltrate Long Qingxue's inner circle? AO Ping wondered inwardly. The next second, a delicate voice reached his ears. Tomorrow is the day of the Jinling Martial Arts Grand Tournament. This time, we must succeed. Ao Ping commanded the blazing golden crow to look toward the source of the voice. The next moment, a pair of snow-white thighs appeared within its field of vision. Chapter 75, Hyper-Evolution. She wore the same blue dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze. A long sword was clenched in her hand. Moonlight bathed Long Qingxue's face, making her resemble a moon goddess. This doesn't seem like Jinling City territory. What is Long Qingxue doing here in the middle of the night? Ao Ping looked down. A mountain range lay below, its edge bordering Jinling City's walls. Yet the next instant, several caws echoed out. Long Qingxue and the blazing sun golden crow were instantly surrounded by over a dozen bronze-tier black-beaked crows. 13 bronze-tier black-beaked crows. The sunbird was only at bronze tier, and Long Qingxue herself possessed merely bronze tier 5 strength. Moreover, Long Qingxue had little combat capability in the air. It seemed unlikely they would escape this predicament. Ao Ping had no intention of intervening. He had originally left the blazing sun golden crow with Long Qingxue to act as an undercover agent, had it not been for tomorrow's confrontation with the Titan Abyss Lord in Jinling City. He'd nearly forgotten he'd planted a mole near Long Qingxue. In any case, these black-beaked crows couldn't kill the golden sun crow. Facing the encirclement of these black-beaked crows, Long Qingxue's face showed not a trace of panic. With a sharp clang, the long sword in Long Qingxue's hand shot from its scabbard. A surge of sword energy erupted, instantly striking every black-beaked crow in the vicinity. The surrounding black-beaked crows were startled by the sudden sword energy, but when they realized it only inflicted minor damage, they burst into cackling laughter. These sword energies can't harm the black-beaked crows at all. If that's all Long Qingxue has to offer, she'll die here today, Ao Ping thought to himself, curious about her next move. Like the filthy turtles, black-billed crows were notoriously lustful beasts. Lin Ruoyu had already been tortured to death. Could it be that both of Jinling City's greatest treasures would meet their end at the hands of these monstrous creatures? As a student of Jinling Martial University, Long Qingxue was naturally aware of the black-beaked crow's depraved nature. Yet to Ao Ping's astonishment, Long Qingxue leaped off the back of the blazing sun golden crow. Planning to kill yourself? Just as Ao Ping believed Long Qingxue was certain to die, a crisp voice rang out once more. Hear the moon's chant. Long Qingxue gripped her long sword, her gaze sharpening. Mid-fall, she suddenly transformed into a vast streak of blue light, hurtling toward the nearest black-beaked raven. The black-beaked crow didn't even have time to react before Long Qingxue's sudden strike severed its head. Not stopping there, she immediately darted toward the other crows with blinding speed. With several zigzagging streaks of light flashing across the sky, all 13 black-beaked crows were instantly slain. After casually twirling her sword in a flourish, she returned to the back of the golden sun crow. I've finally mastered it, Long Qingxue murmured, her voice icy cold, her eyes devoid of emotion. Golden sun crow, let's return to Jinling City. Is that a martial technique? Looks pretty cool, Ao Ping thought to himself. He had assumed Long Qingxue was doomed, yet after so long apart, her strength had surged dramatically. To break through to bronze tier 5 in such a short time unless she'd had some extraordinary encounter meant Long Qingxue possessed extraordinary innate talent. And with her innate martial arts ability, if she too could be transformed into a necromantic creature, she might just become a genius rivaling Li Xiaoyang. Your Majesty, Long Qingxue practices the S-rank martial art, Moon Shadow Sword Technique. A voice interrupted Ao Ping's thoughts. You still retain your self-awareness? Ao Ping stared at the flame sun crow in disbelief, certain the voice had originated from the creature. Yes, Your Majesty. Ever since you placed me by Long Qingxue's side, I have maintained my consciousness. Only, you never paid me any attention back then. The golden crow of the blazing sun murmured softly. Since it spoke in beast language, all Long Qingxue could hear was the golden crow of the blazing sun making incessant, incoherent cries. In that case, tell me everything you've seen and done while stationed near Long Qingxue. Ao Ping hadn't expected that a spy he'd casually planted beside Long Qingxue would possess consciousness. According to the system's description, the sunbird must also exhibit certain extraordinary abilities beyond those of ordinary beasts. Li Xiaoyang's innate talent had already astonished Ao Ping, but he never imagined his spirit beast would also bring him such surprises. Yes, Master. Before long, Ao Ping learned of the changes in Jinling City from the Golden Crow. I never imagined 3 Lord-level experts were stationed in Jinling City. Ao Ping's brows furrowed deeply. This was far from good news for him. No wonder he had sensed a familiar presence when devouring that 3-eyed giant ape at the reservoir last time. It turned out the 3-eyed giant ape belonged to Sun Bei, the deputy director of Jinling City's security bureau and the leader of the group at the reservoir. The man who killed Sun Bei was Wu Jiuchuan, a member of the Tianli organization. It was precisely Wu Jiuchuan's actions that had led to Jinling City being divided into 3 factions. The first faction was the military district. Due to the emergence of the Tianli organization and the murder of the Security Bureau deputy director, higher-ups had specifically dispatched a lord-level marshal to garrison Jinling City. The second faction was led by the Wang family, headed by Zhou Hua. Having offended Security Bureau Director Fang Zhenghua, Zhou Hua appealed to his father for protection. The Wang family dispatched a lord-level powerhouse to safeguard Zhou Hua. The third faction was the Long family and others led by Security Bureau Director Fang Zhenghua. Though the Security Bureau lacked a lord-level powerhouse, everyone in Jinling knew Fang Zhenghua was the prized disciple of Qin Ming, Dean of Jinling Martial University. Anyone daring to target Fang Zhenghua must carefully weigh whether they could afford to provoke Qin Ming. Among these three factions, only the military district remained neutral, obeying orders from above. As for Zhou Hua and Fang Zhenghua, their rivalry raged openly and covertly. The primary battleground was the conflict between the Long and Wang families. One represented the major clans of the capital, the other the Jinling Security Bureau, both formidable powers with significant influence. Neither would engage in direct conflict. Thus, the conflict between Zhou Hua and Fang Zhenghua manifested as the rivalry between the Wang and Long families. But this was secondary. The most valuable information Ao Ping obtained from the Blazing Sun Golden Crow concerned the evolution crystals. According to the Sunbird, these evolution crystals had only begun appearing sporadically a few days prior. Typically containing immense energy, they could only be properly utilized by diamond tier or higher ferocious beasts. Beasts below diamond grade could only forcibly absorb the energy within these stones. This not only resulted in impure energy absorption but also left latent ailments within their bodies. Forcing excessive absorption could even cause their bodies to explode and die. Evolution crystals are further categorized into three tiers. The lowest tier is S grade, while the highest tier, SSS grade, is rumored to enable spirit beasts to leap forward an entire major realm. Once an evolution stone is used, the spirit beast evolves into a completely new state. Human scientists have named this type of evolution hyper-evolution. Chapter 76, I kindly advised you to withdraw from the competition, yet you sought my life? Before they knew it, the Blazing Sun Golden Crow and Long Qingxue had returned to Jinling City. Ao Ping also returned to his own perspective. Although Jinling City was guarded by three lord-level powerhouses, Ao Ping's undead army was no slouch either. Having swept through vast forces in the ocean's outer reaches, they now possessed a staggering 13 diamond-tier beasts. Though most were only diamond tier 1 or 2, their combined might remained a terrifying force. Coupled with the undead bodies of the necromantic fiends, they could even go toe-to-toe with diamond tier 3rd and 4th rank fiends. Moreover, Ao Ping had devoured all the abyssal beasts from the White Bone Sea's army. These abyssal beasts, once transformed into undead beasts, possessed combat prowess far surpassing that of ordinary beasts converted into undead beasts. If it came down to a fight, aside from those three overlord-tier powerhouses, everyone else in Jinling City would likely perish. Therefore, the only true threats to be wary of were those three lord-tier powerhouses of Jinling City and the Titan Abyssal Lord who had yet to awaken. Particularly the Titan Abyssal Lord Ao Ping didn't even know the opponent's cultivation level. He surmised it couldn't be lower than Lord tier, and might even be higher. Of course, Ao Ping wasn't foolish enough to simultaneously confront both the Titan Abyss Lord and the entire city of Jinling. Since the Titan Abyss Lord had awakened within Jinling's borders, its inhabitants would certainly not allow the entity to slaughter indiscriminately within the city. When the time came for Jinling City to engage the Titan Abyss Lord, Ao Ping would step in to reap the benefits of the conflict. It was now noon. Ao Ping glanced at the mission panel. Eliminate the Titan Abyss Lord awakening countdown, 32 minutes. Only half an hour remains before the Titan Abyss Lord fully awakens. I wonder what Jinling City will look like after today. A ruthless gleam flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. He had already envisioned Jinling City running red with blood. After all, abyssal creatures showed no mercy toward their prey. Especially the higher-ranking beings of the abyss, they regarded human lives as worthless. From the moment Ao Ping had possessed the black armor snake, he knew he was no longer human. There was a saying among humans. Those not of our kind have hearts that differ. He and humanity had long been locked in a bitter, unending conflict. The casualties among Jinling citizens held no significance to Ao Ping after all. He cared not a whit for the safety of evolution points. Ao Ping had already unleashed all the undead beasts. Once the appointed time arrived, it would be the moment he crushed Jinling City. Meanwhile, the grand competition of Jinling Martial University was underway within the city. This tournament was unprecedented in scale, even broadcast live to all citizens. Representatives from every major faction security bureau chief Fang Zhenghua, the Long family, the Wang family had sent delegates. Even the military had dispatched General Qian Qixing to witness the event. The competition had now reached its most intense phase. Qingxue, wielding her masterful swordsmanship, advanced triumphantly. Even second and third year seniors proved no match for her. At this moment, Long Qingxue was engaged in the final showdown with the last remaining competitor. Whoa. Patriarch, seeing how far the young miss has grown using the martial arts you left behind, your spirit in heaven must be deeply gratified, Su Dongao choked out. Originally, Long Qingxue reaching the top 16 had already exceeded Su Dongao's expectations. He never imagined she would defy the odds, defeating stronger opponents to reach the finals. Though her cultivation level remained low, Su Dongyao had witnessed her relentless dedication firsthand. No matter how severe her injuries, she never abandoned her training. Even when fate struck her down, rendering her unable to control beasts and turning her into a so-called useless waste, Qingxue still fought her way to first place in the Jinling Martial Arts University competition through sheer determination, mocking fate's impotence. Jinling Martial Arts Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the finest martial school in Jinling City, Fang Jinghua praised. To cultivate Qingxue to such heights, advancing to the finals at the bronze 5th tier level, she fully deserves the title of prodigy. The Long family stood in his camp, and she was a student at his own teacher's academy. Praise was certainly in order. Moreover, Qingxue truly possessed formidable strength. Among the top 16 contestants, the lowest cultivation level was bronze 8th tier. Qingxue stood alone as the exception. With her bizarre sword techniques, she had defeated not only senior students at bronze 8th and 9th tier, but even a bronze 10th tier opponent. Now, she only needed to defeat the final opponent to claim the championship of this grand competition. However, that last opponent was a third-year senior who had repeated a year, and his cultivation had already reached silver tier 1. It seemed unlikely that Qingxue could overcome him with her bronze V cultivation. Yet even so, she still lived up to her reputation as a prodigy. Qingxue truly is a rare genius. Qin Ming nodded repeatedly. He had to admit one thing: Qingxue was the best student he had ever taught. On the martial arts stage, Qingxue was already covered in wounds. Even with the aid of the S-rank martial skill, Moon Shadow Sword technique, she still couldn't bridge the gap in cultivation levels. Junior sister Qingxue, you should give up. You can't continue fighting in your current state. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I can still fight. Qingxue wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze unwavering. The next instant, a bitterly cold wind swept across the entire martial arts platform. Despite the sweltering heat, a distinct chill now permeated the air. Blood splattered onto her sword, instantly freezing into ice. Gritting her teeth, Qingxue swung her blade with blinding speed. Frost Moon's cry. The moment the words left her lips, even the sword chi froze solid, filling the entire training ground with the ringing of blades. That's sword intent. Fang Zhengwei exclaimed in shock, staring at Qingxue in disbelief. In the entire Great Xia Kingdom, fewer than 3 possessed sword intent, and they were all at least Lord tier powerhouses. Qingxue was merely at bronze tier 5, yet she had mastered sword intent. Everyone on the spectator platform was stunned by the sword intent Qingxue had unleashed. Only Dean Qin Ming reacted swiftly, immediately intervening to save the silver tier contestant on the stage. Thank you, Dean, the silver tier contestant gasped, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Qingxue. I kindly advised her to withdraw from the match, and she actually tried to take my life? Truly, the more beautiful the rose, the sharper its thorns. Chapter 77, Titan Magma Gorilla. At that moment, Jinling Martial Arts University erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Every mouth repeated one name, Qingxue. I declare the champion of this tournament to be. Just as Qin Ming was about to announce the results, the ground suddenly shook violently. The buildings of Jinling Martial Arts University began collapsing. Towering academic buildings toppled like stacked blocks, sending clouds of dust billowing into the sky. In the distant city center, countless skyscrapers crumbled one after another. What on earth is happening? Could it be an earthquake? Fang Zhenghua frowned deeply, scrambling to steady himself. Since the revival of spiritual energy, no earthquakes had ever occurred on Blue Star. How could such a violent tremor strike today? Unless a monstrous beast lurked underground, but a creature capable of triggering such a widespread quake must be of terrifying proportions. All instructors, deploy your spirit beasts immediately. Save as many trainees as possible. Qin Ming bellowed. The martial arts arena was too crowded. Diamond-tier spirit beasts were simply too massive, easily causing collateral damage unless they possessed flight capabilities. Even then, they could only save a fraction of the people. At this moment, 2/3 of Jinling Martial Arts University's buildings had collapsed. What? The western city wall has been breached by the beast tide. Qian Qixing listened to the news over the intercom, a thread of disbelief running through him. After all, the western wall was guarded by a diamond-tier general, a seasoned diamond-tier powerhouse at the 6th rank. If a beast tide had attacked, the western wall would have issued a warning immediately. Yet when Qian Qixing received the report, the western wall had already been breached. This meant the horde contained beasts far surpassing diamond tier 6 in power. The western wall had fallen in an instant without even time to sound the alarm. Ha ha ha, this king has finally returned. A deep, resonant laugh erupted from the ground, echoing throughout Jinling City and beyond. Immediately afterward, the ground at Jinling Martial Arts University began to heave upward, as if some creature were bursting forth from beneath the earth. With a thunderous roar, several columns of molten lava erupted from the earth. Amidst the blazing inferno, a colossal hand broke through the soil, a single palm as vast as a sports stadium. Immediately after, the titanic magma ape, standing 800 meters tall, crawled out from beneath the earth. At last, I am free, the titan magma ape roared, pounding its chest in excitement as its overwhelming aura instantly spread across the entire city of Jinling. The titan magma ape's presence captured the attention of every powerful being in Jinling City. An 8th-tier Lord-class beast. Xin Ming's pupils dilated in utter shock. How could a Lord-tier beast appear in Jinling City? Even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, few could stand against such terrifying might. Simultaneously, vast swarms of flying abyssal creatures began descending from the western city walls. Their dense, dark mass obscured Jinling City's sky, transforming the entire city into a living hell. The sky, it's filled with beasts. And that colossal monster. We're doomed. Monsters are surging out of the ground too. The earlier signs were real, the world is truly ending. Help! Someone save me. I'm only 97, still young, still in my prime. I don't want to die. The entire city of Jinling plunged into utter panic at that moment. The time has finally come. A gleam of sharpness flashed in Ao Ping's eyes. Roar! With a furious roar, the sea around Ao Ping surged violently. Twisting his massive form, he churned up towering waves. The once calm sea surface transformed into a natural disaster-level tsunami, with the tallest wave reaching over 300 meters. Countless undead beasts surged within the waves. Riding the towering crest, Ao Ping swept through the sea, drowning everything in his path. Jinling City, this king has returned. Jinling City. Din Xin, what on earth is happening? How could an 8th-tier Lord-level beast appear within Jinling City? Zhou Xiaodong turned to Qin Ming. As the Zhou family's Lord-tier spirit tamer, he had sensed the Titan Magma Ape's presence and rushed to the scene immediately. Not only Zhou Xiaodong, but even Zhao Donlai, the military district's Lord-tier spirit tamer, had swiftly arrived at the scene. Jinling City had only 7 Diamond-tier spirit masters in total. 3 had been dispatched to combat the beasts at the western city wall, leaving only 4 Diamond-tier and 3 Lord-tier high-ranking spirit masters to confront the Titan Magma Giant Ape. Even so, all of them looked troubled in the face of the Titan Magma Gorilla, a Lord-tier beast at stage 8. The strongest among them was Zhao Donghai from the military district, whose spirit beast had reached the 6th rank of the Lord tier. Qin Ming ranked 2nd, having reached the 4th tier of the Lord stage in his spirit beast realm. The weakest among them was Zhou Xiaodong of the Zhou family, who was only at the 1st tier of the Lord stage in his spirit beast realm. 3 mere crawling insects dare to block this king? A flicker of contempt passed through the Titan Magma Gorilla's eyes. Even if my strength is not at its peak, it is still far beyond what you mere insects can withstand. Long live the abyss. The Titan Magma Ape immediately spewed forth massive columns of molten lava from its mouth, capable of melting even solid rock under its intense heat. Countless trainees were engulfed and melted by the molten lava, even platinum-tier spirit masters unable to escape its wrath. Zhou Xiaodong, Qin Ming, you two join me in fighting this beast. All other mid to high-tier spirit masters, go rescue the trainees and citizens. Zhao Donlai ordered immediately. Gazing at the colossal beast towering into the clouds before him, his expression darkened to the extreme. Damn it! Never imagined I'd encounter a beast of this caliber so soon after being transferred to Jinling City, Zhao Donlai cursed inwardly, immediately directing his spirit beast, the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile, to attack the Titan Magma Ape. Qin Ming and Zhou Xiaodong also swiftly commanded their own spirit beasts, the 6-winged purple python and the howling sky wolf, to attack the Titan Magma Ape. Though they were both Lord-tier creatures like the Titan Magma Ape, their size paled in comparison to the Colossus. The largest among them, the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile, measured just over 230 meters, while the Titan Magma Ape stood a staggering 800 meters tall. This staggering fourfold difference in size made the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile and other spirit beasts appear as mere infants before the Titan Magma Ape. Beyond their size, what truly plunged Zhao Donlai and his companions into despair was the Titan Magma Gorilla's overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities. Its vast magma attacks engulfed the entire city of Jinling in a sea of fire, claiming countless lives. Its defense, however, was truly formidable. The Titan Magma Ape's exterior was encased in a layer of searing lava, making it extremely difficult for the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile and others to inflict any substantial damage. Damn it, this thing's magma is such a pain. To inflict real damage, we'd need elemental attacks like water columns. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have to resort to trading blows for damage. Qin Ming's deep voice cut through the tension as he instantly pinpointed the core issue. Just then, 2 figures arrived from the west. One, hi, Lu Jin? I ordered you to suppress the western beast tide. Why have you returned? And where is my brother, Zhao Kai? Zhao Donglai frowned slightly. Seeing their panicked expressions, a vague sense of unease began to stir within him. Marshal Zhao, Wang Hai mumbled, lowering his head, unable to meet Zhao Donglai's gaze. There was a diamond-tier beast in the western horde. We were no match for it. General Zhao Kai sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. Chapter 78, Taste Divine Retribution. Zhao Kai was Zhao Donglai's younger brother. Beyond defending Jinling City, the primary reason for his visit was to see his brother after all, they hadn't met in over a decade. Marshal Zhao, I'm sorry about General Zhao Kai. I know he made the ultimate sacrifice. As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Go tend to the nearby cadets and civilians first. Zhao Donglai's tone remained calm, as if his brother's death hadn't stirred much emotion within him. Ever since the day he and his brother enlisted, he had anticipated this moment. He just hadn't expected it to come so soon. Director Qin, none of us possess elemental attack specialized beasts. Among us, my spirit beast ranks highest. I'll engage it in melee combat. You two provide support from the sidelines, Zhao Donglai declared in a deep voice. The current situation left no time for prolonged grief. As a marshal, safeguarding the citizens' safety was paramount. We'll likely need to send another one of us to reinforce the eastern city wall, Qin Ming replied gravely, his gaze fixed intently on the east. Zhou Xiaodong and Zhao Donglai swiftly turned their gaze toward the eastern city wall, their pupils suddenly contracting. A tsunami. The ocean is at least dozens of kilometers from Jinling City. How did all this seawater get here? Zhou Xiaodong stared in disbelief at the scene. The tsunami was churning with countless ferocious beasts, dozens of them radiating diamond-tier aura alone. Among them lurked a diamond-tier, stage 10 raging rock snake turtle. Most crucially, towering above the tsunami's crest was a colossal serpentine beast over 600 meters long. Though Zhou Xiaodong and the others couldn't discern its exact realm, its sheer size alone made it clear. It was at least a lord-tier creature, and its power was likely only a hair weaker than that of the Titan magma giant ape. Ha 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 ha. Now that both my great generals have arrived, the descent of the abyss shall begin from this city. The Titan magma ape instinctively assumed these were its two capable generals coming to greet it. Excited, it pounded its chest, unleashing a torrent of abyssal power. Any spirit beast or human touched by this abyssal energy was instantly transformed into a monstrous creature driven solely by the urge to devour and slaughter. Zhou Xiaodong, Dean Qin, you two delay that eastern beast for a while. This hulk is mine. Zhao Donglai declared in a deep voice. Zhou Xiaodong's heart leapt at the order, and he immediately flew toward the eastern city wall. He wasn't from Jinling City, his entire purpose in coming here was to protect young Master Zhou Hua. As long as he didn't have to confront that Titan magma ape, a lord-tier beast of the 8th rank, his own lord-tier spirit beast, though faster, could still escape if outmatched. Can you handle it alone? Should I? Qin Ming hesitated, wanting to stay and assist Zhao Donglai, but was cut off. There's no time for hesitation now. As one of the 7 marshals of Great Xia, I must lead the charge. Zhao Donglai roared, charging toward the Titan magma ape alongside the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile. Seeing this, Qin Ming hesitated no longer and immediately commanded the 6-winged purple python to advance toward the eastern city wall. Zhao Donglai stood atop the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile as molten lava spewed around them and flame demons roared. The scorching gale whipped his military uniform, making it flap wildly. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, locked firmly on the mountain-like form of the Titan magma gorilla. Old friend, Zhao Donglai murmured softly, gently patting the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile's head. This battle today might just be our last. The sky-piercing tyrant crocodile responded with a deep growl, its cold vertical pupils blazing with battle fervor. As Zhao Donglai's first spirit beast, it had been by his side for 40 long years, its mind long since intertwined with its masters. Today, only a fight to the death remained. I cared little for the original 3 reptiles. Now that only you remain, you dare act so arrogantly before me? You're courting death. The Titan magma ape sneered at the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile and Zhao Donglai, then slammed a fist toward the crocodile. Seeing the crocodile brace to take the blow head-on, the ape burst into contemptuous laughter. My fist carries molten lava so intense it melts rock. You reptile, prepare to be roasted. Yet to the Titan magma gorilla's astonishment, the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile actually absorbed the blow. Burning your vital essence? No wonder you could withstand my blow. But how long can you sustain such a life-draining tactic? The Titan magma gorilla stared into Zhao Donglai and the heaven-piercing tyrant crocodile's bloodshot eyes, instantly recognizing they were burning their very lives for power. That's none of your business, you beast. Zhao Donglai roared, seemingly ready to vent all the grief over his brother's death upon the Titan magma gorilla. Meanwhile, Ao Ping, Qin Ming, and Zhou Xiaodong also began their battle. Master, leave that wind-howling grey wolf of the Lord Tier to us, Li Xiaoyang murmured softly. Standing with hands behind his back, spear in hand atop the frozen skull, he was backed by countless undead beasts. While they might not slay the wind-howl grey wolf, they could certainly hold it off. Very well, the howling wind grey wolf is yours to handle. Ao Ping was only a diamond tier 3 himself. While he could fight across major tiers, he didn't know his true strength or whether he could defeat a Lord tier 4 6-winged purple python. Though I don't know why you beasts attacked Jinling City, since you dared to invade, you won't leave unscathed. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Qin Ming's eyes. Marshal Zhao Donglai was currently locked in a fierce battle. He had to resolve the situation here as quickly as possible. The six-winged purple python moved with blinding speed, a weakness Qin Ming could exploit to target Ao Ping's vulnerable points. With that thought, Qin Ming immediately commanded the six-winged purple python to strike Ao Ping's vital point. Though Qin Ming didn't recognize this creature before him, its appearance suggested it was a serpentine beast. And as such, it shared a common weakness. That weak spot was the 7-inch point. A speed-type spirit beast actually knows to target my weak spot? Ao Ping sneered inwardly. He wasn't some weak Snake Clan member, how could he possibly have a weak spot like the 7-inch point? And when it came to speed, the six-winged purple python was no match for him. Just as the six-winged purple python was about to bite Ao Ping's vital point, he suddenly vanished like a black bolt of lightning. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above the serpent. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through Ao Ping's icy vertical pupils as the silent divine thunder rapidly gathered between his dragon horns. Feel the divine punishment. Damn it! Six-winged purple python, dodge now. Qin Ming shouted the warning. Chapter 79, System Upgrade. The speed of the silent nether thunder rivaled that of light itself. Even with Qin Ming's warning, evading it was as difficult as climbing to the heavens for the six-winged purple python. A thunderous boom echoed. A blinding black bolt of lightning surged toward the six-winged purple python, crashing down like divine retribution. The terrifying thunderous force exploded instantly, unleashing countless bolts of lightning. The six-winged purple python let out an agonized shriek. Ao Ping's cultivation had now reached Diamond Tier 3, and the silent nether divine thunder had ascended to SS grade. Even a 4th-tier Lord-class spirit beast like the six-winged purple python would suffer greatly from a direct hit by the silent abyss divine thunder. This monstrous beast is so enormous, clearly developed for sheer size and strength. But why is its speed so blindingly fast? And why is it so proficient in elemental lightning attacks? Qin Ming frowned deeply. He had studied every surviving text in the Great Xia Kingdom and had never encountered a ferocious beast with such comprehensive development. I never imagined my current strength could cripple a 4th-tier lord with a single strike, Ao Ping observed, gazing at the six-winged purple python. The six-winged purple python's scales were now torn and bleeding from the silent nether thunder strikes. Its 3 pairs of wings, which sustained its flight, were badly damaged. Compared to its initial ferocious momentum, it was now a shadow of its former self. If the SS-grade silent nether thunder possesses such power, how overwhelming must the might of the SSS-grade innate nether god ghost flame be? Ao Ping instinctively glanced at the six-winged purple python. He wouldn't hesitate to use such a prime testing subject. No! Qin Ming caught Ao Ping's malicious gaze and instantly realized the opponent intended to attack the six-winged purple python once more. The six-winged purple python was already gravely wounded. The shattered wings had drastically reduced its speed, making it utterly impossible to evade the black colossal serpent's second strike. Zhou Xiaodong, have you handled your side yet? Can't you even deal with a few diamond-tier beasts? Qin Ming immediately called out for Zhou Xiaodong's assistance. If Zhou Xiaodong didn't come to his aid soon, both he and the six-winged purple python would likely perish here. It's not that I don't want to help you, Zhou Xiaodong replied, riding atop the howling wind grey wolf, his eyes growing increasingly filled with terror. But these beasts are strange. No matter how many times I kill them, they always come back to life. I simply can't kill them. He'd never encountered undead beasts like these before. No matter how many times the howling wind grey wolf tore them apart, they always revived swiftly. At this rate, forget helping Qin Ming, he himself might well perish in the jaws of this horde. Immortal beasts? Could it be? Hearing Zhou Xiaodong's words, Qin Ming immediately scanned the surrounding beasts. The moment he saw their pupils, shock gripped his heart. Grey pupils? You're the undead clan. Qin Ming stared in shock at the massive black serpent before him. He never imagined the undead clan, documented only in ancient texts, actually existed. Oh? You old geezer actually knows about the necromancers? Ao Ping's interest peaked, and the ghostly flames of the nether god erupted from his mouth, hurtling straight toward the six-winged purple python. In an instant, the six-winged purple python's body began to rapidly disintegrate. Seeing this, Ao Ping instantly opened his blood-red maw and bit down on the creature. Within mere seconds, the 180-meter-long six-winged purple python was completely devoured by Ao Ping. Devoured six-winged purple python lords tier 4, evolution points plus 125 million, necromantic power plus 8 million. Six-winged purple python. Qin Ming's eyes bulged with fury as he watched his life-bound spirit beast vanish into ash amidst the lightning flashes. I'll fight you to the death, you beast. Qin Ming roared with fury, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a diamond tier 9th rank. He knew he was no match for his opponent, but if he could buy just a little more time, the instructors at Jinling Martial University, the agents of the Security Bureau, and the soldiers guarding the city walls could save more citizens. Utterly ridiculous. Ao Ping snorted coldly, transforming into a black bolt of lightning that instantly appeared before Qin Ming. A terrifying dragon's aura instantly enveloped him, and no matter how much strength Qin Ming mustered, he couldn't break free from its oppressive weight. Tell me everything you know about the necromancers, and I may spare your life. Ao Ping fixed his gaze on Qin Ming. Had this creature not potentially held knowledge about the undead clan, he would have swallowed him whole already. Qin Ming actually lost? Zhou Xiaodong stared at Qin Ming in disbelief. As the dean of Jinling Martial University, Qin Ming possessed the strength of a six-winged purple python, reaching the 4th rank of lord. Even he couldn't defeat that black colossal serpent. His own howling wind grey wolf was merely at the 1st rank of lord. There was no way it could stand a chance against the opponent. I'm a member of the Zhou family of the capital. I have a bright future ahead of me. I absolutely cannot die here. Howling wind grey wolf, unleash the power of swift wind. Zhou Xiaodong commanded. The howling wind grey wolf ceased its struggle with Li Xiaoyang, Han Bing, and the other undead creatures. A gentle breeze immediately swirled around it, and its speed surged several-fold in an instant. It dashed toward the outskirts of Jinling City. Zhao Donlai's spirit beast had reached the 6th rank of lord, but he was facing a ferocious beast of the 8th rank. His demise was merely a matter of time. With 2 of Jinling City's 3 lord-tier spirit masters now gone, the tide had turned irrevocably. Jinling's fall was inevitable. Zhao Donlai wasn't about to foolishly bury himself alongside these commoners. The howling wind grey wolf was a lord tier 1 spirit beast, inherently a speed-type creature. If it chose to flee, Li Xiaoyang and the other undead creatures simply couldn't catch up. We're sorry, master. Wait. Never mind. He won't escape. Just as Li Xiaoyang and Han Bing were about to offer their apologies, Ao Ping cut them off. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as thick black mist swirled around him. Kill him. Ao Ping murmured. From within the black mist, a purple figure surged forth, none other than the 6-winged purple python he had just devoured. Both the 6-winged purple python and the howling wind grey wolf were speed-type ferocious beasts, but the python was a full 3 minor realms higher in cultivation. Catching up to the grey wolf was no difficult task. 6-winged purple python. Qin Ming immediately recognized the figure that had just burst forth his own spirit beast, the 6-winged purple python. Truly worthy of the legendary Death Spirit clan, even a lord-level spirit beast can be resurrected. Pity I know nothing else about the Death Spirit clan. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you, you beast. Qin Ming's eyes held no trace of fear. Zhou Xiaodong's escape was something he had anticipated all along. After all, Zhou Xiaodong was merely sent by the Zhou family to protect Zhou Hua. Had Marshal Zhao Donlai not been stationed in Jinling City, Zhou Xiaodong would likely have fled the moment he received news of the city under attack by an 8th-tier lord-class beast. The moment Marshal Zhao Donlai and I were either killed or overwhelmed, Zhou Xiaodong would have abandoned us without a second thought. Such was the nature of these great clans. The lives of those beneath them were likely deemed less valuable than ants. Since you seek death, this prince shall grant your wish. Given the current situation, Ao Ping had no time to waste on Qin Ming. He swallowed him whole in one gulp. Since he refused to speak, he would become fuel for Ao Ping's evolution. Beyond the lava, Jinling City was now engulfed by an unceasing influx of seawater. As magma and ocean water fused, dense mist blanketed the city. This environment would kill even platinum tier and diamond tier spirit beasts, let alone ordinary humans. Devoured diamond tier human diamond 8th rank. Evolution points plus 13.89 million. Death energy plus 1.6 million. Ao Ping gazed at the titan magma gorilla towering skyward in Jinling Center, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. The 6-winged purple python had been far too weak to truly test the power of the nether god's ghost flame. I'll see just what this so-called titan abyss lord is made of. System, upgrade. Chapter 80, 10,000 insects devouring the heart. Consumed 70 million evolution points. Reached diamond tier 4. Consumed 80 million evolution points. Reached diamond tier 5. Remaining evolution points 15.39 million. As the system notification sounded, Ao Ping's form had surged to 670 meters. His dragon horns alone stretched over 200 meters, and a single scale on his body was larger than an adult male. Having ascended to Diamond Tier 5, Ao Ping's power surged dramatically, increasing his confidence in defeating the Titan Magma Gorilla. Time to meet that Titan Lord. Twisting his massive frame, Ao Ping immediately soared toward the Titan Magma Gorilla. As for the army of undead beasts led by Han Bing and Li Xiaoyang, Ao Ping commanded them to devour the abyssal creatures and other beasts within the city. Simultaneously, the abyss creature horde at the western city wall broke through the encirclement of Jinling City's soldiers. Leading them was an elite abyss demon general, a yellow-skinned rat wielding a scepter, exceptionally skilled in witchcraft. It was precisely through these insidious witchcraft arts that he had successfully slain Jinling City's diamond tier experts. Now, he led a vast horde of abyssal creatures to greet the awakening of the Titan Abyssal Lord. Ha 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 ha. My two capable generals have already breached your lines. Pathetic humans. Become nourishment for the abyss. The Titan Magma Ape roared with laughter, swinging his fist to send the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile and Zhao Donlai flying hundreds of meters. Damn it! Have even Dean Qin and Zhou Xiaodong fallen? Zhao Donlai wiped the blood from his lips. Zhao Donlai's hair had turned speckled with gray. He had already burned through 2/3 of his vitality, and now he could barely hold onto his blade. Your servant greets the Titan Sovereign. The witch-bug yellow rat immediately knelt, leading the Abyssal army to the Titan Magma Ape side. Where is that white-boned fellow? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The Titan Magma Gorilla looked toward the east. A black lightning bolt streaked rapidly toward him, followed by a horde of ferocious beasts among them, a diamond tier, 10th stage raging rock snake tortoise. Bone is quite impressive. To transform a diamond tier beast into a great abyssal creature, he must have broken through to Lord Tier himself. You must step up your game, witch rat. The Titan Magma Ape nodded with satisfaction. He didn't doubt for a moment that the black lightning bolt belonged to any other beast. After all, who else could lead a beast type to greet him on the very day of his awakening? Besides his 2 trusted generals, who else could it be? Surely not humans or those undead creatures. Something's off, Lord. That black lightning doesn't feel like white bones. And he carries no abyssal aura, just this repulsive stench. Wuguei Huangshu sensed the anomaly and urgently alerted the Titan Magma Ape. That's the aura of the undead. The Titan Magma Gorilla frowned slightly, suddenly fixing his gaze on the black lightning bolt in the east. You're not white bones. The Titan Magma Gorilla's brow knitted tightly as he swung his fist toward the black lightning bolt. You only notice it now? Isn't that a bit too late? Ao Ping snorted coldly, his figure vanishing instantly from before the Titan Magma Gorilla's eyes. King! Watch your back! Damn it! The Titan Magma Gorilla cursed inwardly, immediately swinging his fist backward. But his immense size made Speed Titan Magma Gorilla's greatest weakness. Even striking instantly, he was still far slower than Ao Ping. Ao Ping opened his gaping maw, instantly spewing a torrent of nether flame. The eerie green flame swiftly engulfed the Titan Magma Ape's body. This green flame is actually hurting me. It's even burning my soul. The Titan Magma Gorilla frantically swatted at the underworld ghost flame covering its body. But the nether flame was SSS grade fire. How could it be easily extinguished? Unless the Titan Magma Gorilla possessed some special life-saving ability, it would endure the torment of its soul being scorched and its flesh being ravaged. Who would have thought this Titan Magma Gorilla would be so foolish, unable to even recognize his own subordinates? Ao Ping sneered inwardly. Had the creature remained vigilant from the start, he might not have approached so smoothly. You audacious beast dares to ambush the great king. Today, you shall taste the might of my witchcraft. The witchcraft yellow rat immediately began chanting incantations. A cloud of black mist surged from the staff in his hand, instantly engulfing Ao Ping's body. Ha ha ha, taste the agony of 10,000 insects devouring your heart. A smug gleam flashed in the cunning eyes of the witch rat. Any creature afflicted by the 10,000 insects devouring the heart curse would feel as though their heart were being torn apart by countless ants. Even a lord-level creature, once infected by this curse. The witch rat dared not guarantee an instant kill, but if the curse wasn't lifted within 5 minutes, even a lord-level beast would surely perish. I've been cursed? My heart. Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the witch rat with confusion. Judging by the enemy's words, this heart-devouring insect curse seems quite potent. But why does my heart feel perfectly normal? Ao Ping pondered inwardly. The next second, Ao Ping's eyes lit up. Could it be the necromancer's heart fused earlier? The necromancer's heart was forged from the essence and blood of successive necromancer emperors. Though Ao Ping knew little of the exact tier these necromancer emperors belonged to as monstrous beasts, the fact that the necromancer clan could stand against the abyss meant they were certainly no weaker than the abyss lords, perhaps even their equals. Given that, how could the necromancer's heart forged from the essence of countless necromancer emperors possibly be affected by a mere insect heart-devouring parasite? Ha ha ha, do you feel your heart itching and throbbing with pain right now? If you beg me, swiftly reclaim the flames within your sovereign, and surrender to my great Titan Lord of the Abyss, I might spare your life. The witchcraft rat stood with hands behind its back, speaking with confident assurance. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 81, Clash. No sooner had the witch rat spoken than a surge of netherworld ghost flame engulfed him. Ah! You can't kill me. If I die, no one will be able to save you. Yet before the witch rat could finish its plea, the ghostly flames of the nether god consumed its entire body. Just as the witch rat was about to be incinerated, Ao Ping instantly withdrew the flames from its body. He opened his gaping maw and swallowed it whole. Devoured Elite Abyssal Demon General Witch Rat Diamond Tier 10, Evolution Points plus 20.25 million, Necromantic Power plus 200,000. Over 20 million evolution points, can't let that go to waste. Besides, this is the first time I've encountered a beast that wields witchcraft, Ao Ping murmured softly before turning his gaze toward the Titan Magma Ape. The witchcraft rat was merely a minor interlude. The real showstopper was the Titan Magma Ape before him. After all, he couldn't possibly believe he could eliminate an 8th tier lord-level Titan Magma Ape with just a single nether god ghost flame. If he truly had slain the Titan Magma Ape with just the nether god's ghost flame, then this so-called Titan Abyss Lord would be far too overrated. This Black Serpent is incredibly powerful. Just that ghostly green flame alone makes me feel the threat of death. Zhao Donglai instinctively swallowed hard, staring at these two towering beasts. He couldn't help but marvel. Before these ferocious beasts, humanity truly felt as insignificant as ants. Had humanity's ancestors not discovered the method of contracting beasts, mankind would likely have perished centuries ago. Marshal Zhao. A voice called out. Zhao Donglai followed the sound and saw a black shadow crow flying toward him. General Qingxue? I ordered you to prioritize rescuing civilians and cadets. Why are you here with me? Zhao Donglai's tone carried a hint of anger. He had long prepared himself for death. When he first arrived in Jinling City, he'd heard that Shallow Poolstar was the city's youngest diamond-level general. With such a promising future ahead, there was no need for him to stay here with Zhao Donglai, waiting for death. Marshal Zhao, you should see Jinling City's current state, Shallow Poolstar said solemnly, a hint of regret in his voice. Zhao Donglai looked down, his pupils suddenly contracting. Though the sky-piercing tyrant crocodile lacked wings, it possessed the ability to soar through the air. Combined with the Titan magma ape's colossal size, Zhao Donglai and the crocodile had been locked in aerial combat, completely oblivious to Jinling City below. Now, vast swaths of Jinling City lay submerged beneath a churning mass of magma and seawater. The two elements had fused together, forming a semi-fluid, unidentifiable liquid of extreme heat. For ordinary people to fall into it meant certain death. In the areas not engulfed by lava and seawater, hordes of ferocious beasts roamed, slaughtering humans indiscriminately, sparing neither the old nor the young. As you can see, in these conditions, any spirit master without a flying spirit beast has perished in Jinling City, let alone the defenseless citizens. Xian Qixing's voice grew fainter. Few spirit masters in Jinling possessed flying spirit beasts, and the number of citizens they could save was extremely limited. It could be said that over 90% of Jinling's population had perished here. Oh, and there's one more thing you probably don't know: Zhou Xiaodong escaped. Asano Hashizora suddenly recalled Zhou Xiaodong's desperate flight. At the time, he was rescuing citizens when he happened to witness Ao Ping killing Director Qin Ming and Zhou Xiaodong's frantic escape. Unfortunately, his spirit beast was still carrying several ordinary citizens at the time, preventing him from risking a rescue attempt for Director Qin Ming. He felt profoundly guilty about this as well. As a Lord-level spirit tamer, Zhou Xiaodong dared to abandon the lives of so many Jinling citizens and flee alone. I had foolishly believed he perished alongside Director Qin. Who would have thought this cowardly, self-preserving scoundrel would flee? A murderous intent flared in Zhao Donglai's eyes. Had his power remained at its peak, Zhou Xiaodong would have been the first to die at his hands. Alas, given the current situation, he likely couldn't leave Jinling City. Qingxue, Zhao Donglai's voice was low and resolute, take everyone who can still fly and evacuate Jinling immediately. Marshal Zhao, but what about you? General Shallow Poolstar, obey orders. Immediately lead the spirit masters with flying spirit beasts and the rescued citizens to the capital. Zhao Donglai summoned his last reserves of strength to shout. Save as many as you can. I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Shallow Poolstar opened his mouth, then gave a heavy military salute before turning and racing away atop the Shadow Crow. I remember now. This green flame hasn't been seen in centuries. The necromancer's mightiest flame, the nether flame ghost fire, it truly lives up to its reputation. A layer of magma began surging around the Titan magma ape, separating it from the nether god's ghost flame. As the magma shed away, the ghostly flames vanished. Who'd have thought you'd be so cautious, not even trying to attack me while I was distracted, the Titan magma gorilla sneered coldly. In truth, it could have used the lava to extricate itself from the nether flame long ago. But to capture Ao Ping alive, it deliberately feigned inability to extinguish the flame, luring Ao Ping into striking again. After all, if his opponent could wield the netherfire, it meant he must have deep connections with the necromancers. The moment Ao Ping dared to strike, the Titan magma gorilla would instantly break free from the flames and counterattack. The nether flame could indeed inflict significant damage upon him, but while the flames were formidable, their effectiveness depended entirely on who wielded them. If it were the nether flame of a necromancer emperor, he would flee without hesitation. This black serpent before him, though it wielded the nether flame, was still far inferior to those necromancer emperors. The weakest of the necromancer emperors possessed overlord tier strength, while this black serpent was at best a lord tier threat hardly worth worrying about. Abyssal lords truly aren't so easily vanquished. Looks like this will require a bit more effort, Ao Ping mused inwardly before glancing at the creature's information panel. Titan Abyssal Lord Titan Magma Giant Ape. Species, Titan Magma Giant Ape. Realm, Lord, 8th tier. Talents, Abyssal Sovereign SSS-tier talent, massive boost to all attributes, absolute control over inferiors, and ability to convert surrounding abyssal creatures into personal power. Titan Transformation S-rank talent, doubles body size and greatly enhances strength, but reduces agility. Lava Power S-rank talent, freely controls lava. Lava Domain S-rank talent, doubles damage dealt by lava when domain is active. Let this king witness the true power of a necromancer who wields the ghost flame of the nether god. The Titan magma gorilla snarled, its body surging with molten lava. No sooner had the words left his mouth than vast quantities of magma coalesced in the air above the Titan magma ape, instantly hurtling toward Ao Ping. Ao Ping wasted no time, instantly gathering a massive surge of silent nether thunder between his dragon horns. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar, a massive black dragon formed from silent nether thunder surged forth from between his horns, charging headlong into the lava spray unleashed by the Titan magma ape. Chapter 82, Long Qingxue and Li Xiaoyang's reunion. Boom! Two earth-shattering forces collided with a thunderous crash. The black dragon roared as it tore through the torrent of lava, its black thunder intertwining with the molten rock, erupting in deafening booms. These two beasts are truly terrifying, Zhao Donglai frowned. Though I don't know why they're fighting, it's buying General Qingxue and the others precious time to escape. Not only was the black serpent battling the Titan magma ape before them, but their respective minions were also devouring and slaughtering each other. Moon Shadow Sword Art. A slash of swordlight cut through the air, instantly slaying a bronze tier, 8th rank wine demon cat. Long Qingxue's brows knitted tightly as she fixed her gaze on the remaining 4 wine demon cats surrounding her. Her grip on the long sword tightened, her breath coming in ragged gasps. If I continue entangled with them, they'll drain my stamina sooner or later, Long Qingxue thought to herself. She never imagined such events would unfold in Jinling City. Not only had ferocious beasts burst forth from beneath the earth, but the eastern and western city walls had also been breached one after another. She had initially received aid from a gold tier mentor. Just as they were withdrawing from Jinling City, a platinum tier 4 poison arrow seagull suddenly charged at them. The mentor, to shield her, went alone to confront the seagull. Though she ultimately escaped the poison arrow seagull's jaws, that mentor was likely. Had she not expended so much energy in the grand competition just now, how could Long Qingxue have been driven to such a desperate state by these mere bronze tier, 8th rank wine demon cats? Not only that, but when that black giant serpent appeared, the fiery golden crow by her side went completely berserk. Ignoring her commands entirely, it abandoned her and fled alone. It was likely startled into panic by these ferocious beasts. After all, being only a bronze tier 1 creature, its fear was understandable. Meow! With a piercing cat cry, the 4 wine demon cats instantly lunged toward Long Qingxue. Their eyes burned with a hunger for flesh, as if they couldn't wait to tear her apart. Is this where I die? A flicker of reluctance crossed Long Qingxue's eyes. She hadn't even found her missing parents yet. Was this truly how she would perish? Exhausted, she had no strength left to swing her sword. As the demon cats closed in, Long Qingxue instinctively closed her eyes. Yet after a few seconds, the expected pain never came. Instead, a deep, resonant voice reached her ears. "Young miss, are you all right? Steward Su, you." Long Qingxue's voice trembled with emotion. Steward Su's appearance gave her hope for survival. "This isn't the place for talking. I'll escort you out of the city first," Su Donglai said softly. Just as they prepared to depart aboard his spirit beast, the instant shadow parrot, 13 platinum-grade ferocious beasts charged forward, swiftly encircling Long Qingxue and her companions. 13 platinum-grade beasts. Su Donglai's brow furrowed deeply as he swiftly shielded Long Qingxue behind him. This was bad. Though the instant shadow parrot possessed spatial abilities, it could only transport one person per teleportation. "It seems we must send the young lady away first." Su Donglai frowned deeply, his mind already made up. 40 years ago, it was Long Qingxue's parents who saved his life. To this day, Su Donglai still remembered it vividly. Though he had served as the Long family's steward for over 4 decades, tirelessly managing their affairs. But could such a debt of life ever be repaid by mere trivialities? Even in the eyes of others, including Long Qingxue's parents, they believed he owed the Long family nothing more. Su Donglai knew well that such a debt could only be repaid with his own life. "Miss Long, please step aside. You're Li Xiaoyang." Su Donglai's words were cut off by Long Qingxue's voice. Following her gaze, he instantly recognized a familiar figure, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "The blazing sun golden crow?" Su Donglai murmured softly, his gaze slowly shifting to the youth riding upon its back. The blazing sun golden crow had been brought back to the Long family by the young miss herself and was often kept by her side. It was said to be the spirit beast of one of her friends. Moreover, this spirit beast obeyed no one but the young Mississippi. Had he not known the young miss lacked the talent for beast control, he might have even thought she was the golden crow's true master. Could this be the person the young miss spoke of? But she mentioned before that her friend had already passed away, Su Donglai mused inwardly. Yet judging by the young lady's reaction just now, she seemed to know this person. Moreover, the only person who could command the blazing sun golden crow and was acquainted with the young miss was likely the true master of the beast, the friend the young miss had mentioned. "You, weren't you dead?" Long Qingxue now doubted her own eyes. Just as she moved to speak with him, Su Donglai stopped her. "This guy's acting weird." Su Donglai shook his head, signaling Long Qingxue not to get too close. He had already noticed Li Xiaoyang's gray pupils devoid of feeling, lacking any spark, as lifeless as a corpse. Hearing Su Donghao's words, Long Qingxue also noticed some suspicious details. She had witnessed Li Xiaoyang being devoured by a horde of ferocious beasts while saving her life. How could a dead man possibly return to life? Moreover, Li Xiaoyang didn't even have a body. It had been torn to shreds by those ferocious beasts long ago. Li Xiaoyang hadn't expected to encounter Long Qingxue here, but he kept his master Ao Ping's orders firmly in mind and immediately spoke up. Slaughter them all. Leave not a single one alive. The 13 protectors obey your command. Li Xiaoyang's poison arrow seagulls shouted in unison, swiftly launching their attack on Long Qingxue and the others. Seeing this, the ever-vigilant Su Donghao swiftly pushed Long Qingxue toward the instant Shadow Parrot. Shadow Parrot, activate your teleportation ability. Ensure the young lady's safety at all costs. Trying to escape? Li Xiaoyang snorted coldly, thrusting his spear toward Long Qingxue. You stupid bird! What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take the young miss away! Su Donghao roared. Hearing Su Donghao's furious shout, the Shadow Flicker Parrot, which had been hesitating, finally activated its teleportation ability and carried Long Qingxue away. The very next second after Long Qingxue and the instant Shadow Parrot teleported away, Li Xiaoyang's spear followed suit. Had they been a second slower, Long Qingxue would have perished under Li Xiaoyang's spear. Chapter 83, 9 Dragons Transformation. Seeing Long Qingxue escape safely, Su Donghao burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha, patriarch. From this day forward, Su Donghao owes you nothing. All debts of gratitude are repaid today. You beasts. Come and kill your old man Donghao if you dare. Who would have thought the necromancers could produce a genius like you? You must have awakened the talent to conceal your aura. If this king's guess is correct, your true realm is likely only Diamond Tier. The Titan Magma Gorilla spoke in a deep voice, his killing intent toward Ao Ping intensifying. The Titan Magma Ape had deduced this from the power of the Nether God's Ghost Flame. If a Lord-level necromancer had wielded it, its destructive force would have been vastly greater than what it was now. The Black Serpent before him was likely only Diamond Tier. Precisely because of this, the Titan Magma Ape desired Ao Ping's death even more. That a Diamond Tier being could stand against its own Lord Tier power was alarming. If allowed to reach Lord Tier, even it would be no match for him. Such a prodigy emerging among the undead posed a grave threat to the abyss. This boy must not be spared. Meanwhile, Ao Ping's situation was dire. He was already covered in wounds. The Titan Magma Gorilla possessed immense strength. A single punch shattered the dragon scales covering Ao Ping's body. After all, triple-layered scales were merely AB rank talent, utterly useless against an 8th tier Lord-level Titan Magma Gorilla. Truly a Lord tier abyssal beast. If not for completing this mission, I'd never risk confronting such a monstrosity. Ao Ping frowned slightly, swiftly checking his current evolution points. Just 10 million more, he thought to himself. If I can stall for a little longer, I'll be able to level up again. When the system upgraded, besides enhancing his strength, it could also instantly heal his injuries. This feature was particularly favored by Ao Ping, as its strategic application could sometimes yield extraordinary results. Devoured Howling Wind Grey Wolf Lordship Tier 1 Evolution Points plus 77.19 million, Necromantic Power plus 2 million. Devoured Diamond Tier Human Diamond Tier 5 Evolution Points plus 8.74 million, Necromantic Power plus 1 million. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Ao Ping's heart leapt with joy. These evolution points came at just the right time. System, upgrade now. Ao Ping commanded mentally. 90 million evolution points consumed. Reached Diamond Tier 6. Remaining evolution points, 74.63 million. As the system notification sounded, Ao Ping's aura surged relentlessly. His physique expanded at a visible pace, and the once scarred, shattered dragon scales instantly restored to their original state. His injuries healed? A flicker of astonishment crossed the Titan Magma Gorilla's eyes. Ao Ping's recovery was so swift it seemed instantaneous, so fast the Titan Magma Gorilla hadn't even had time to intervene. Had Ao Ping's aura not been steadily intensifying, it might have mistaken the previously wounded beast for an entirely different creature. As expected of the system, this recovery speed is truly impressive. Ao Ping thought to himself. The next second, he transformed into a black lightning bolt, appearing behind the Titan Magma Gorilla in the blink of an eye. With one bite, he tore a large chunk of flesh from its back. The Titan Magma Gorilla's thick hide had proven difficult for Ao Ping, then at Diamond Tier 5, to breach. But now, having ascended to Diamond Tier 6, both his biting force and the sharpness of his dragon fangs had greatly increased. He could now easily bite through the Titan Magma Ape's fur. You accursed Black Serpent! I shall kill you! The Titan Magma Ape let out an agonized roar. This was the first time since its awakening that any creature had dared to devour its flesh. Enraged, a torrent of magma surged from around the Titan Magma Gorilla, and vast pools of molten lava erupted from the ground beneath Jinling City. Ao Ping instantly recognized this as the Titan Magma Gorilla's lava domain. He dared not take it lightly, immediately creating distance between himself and the opponent. Though he had now reached Diamond 6th tier, greatly increasing his power, he knew better than to underestimate his foe. This caution was to prevent any unexpected setbacks. As it happens, I've just created a new technique. I'll use you to test it out. 8 dragons emerge. At Ao Ping's command, 800-meter-long dragons burst forth from between his horns. 4 azure dragons were formed from the gathering of Nether God Ghost Fire, while the other 4 black dragons were forged from the condensation of silent Nether God Thunder. 8 dragons emerge, heaven and earth shift. The titanic dragons encircled the magma titan ape, each radiating an utterly terrifying aura. In an instant, dark clouds engulfed the skies above Jinling City. Amidst thunder and lightning, torrential rain poured down. This technique was called the 9 Dragons Transformation. The final dragon could only be summoned at the decisive moment, modeled after Han Bing's extreme ice dragon soaring heaven talent. Now, it truly lived up to its hype. If Ao Ping could have summoned these 8 dragons in his past life, forget about impressing girls, just riding one for a spin would have made even guys willingly fall for him. This was far more impressive than any Maybach or Lamborghini. You vermin, all of you die. The Titan Magma Gorilla relentlessly swung its fists at the dragons darting through the sky. But the dragons were incredibly agile in the air. Unless the Titan Magma Ape chose to engage in close combat, its speed alone was insufficient to land a hit on the soaring dragons. Though the dragons Ao Ping summoned couldn't inflict fatal damage on the Titan Magma Gorilla, their disruptive effect was top-notch. After all, while the 8 dragons' attacks weren't lethal, they certainly caused the Titan Magma Gorilla pain. It felt like having a mosquito buzzing around you while it couldn't deliver a fatal blow, the very sound of its buzz buzz buzz. That mosquito had already chosen its own path to death. You forced my hand. Servants of the Abyss, offer your lives to your great sovereign. The Titan Magma Gorilla roared, its body instantly radiating vast amounts of abyssal power. Simultaneously, the Abyss creatures within Jinling City seemed to sense the Titan Magma Gorilla's call, all madly rushing toward it. No! This beast intends to devour these abyssal creatures to forcibly elevate its own realm. Ao Ping's heart sank. He immediately unleashed a torrent of Nether God Ghostfire at the Titan Abyssal Gorilla, attempting to disrupt the devouring process. Yet the Titan Magma Gorilla was prepared. A barrier of molten lava instantly separated Ao Ping and the 8 dragons. Even the Nether God's ghost flame, unable to reach the Titan Magma Gorilla, could only ignite the outer layer of the magma barrier. Meanwhile, Zhao Donlai and the Overlord Crocodile, who had been watching from the sidelines, also noticed the magma barrier. Fight! Fight! Once you've both been crippled by this battle, I'll make you pay with your lives for the millions of people in Jinling City. Chapter 84, Offering One's Neck to the Slaughter. Detected Titan Magma Gorilla breaking through to Overlord tier. Mission difficulty upgraded to Nightmare. System has readjusted mission. Mission condition, eliminate the Titan Magma Gorilla within 1 month. Quest reward, any one SSS-tier talent or SSS-tier item, plus an SSS-tier talent related to Bloodline. Task penalty, 100% of the Black Dragon Bloodline will be reclaimed. The Titan Magma Gorilla has actually broken through to Overlord tier? Ao Ping's brows furrowed deeply as his pupils suddenly contracted. Overlord tier was already 2 major realms above Ao Ping's current level, and the gap between Overlord tier and Lord tier was practically an unbridgeable chasm. The entire Great Xia Kingdom likely had fewer Overlord tier powerhouses than one could count on one hand. And he was only at Diamond tier 6. Better safe than sorry. With a month left before the new mission ended, Ao Ping wasn't sure if he could reach Overlord tier within that time, but advancing to Lord tier was definitely within his grasp. Once he had grown his wings, he would return to claim the giant ape's head. Ao Ping swiftly scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking on the east. Without hesitation, he fled toward the Eastern Ocean. The ocean teemed with far more ferocious beasts than the land. If Ao Ping wanted to climb higher ranks within a month, he had no choice but to venture into the sea. You come and go as you please, thinking this king has no temper. The Titan Magma Ape's roar shook the already flimsy buildings around it, causing them to collapse. With each step it took, the ground melted into a burning footprint, its dominant aura thickening the air itself. Meanwhile, just as Ao Ping flew beyond Jinling City's borders, the lava covering the city began to slowly spread outward. Within mere seconds, it formed a barrier vast enough to envelop the entire city. Ao Ping watched the Titan Magma Ape warily. From the moment Jinling City was engulfed in lava, he knew this battle was inevitable. Now, the Titan Magma Gorilla had reached the first tier of Overlord status. Since escape is impossible, I'll burn my boats and fight with my back to the water. 9th transformation of the 9 dragons, Dark Dragons Nether Thunder. Ao Ping roared furiously. The 8 dragons in the sky instantly coalesced. The SSS-grade Nether God's Ghostfire combined with the SS-grade Silent Nether Thunder. The convergence of these 2 terrifying forces sent even the Titan Magma Ape, a Dominator tier being, feeling a pang of dread. The Titan Magma Gorilla wore a look of surprise, but it quickly twisted into a savage grin as it swung its mountain-like fist. A mere Diamond tier creature? I'll see just what kind of storm you can stir up. Before the words faded, the ghost dragon's nether thunder slammed into the Titan magma ape's body. With a thunderous boom, the Titan magma ape's body erupted with countless terrifying black lightning bolts. The devastating force of thunder and flame instantly leveled the ground within 100 meters. Even the sky was torn open by multiple cracks. Yet in the blink of an eye, those fissures in the heavens closed as if instantly mended. Even Ao Ping himself was sent flying hundreds of meters by the terrifying shockwave. Meanwhile, Zhao Donglai, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, never imagined the black colossal serpent before him could unleash such a devastatingly powerful technique. Originally, he had planned to detonate the heaven-piercing tyrant crocodile to take both of these colossal beasts in Jinling City down with him. Instead, he met an unexpected death from the aftershock of the shadow dragon's nether thunder. When the shockwaves dissipated, the Titan magma ape had vanished from Jinling City, leaving only vast pools of molten lava. Even the magma barrier enveloping the city shattered with a thunderous crash. Did it work? Ao Ping's heart leapt with joy, but he quickly sensed something amiss and looked around warily. The system hadn't popped up a task completion notification. Ao Ping trusted the system's judgment more than his own eyes. What terrifying power! Had I not expended my primordial essence to forcibly reshape my body with the surrounding magma, even I might have perished under that strike. As he spoke, the magma within Jinling City began rapidly coalescing. Within mere seconds, the Titan magma gorilla reappeared before Ao Ping. However, compared to its previous state, its aura was noticeably weaker. Killing an Abyss Lord truly is no easy feat, Ao Ping frowned, forcibly suppressing the surging chi and blood within his body. The use of the ghost dragon nether thunder had drained Ao Ping of immense physical strength. Coupled with the recent shockwave impact, he was now at the end of his rope. Just as Ao Ping pondered his next move, the Titan magma gorilla launched its attack. That last strike must have drained every ounce of your strength. Let's see what moves you have left now. The Titan magma gorilla charged forward, snatched Ao Ping's head, and slammed it violently into the ground. Ao Ping felt a metallic taste in his throat as a torrent of dragon blood gushed forth. This was the second time he had suffered such severe injury since his transmigration. The first time was when he was wounded by General Asano Hoshi of the southern city wall while escaping Jinling City. Now, once again within Jinling City, he was wounded by this very Titan magma gorilla before him. Is Jinling City cursed? Ao Ping couldn't help but think. Every time I come here, nothing good happens. Dare to challenge the Abyss's might? Even if you were the king of heaven himself, you'd die here today. The Titan magma ape's right fist instantly enveloped in molten lava, smashing violently toward Ao Ping's head. Die for this king. A thunderous boom echoed. The Titan magma gorilla, who had just been so confident, was suddenly dumbfounded. Staring at the empty ground, it couldn't comprehend what had happened. That enormous beast had been right before its eyes just moments ago. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Had it not felt its fist strike the creature's skull, it would have thought it was hallucinating. Damn it! The duck was already cooked, yet it flew away. The Titan magma ape slammed its fist into the ground in fury. It had already begun to suspect that Ao Ping possessed a spatial-type talent. The reason he hadn't used it earlier was likely due to some restriction. And his attack had triggered that very restriction, causing the sure thing to vanish into thin air. Host detected fatal damage. Fatal teleportation talent activated cooldown, 7 days. Hearing the system's alert, Ao Ping's eyes snapped open. His vertical pupils glowed with savage intent. Titan magma gorilla, you'd better make a breakthrough within this month. Otherwise, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 85, The Emergence of the Heavenly Justice Organization. Ao Ping surveyed his surroundings. Only after confirming no immediate danger remained did he breathe a sigh of relief. Though he didn't know where he'd been teleported, Ao Ping was certain he was currently in some lake or river. His dragon scales were highly sensitive to seawater. The moment he arrived, he knew this wasn't the ocean. There must be a formidable beast nearby, Ao Ping mused inwardly. The surrounding water was exceptionally murky, thick with sand. The current carried silt, gently washing over Ao Ping's dragon scales, creating an unnerving sensation. Even breathing in and out drew large amounts of sand into his lungs. As a dragon, Ao Ping was naturally unaffected by the water quality, experiencing only mild discomfort. But ordinary aquatic beasts would suffer greatly. So this is what it feels like to live in polluted river water. That little geezy country that dumped nuclear waste in my past life truly deserves to be damned. I wonder if this world I'm in has a little geezy country. If it does, I must turn every last one of them into my evolution points. Ao Ping snorted coldly, then twisted his body and swam swiftly toward the surface. Emerging above the water, he found himself surrounded by endless yellow sands, sensing no trace of living creatures. This wasn't always sand. Looks like it's only appeared recently. Ao Ping frowned slightly, spotting numerous broken tree trunks scattered about. If this place had always been covered in sand, these trees shouldn't have been here. Moreover, judging by the shattered stumps, they looked less like victims of natural weathering and more like casualties of fierce beasts fighting nearby. Moreover, Ao Ping hadn't spotted any beasts in the water just moments ago. In this world, no matter the location, be it scorching lava or frozen wastelands, even the harshest environments harbored native beasts. Yet the lake had contained no beasts whatsoever. While the environment was harsh, the yellow sand was nothing compared to magma or ice fields. It was impossible for no native beasts to survive in this sandy lake. The most likely explanation was that this area had not always been a lake of yellow sand. Instead, the lake had once been clean and clear, as evidenced by the surrounding broken tree trunks. The most probable explanation was that another powerful beast had invaded this territory. That predator likely wielded the sand itself as a weapon, which explained why the surrounding area was saturated with it. The next instant, a ferocious beast's roar erupted, snapping Ao Ping from his thoughts. That's the aura of a diamond-tier beast, and not just one. There's even a lord-tier beast among them. Ao Ping frowned slightly. His injuries were still severe. The moment he triggered the fatal teleport, Ao Ping had recalled all the undead beasts within Jinling City. Even if he wanted to recover through leveling up, his current evolution points were insufficient for advancement. Looks like I'll have to summon a necromantic beast to scout ahead first. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as the six-winged purple python instantly materialized beside him, then swiftly darted toward the source of the roar. As a fourth-tier lord-class beast, the six-winged purple python had few equals even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, making it perfectly suited for reconnaissance. Ao Ping observed the situation through the serpent's perspective. Soon, the six-winged purple python spotted a massive yellow rat wielding a wolf-tooth club. Yellow Sand King? How did Wu Jiuquan's spirit beast end up here? Ao Ping instantly recognized the creature. Back in the Yunluo Mountains, he had expended considerable effort to defeat the Yellow Sand King. What had changed was that the Yellow Sand King had now ascended to Diamond Tier 1. Not only that, but Ao Ping sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, an illusion he couldn't explain. The Sand King was currently under siege by 3 spirit beasts, 2 of which were Diamond Tier, a Diamond 4th Tier Gold Devouring Rat and a Diamond 5th Tier Swamp Lizard. Their masters stood atop their respective mounts. Ao Ping merely glanced at them briefly before quickly dismissing these 2 beasts. After all, their strength was too weak to pose any real threat to the six-winged purple python. The only one that caught Ao Ping's attention was the Storm Python, a 3rd-tier Lord-level beast. Among all the creatures present, only this Storm Python, a 3rd-tier Lord-level beast, could pose a slight threat to the six-winged purple python. A mere Diamond Tier 1 Frankenstein's monster has managed to escape our grasp multiple times. Truly, it lives up to being one of Wu Jiuquan's most prized creations, utterly extraordinary, Fang Yan remarked, standing atop the Storm Python's head. He watched the Yellow Sand King being besieged by the gold-devouring rats and swamp lizards, a cold smile curling his lips. If the leader hadn't specifically ordered us to capture you alive, I would have slaughtered every last one of you traitors long ago. He was the deputy leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization, having learned of Wu Jiuquan's betrayal 10 days prior. Not only that, but he had also murdered Lu Yurong, a core member of the organization. In response, the leader issued a top-level bounty on Wu Jiuquan. But if that were all, Wu Jiuquan's strength alone wouldn't have warranted the leader dispatching his deputy to hunt him down. After all, Wu Jiuquan's peak combat strength was merely that of a Diamond-tier Saint Master at the 9th rank. With such power, the organization could easily dispatch 2 Diamond-tier Saint Masters at the 10th rank to apprehend him. As for why the leader chose to send himself, even Fang Yan himself wasn't entirely sure. But since it was the leader's order, Fang Yan only needed to obey. The leader must have his reasons for doing this. We've already delayed this mission to capture the Yellow Sand King for 2 days. You two better wrap this up quickly. Fang Yan frowned slightly, puzzled as to why they 1 Diamond Tier 4 and 1 Diamond Tier 5 hadn't yet taken down this Diamond Tier 1 Yellow Sand King before them. The 2 Heavenly Justice Organization members exchanged glances before immediately commanding their spirit beasts to unleash their most powerful attacks upon the Yellow Sand King. Witnessing this, Fang Yan merely frowned slightly but said nothing more. Though the leader had ordered them to capture it alive, as long as it still had a breath left, it counted as alive. This Yellow Sand King had eluded him for days, forcing him to search relentlessly. Today would serve as a lesson for the beast. Watching the full force strikes from the gold-swallowing rat and the swamp lizard, the Yellow Sand King's brow furrowed deeply. After 2 days of relentless pursuit, he had finally found a hiding place. Just as he had overthrown the local overlord, these 3 members of the Heavenly Justice Organization had tracked him down. His cultivation base was already inferior to both the gold-devouring rat and the swamp lizard. Had they not held back to capture him alive, he would never have lasted this long. "Forgive me, Master," the Sand King murmured inwardly. "To survive and successfully rescue you, I have no choice but to use this." Just as the attacks from the gold-swallowing rat and the swamp lizard were about to strike the Sand King, he spat out a black scale from his mouth, sending it directly to meet their onslaught. At that very moment, just as Ao Ping was about to command the 6-winged purple python to aid the Sand King, he witnessed the black scale emerge from the Sand King's mouth. "That's the dragon scale I gave to Wu Jiuquan back then." Chapter 86, Wu Jiuquan is in trouble. Though Ao Ping and Wu Jiuchuan weren't particularly close, Wu Jiuchuan had always treated the dragon scale he'd given him like a priceless treasure. The Yellow Sand King was currently only at Diamond Tier 1, his cultivation level still below Wu Jiuchuan's. There was no way he would entrust the dragon scale to the Yellow Sand King for wrapping. Unless Wu Jiuchuan had met with misfortune. As the Black Dragon scale flew through the air, the gold-devouring rat and swamp lizard's most powerful strike landed squarely upon it. It's merely a scale from some lowly beast. Do you think it's some ancient divine beast scale? How dare it attempt to block the combined strike of two diamond-tier spirit beasts? As Wu Jiuchuan's spirit beast, I expected you to have some special trump card. Who'd have thought you'd pull out this worthless piece of scale? If this flimsy scale can block our combined strike, I'll reincarnate and live again. Neither member of the Heavenly Justice Organization could believe a mere black scale could withstand the combined assault of two diamond-tier spirit beasts. Yet the next second, the scene before their eyes left both Heaven's Will Organization members utterly dumbfounded. The dragon scale shattered the combined assault of the gold-devouring rat and the swamp giant lizard with overwhelming force. Not only that, the black dragon scale continued its charge like a sharp blade, hurtling toward both the gold-devouring rat and the swamp lizard. The gold-devouring rat reacted first, darting aside to evade. The swamp lizard, however, was not so fortunate. Its inherently sluggish speed left it utterly unable to dodge. The black dragon scale sliced through the swamp giant lizard's skin like a blade. With a sharp swoosh, the scale pierced straight through its head. The dragon scale I gave Wu Jiuchuan last time wasn't just any ordinary scale. It was one of the toughest scales from my own body, not something any Tom, Dick, or Harry could shatter with a mere attack. Ao Ping sneered disdainfully from the sky, witnessing the scene. Wu Jiuchuan had saved him twice from dire peril. He wouldn't have dared to give him just any dragon scale to fool him. However, Ao Ping noticed that the scale was missing half its substance, a development that had caught him off guard. Swamp Giant Lizard, one of the Heavenly Justice Organization members, exclaimed, immediately checking the creature's condition. Upon confirming the creature was completely lifeless, the member's eyes burned with fury. Cultivating a diamond-grade spirit beast was no easy feat. He had spent nearly 30 years nurturing this Swamp Giant Lizard. It was only now that it had reached diamond-grade status. This was his sole diamond-grade spirit beast, and now it had been killed so easily. He immediately turned to Fong Yan, pleading bitterly. Deputy Leader, I've carried out countless missions for the organization. Even if I haven't earned great merit, I've certainly endured hardship. You must help me kill that damned yellow rat. You must avenge me. Useless piece of trash. Fong Yan snorted coldly, refusing to address the complaint. Instead, his gaze shifted with renewed interest toward the Yellow Sand King. No wonder the leader sent me to hunt Wu Jiuchuan. So there really is a secret around him, and that black scale is likely the key, Fong Yan thought to himself. Enough. Since that's the case, Storm Python, go capture that Yellow Sand King for me. With that, Fong Yan leapt down from Storm Python's head and strode directly toward the corpse of the swamp lizard. A single scale could effortlessly eliminate a diamond-tier beast. The owner of that scale must be a lord-tier beast, and its cultivation level is likely no less than Storm Serpent's. Fong Yan's brow furrowed slightly before he turned his gaze to the Yellow Sand King. Let's see what tricks you have left up your sleeve against a third-tier lord-level Storm Python. The Sand King now lay battered and bruised, having expended every ounce of strength merely to withstand the Storm Python's overwhelming pressure. As the Storm Python lunged toward him, its gaping maw filled the air. A flicker of unwillingness passed through the Yellow Sand King's eyes. The image of his master and the Holy Lord being captured only intensified that unwillingness. My master placed his last hope in me. Even if I cannot save him, I'll sacrifice my life to make you all suffer. The Sand King roared furiously, preparing to detonate himself. At that critical moment, a purple figure appeared instantly, shielding the Sand King firmly behind it. A fourth-tier Lord-class beast. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Sand King's eyes. He sensed no murderous intent from the massive serpent before him, adorned with 3 pairs of wings. With that realization, the Sand King hesitated, ultimately abandoning his suicide plan. What if there was still a chance? Perhaps this very purple serpent held the key to his survival. Meanwhile, seeing the Sand King abandon his self-destruction plan, Ao Ping breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the Yellow Sand King was Wu Jiuchuan's spirit beast. Having encountered this situation, he naturally couldn't stand idly by. A 6-winged purple python? Why would someone from Jinling Martial University be here? Fong Yan instantly recognized the 6-winged purple python. As the deputy leader of the Tianli organization, he was well versed in the powerful figures across the land and naturally knew this creature. Qin Ming, the dean of Jinling Martial University in Jinling City, was an undisputed powerhouse of his generation. With the 6-winged purple python's 4th-tier lord-level strength, he held a prominent position even within the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Dean Qin, this Yellow Wind King is the spirit beast of Wu Jiuchuan, a traitor within our organization. I kindly request you refrain from intervening in this matter, Fong Yan said softly. Qin Ming's strength slightly surpassed his own. His primary mission this time was to capture the Yellow Sand King and return it to the organization. There was no need to stir up unnecessary trouble. Yet the six-winged purple python remained firmly positioned before the Yellow Sand King, and no one responded to Fang Yan. If Din Qin insists on this, then don't blame me for being impolite. Fang Yan snorted coldly, immediately commanding the storm serpent to attack the six-winged purple python. His momentary restraint didn't mean he feared Qin Ming. So what if the six-winged purple python was one realm higher than his own spirit beast? If the opponent wanted to destroy the storm serpent, it would take dozens of rounds to determine the winner. That time was more than enough for him and another Heavenly Justice member to capture the Yellow Sand King. You're coming with me to capture that Yellow Sand King. Fang Yan addressed the owner of the gold-swallowing rat. Chapter 87, Come fight, you bastards. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fang Yan and another Heavenly Justice member charged toward the Yellow Sand King. As a Lord-tier spirit tamer, Fang Yan had already reached Diamond Tier 5. Dealing with a severely wounded Diamond Tier 1 beast was no problem at all. The main reason he called for another Heaven's Will member was to guard against Qin Ming, lurking in the shadows, suddenly charging out to interfere. That way, even if Qin Ming did appear, he could only stop Fang Yan. The other Heavenly Justice member could then seize the opportunity to capture the Sand King alive. Simultaneously, through the six-winged purple python's vision, Ao Ping also detected Fang Yan and the others' movements. He immediately summoned two additional Lord-level necromantic ferocious beasts. The next instant, a mass of black mist rapidly spread outward from the six-winged purple python. Sensing the eerie aura of the black mist, the storm serpent immediately backed away. The disturbance also caught the attention of Fang Yan and the Heavenly Justice Organization member. Ignore it. Probably just the six-winged purple python's little trick. We just need to capture the Yellow Sand King alive. Fang Yan gave it a cursory glance before losing interest. It was merely a cloud of black mist at best, a functional ability designed to obstruct enemies' vision. He refused to believe that a Lord-level beast could materialize out of thin air within that fog. Just as Fang Yan closed within 10 meters of the Yellow Sand King, a white figure burst from the fog, charging straight toward another Heavenly Justice member nearby. It was none other than the Bone Spirit Fire Python, a Lord-tier beast. Deputy Leader, save me. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the dark shadow, the Heavenly Justice member instantly recognized the presence of a Lord-level beast. He immediately flew toward Fang Yan, pleading for the Deputy Leader's rescue. As a member of the Heavenly Justice Organization, then dedicate your life to the cause. Deputy Leader, what do you mean by this? Before the Heavenly Justice member could react, Fang Yan kicked him toward the white figure. If even that Heavenly Justice member could sense the aura of a Lord-level beast, how could he possibly fail to notice it? Just as the Heavenly Justice member thought certain death was upon him, the white figure swept past him. So it wasn't here to eat me after all. I scared myself for nothing. Seeing the white figure pursue Fang Yan instead, the Tenri member breathed a sigh of relief. What a worthless Deputy Leader. Without the Storm Python by your side, let's see how you escape that white beast's jaws. I'm outta here, the Heavens Will member sneered coldly. He then prepared to have the gold-swallowing rat carry him away. Yet, to his surprise, a blue figure followed closely behind, also bursting forth from the black mist. It was Zhou Hua's spirit beast, the Howling Wind Grey Wolf, killed in the chase by the six-winged purple python. Another Lord-level beast. The Tianli organization member's pupils suddenly contracted as he prayed incessantly that this beast would vanish like the white figure had just done. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. Yet this time, Lady Luck did not smile upon the Heavenly Justice Organization member. The Howling Wind Grey Wolf's intense killing intent converged entirely upon him. Gold-swallowing rat, hurry, hurry and take me away. Just as the Heavenly Justice member attempted to climb onto the gold-swallowing rat's head, it was kicked away with a single blow. Gold-devouring rat, what are you doing? The Heavenly Justice member stared at the creature in disbelief, despair instantly clouding his eyes. His spirit beast, the gold-swallowing rat, had actually abandoned him and fled alone? Before departing, the gold-swallowing rat even made a face at its former master. As if to say, over the decades I've served you, I've barely swallowed a few gold pieces, it all went straight into your own pockets. Now you expect this little mouse to risk its life for you? No way. Gold-swallowing rat, you dare betray me? You. Before the Heavenly Justice Organization member could finish his threat, Xiaoyang Sanglong swallowed him whole. Who knew you'd bring backup? Fang Yan, seeing three Lord-level beasts, knew he couldn't take the Yellow Sand King back this time. He spat out a threat. The Heavenly Justice Organization will remember this. Din Qin, we'll settle this another day. Storm Python, return at once. With that, the Storm Serpent lashed its tail, violently flinging the six-winged purple serpent aside. A violent storm instantly surged around them. Ao Ping intended to order the six-winged purple python to pursue, but the storm python's speed within the whirlwind was extraordinary. Even though the six-winged purple python was one minor realm higher, it couldn't catch up. With no other choice, he could only abandon the pursuit. His primary mission was to rescue the Yellow Sand King anyway. As long as the Yellow Sand King was safe, that was all that mattered. Seems I should go ask the Yellow Sand King what exactly happened, Ao Ping thought to himself, immediately hurrying toward the Yellow Sand King's location. Due to his injuries, Ao Ping had previously sent the 6-winged purple python ahead to scout the path, so he was still some distance from the Sand King. While Ao Ping was on his way, the Yellow Sand King retrieved the dragon scales he had just spat out and immediately began fleeing again. Because Ao Ping had instructed them to protect the Yellow Sand King, the 6-winged purple python and the other 2 ferocious beasts could only follow behind him. This very action, however, terrified the Yellow Sand King. He was merely a newly ascended diamond tier creature. What merit did he possess to warrant such fierce beasts pursuing him? Though they had just saved his life, who could say whether they too intended to capture him or had set their sights on the dragon scale in his mouth? The Sand King strained every muscle, yet he couldn't shake the 6-winged purple python and the other beasts hot on his heels. To make matters worse, the Yellow Sand King suddenly noticed a black, thunderous phantom charging toward him from ahead. Judging by its trajectory, it was clearly targeting him. Wolves ahead, tigers behind, just out of the tiger's den, into the wolf's mouth. Is my luck truly this wretched? A flicker of despair crossed the Yellow Sand King's eyes. Just as he was at a complete loss, a familiar voice reached the great Sand King's ears. Why were those people chasing you? Where's Wu Jiuquan? Ao Ping asked in a deep voice. Hearing that familiar voice, excitement surged in the Yellow Sand King's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure and hurriedly handed the dragon scale to Ao Ping. Take this dragon scale and run. I don't have time to explain why now. 3 Lord-level beasts are chasing me. You go first, I'll cover your retreat. You needn't fear them. They... Cut the nonsense. Those are 3 Lord-level beasts. With your Diamond 6th tier cultivation, you stand no chance against them. Before Ao Ping could finish, the Sand King interrupted him. Though it didn't understand how Ao Ping had reached diamond rank so swiftly, the gap between Lord-level and Diamond-level beasts was as vast as heaven and earth. This beast was the Master's favorite. Even when the Master was imprisoned by the Heavenly Justice Organization and subjected to torture, he never betrayed the beast before him. Though he himself was also one of Wu Jiuquan's prized creations, compared to Ao Ping, he was simply worlds apart. Truth be told, he couldn't help but envy Ao Ping a little. And one more thing. My master saved your life multiple times. If you have any conscience left, once you grow strong, you should seek out the Heavenly Justice Organization and avenge my master. A resolute glint flashed in the Yellow Sand King's eyes. Abandoning his flight, he charged fiercely toward the 3 Lord-level beasts. Ever since their master was hunted down by the Heavenly Justice Organization, they had been either fleeing or on the run. Though Wu Jiuquan was a diamond-tier powerhouse, such strength was utterly insignificant against the colossal might of the Heavenly Justice Organization. Today, they had finally found Ao Ping and successfully returned the dragon scales to him. Even if captured now, they would at least have fulfilled the mission their master had entrusted to them. After fleeing for so long, today the great Yellow Sand King will not run. The Yellow Sand King swung his wolf-tooth club, roaring with fury. You bastards, bring it on. Chapter 88, Exterminate them all. Just as the Yellow Sand King steeled himself for a desperate last stand, the 3 Lord-tier beasts suddenly halted before him and Ao Ping. All 3 bowed their heads, displaying an air of submission. This can't be. The Yellow Sand King stared at the scene in utter disbelief. Beasts bowing their heads was an act of submission. What kind of overwhelming power could make 3 Lord-level beasts kneel in allegiance? With only himself and the Black Dragon behind him present, the Yellow Sand King abruptly turned his gaze to Ao Ping. They're all your subordinates. Ao Ping didn't answer the Yellow Sand King's question. All he wanted to know now was how Wu Jiuquan was faring. After all, judging by the Yellow Sand King's earlier words, Wu Jiuquan must have encountered trouble. Ever since Master killed Lu Yuron last time, the Heavenly Justice Organization issued the highest level manhunt order against him. That's why the organization captured him. A flicker of sorrow passed through the Sand King's eyes before he turned to Ao Ping. Master was hunted down precisely because he saved you. You cannot abandon him. Your evolution is progressing at an astonishing rate. Given time, you will surely rescue him. Hearing this, Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Wu Jiuquan had indeed been hunted by the Tianli organization because of him, so he couldn't ignore Wu Jiuquan's situation. But before rushing to Wu Jiuquan's rescue, he needed answers to a few crucial questions. What realm is the leader of the Tianli organization's spirit beast? Ao Ping asked the Yellow Sand King. I don't know that either, the great king of Yellow Sand replied solemnly. All I know is that the leader's spirit beast is a tiger that wields spatial power. Its exact abilities and cultivation level remain unclear, but its cultivation should be no lower than the 6th rank of Domain Lord. Although Wu Jiuquan had been with the organization for over 30 years, he rarely interacted with the leader. Their meetings were few and far between, occurring only during important gatherings where the leader would make an appearance. Most affairs within the Heavenly Justice Organization were managed by the deputy leader, Fang Yan. Aside from Feng Yan, no one else truly understood the leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization. Upon hearing this news, Ao Ping already regretted letting Feng Yan go. Still, as long as the opponent wasn't a 9th or 10th tier lord, this powerhouse on the verge of breaking through to overlord tier would suffice. Simply put, below the 8th rank of lord, Ao Ping was unmatched. Then what about this dragon scale? How come only half remains? Ao Ping pressed further. After acquiring this dragon scale, the master began studying it. To facilitate his research, he sought out the hardest bedrock in the world and split the scale in two. About 5 or 6 days ago, he successfully extracted the essence from the scale. He used all of it to enhance himself, forcibly raising his cultivation to the 1st rank of lord. Unfortunately, he was ultimately defeated by Feng Yan, the deputy leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization. The Yellow Sand King sighed. Had it not been for the Master and the Holy Lord covering for him, even he himself might have been captured by the Heavenly Justice Organization. Hearing this, even Ao Ping was utterly astonished. On present-day Blue Star, world-ending level beasts were virtually non-existent, and even overlord level beasts were rare. This meant that on Blue Star today, lord-level beings were undeniably the pinnacle of power. Lord-tier power alone was staggering enough, but to create a lord-tier powerhouse was truly unprecedented and unmatched. Since the revival of spiritual energy, Wu Jiuquan was the sole human capable of forcibly elevating a diamond-tier powerhouse to lord-tier. It could be said that Wu Jiuquan had reached the very edge of this world's scientific frontiers. Even Ao Ping couldn't help but marvel at Wu Jiuquan's terrifying talent. One final question: do you know where Wu Jiuquan is being held? On a small island within the Endless Sea. I marked my master and the Holy Lord with sand, so I can clearly sense their location, King Yellow Sand declared firmly. The Endless Sea? I recall the angry rock snake turtle mentioning it before. I never imagined Wu Jiuquan was imprisoned in the Endless Sea that's already deep sea territory, Ao Ping thought to himself. He recalled the angry rock snake turtle mentioning a crimson flame dragon dwelling within the Endless Sea. Back then, the turtle had even believed itself to be the dragon's illegitimate offspring. Though the angry rock snake turtle had warned him never to venture into the deep sea, now, to save Wu Jiuquan, he had no choice but to go regardless of what terrifying entities might lurk there. Though he was no longer human, he refused to become a heartless, unprincipled creature. Once I devour some fierce beasts, we'll go rescue Wu Jiuquan, Ao Ping declared with unwavering resolve. Rescue efforts couldn't be delayed. Every moment stalled meant more danger for Wu Jiuquan. Soon, Ao Ping devoured the bodies of the 2 Heavenly Justice members and the swamp giant lizard. With the system's aid, most of his injuries had healed. Without hesitation, Ao Ping immediately instructed the Sand King to lead the way. Heading to the Endless Sea now is like walking straight into a trap. Don't forget, the leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization is a seasoned lord-level powerhouse. With your current strength, even with those 3 lord-level beasts by your side, you still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Yellow Sand King tried to plead further, but Ao Ping cut him off. I command you to lead the way. Ao Ping's voice was deep and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. The Yellow Sand King had no choice but to comply, leading the way ahead. Ao Ping and the Yellow Sand King journeyed eastward. Soon, they entered the ocean, once again venturing into the shallow bay waters first. I never imagined this place would be teeming with beasts again, Ao Ping thought to himself. Earlier, to level up, he had purged the shallow bay and all surrounding waters. Yet, in just a few days, so many ferocious beasts had reappeared. It must be said, the number of ferocious beasts within the ocean had indeed reached terrifying proportions. Spotting the scattered evolution points moving about, Ao Ping immediately summoned all the oceanic undead beasts. The Yellow Sand King was startled by these sudden appearances, staring at Ao Ping in astonishment. His expression seemed to ask, what kind of god-defying talent is this? Do you come with your own legion? Ao Ping had no time to spare for the Yellow Sand King. Since they were traveling anyway, he might as well instantly wipe out every beast in their path. Chapter 89, I'm reporting Zhou Xiaodong. After a full day of travel, Ao Ping and the Yellow Sand King finally reached the deep sea region. Without realizing it, I now need 100 million evolution points to level up again. Looks like I have no choice but to venture into the deep sea if I want to speed up my progress, Ao Ping mused inwardly. He had now reached Diamond Tier 7. As Ao Ping's cultivation level soared, the number of evolution points required reached a terrifying figure. Even sweeping the entire shallow sea area wouldn't be enough to level him up multiple times. Gaining a single level in a day in the shallow seas was already considered quite good. We've now reached the deep sea region. If we press on for a few more hours, we'll arrive at the Endless Sea, King Yellow Sand frowned, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. Though Ao Ping was protected by 3 Lord-tier ferocious beasts, such a lineup allowed them to dominate the shallow seas and held their own in the deep seas. However, the Endless Sea lay at the very heart of the deep seas. With only 3 Lord-level beasts, they were utterly insignificant in the Endless Sea. Any beast capable of holding its own there must be at least Overlord level. Especially the dominant dragon clan of the Endless Sea. 3 overlord-level powerhouses were openly acknowledged. Having dominated the Endless Sea for generations, the Zhao clan possessed an inherently formidable bloodline. No one knew how many overlord-level beasts truly existed within their ranks. They dwell year-round within the boundless seas. Few on Blue Star have ever laid eyes on the Dragon clan, for those who have witnessed them almost invariably meet their end. Across the entire ocean, whether it be the three-legged Golden Toad clan or the Emerald-eyed Water Ape clan, all must retreat 3 steps before the Zhao clan. Are you truly not reconsidering? The Endless Sea harbors many formidable beasts. Even a lord-level beast is not invincible within these waters. Not to mention the Zhao clan's Crimson Flame Dragon, but even the clan chiefs of the three-legged Golden Toad clan and the Azure-eyed Water Ape clan have all reached overlord-level strength. I can see your bloodline is formidable, otherwise you wouldn't have broken through to Diamond 7th tier in such a short time. But the Endless Sea abounds with beasts of powerful bloodlines, and it certainly isn't short on geniuses. What the Endless Sea truly lacks are geniuses capable of true growth. You're only at Diamond 7th tier. You could easily wait until you're stronger before venturing into the Endless Sea. After much deliberation, the Yellow Sand King decided to try persuading Ao Ping one last time. Once you enter the Endless Sea, there truly is no turning back. If the Endless Sea is truly as terrifying as you say, why would the Heavenly Justice Organization dare to establish their headquarters on a small island within it? Ao Ping asked in a deep voice. The leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization has ties to the Zhao clan. Because of this connection, no ferocious beast in the entire Endless Sea dares to launch an attack on their headquarters. Likewise, the Heavenly Justice Organization cannot arbitrarily attack other beasts within the Endless Sea. It is precisely because of this connection with the Zhao clan that the Heavenly Justice Organization dares to establish its headquarters within the Endless Sea, King Yellow Sand stated solemnly. If what the Sand King says is true, rescuing Wu Jiushuan will indeed be extremely difficult. Ao Ping frowned deeply, his mind suddenly pierced by the system's alert tone. Host connection with the Zhao clan detected. Special mission triggered. Mission requirement: gain recognition from 3 overlord-tier Zhao clan powerhouses. Note: no time limit. Zhao clan members forcibly converted into undead creatures obeying the host's commands do not count toward this mission. Reward: obtain the SSS-tier talent Black Dragon Heaven's Silence. SSS-tier talent capable of forcibly halting time during time freeze. The world becomes monochrome, with duration increasing with cultivation level, plus a 5-fold enhancement of Black Dragon bloodline. Wait, is the system trying to make a killing here? Whether it's the SSS-tier time type talent or the 5-fold enhancement of Black Dragon bloodline, obtaining either would grant Ao Ping immense power at his current stage. But the immediate priority remained rescuing Wu Jiushuan. Since the mission had no time limit, he could set it aside for now. Besides, with his current strength, even the dominant powerhouses among the Dragon clan wouldn't acknowledge him. The root of all problems was that Ao Ping simply wasn't powerful enough yet. Meanwhile, in the highest council chamber of the capital city, Great Xia Kingdom, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone, regarding the incident in Jinling City, I trust you are all aware. All 3 sovereign-level experts perished at the hands of those monstrous beasts in Jinling City. Even one of our Great Xia Kingdom's marshals could not escape this calamity. Xianyuan Tian, the supreme leader of Great Xia, frowned deeply. His gaze fixed on the screen displaying the colossal Titan Magma Ape, standing over 800 meters tall, and the monstrous Black Serpent stretching more than 600 meters in length. His eyes brimmed with profound concern. Marshal Zhao Donlai's sacrifice has yielded invaluable intelligence. Neither of these beasts ranks below the 7th tier Lord Realm. Without the intelligence Marshal Zhao secured at the cost of his life, then the destruction would have been far more devastating than just the city of Jinling. At that moment, the Duke of the Nation, Bai Qingtian, also spoke up. Though Bai Qingtian held the title of Duke of the Nation, he was also one of the 7 marshals of the Great Xia Empire, ranking first among them. His relationship with Marshal Zhao Donlai had been quite amicable. Just a week ago, they had discussed the war together. Who would have thought that in such a short span of days, Marshal Zhao Donlai would sacrifice himself for the nation? And Ding Qinming and Zhou Xiaodong, they were pillars of our nation. What a tragic loss. Xianyuan Changtian sighed. Every face in the conference room wore a look of profound sorrow. Commander, I have other matters to report. Xian Shixing spoke up at that moment. Hearing Zhou Xiaodong's name, a flash of disgust crossed his eyes. Forgot to introduce him earlier. This is General Qian Shixing, also the youngest general in Jinling City. It was he who escorted the survivors all the way back, enabling this intelligence to be relayed, Xianyuan Changtian explained softly. He held genuine admiration for this young man. To attain Diamond Tier Spirit Master status in his 30s was truly remarkable. More importantly, he was loyal to the nation and possessed a righteous heart. With proper cultivation, such a man might soon fill the void left by Zhao Donglai. Since General Shallowpool has matters to report, let us all hear him out. Xianyuan Changtian nodded, signaling Shallowpool to proceed directly. I wish to report Zhou Xiaodong. Chapter 90, The Capital's Situation. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into an instant silence. Oh? In that case, please state what you wish to report about Zhou Xiaodong. Xianyuan Qingtian was somewhat surprised, but his curiosity about Shallow Poolstar's intentions was stronger. I accuse Zhou Xiaodong of treason. At these words, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze toward a middle-aged man seated in the conference room. Even Xianyuan Qingtian and Bai Qingtian were no exception. My second brother died protecting the citizens of Jinling, and today you dare accuse him of treason. Do you know that besides my brother, even my own son, Zhou Hua, perished in this beast tide? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, the Zhou family will not let this rest, the middle-aged man roared, a flash of murderous intent suddenly appearing in his eyes. He was Zhou Zhengyang, head of the Zhou family of the capital. During the Jinling battle, the Bai family had lost a lord-level spirit tamer. And now this brat dared to accuse his second brother, Zhou Xiaodong, of treason. Was he mocking the Zhou family's strength? Reporting Zhou Xiaodong for treason? This kid has some nerve, Xianyuan Qingtian thought to himself. Treason was no trivial offense. These times were different from the past. A common spirit tamer defecting might cause little ripple after all, the threat was minimal. But if a lord-level spirit tamer like Zhou Xiaodong defected, the nature of the threat was entirely different. A lord-level spirit tamer posed an immense threat to the Great Xia Kingdom, essentially functioning as a ticking time bomb. Should a lord-level spirit tamer defect, their family members would at the very least be imprisoned. This familial bond served as the state's means to restrain such powerful individuals, the only thing capable of instilling a shred of hesitation in them. At the very least, they would still consider their families when committing treason. In the past, the Great Xia Kingdom had experienced a marshal committing treason. To prevent such incidents from recurring, the state enacted a rule: should any lord-level or diamond-level spirit tamer betray the nation, their family members must be imprisoned. I witnessed Zhou Xiaodong's betrayal with my own eyes. Facing the interrogation of Zhou Zhengyang, head of the Zhou family, Qingxue showed no fear in his eyes. He laid bare the facts: Zhou Xiaodong had abandoned Din Qinming and disregarded the lives of millions of Jinling citizens. Very well. You're quite skilled at slandering my Zhou family. If I don't make you pay a price today, wouldn't outsiders think my Zhou family is easy to bully? The overwhelming pressure of a lord-level presence instantly engulfed Qingxue. Zhou Zhengyang snorted coldly, immediately preparing to sever one of Qingxue's arms. The terrifying pressure left Qingxue gasping for breath. Facing Zhou Zhengyang's sudden attack, Qingxue had no chance to resist. Just as Zhou Zhengyang closed to within half a meter, a figure abruptly stepped before Qingxue. The oppressive aura enveloping him dissipated in that instant. Zhou Zhengyang. This is the highest conference room in the capital. How dare you act so brazenly in the presence of the leader? Such reckless behavior. Does your Zhou family no longer wish to remain in the capital? Bai Qingtian stood before Qingxue, his aura erupting instantly to push back Zhou Zhengyang's imposing presence. Since the Duke of Qingxue chooses to protect this brat, then I, Zhou, shall take my leave. Zhou Zhengyang snorted coldly and strode straight out of the conference room. Qingxue watched the scene unfold, feeling almost incredulous. Instinctively, he glanced at the leader, Xianyuan Qingtian. Zhou Zhengyang's behavior clearly showed he held no regard for the leader, Xianyuan Qingtian. Yet strangely, not only did everyone in the conference room maintain a silent stance, but even the Duke of the Nation, Bai Qingtian, merely issued a verbal reprimand. Even someone as naive as Qingxue could sense something was amiss. Could it be that the Zhou family harbors someone so formidable that even the strongest warriors in the capital dare not provoke them? Qingxue frowned deeply. The Duke of the Nation, Bai Qingtian, was the supreme combat power of the Great Xia Kingdom and the most outstanding genius in its entire history. He had cultivated both martial arts and beast taming to the sovereign-level realm. Throughout the entire history of the Great Xia Kingdom, and indeed the entire world, Bai Qingtian was the first and only one. What puzzled Asano Hashino most was precisely this: just how terrifying must this figure be to command Bai Qingtian's apprehension? Could it be another sovereign-level spirit tamer? Since the leader has nothing further to say, the Long family should take our leave. An elderly man in the conference room spoke softly before walking straight out. The Long family? There's a Long family in the capital too? A flicker of confusion crossed Qingxue's mind. The character Long had only ever appeared in ancient texts of the Great Xia dynasty, and even those texts offered no explanation of its meaning. He had thought the Long family in Jinling City was rare enough, but now it seemed there was another in the capital. Could this Long family in the capital be related to the one in Jinling City? As he pondered this, the other attendees in the conference room began leaving one by one. Soon, only Ashi Xing, Bai Qingtian, and the leader Xianyuan Qingtian remained. You've witnessed the current situation. As these clans grow and expand, the state finds it increasingly difficult to control them. Xianyuan Qingtian sighed deeply, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Head, rest assured. Shallow Poolstar will remain loyal to Xia Nation and loyal to you. Without hesitation, Shallow Poolstar saluted Xianyuan Qingtian with a military salute. No matter what form the Xia Kingdom took, no matter what mission it assigned him, he would steadfastly choose the Xia Kingdom. For no other reason. For he was a general of the great Xia Kingdom, and he bore his own responsibilities and burdens. Defending the nation was his duty. Truly worthy of being a general of our great Xia. Well said. Bai Qingtian chuckled, patting Shallow Pool Star on the shoulder with evident satisfaction. He had expected Qingxue to be intimidated by Zhou Zhenyang's earlier threats, becoming like the families in the capital who refused to align themselves with the state. Now, only the military was willing to follow the nation's commands. If not for the 7 great marshals in the capital keeping those major families in check, they would likely have rebelled long ago, planning to kill their own leaders and seize power. Commander, what should we do about the Titan magma gorilla in Jinling City? There are still many innocent civilians around Jinling City. Are we just going to let it run rampant and slaughter them? Qingxue asked in a grave tone. Hearing Asano's words, Xianyuan Changkong and Bai Qingtian instantly wore pained expressions. The nation's situation in the capital was already precarious, with the loss of Marshal Zhao Donglai among the 7 marshals. Yet Jinling City now harbored 2 high-tier lord-level beasts. To suppress them, either the Duke of the State, Bai Qingtian, would have to go personally, or 3 or 4 marshals would need to be dispatched. Yet with the major clans in the capital watching them like hawks, they simply couldn't spare the manpower to deal with the beasts in Jinling City. Chapter 91, The Dragon Clan. Just as Bai Qingtian and Xianyuan Changkong were at a loss, an aged figure entered the conference room. Leave those 2 ferocious beasts in Jinling City to me, Mount Shu. Bai Qingtian and Xianyuan Changkong turned at the voice. Their eyes lit up instantly upon recognizing the speaker. Master Changqing, you finally emerged from seclusion. Xianyuan Changtian's face broke into a smile. Seeing the elder emerge, the heavy weight on his heart finally lifted. Master Changqing? Qingxue looked at the elderly man by the door with confusion. He couldn't discern the man's cultivation level. Let me introduce you, Bai Qingtian said, turning to Qingxue. This is Master Li Changqing of the Shushan sect. He possesses extraordinary mastery of sword techniques and martial arts, even I cannot match his skill. Shallow Pool Star greets Master Changqing, Shallow Pool Star said softly. Li Changqing nodded in acknowledgement. Master Changqing, those 2 ferocious beasts in Jinling City are at least at the 6th or 7th rank of the Lord stage. Should I dispatch 2 marshals to assist you? Xianyuan Changkong frowned slightly. The Shushan sect was one of the few martial arts schools in Great Xia willing to align with the empire, with its leader personally stationed to guard the capital. Also known as the Shushan Sword sect, its disciples were all dedicated to martial arts cultivation, resulting in a relatively small number of followers. It's fine. Merely 2 lord-level beasts. This old man alone is sufficient. Li Changqing waved his hand, and an aura surged forth from his body. The aura of a sovereign-level powerhouse. Xianyuan Changtian and the others present saw their pupils contract sharply, but their expressions quickly shifted to one of joy. Master Changqing, you've broken through to Overlord tier. Xianyuan Changtian grasped Li Changqing's hand excitedly. The Duke of the Nation, Bai Qingtian, and his spirit beast, the Moon Spirit, these 2 were already Overlord tier powerhouses. With the addition of Li Changqing, the head of Shushan sect, Great Xia now possessed 3 Overlord tier masters. With this, even the powerful forces backing the Zhou family would think twice before moving against Great Xia. Deep Sea Region. Ao Ping and the Yellow Sand King were now surrounded by hundreds of long-armed water apes. These gray-white water apes varied in size, each wielding a trident. The largest stood over 300 meters tall, its cultivation level reaching the 4th tier of the Lord Realm. Where did you outsiders come from? Don't you know this is our territory? The largest one roared, its eyes filled with apprehension. The Yellow Sand King was only at the Diamond Tier 1 level, so the water apes paid him no mind. What truly filled them with apprehension was the massive black serpent standing beside him, stretching over 700 meters in length. When it saw the serpent's 4 limbs protruding from its abdomen and the twin horns atop its head, its eyes narrowed with even greater apprehension. Even though the serpent was now surrounded by its own kind, it dared not strike first. These long-armed water apes are one of the more powerful factions in the Deep Sea region. Their clan chief has already reached the Lord 4th tier realm, King Yellow Sand said in a deep voice, then turned to look at Ao Ping. Should we summon that 6-winged purple python to intimidate them? I don't need to intimidate them, Ao Ping murmured softly. His current cultivation had reached Diamond 7th tier. He needed at least 300 million more to enter the Lord tier. Until then, every ferocious beast he encountered along the way must become his evolution points. You mean, flee? King Yellow Sand asked gravely. If he didn't summon the 6-winged purple python to intimidate them, escape was their only option. Though the long-armed water apes possessed immense strength, their speed was lacking. With luck, they might still escape. Ao Ping couldn't be bothered to answer the Yellow Sand King. His eyes gleamed with greed as he surveyed the hundreds of long-armed water apes before him. Just as the Yellow Sand King prepared to flee, a thick black mist instantly engulfed the area. Countless undead beasts emerged from the fog, including the 3 Lord-level beasts, the 6-winged purple python, the bone spirit fire python, and the howling wind grey wolf. The numerical advantage the long-armed water ape tribe had held vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by swarms of undead beasts. Three Lord-level beasts. The water ape clan chief gazed at Ao Ping with even greater apprehension. You are a member of the dragon clan from the Endless Sea. Our long-armed water ape tribe is a subordinate group of the emerald-eyed water apes. We implore you to depart of your own accord. Emerald-eyed water apes? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. The name felt oddly familiar. His gaze instinctively shifted to the 3-eyed giant ape among the undead beasts. No wonder the name blue-eyed water ape sounded so familiar. One of his undead beasts possessed its bloodline. But were the azure-eyed water apes truly formidable? They cowered before the dragon clans, yet the bloodline within him was pure dragon blood, countless times purer than that of the dragon clans. Who cares whose subordinate tribe they are? Kill them first, ask questions later. If he slaughtered every last one of these long-armed water apes, then no one would know he was the one who wiped out the entire species. Leave not a single one. Ao Ping murmured softly, his eyes devoid of any pity. For he knew these creatures were nothing but points toward his own evolution. The moment the words left his lips, countless undead beasts instantly pounced upon the long-armed water apes. Simultaneously, the system's melodious notification chimed. Devoured long-armed water ape diamond tier 4, evolution points plus 6.18 million, death energy plus 800,000. Devoured long-armed water ape diamond tier 2, evolution points plus 4.98 million, death energy plus 400,000. Devouring. Endless Sea, Tianli Organization Headquarters. Within the dimly lit prison cell, Wu Jiuquan's limbs were bound by special iron chains. His body was covered in black dragon scales, now scarred and battered. The only sound within the prison was Wu Jiuquan's faint breathing. With a series of clank sounds, a sliver of light seeped into the gloomy dungeon. Wu Jiuquan, you've served under me for so many years. I always held high hopes for you. Yet I never imagined you would defy me so brazenly. It seems your plan to capture the Yellow Sand King has come to naught. Wu Jiuquan slowly opened his eyes, listening to the footsteps drawing nearer, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Gazing at the middle-aged man before him, Wu Jiuquan showed no trace of fear in his eyes. Those scales on your body must be connected to that black giant serpent, right? The leader of the Tianli organization murmured, showing no anger at Wu Jiuquan's mockery. For a diamond level to leap directly to Lord level, that black serpent's bloodline must be incredibly potent, right? Could it be the Jiao clan? The Jiao clan? Wu Jiuquan remained silent, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had seen the ferocious beasts of the Jiao clan. Though the Jiao and the Black Dragon bore some resemblance, it was only superficial. After days of research, if Wu Jiuquan was correct, the Dragon Clan was an evolved form of the Dragon Clan. Once the Jiao clan learned of this, they would mobilize their entire tribe to hunt down the Black Dragon. Therefore, even if it meant his death, he would never reveal a single detail about the Black Dragon. Seeing Wu Jiuquan's prolonged silence, the leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization clapped his hands. The roof above the prison cell began to slowly dissipate. Wu Jiuquan frowned slightly, unsure what trick the other party was preparing. I knew you wouldn't give in easily. I've harbored suspicions about the scales on your body since the first time I saw them. To resolve my doubts, I specially invited a fierce beast from the Jiao clan to examine your scales. The leader of the Tianli organization roared with laughter. As the prison ceiling slowly opened, a massive crimson dragon over 600 meters long appeared above the cell. Chapter 92, Not Me. System, open the interface. Ao Ping murmured softly. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Diamond 7th tier. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether God's Ghost Flame SSS-tier Talent, Silent Nether Thunder SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-rank Talent, Thunderous Power A-rank Talent, Flame Body A-rank Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-rank Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-rank Talent, Earthquake D-rank Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution points, 170,110 million. Necromantic power, 38.388 million. Slaughtering an entire clan in the Deep Sea Zone only netted me 170 million points. Looks like earning evolution points is no easy feat, Ao Ping mused inwardly before immediately requesting the system to level up. Consumed 110 million evolution points. Reached Diamond Tier 8. Remaining evolution points, 60 million. As the system notification sounded, Ao Ping's stature surged past 800 meters. Beside him, the Yellow Sand King had long grown accustomed to such spectacles. To him, Ao Ping's advancement pace could be summarized as, one minor realm every 3 days, one major realm every 5 days. Once we enter the Endless Sea, any undead beasts below platinum rank will be utterly useless. The necromantic power I currently possess is more than sufficient to summon only platinum tier or higher necromantic fiends. Perhaps I can use this excess power to level up my subordinates, Ao Ping mused inwardly. From his recent battle with the long-armed water ape, Ao Ping had realized that ordinary grade and bronze grade undead beasts were utterly useless. Against Lord-grade beasts, these low-tier undead creatures couldn't even serve to buy time. It would be far more prudent to channel the necromantic energy used to summon them into upgrading his 2 necromancer generals. With that thought, Ao Ping immediately checked the necromancer general's system interface. Can I now set up a 3rd necromancer general? Upon confirming the option to appoint other beasts as necromancer generals, Ao Ping began considering potential candidates. Truthfully, there was no need to deliberate. Currently, only the Blazing Sun Golden Crow and Lu Dazhuang possessed consciousness. The marine creatures had the Ice Lord, and the humans had the Li Xiaoyang Lord. What was missing was a lord to command the flying creatures of the skies. The remaining necromancer general slot was perfectly suited for the Blazing Sun Golden Crow. System, seal the position of the 3rd necromancer general for the Blazing Sun Golden Crow, Ao Ping thought to himself. The next second, the system notification sounded swiftly in Ao Ping's mind. The Blazing Sun Golden Crow has been promoted to Undead General and granted the privilege to create undead tribes. Among the 3 current necromancer generals, Han Bing possessed the highest cultivation level, having reached Platinum Tier 1. Li Xiaoyang followed closely behind at Gold Tier 9. In comparison, the Blazing Sun Golden Crow's cultivation was significantly weaker, only at the Bronze Tier 1 level. After careful consideration, Ao Ping decided to first expend the majority of the necromantic power on Li Xiaoyang and Han Bing. Within mere seconds, the over 38 million units of necromantic power dwindled to just over 15 million. Though the cost was immense, the gains were substantial. Han Bing's cultivation level was elevated by Ao Ping all the way to Diamond Tier 5, while Li Xiaoyang's reached Diamond Tier 1. As for the Blazing Sun Golden Crow, it remained at Gold Tier 1. After all, within the boundless seas, even if the Blazing Sun Golden Crow were upgraded, it wouldn't be able to exert much influence. Despite Han Bing's current Diamond V rank, unleashing the power of the Extreme Ice Evolution Stone would make even a Lord 3 or 4 rank beast no match for her. Combined with the undead body of a necromantic beast, even a Lord Tier 6 beast could now be challenged by the current Han Bing. Just as Ao Ping prepared to hunt several more clans in the deep sea regions to raise his level to Diamond Tier 9, the Yellow Sand King suddenly spoke up. Bad news. The energy of the mark I left on the master is fading rapidly. He won't hold out much longer. Ao Ping frowned slightly, realizing he could delay no longer. He grabbed the Yellow Sand King and swiftly swam toward the Endless Sea. Swimming at full speed, Ao Ping reached the Endless Sea in just over 10 minutes. The moment he entered the Endless Sea, Ao Ping sensed its spiritual energy was far denser than in other seas. No wonder the Dragon Clan and other powerful races preferred to dwell here. It turned out this place was also a sacred ground for cultivation. Where exactly is Wu Jiuquan being held? Guide me there now. Ao Ping demanded in a deep voice, turning urgently to the Yellow Sand King. He shouldn't have looked. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill down Ao Ping's spine. The Yellow Sand King was now foaming at the mouth, looking as if he might pass away at any moment. Fortunately, Ao Ping had learned some healing spells from the witchcraft rat he'd slain in Jinling City. These spells pulled the Yellow Sand King back from the brink of death. Next time you wish to take me on a journey, kindly knock me unconscious first, the Yellow Sand King muttered, still reeling from dizziness. Ao Ping's speed was simply too fast. Trapped in the dragon claw, the Yellow Sand King felt like he was riding a rocket. Though only 10 minutes had passed, it felt like an eternity. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me where Wu Jiuquan is. Ao Ping demanded impatiently. Follow me. The Sand King finally snapped out of it and immediately led Ao Ping toward the headquarters of the Celestial Order. You're too slow. Just point the way. Ao Ping murmured, continuing to grip the Yellow Sand King as they raced forward. Guided by the Yellow Sand King, Ao Ping soon spotted an island amidst the boundless sea. The island was vast, spanning an area twice the size of Jinling City. Yet before Ao Ping could draw near, the auras of 2 Lord-level powerhouses rapidly closed in on their location. Ao Ping frowned slightly, instinctively glancing at the Yellow Sand King. How could he have been spotted so soon after arriving at the Tianli organization's headquarters? Had the Yellow Sand King betrayed him? The Yellow Sand King also sensed the Lord-level auras. Meeting Ao Ping's gaze, he instantly understood what the other was thinking and hurriedly explained. No, it wasn't me. Chapter 93, I'm your ancestor. Ao Ping frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. They were merely 2 Lord-level beasts. As long as they hadn't reached Overlord level, any number of Lord-level beasts would be coming to their deaths. Host detected under attack by the Heavenly Justice Organization. Special mission triggered. Mission requirement, wipe out the Heavens Will Organization within 1 day difficulty, hard. Mission penalty, none. Mission reward, random SSS-tier talent. This mission comes at just the right time. Seems the Heavenly Justice Organization must be eradicated, Ao Ping said in a deep voice. The next moment, dozens of spirit beasts materialized before Ao Ping. 11 Diamond Tier Spirit Masters, 1 Lord Tier Spirit Master, and even a ferocious Dragonkin beast, Ao Ping observed, his gaze fixed on the Dragonkin creature. Its information panel instantly materialized before him. Poison Horn Xiao. Species, Jiao Clan. Realm, Lord Tier 5. Talents, Bone-Eating Venom SS-tier Talent spews corrosive, dark green mist that rapidly decays enemy scales, Venomous Tail S-tier Talent swings venom-coated tail to inflict massive damage while forcing poison into the target's system. He had already encountered that Lord Tier Spirit Tamer yesterday, none other than the escaped Fang Yan. What Ao Ping hadn't anticipated was that the headquarters of the Tianli organization would harbor a Jiao as well. A Lord Tier Spirit Master is considered a pillar of strength among the Dragon Clan. I never imagined a Lord Tier powerhouse from the Dragon Clan would appear at the Tianli organization's headquarters. It seemed clear that the Tianli organization and the Dragon Clan shared a deep connection. The question remained whether other high-ranking Jiao Clan masters lurked within. The priest's divination skills are indeed formidable. Last time you escaped by sheer luck, but this time you won't be so fortunate. Fang Yan sneered coldly, casting a contemptuous glance at the Yellow Sand King. The massive black serpent beside him was unfamiliar. Fang Yan instinctively probed its cultivation level, only to discover to his astonishment that he couldn't discern it. Snake-like in form, yet clawed feet sprout from its belly and horns crown its head. Could it be a member of the Jiao clan? Fang Yan instinctively glanced at the venomous Jiao serpent beside him. Poison Commander, could that ferocious beast beside the Yellow Sand King be a member of your Dragon Clan? Let me test it, the poison horn Jiao murmured, then roared at Ao Ping. He too was puzzled. He had never seen this creature among the Jiao clan, yet this massive black serpent before him seemed undeniably like one of their own, no matter how he looked at it. The Dragon Clan's roar carried a unique aura of authority. Clan members could discern whether another was truly one of their own through the resonance of their roar. Jiao are practically half dragons themselves, how can their roar sound so weak? From the sheer power of the dragon's roar alone, Ao Ping could discern the gulf between the bloodline of the Jiao clan and that of the true dragons. In that case, I shall show you what a true dragon's roar sounds like. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as his chest rose slightly. The next instant, a thunderous dragon's roar shattered the endless sea's tranquility. The surrounding waters trembled violently from the shockwave, while the Diamond Tier members of the Heavenly Justice Organization were all sent reeling dozens of meters away. What kind of monstrous beast are you? The poison horn wyvern snarled, his brows furrowed in fury. The roar of the Dragon Clan is famously overpowering across the boundless seas. No other beast's cry in the entire ocean possesses such overwhelming ferocity. Yet the roar of this beast before them surpassed the Dragon Clans in every way. No race more formidable than the Dragon Clan could possibly exist in the boundless seas. I am your ancestor. Ao Ping roared furiously, his form instantly transforming into a black bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the poison horn dragon, snapping his gaping maw shut around its body. You will pay for your actions. The venomous horned dragon let out an agonized roar, its body instantly releasing a dark green toxic mist. Mere toxins dare to threaten this king? Ao Ping sneered coldly, his sharp dragon fangs instantly enveloped in a ball of ghostly green flame. The Nether God's ghost flame instantly ignited the venomous horned serpent's body, reducing the dark green poisonous mist to ashes upon contact. No! You can't kill me! Fang Yan, come save me! The ghost flame of the netherworld melted the venomous horned dragon's scales in an instant. Sensing the threat of death, the creature desperately called out to Fang Yan for help. Everyone, attack! Seeing this, Fang Yan wasted no time, immediately ordering the Storm Python and other Heavens Will organization members to aid the poison horned serpent. He hadn't expected the Sand King to have such formidable allies. Even the 5th rank Lord level poison horned serpent was no match for them. Black Dragon, be careful! The Sand King urgently warned Ao Ping. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, determined to draw some enemies away from Ao Ping. Though his cultivation was weak, Black Dragon had come here to rescue his master. He couldn't hold Black Dragon back, nor could he stand idly by. A mere Diamond Tier 1 beast dares to come here looking for death. Since you wish to die, I won't hold back. One of the Heavens Will organization members sneered coldly, immediately commanding his Diamond Tier 5 spirit beast to attack the Sand King. Against a Diamond 5th tier spirit beast, the Sand King had no strength left to resist. Just as the Sand King was about to have its head torn off by the beast's jaws, a swirling black mist suddenly materialized before the Sand King. A 4th tier Lord Class 6-winged purple python emerged from the darkness, swallowing both the Heavenly Justice Organization member and the Diamond 5th tier spirit beast whole in a single gulp. Not only the 6-winged purple python, but also the long-armed water ape, bone spirit fire python, howling wind grey wolf, and other Lord tier beasts surged forth in that instant. Li Xiaoyang held his spear aloft. Even submerged in the ocean, the flame at its tip burned unchecked, utterly unaffected by the seawater. Standing atop the ice dragon's head, he launched attacks against the surrounding Heavens Will organization members. No! This can't be! How could you summon so many Lord-level beasts? The venomous horned dragon stared in disbelief at the scene before him, immediately calling out to Fang Yan for help. No one will save you now. Ao Ping paid no heed to the venom horn wyvern's pleas, swiftly devouring it whole. Devoured poison horn serpent lord tier 5, evolution points plus 154 million, death energy plus 10 million. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Ao Ping hesitated not a moment before selecting to upgrade. System, upgrade me now. Now that he'd been spotted by members of the Heavenly Justice Organization, boosting his strength as quickly as possible was essential. After all, the leader of the Tianli organization hadn't appeared yet. And since the Tianli organization had ties to the Dragon Clan, no one could guarantee that a second or third dragon beast wouldn't appear here. Consumed 120 million evolution points. Reached Diamond Tier 9. Remaining evolution points, 87.58 million. Chapter 94, charging toward Overlord Tier. With the fall of the Venom Horn Wyvern, Fang Yan was now panicking. Especially upon seeing the six-winged purple python, he recalled something. Yesterday, he had been fully occupied with the mission to hunt down the Yellow Sand King, knowing little of the events unfolding within the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet upon returning to headquarters yesterday, he received news that Jinling City had been obliterated by a beast tide. The primary culprits were said to be two colossal beasts. One was the Titan Magma Ape, standing over 800 meters tall, while the other was a black colossal serpent stretching over 600 meters. When he encountered the six-winged purple python yesterday, Fang Yan hadn't thought much of it. It wasn't until the python reappeared just now that he noticed something amiss. Qin Ming, the dean of Jinling Martial University, and the spirit beast six-winged purple python were both confirmed dead in Jinling City. How could the six-winged purple python possibly be alive and appearing here? Unless this black serpent before him was the very same one that had destroyed Jinling City and possessed the ability to resurrect fallen beasts. Such a talent was unheard of even to Fang Yan. Conservatively speaking, it must be an SSS-tier ability. Most crucially, yesterday this black colossal serpent was only just over 600 meters long, yet now it had grown to 800 meters. At this astonishing growth rate, it likely won't be long before it reaches Overlord tier. Even the legendary world-destroying tier probably wouldn't be much of a challenge for this black colossus. Such critical information must be reported to the leader immediately. Moreover, the Crimson Flame Dragon of the Jiao clan is here. As a Dominator tier super beast, if it learns that a beast dared to kill a member of the Jiao clan, the Crimson Flame Dragon would certainly not spare this black giant snake. But for now, the top priority is to escape to the leader. Hold the line here. I'll go find the leader to rescue you. With that, Fang Yan swiftly recalled the storm serpent and fled without even glancing back. The deputy leader fled. We're no match for these beasts. We should escape too. Damn Fang Yan, how dare he betray us. Once I escape, I won't let him off. In an instant, the once fierce members of the Tianli organization scattered in all directions. But Ao Ping wouldn't let anyone escape. After all, the system mission was crystal clear: eliminate every last member of the Heavenly Justice Organization. Devoured Diamond Tier Human Diamond Tier 5, evolution points plus 7.65 million, necromantic power plus 1 million. Devoured Diamond Tier Human Diamond Tier 6, evolution points plus 8.79 million, necromantic power plus 1.2 million. Devouring. Listening to the notifications echoing in his mind, Ao Ping found the sound utterly delightful. Black Dragon, that Fang Yan is about to escape. Shouldn't we pursue him? If he reaches the leader, it'll be much harder to take them down one by one. King Yellow Sand frowned deeply. I deliberately let Fang Yan go. I want him to flee to the leader of the Tianli organization. If he doesn't go to the leader, how else can I wipe out the entire Tianli organization in one fell swoop? Ao Ping murmured softly, a cold smile curling his lips. Wipe out the entire Tianli organization. King Yellow Sand stared at Ao Ping in disbelief, doubting his own ears. But if the Yellow Sand King knew Ao Ping was one of the primary beasts responsible for the destruction of Jinling City, he would find it perfectly reasonable. A city guarded by the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia Empire wasn't something anyone could simply breach. Moreover, Jinling City also housed two other Lord-level spirit masters. Such a configuration made it arguably the city with the strongest defenses outside the capital itself. Even if the entire Heavenly Justice Organization mobilized, they might not be able to destroy Jinling City. Meanwhile, Fang Yan, fleeing desperately, finally reached the prison where Wu Jiuquan was being held. Leader! Leader, it's bad news. Fang Yan rushed to the side of the Heavenly Justice Organization's leader. What's all the commotion? Didn't I order you to ambush the Yellow Sand King and his reinforcements? The leader frowned slightly, deeply dissatisfied with Fang Yan's recent performance. Failing the mission was one thing, but now that the Crimson Flame Dragon of the Jiao clan had arrived, Fang Yan was still acting recklessly. It seemed he needed to find a new deputy leader. It was a pity, really. Had Wu Jiuquan not betrayed the organization, the moment he reached Lord level, Fang Yan would have promoted him to deputy leader. But fate had other plans. Who would have thought Wu Jiuquan would betray the organization for some unknown ferocious beast? He had held Wu Jiuquan's research capabilities in high regard. The leader's dead. They're all dead. Fang Yan blurted out, his words becoming incoherent. You're the one who's dead. Your whole family is dead. Look at you. Can't even speak properly. Tianli frowned, instantly snapping Fang Yan back to his senses with a sharp slap. Leader, I said the men we sent to hunt down those two beasts are dead. Even the poison commander was killed by the black giant snake brought by the Yellow Sand King. What did you say? Poison commander is dead? A flicker of shock crossed the Tianli organization leader's eyes. The poison dragon was a 5th-tier lord-level ferocious beast. Even among the dragon clan, it was considered a mid to high-tier combat power. Who would have thought that Wu Jiuquan's spirit beast could summon such a ferocious beast? Wait, a black giant serpent? The Heavenly Justice Organization leader furrowed his brow slightly. Recalling the black scales on Wu Jiuquan's body, the leader instantly grasped the connection. His heart surged with excitement, and he urgently ordered Fang Yan to take him to see this so-called black giant snake. Quickly! Take me to see that ferocious beast. The moment the Crimson Flame Dragon had laid eyes on Wu Jiuquan, a flicker of astonishment had flashed in its eyes. Though the dragon had concealed it swiftly, the leader had caught it. The leader of the Heavenly Principal Organization was certain that the Crimson Flame Dragon had reacted with such astonishment precisely because it had seen the black scales on Wu Jiuquan's body. Moreover, after encountering Wu Jiuquan, the Crimson Flame Dragon had taken him away without uttering a single word, even forgetting to recall the venom-horned wyvern. This clearly indicated that the black scales on Wu Jiuquan's body must be something valuable. And those black scales on Wu Jiuquan were likely connected to that black giant serpent. If he could defeat that black colossal serpent, perhaps he too could unlock the secret of the black scales. Wu Jiuquan had leaped directly from Diamond Tier to Lord Tier thanks to those black scales. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to push even further toward Overlord Tier. Chapter 95. Where is Wu Jiuquan? Just as Fang Yan was preparing to dispatch the leader of the Tianli organization to capture Ao Ping, a deafening roar echoed into the ears of both Fang Yan and the Tianli leader. Roar! What a terrifying roar! The Heavenly Justice Organization leader's heart skipped a beat. Though he himself had reached the Lord level, this roar actually made his heart tremble. It seemed that Black Beast truly possessed formidable power. Where has the priest gone? The leader of the Tianli organization asked Fang Yan. The priest's divinations had never faltered before, yet today, for some reason, he couldn't shake an ominous foreboding. Leader, when I just passed by the priestess's quarters, I noticed she wasn't inside. It seems she's run away. Fang Yan stammered nervously. Due to the leader's earlier slap, he'd inadvertently forgotten to report this matter. Only now, when the leader asked, did he recall that the priestess had already fled. How could you not report something this critical sooner? Roared the leader of the Tianli organization, his fury so intense he wished he could smack Fang Yan flat. He wanted to slap himself even more. How could he have allowed such an idiot to become the deputy leader of the Tianli organization? The entire Heavenly Justice Organization had witnessed the priest's divination skills firsthand. Even he himself held the priest's abilities in the highest regard. After all, such foresight into the future was a rare gift on Blue Star. But now even the priestess had fled. That meant she had long divined that the Heavenly Justice Organization stood no chance against that black beast of doom. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to run. As the leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization pondered this, a black lightning bolt streaked rapidly toward them. I can't sense the beast's cultivation level, the leader thought, instinctively glancing at Fang Yan beside him. He kicked Fang Yan violently toward the black lightning bolt, then hastily summoned his spirit beast, the flying tiger, to flee the area. As a 5th-rank lord himself, the leader's full-force kick easily sent Fang Yan flying hundreds of meters. The leader of the Tianli organization wasn't a fool. Even the priest, who was skilled in divination, had fled ahead of time. He certainly wasn't going to be stupid enough to risk his life fighting that black giant snake. Better safe than sorry. Fang Yan's spirit beast, the storm python, was stunned. It glanced at Fang Yan, who had been kicked toward the black lightning, then at the fleeing leader of the Tianli organization. Without hesitation, the storm python decided to follow the leader's path. As for the life or death of its master, Fang Yan. Sorry, not familiar. Is the leader of the Tianli organization really this cowardly? Ao Ping swallowed Fang Yan whole as he dashed toward him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He truly hadn't expected the leader of the Heavenly Justice Organization to be too scared to even fight him. Ao Ping's gaze sharpened as he immediately gave chase. Not just for the mission, but more for Wu Jiuquan. Until he found out Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts, the leader of the Tianli organization couldn't die. Damn it! How can this black giant snake move so fast? The leader frowned slightly, urgently commanding Dun Feihu to use spatial power. Just as Dun Feihu prepared to activate his spatial power to escape, a purple barrier instantly enveloped both him and Dun Feihu. In that instant, Dun Feihu's spatial abilities were completely sealed, leaving him utterly unable to escape. Not only them, but Ao Ping too was enveloped by the purple barrier, his body which had transformed into black lightning resetting to its original form. My abilities are gone? Ao Ping frowned deeply, instinctively trying to activate other talents, only to discover none of them worked. Could he be behind this? Ao Ping thought, immediately turning his gaze toward the leader of the Tianli organization. At that moment, the leader of the Tianli organization also detected the anomaly, instantly recognizing the barrier's originator. That's the priest's destiny barrier, the leader exclaimed, a sense of dread instantly gripping his heart. The destiny barrier was an SSS-grade artifact. It stripped any trapped creature of their innate abilities. Except for the barrier's owner, all other beings within its confines had their talents sealed. Li Qingxue, what the hell do you think you're doing? The leader of the Tianli organization roared. Ao Ping frowned slightly at the scene, unsure of the Heavenly Principle organization leader's meaning. Li Qingxue? Ao Ping murmured inwardly. Hearing that name, Ao Ping instinctively thought of the Long Qingxue from Jinling City. Later, Li Xiaoyang had reported that she had escaped. Long Qingxue was only at the Bronze Realm. When he first received that information, Ao Ping hadn't paid it much mind after all. Long Qingxue was nothing more than an insignificant figure to him. Could the Li Qingxue mentioned by the Heavenly Justice Organization leader possibly be Long Qingxue? As he pondered, a crisp voice cut through the air. Kill Zhou Miao, and I'll tell you about the Abyss. The voice paused briefly before adding two more words. Ao Ping. Ao Ping's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately turned toward the source of the voice, where a graceful figure came into view. A purple veil added an extra touch of allure. Ao Ping recognized her as the Li Qingxue mentioned by the leader of the Tianli organization. Ao Ping and Li Qingxue exchanged a glance. Yet in the next instant, her figure slowly faded away, as if she had never appeared at all. Since Ao Ping had crossed over, he had never revealed his name to any living being. Not even Wu Jiuquan knew his true identity. How did this Li Qingxue know? Ao Ping wondered inwardly, but he quickly snapped out of his thoughts. The most pressing task now was to capture Zhou Miao alive. After all, Wu Jiuquan was still in the enemy's hands. Everything else could wait until Wu Jiuquan was rescued. With that thought, Ao Ping charged straight toward Zhou Miao. Even without his innate talent, the black dragon blood within him was more than enough to propel him beyond his current stage and kill. Dun Feihu, stop him! Zhou Miao barked instantly. Dun Feihu surged forward from the side, locking into a fierce struggle with Ao Ping. Ao Ping opened his gaping maw. His razor-sharp dragon fangs could easily pierce Dun Feihu's body, while his claws could effortlessly tear several gashes into the tiger's hide. Dun Feihu, however, stripped of his spatial talent power, lacked his usual swiftness and agility. His tiger fangs and claws could only break through Ao Ping's first layer of dragon scales at best. Within minutes, the flying tiger was covered in wounds. Ao Ping, however, had suffered only a single damaged dragon scale and remained largely unscathed. Time to end this, Ao Ping murmured softly, sinking his teeth into the dune tiger's neck. The battered flying tiger had no strength left to dodge. After a few futile flails of its claws, its breath ceased entirely. Zhou Miao, witnessing this, attempted to flee. However, the area was completely enveloped by the Heaven's Will barrier, leaving him no escape route. Ao Ping swiftly devoured the dune flying tiger. Devoured Dune Flying Tiger Lordship Tier 8, Evolution Points plus 464 million. He immediately seized Zhou Miao, enveloping him in an invisible aura of authority. Where is Wu Jiuquan? Chapter 96, The Great Concern. Zhou Miao was now firmly gripped by Ao Ping. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the dragon's claws. Just let me go, and I'll tell you where Wu Jiuquan is. You have no right to bargain with me. A murderous intent flared in Ao Ping's eyes. He tightened his grip on Zhou Miao, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. You think I'd fall for your trick? I'm the only one left in the Heavenly Justice Organization now. I'm the only one who knows Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts. Zhou Miao forced a cold laugh through the pain. So what if he wasn't a match for his opponent? As long as he didn't reveal Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts, the fact that this black colossal serpent was willing to infiltrate the Heavenly Justice Organization headquarters alone for Wu Jiuquan's sake proved how highly he valued him. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't reveal Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts now. He knew this was his only lifeline. If he revealed Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts now, he was certain this ferocious beast before him would devour him whole. Kill him, and I'll tell you where Wu Jiuquan is. Li Qingxue appeared in the air, her arrival unnoticed. Upon hearing Li Qingxue's words, Ao Ping did not rush to respond. He didn't know Li Qingxue well and couldn't gauge how trustworthy her words were. What if she was merely trying to kill Zhou Miao and was deliberately deceiving him? But Ao Ping could use this opportunity to pressure Zhou Miao into revealing Wu Jiuquan's whereabouts himself. Ao Ping's dragon eyes narrowed slightly, while his claws tightened their grip. Zhou Miao let out a piercing scream as blood gushed from his mouth. The sensation of his internal organs being crushed together was unbearable. No one could endure it for even 3 seconds. Don't kill me. I'll talk. Only now, facing the threat of death, did Zhou Miao feel true fear. He gritted his teeth and blurted out. Wu Jiuquan was just taken away by the red flame dragon of the dragon clan. The moment the words left his mouth, the dragon claw gripping Zhou Miao imperceptibly loosened. Zhou Miao felt an immediate sense of relief. Just as he thought he was saved, Ao Ping suddenly hurled him toward his own maw. Devoured Lord Tier Human 5th Tier Lord, Evolution Points plus 191 million, Death Energy plus 10 million. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission to eliminate the Tianli organization. Mission rewards are being dispersed. 1. Sovereign of the 5 Elements SSS-tier talent, mastery over all 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Attacks utilizing these elements deal tenfold damage. 2. Bloodlust Slaughter SSS talent, each consumed creature returns a portion of its cultivation. Excessive kills of the same species gradually reduce the returned cultivation. 3. Nether God's Ghost Flame SSS talent, description. Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly and immediately selected the first talent, 5 Elements Sovereign. The system appeared to offer 3 SSS tier talents, but in reality, it granted only the 5 Elements Sovereign as the sole SSS tier talent. The effects of the other 2 talents were already inherent in Ao Ping himself. With just a glance, he made his decision. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the SSS tier talent 5 Spirits Sovereign. As the system notification faded, Ao Ping suddenly felt the surrounding seawater grow profoundly familiar, as if he and the water were one and the same. But there was no time for Ao Ping to explore this new talent just yet. Now, a cold gleam flashed in Ao Ping's eyes as he looked warily at Li Qingxue in the sky. It's time for you and this king to have a little chat. Although Li Qingxue's cultivation level was not as high as Zhou Miao's, Ao Ping sensed a dangerously ominous aura emanating from her. Moreover, this aura evoked a sense of familiarity within Ao Ping. To slay a flight tiger at the Lord tier with a Diamond tier 8 cultivation and emerge unscathed, the legendary True Dragon truly lives up to its name, Li Qingxue remarked with a smile, her purple veil lending her an air of inscrutability. You know my identity? A flash of murderous intent flickered in Ao Ping's eyes. Not only did this woman know his name, she even knew about the Black Dragon bloodline within him. I divined long ago that you would defeat the Heavenly Justice Organization. Rest assured, I won't harm you, Li Qingxue murmured softly. Withdrawing the Heavens Will barrier, she began walking toward the organization's headquarters. Follow me. I'll tell you everything I know about the Abyss. Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he decided to follow her as she flew toward the Heavenly Justice Organization's headquarters. As Zhou Miao had stated, Wu Jiuquan had been taken back to the Dragon Clan by the Crimson Flame Dragon. The Dragon Clan's strength was in a completely different league from that of the Heavens Will organization. The Dragon Clan possessed at least 5 Overlord tier powerhouses. For Ao Ping, with his current strength, attempting to fight 3 Overlord tier beasts simultaneously was far too risky. Moreover, Li Qingxue possessed only Diamond tier Spirit Tamer strength. Even without his innate abilities, Ao Ping could easily crush her. Yet now she had even retracted her Heavens Will barrier, there was absolutely no reason for her to lure him to the Tianli organization headquarters to attack her. Moreover, he was intensely curious about the Abyss information she mentioned, especially to understand the origin of that profoundly dangerous aura she emitted. Soon, Ao Ping followed Li Qingxue to the priest's chamber within the Heavenly Justice Organization. What exactly do you intend by bringing this king here? If you wish to tell me about the Abyss, just say so. Why bring me to this place? Ao Ping spoke first. Are you familiar with the 3 major powers within the Endless Sea? Li Qingxue avoided Ao Ping's direct question, instead continuing on her own. Among the 3 great powers of the Endless Sea, the Golden Toad clan and the Emerald-Eyed Water Ape clan have already been completely subjugated by the Abyss. Currently, the only faction in the entire Endless Sea not controlled by the Abyss is the Dragon Clan. The extent of the Abyss's threat to the world surely needs no elaboration from me. In my divination, you are the being destined to bring victory to the world. So what? What exactly are you trying to say? Ao Ping frowned deeply, baffled by why Li Qingxue was telling him all this. She had just helped him fend off Zhou Miao, could she be asking him to defeat the Abyss? The Heavenly Justice Organization discovered the Abyss's existence long ago. Among them, Wu Jiuquan was an exceptionally rare scientist, one who actually developed a product to suppress the Abyss. Naturally, the Abyss would never tolerate such a person existing. These are future events I've seen through divination. Currently, Wu Jiuquan hasn't developed the product to suppress the Abyss. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, Wu Jiuquan wouldn't have been captured by the Dragon Clan, and the Heavenly Justice Organization wouldn't have been destroyed as a result. Li Qingxue's voice grew increasingly manic, even becoming hoarse. I must thank you profusely, you've eliminated such a thorn in the Abyss's side. Chapter 97, Bloodline Regression. A dense black mist instantly surged around Li Qingxue, and her diamond tier cultivation rapidly surged upward. Such intense Abyss power. Ao Ping's pupils contracted. The Abyss power emanating from Li Qingxue surpassed the combined might of every Abyss creature he had ever encountered. Even the Titan Magma Ape in Jinling City possess less than half the abyss power emanating from Li Qingxue. If you wish to test this king's strength, then I shall see it through to the end. Ao Ping declared in a deep voice. Though the abyss power radiating from Li Qingxue was incredibly potent, her own cultivation level remained only diamond tier. Moreover, if Li Qingxue were truly that formidable, she would have annihilated the Tianli organization long ago. There would be no need to use him as a pawn to eliminate them. Moreover, Ao Ping now possessed the enhancement of the 5 elements king talent. Within the sea, his power had multiplied several times over. Even a beast of the 5th tier overlord level could be defeated by his current strength. Once you're assimilated into an abyssal creature, the abyss will undoubtedly gain another mighty general. Li Qingxue chuckled softly, her hair whipping wildly amidst the surging abyssal energy. The abyssal power surged like a living entity, engulfing the entire sea in an instant. You think you can assimilate me? A trace of disdain flickered at Ao Ping's lips as he allowed the abyssal power to surge into his body. Ha 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 ha. So what if you're a legendary dragon? This empress's abyssal power far surpasses that of ordinary abyssal creatures. A flash of smugness crossed Li Qingxue's face. As the abyssal empress, the power within her was the purest essence of the abyss. Any creature tainted by it would be completely assimilated in as little as seconds, or at most half a day. This black dragon before her would be no exception. So what if you're a legendary creature? Before you truly mature, you're no match for this empress. Pay the price for your arrogance. So this is the power of the abyss? It feels rather pleasant. As the abyssal power surged into him, Ao Ping felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, he experienced a soothing sensation akin to bathing in it. Even his cultivation level began to rise steadily under the power's influence. Li Qingxue's abyssal power was indeed formidable. Any ordinary creature tainted by it would likely have become a puppet under her control by now. However, his body contained more than just the power of the abyss. The moment that abyssal power first surged into him, Ao Ping sensed his necrotic heart stirring restlessly. Were it not for the Black Dragon's essence blood suppressing these two bloodlines within him, the necrotic power and abyssal power would likely have clashed long ago. Within mere minutes, Ao Ping's 800-meter-long body was completely enveloped by the abyssal power. Rest assured, once you become this emperor's mount, I shall treat you well. No sooner had the words left her lips than Li Qingxue prepared to halt the transfer of abyssal power to Ao Ping. After all, this was her most pure and potent abyssal power. Even as the abyssal empress, losing too much of this power would take its toll on her. Something's wrong. Why can't I recall my abyssal power? Shock flashed in Li Qingxue's eyes. As the abyssal empress, she possessed absolute control over her own abyssal power. Yet now, she couldn't retrieve it. Worse still, the abyssal power within her body was continuously merging into Ao Ping's being. Since you chose to assimilate this king into an abyssal being, why stop halfway? Transfer every last bit of abyssal power within you to me. A flicker of greed crossed Ao Ping's eyes. With the abyss power's aid, his cultivation had reached diamond tier 10. He was but a step away from breaking through to lord level. Naturally, he wouldn't let Li Qingxue escape so easily. At the very least, he would drain her dry first. What have you done to me? Li Qingxue's brows knitted tightly. If she allowed him to continue draining her like this, she would surely be drained dry. The dragon clan truly is a terrifying race. Li Qingxue cursed inwardly, immediately casting the heavens will barrier once more. With the barrier's emergence, she finally succeeded in halting Ao Ping's absorption of her abyssal power. Frowning deeply, Li Qingxue swiftly scanned her body to gauge how much abyssal power remained. Damn it! He's absorbed a full 40% of my abyssal power. This guy really can suck. Li Qingxue cursed inwardly, her form suddenly morphing into a black mist. Very well. I remember you. We shall meet again. The words barely left her lips when Li Qingxue vanished from Ao Ping's sight, and the barrier enveloping him dissolved. What a pity. I was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to lord level. Watching Li Qingxue's departing figure, Ao Ping felt a lingering sense of regret. After glancing at the abyssal power surrounding his body, his gaze sharpened as he instantly withdrew the exposed energy back into himself. System, open the interface, Ao Ping thought inwardly, eager to see how many evolution points he'd gained from eliminating the Tianli organization this time. Host, Ao Ping. Race, Necromantic Dragon. Realm, Diamond Tier 10. Talents, Necromantic Rebirth SSS-tier Unique Talent, Nether God's Ghost Flame SSS-tier Talent, Sovereign of the Five Spirits SSS-tier Talent, Silent Nether Thunder SS-tier Talent, Dragon's Might S-rank Talent, Thunderous Power A-rank Talent, Flaming Body A-rank Talent, Fatal Teleportation A-rank Talent, Triple Scaled Armor B-rank Talent, Ground Collapse D-rank Talent, Thick Armor F-rank Talent. Evolution Points, 1.117,200,000,000. Necromantic Power, 41.298 million. System, I want to upgrade. Ao Ping thought to himself. With 1.1 billion evolution points, Ao Ping could easily advance several levels. Once he reached the Lord tier, even the entire Zhao clan would hold no fear for him. Consumed 200 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Lord tier 1. Consumed 400 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Lord tier 2. Consumed 600 million evolution points. Realm upgraded to Lord tier 3. Remaining evolution points, 117 million. Host detected at Lord tier. Initiating second bloodline regression. As the system notification sounded, 3 distinct powers began stirring within AO Ping's body. I never expected reaching Lord tier would grant a bloodline regression opportunity. No wonder Lord tier beasts are so formidable. AO Ping furrowed his brow, sensing the 3 powers within him merging together. Even AO Ping himself was filled with anticipation. Dragon bloodline, necromantic power, and abyssal energy, these 3 represented the most formidable forces in the world today. He wondered just how far this fusion could elevate him. Chapter 98, Who Dares Cause Trouble? Roar! AO Ping raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar that shook the heavens. The entire sea trembled as the water was pushed aside by an invisible force, forming a vast vacuum zone. AO Ping's form began to rapidly expand, his originally slender frame growing thicker and more robust. Congratulations, host! You have completed bloodline regression. Your current species is Abyssal Annihilation Black Dragon. Is this what it feels like to be a Lord tier beast? AO Ping sensed the power surging within him. If he encountered the Titan magma gorilla from Jinling City again, AO Ping felt he could now obliterate it with a single strike. Black Dragon, why are you running so fast? King Yellow Sand gasped, finally catching up to AO Ping's pace as they arrived at the Tianli organization headquarters. The leader of the Tianli organization is a veteran Lord tier powerhouse. We must be cautious. The leader of the Tianli organization is already dead. I've wiped out the entire organization, AO Ping said softly, looking at the Sand King. You wiped out the Heavenly Justice Organization? The Sand King stared at AO Ping in disbelief. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Do I need to joke with you? AO Ping frowned slightly before continuing. Wu Jiuquan isn't here. Can you still sense his presence? Upon hearing that Wu Jiuquan was absent, the Yellow Sand King hastily sensed the locations of both Wu Jiuquan and the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord remains nearby, but the Master's location is extremely distant from us. I can only sense that the Master now resides deep beneath the ocean's surface. The Yellow Sand King shook his head, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. You go rescue the Holy Lord first. I'll personally go to the Zhao clan's territory and bring Wu Jiuquan back. AO Ping said softly, preparing to swim toward the ocean depths. No. The Zhao clan's power far surpasses that of the Tianli organization. Without sufficient strength, venturing into their territory would be a suicide mission. The Sand King hurriedly stopped AO Ping. Though he too yearned to rescue his master, he couldn't stand by and watch AO Ping walk into certain death. Moreover, I've heard the Endless Sea is no longer as tranquil as before. The 3-legged Golden Toad clan and the Emerald-Eyed Water Ape clan seem poised to unite against the Zhao clan. Black Dragon brother, perhaps you should wait until the Zhao clan engages in battle with the 3-legged Golden Toads and Emerald-Eyed Water Apes before rescuing our master. That way, you can minimize the risk. This king does not undertake ventures without certainty. Wu Jiuquan, I must rescue him alive, AO Ping murmured softly. Instantly, he transformed into a black lightning bolt and vanished from the scene. Watching AO Ping's departing figure, the Yellow Sand King sighed deeply. Black Dragon brother truly is a man of honor and loyalty. Master, you will surely be safe. Endless Sea, Dragon Clan territory. Tribe Chief. The Golden Toad clan and the Emerald-Eyed Water Ape clan have grown utterly audacious. They've repeatedly harmed our people. In recent days, many of our kin have fallen to their hands. Are we to sit idly by and await our doom? A glint of murderous intent flashed in the crimson flame dragon's eyes. The memory of his fallen kin ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. For centuries, his dragon clan had reigned supreme across the Endless Sea. No matter how the power dynamics shifted within these waters, no other race had ever challenged their dominance. Yet now, the 3-legged Golden Toad and the Emerald-Eyed Water Ape races that had only risen in power within the last 100 years dared to defecate on the heads of the Dragon Clan. How could he possibly tolerate this? At this moment, the Dragon Clan's territory gathered 3 sovereign-level beasts. Not only the Crimson Flame Dragon, but even the Earth Spirit Dragon beside him, known for his steadier temperament, wore a look of fury. Tribe leader, the 3-legged Golden Toad and Azure-Eyed Water Ape have truly overstepped these past days. Our Zhao clan has ruled the boundless seas for generations. How can we allow them to humiliate us? Earth Spirit Xiao spoke up, his voice thick with fury. A trace of unease flickered in the eyes of the Dragon Clan chief, Ancient Wood Azure Dragon, as he hesitated over the decision to attack the 3-legged Golden Toad and Azure-Eyed Water Ape clans. Chieftain, what are you still hesitating about? We elected you as our leader precisely because we believed you could protect our people. Yet now our kin are being ravaged by other races. How long do you intend to dither? Seeing the ancient wood-green dragon's hesitation, the crimson-flamed dragon's temper flared instantly. He had proposed this matter to the clan chief countless times, yet Gumu Qingxue remained indecisive. If the clan chief still refused to declare war on the three-legged golden toad clan and the azurite water ape clan this time, then he would personally seek vengeance for his kin. Though the earth spirit dragon remained silent, he did not speak to stop the crimson flame dragon. Clearly, he too yearned to avenge his kin. Both the crimson flame dragon and the earth spirit dragon turned their gaze to clan chief Greenwood Dragon. Their dragon clan possessed more dominant level warriors than the three-legged golden toad and azurite water ape clans combined. They were utterly perplexed as to what the clan leader was hesitating about. At this point, I shall not hide it from you. Have you ever heard of the Abyss? Ancient Wood Azure Dragon sighed, his own fury boiling over for the fallen kin. Had the enemies been only the three-legged golden toads and the azurite water apes, he would have personally avenged his kin long ago. But this time was different. He had to consider the entire clan. The Abyss. At the mention of the Abyss, the Crimson Flame Dragon and the Earth Spirit Dragon exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. As dominant level powerhouses of the Dragon Clan, they had naturally heard of the Abyss, the dreadful and terrifying race. You mean the Abyss that nearly devoured all the beasts on Blue Star centuries ago? Earth Spirit Dragon asked gravely, his gaze fixed on the clan chieftain's troubled expression, as if he had guessed something. Centuries ago, the Abyss race had emerged, voraciously devouring Blue Star's beasts. Even his own Dragon Clan had nearly been exterminated by them. Had the Death Spirit Clan not fought them to the death, Blue Star would likely have long since fallen under the Abyss's dominion. The Abyss perished alongside the Death Spirit Clan centuries ago. Besides, what connection could the attack on the three-legged golden toad and the azurite water ape possibly have with the Abyss? The Crimson Flame Dragon spoke up, about to rebuke the clan leader for changing the subject, when the Earth Spirit Dragon beside him signaled him to be quiet. The Abyss truly stands behind the three-legged golden toad and the azurite water ape. Before the ancient Wood Azure Dragon could finish, a deafening roar cut him off, followed by a torrent of curses. Hand over Wu Jiuchuan immediately, or I'll slaughter every last one of your dragon clan. Ao Ping's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Damn it! I'll see who dares to cause trouble on my dragon clan's territory. The Crimson Flame Dragon snorted coldly and immediately swam toward Ao Ping. Chapter 99, Run. Before departing, Ao Ping had inquired about Wu Jiuchuan's condition from the Yellow Sand King. Learning that the man's vital energy was fading rapidly and he could die at any moment, Ao Ping spurred his mount onward, racing toward the Jiao clan's territory. He's here? Ao Ping frowned slightly. The surrounding currents trembled violently. As the other's aura drew nearer, the sea water's temperature rose significantly. So it was you causing trouble in my Jiao territory? Flames occasionally flared from the Crimson Flame Dragon's nostrils, his eyes blazing with fury. Yet when he saw Ao Ping, a hint of confusion flickered in his gaze. This dragon is enormous. Why haven't I seen this black dragon among our kind? The Crimson Flame Dragon thought inwardly. The other's form was strikingly similar to the Dragon Clan's. Though minor differences set him apart from the typical Dragon Clan, making him appear far more handsome than most, the Crimson Flame Dragon simply attributed it to superior genetics and striking good looks. Under which Dragon King do you serve? State your name at once, the Crimson Flame Dragon demanded in a deep voice. He recognized all 5 of the dominant Dragon Kings within the Dragon Clan, yet this black dragon before him held no memory for the Crimson Flame Dragon. Such an immense form could not possibly belong to an unknown entity within the Dragon Clan. Thus, the Crimson Flame Dragon surmised that this creature was likely a privately cultivated prodigy under some Dragon King's tutelage. Hand over Wu Jiuchuan, or I'll leave no one alive. Ao Ping ignored the question. Based on Zhou Miao's dying words, Wu Jiuchuan had indeed been taken away by this very Crimson Flame Dragon. Boy, I've shown you courtesy as a younger dragon of my kind. To question my authority is an act of treason deserving of death. The Crimson Flame Dragon snorted coldly, its fiery breath erupting toward Ao Ping. Today, you insolent youth shall taste the might of this Dragon King. Facing the advancing crimson flames, Ao Ping showed no trace of fear in his eyes. For ghostly green fire dragons, formed from the ghostly flames of the netherworld god, burst forth instantly. The fiercely advancing crimson flames were instantly engulfed by the 4 fire dragons the moment they made contact. How is this possible? The Crimson Flame Dragon's pupils suddenly contracted. Facing the 4 fire dragons charging toward him, he dared not take it lightly and quickly dodged to the side. But to the Crimson Flame Serpent's astonishment, the 4 fire dragons seemed to possess consciousness. No matter where it dodged, the fire dragons relentlessly pursued it. Damn it! I'll see just what these flames are capable of. The Crimson Flame Serpent snorted coldly, halting its retreat. It opened its gaping maw and charged straight toward the 4 fire dragons. Foolish! Ao Ping sneered coldly at the sight. His flames weren't something just any beast could withstand. Ah! Sure enough, the moment the Crimson Flame Dragon touched the fire dragons, it was engulfed by the terrifying flames they carried, letting out continuous agonized screams. Speak! Where is Wu Jiuquan? Ao Ping withdrew the fire dragons. Wu Jiuquan had been taken by the Crimson Flame Dragon, and he needed the dragon to reveal his whereabouts. You mean the traitor from the Heavenly Justice Organization? Him? I handed him over to the clan chief ages ago. He's probably been devoured by the clan chief by now, the Crimson Flame Dragon sneered coldly. Even now, scarred and battered, the Crimson Flame Dragon's proud pride would never permit him to show weakness before his enemy. Then go down and join him in death. Upon hearing that Wu Jiuquan had been devoured, Ao Ping's eyes blazed with murderous intent, so intense it seemed tangible. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the 4 fire dragons flanking Ao Ping lunged toward the Crimson Flame Dragon. Yet, just as the dragons closed in on the Crimson Flame Dragon's neck, several thick green trunks burst from the ground, forcibly blocking the fatal strike. I am Gumu Qingxue, chief of the Dragon Clan. Who exactly are you? What brings you to our domain? Gumu Qingxue eyed Ao Ping warily. Had he not intervened just now, the Crimson Flame Dragon would likely have perished. The Crimson Flame Dragon possessed the formidable strength of a second-tier overlord, a power unmatched across the continent. Yet this black colossus had defeated it with such apparent ease, revealing its own staggering might. Currently, the Dragon Clan faced joint oppression from 3 factions, the Abyss, the Azurite Water Ape Clan, and the 3-legged Golden Toad Clan. The Dragon Clan could not afford to provoke any additional powerful adversaries. Especially a powerhouse capable of effortlessly defeating the Crimson Flame Dragon, absolutely untouchable. You are the Dragon Clan chief? Ao Ping frowned slightly, his gaze shifting to the Ancient Wood Azure Dragon and the Earth Spirit Dragon beside him. Counting that Crimson Flame Dragon just now, the Dragon Clan now possesses 3 Overlord-tier beasts. With such formidable strength, no wonder they've dominated the Endless Sea for centuries. Ao Ping thought inwardly. Yet even so, killing Wu Jiuquan would demand a price from the Dragon Clan. I am indeed the clan chief of the Zhao clan. The Wu Jiuquan you mentioned, is he the human brought here not long ago by the Crimson Flame Zhao? The Ancient Wood Azure Zhao inquired tentatively. Seeing Ao Ping make no denial, she immediately concluded he had come seeking that very human. Rest assured, sir. That human is currently within our Zhao clan territory, and we have not harmed him, the Ancient Wood Green Zhao replied with a smile. Take me to see him, Ao Ping said softly. Hearing that Wu Jiuquan had not been killed, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipated by more than half. After all, he still had missions requiring the cooperation of the Dragon Clan. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly did not wish to slaughter them. Please follow me, sir, the Ancient Wood Azure Dragon said with a smile. He then signaled to the Earth Spirit Dragon behind him, indicating that it should take the Crimson Flame Dragon back for treatment first. Ao Ping made no comment on this. But as the Earth Spirit Dragon passed by him, he suddenly sensed an exceptionally pure concentration of Earth elemental energy. You carry an evolution stone? Ao Ping looked at the Earth Spirit Dragon. Possessing the talent of the 5-element king, he was exceptionally sensitive to the auras of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He was certain the Earth Spirit Dragon carried an Earth elemental evolution stone. Sir, your discernment is truly remarkable. In that case, I shall entrust the Earth Spirit Dragon's evolution stone to you, the Ancient Wood Azure Dragon chuckled, still giving the Earth Spirit Dragon a meaningful glance. Though displeased, the Earth Spirit Dragon had no choice but to obey his clan leader's command, relinquishing his thick Earth evolution stone to Ao Ping. This is the thick Earth evolution stone. The energy it contains is immensely powerful. You may slowly absorb its energy to enhance yourself, but you must not consume it directly, explained the Ancient Wood Green Dragon. However, no sooner had he finished warning against direct consumption than Ao Ping swallowed the thick Earth evolution crystal whole. The Ancient Wood Green Dragon's pupils abruptly contracted. Forcibly absorbing the energy within a crystal could cause one to explode and die. The fact that this opponent could easily defeat the Crimson Flame Dragon meant he was undoubtedly a Dominator-level beast as well. The explosive power of a Sovereign-level beast detonating was no joke. Even he, if caught in the direct blast, would likely be severely injured. Realizing this, the Ancient Wood Azure Dragon urgently warned the Earth Spirit Dragon. It's about to explode. Grab the Crimson Flame Dragon and run. Chapter 100, The Ancestral Patriarch. Devouring Earth Evolution Stone SSS Grade Item, Evolution Points plus 700 million. Another 700 million evolution points credited. If only more of these evolution stones would appear. Ao Ping thought to himself. The feeling of gaining massive evolution points just by devouring a single stone was truly delightful. Strange. Why are all these dragon clans fleeing? Ao Ping furrowed his brow slightly. Could they be backing out, refusing to hand over Wu Jiuquan? With that thought, Ao Ping immediately gave chase after the Ancient Wood Green Dragon. No! You're about to self-destruct, why are you chasing after me now? The Ancient Wood Green Dragon grew frantic upon seeing Ao Ping pursuing him. I kindly offered him the fossil stone, yet he dares to drag me to my death with him? What kind of world is this? Without hesitation, the Ancient Wood Green Dragon fled at full speed. But this was the ocean. Empowered by the 5 elements King's innate talent and the Dragon Clan's dominion over the seas, Ao Ping quickly caught up. I never said I intended to kill you. Why the sudden rush? Could it be you're unwilling to hand over Wu Jiuxuan? Ao Ping's deep voice carried a hint of displeasure. You're actually unharmed? The ancient wood green dragon now sensed something amiss. He had clearly witnessed the beast swallow the thick earth evolution stone, yet why hadn't it exploded from the overload? Could it be that this ferocious beast before him could completely absorb the energy within the thick earth evolution stone? Qingxue stared at Ao Ping in shock. While his dragon clan possessed many such evolution stones, no beast had ever fully devoured their power. Only those with peerless bloodlines could achieve such feats. The ancient wood green dragon scrutinized Ao Ping once more, feeling a sense of familiarity about his appearance. He pressed on with his question. Might you tell this old one what kind of beast you truly are? My name is Black Dragon, Ao Ping replied softly, his heart filled with confusion at the ancient green dragon's deliberately mysterious demeanor. Dragon! The ancient wood green dragon gasped in shock, staring at Ao Ping in disbelief. You really are a dragon. Do you think this king has any reason to deceive you? Ao Ping frowned slightly at the ancient green dragon's extreme reaction. Could it be he's heard of the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan! The ancient wooden green dragon had once heard from the previous clan leader that the ancestral progenitor of the Dragon Clan was none other than the dragon race. Moreover, the term ferocious beast was utterly inadequate to describe the Dragon Clan. Any member of the Dragon Clan deserved to be called a divine beast. If this person truly belonged to the Dragon Clan, then he was. You are the ancestor of our Jiao clan. A look of astonishment and joy instantly spread across Green Dragon of Ancient Wood's face as he exclaimed. The 91st chief of the Dragon Clan pays homage to the ancestral patriarch. Is this him backing down? Ao Ping frowned slightly. The next second, the system's notification tone suddenly rang in his mind. Recognition obtained from one Overlord tier Jiao clan member. Task progress, 1/3 complete. If even the system acknowledged it, could this ancient green dragon truly be conceding defeat? A clan chieftain, fine. But why the 91st? I'll ask one last time, Ao Ping said gravely. Where exactly is Wu Jiuxuan? Ancestor, please follow me, the ancient wooden green dragon replied respectfully, immediately leading him to the location where Wu Jiuxuan was being held. Of course, the ancient wood green dragon wouldn't have accepted Ao Ping as an elder simply because the previous clan leader had casually mentioned it. The primary reason was Ao Ping's own formidable strength. The Dragon Clan currently faced immense difficulties, desperately needing a powerful beast to command respect. The title of ancestor not only forcibly bound the other party to their faction but also served as a deterrent to other races to some extent. In the eyes of others, the Dragon Clan would never casually recognize just any fierce beast as their ancient ancestor. Moreover, as long as they firmly declared the other party to be the Dragon Clan's ancient ancestor. Even if this black dragon did not wish to oppose the Abyss would still hunt it down because of the title of ancestral patriarch. For the future of the Dragon Clan, he had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Guided by the ancient wood azure dragon, Ao Ping swiftly arrived at the location where Wu Jiuxuan was imprisoned. Ancestor, this is the human you requested, the ancient wood azure dragon said respectfully, not daring to show the slightest negligence, as if he truly regarded Ao Ping as the Jiao clan's ancestor. Seeing Wu Jiuxuan trapped in the water prison, barely clinging to life, Ao Ping's brow furrowed deeply. Seeing this, the ancient wooden green dragon immediately released the water prison. If the Dragon Clan truly intends to submit, I wouldn't mind retaining this title of ancestor, Ao Ping thought to himself. He immediately summoned the witchcraft rat to tend to Wu Jiuxuan's injuries. It's a necromantic clan creature, the ancient wood green dragon exclaimed in shock. The necromancers were a race even more powerful than the Jiao clan, and they had vanished completely centuries ago. To encounter a necromancer creature again today was utterly unexpected. You actually recognize the necromancers? Ao Ping was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this ancient wood green dragon not only to know of the Dragon Clan, but also to instantly recognize a necromancer creature. The necromancers are the strongest native race of Blue Star. Of course I recognize them. But what astonishes me even more is that our ancestor possessed the bloodlines of both the Dragon Clan and the necromancers, the ancient wooden green dragon exclaimed. Though the Abyss race and the Dragon race were also formidable, they weren't native to Blue Star. As the previous Dragon Snake Clan chief had said, both the Abyss and Dragon clans originated from beyond the heavens. If one must choose the strongest race among these three, there was no question the Dragon Clan reigned supreme. You're astonished by just two energies? What if this king also possessed the power of the Abyss? Ao Ping murmured softly. The next instant, dense abyssal energy surged forth from Ao Ping's body. The Abyss. The ancient green dragon's body trembled violently. Its gaze upon Ao Ping now resembled that of a creature beholding a monstrous beast. The black dragon before him possessed the energies of all the top-tier races that had once graced Blue Star. To fuse the energies of the Dragon Clan, the Undead Clan, and the Abyss Clan into one, no wonder he could defeat the Crimson Flame Dragon so effortlessly. Such power is truly terrifying. The ancient Wood Azure Dragon instinctively swallowed hard. Before Ao Ping, it could only bow its head, not daring to move a muscle. Meanwhile, the Witch Rat had successfully pulled Wu Jiuchuan back from the brink of death. Black Dragon? You? How are you here? Wu Jiuchuan slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Ao Ping, a flicker of excitement passed through his gaze.